Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Fly ball on the infield. Berger gives way to Simeon, and the Rangers win a 1-0 game. We figured a run might be dangerous early. It took until the 6th inning for either team to score. It was a solo home run by Jake Berger, and it would hold up tonight as Jacob deGrom and Sean Armstrong a 5-hit shutout. 1-0 the final score. Rangers have now won 6 straight, and the Astros dropped the first game in this 4-game series.
Todd Callis on the call, Space City Home Network last night. If you wanted to get to bed early for an Astros game that gets to the beginning and the end, you know, sometimes you can go to bed early because it's 8-0. Last night you get to bed early because 2 guys were dealing last night, and that game went by fast. That was a game, as we welcome you in on a Friday here on Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Seth, they made this point during the broadcast several times. Like, sometimes you get these 2 aces that go out there, and before the game it gets positioned as like a WrestleMania main event. This is going to be the pitcher's duel to end all pitcher's duels, and it doesn't work out that way. This one worked. This one worked out that way deluxe. How about this? Since pitches were first tracked in 1988, this just popped up on my Twitter timeline 8 seconds ago. Last night's Astros-Rangers game is the only major league game since pitches were tracked and began getting tracked in 1988 where both starters pitched 8+ innings, allowed no more than 1 run, struck out 7 or more batters, and threw fewer than 100 pitches. This is the first game since 1988, basically, where 2 power pitchers got on the mound and just shut everything down. There was 1 bad pitch in the game, and it landed in the right field bleachers. And they were super economical. Neither guy got to 100 pitches last night.
Yeah, and Hunter Brown goes 8 innings for the first time in his career. Was really just incredible all night long. Had a perfect game going for a while until Adolis Garcia, who based on that game for them. And I would include him over deGrom, too, because Adolis Garcia in the 4th inning made a couple of great catches.
Yeah.
And then that obviously didn't. Actually, the Pope won the game for him. The Pope won the game for the Rangers.
Pope won the game for him?
I don't know if this was on the MLB network, because it was on the MLB network, or the Rangers broadcast, but I stumbled across this morning. Here's what you need to know about that Berger home run.
Oh, okay.
Jake Berger leading things off for the Texas Rangers. Now, guys, Berger is Catholic, and his faith is really important to him. And there's this phrase that he's kind of come up with since the new Pope, Pope Leo, has been elected. He said, I've kind of thought to myself, new Pope, new me. Leo's a Midwestern guy like me. I'm a proud Midwestern guy. And since he's been elected Pope, we've been pretty hot as a team.
Browns 1-1 offering, and that is in the air, right center field. Now, they were shaded well. That ball's carrying well, though. It's gone! Oh, my, right into
Yeah, let's make it all about ourselves, guys. Yeah. Let's no, don't worry about the 6 billion people in the world. It's all about the Pope wants to benefit you. Yeah. You're a bad Catholic, Jake. You're a bad Catholic.
I can tell you that did not get brought up on the Astros broadcast last night. I'd not heard that. Wow. And he had another hit in the 7th or 8th inning, too. Very hard hit ball, Berger did.
Yeah, she gave that little tidbit, obviously, right before his home run.
Yeah.
So thanks a lot.
Yeah.
I'm down on this new Pope. I'm going to tell you that much.
Pope's
Sean.
thumbs, it's red arrow down on the new Pope. Lost the Astros.
Blame for the Astros only having half a lefty in their lineup, because that would be the other big thing that you might want to do against DeGrom, who's way worse. He hasn't been a good pitcher versus lefties, and yet all you have is one switch hitter to put out there against him.
Yeah,
and him and his little D. I just like, can we please just get some variety in this lineup?
That's been an issue. I mean, independent of DeGrom. I mean, obviously it gets exacerbated against a pitcher like DeGrom. But Chandler Rome had a huge story about that in the past week about like, hey man, like this all righty lineup that you're trotting out here might not be optimal right now, you know? And your only real lefty that's any threat is nursing a hand injury right now, which granted, he had, quote, one of his best days yesterday, according to Joe Espada, talking about Yordan Alvarez. But he needs a few more days for this hand to heal.
I don't like that. I don't like the way it was phrased, that he had his best day.
Yeah.
Like, all right, have there been ups and downs here? Has this been
evidently?
It feels, if it's supposed to be a relatively minor hand injury, why have there been any non-good days?
Right.
I want every day to be the best day after the previous day.
Yeah.
I don't like that it's notable that he had his best day.
Well, the quote was one of his best days. So he's had other best days,
even
I
worse.
suppose. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. So that was a bummer last night. But man, Hunter Brown, I couldn't really get upset with the Astros lineup just because we've been somewhat conditioned to this. A and B, Jacob deGrom was almost as good as Hunter Brown. I know Hunter Brown lost the game. The Astros had opportunities in that game, and they had opportunities where they hit balls hard, but they were either right at guys or Adolis Garcia turned into a Gold Glover out there. Like the Astros had chances and they hit balls hard. They just didn't. Lady Luck did not smile on them last night.
This is the whole thing about DeGrom, though, too. And this is where it felt cruel last night, given the struggles that Lance McCullers has had coming back from injuries. Yeah. DeGrom, he'll be 37 this year. Mm-hmm. In 2023 and 2024, he pitched a total of, 41 innings, Sean. Yeah. As he was coming back from his Tommy John surgery.
Yes.
And he was, and I despise that he gets to just spell his name with a small D at the beginning. It annoys me every time I see it.
Like
Little D DeGrom.
Like Logan.
I don't like it. You know how I feel about Adolis Garcia. There's things above and beyond the fact that they have the Rangers on their hat that annoy me about this particular Texas Rangers team.
I don't blame you, man. I don't blame you. And that those two were front and center in the game last night does not help. So chance at redemption this weekend, I guess. Lance McCullers pitches on. Does he pitch tonight or does he pitch on Saturday? I can't remember. Do we get a McCullers? I know we get a McCullers start in this series. So we got some big baseball coming up this week, and this is a team that you're in the swamp with right now. You got to win a couple of these games.
It's Lance tonight. It's Blanco, and then TBD after that.
I saw
here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, ESPN's got Gusto on Sunday, which would stand to reason if they're going to try to stick with 6 guys. So
unless Blue Ball goes out there or something, which I have no appetite for right now. No shade to Blue Ball.
No,
I would like the veteran pitchers to start as a group look a lot. And Blanco has looked more like himself as of late.
Lance
is the huge question mark.
I think that's the thing. Like as we're sitting here in the midst of this long stretch of baseball. That was Game 7 of 17 straight games they're going to play. I don't think we can overstate the importance that this pitching staff has actually gotten 8 inning starts out of 3 of their guys since this started. And this is with a stretch of games where you were throwing Colton Gordon out there, Ryan Gusto can't get out of the second inning, and Lance McCullers can't get out of the first inning, that Blanco and Framber and Hunter Brown have given you 8 innings. 8 innings is a rarity in baseball these days. You've gotten 3, and they weren't forced 8 inning starts. These were really good starts where I think Framber and Hunter Brown probably could have gone back up for the 9th. Hunter Brown, if there were a 9th inning last night, they were even talking about that on the broadcast. Like, man, the Astros get to Armstrong here and tie the game, Hunter Brown's got to go back out there. He only threw 80-something pitches last night.
You know what I'm feeling, Sean?
What are you feeling?
Know what I'm feeling?
What?
The old Astros specialty.
What's that?
What are the Astros better at than just about anybody as of late? The committee no-hitter.
Ooh, you feel one coming
All
on.
we need is 3 innings out of Lance.
They got a bullpen.
Just go out there and be an opener. It's a little too greedy to say no-hitter. Hey, let's play a math game. What do you think the difference between Lance McCullers' ERA and Givaldi's ERA is right now? That's who's pitching tonight.
ERA. Lance has pitched 4 innings total. He pitched 3 2/3 and then a third.
Yeah.
7 innings, 4 innings, 7 earned runs. So his ERA is probably somewhere around 15 or 16 right now.
Oh, you're good, yeah.
Yeah, what is it?
It's 15.7. I don't want to give you the answers to the test.
Oh, okay, well, but I'm just saying, well, the
15.75.
15.75. I just need the exact number. So Uvalde's is probably like in the 2s or 3. I don't know. I'm going to guess. I'll put it at 12.3 is the difference between the two. What's Uvalde's ERA?
I'll give you a bell for that. No, I can't give you a bell for that. 13.97 is the difference. Uvalde's ERA is 1.78.
Oh, he's been that good, huh?
Yes.
Wow, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's where you went wrong. You didn't realize Uvalde's been that good.
I think I should get a ding for calculating Lance McCullers' ERA within a few tenths of a point in my head.
Ding him.
Yeah.
Ding him.
And then buzz me for the other thing. Yeah. There we go. All right, we're good.
Back to the positives, because we're all about the positives.
Yeah.
As far as Hunter Brown, third lowest ERA in the league right now.
Yeah.
Second most innings pitched.
Yep.
So going back to these guys need to be horses while we're in flux with the injuries. Across the last 365 days, only Paul Skeens has a lower ERA than Hunter Brown. So so right around now, this time last year was Hunter Brown discovered his sinker.
Yep.
And since then, he's been one of the very best pitchers in baseball. And then he's also got Brown's got the lowest FIP in the league right now.
Lowest FIP. Yeah, that's the thing. The ERA matches the eye test. You know, the FIP, for those who don't know, the FIP is basically independent of fielding and things like that. What your ERA should be.
He's actually a tiny bit of bad luck even, whereas ERA theoretically could even be better than it is.
Wow, the FIP's even lower than the ERA right now.
Well, he's got the lowest FIP in the league. He's only got the third lowest ERA.
Yeah. Loser.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been fun to watch. Like there hadn't been much appointment watching if you're an Astros fan this year. Hunter Brown starts our appointment watching, no doubt about that.
Got some good. As they pointed out on the broadcast, that is a big left field.
Yeah.
I was getting, and Altuve looks so tiny in a big left field.
He had a good catch.
Altuve made that really nice catch in the 4th inning. Yep. It was after Garcia had made his couple of nice catches.
Dude.
Or no, 5th inning. It was the 5th inning.
Yeah.
Garcia made his in the 4th.
How about that play Pena made on the other side of second base on the outfield grass last night?
Yeah.
Ground ball. I forget who hit it, but a pretty sharp hit grounder up the middle to the right field side of second base. And Pena was shifted over, but you're not allowed to shift over that far anymore. Dude, he fielded that ball, went to the ground to field the ball, slid, got up all in one motion, planted himself, and threw a dime to first base. Pena's having a great year, man. And he had 2 hits again last night, if I'm not mistaken. He had at least 1 hit, I know, off of DeGrom last night. I know he had 2 strikeouts, but he had a hit last night. He's still hitting 315, 320 right now. Pena's been awesome. And, boy, that defensive play last night. That was a fun game last night. 1-0 game. There was a lot of good baseball played out there last night. That was cool. Need more runs there. Running on a Friday. We made it. We made it to the end of the week. Yesterday when we went through the Texans schedule, we didn't mention the preseason schedule. And I know people don't care about the preseason games, but the one thing we do get sometimes are those joint practices. Could we see one? There is one particular coach that wants to get with the Texans before the season starts. And this Caleb Williams story that came out yesterday is, boy, this book.
It's got some cautionary tales with the Texans, frankly. Yeah, I'm reading this Caleb Williams story, and I'm like, man, D'Amico really screwed that one up.
Let's get into that. We'll do that. We'll talk about that coming up next. But first, early here, let's get you guys into a new look.
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We'll get into this Caleb Williams story. There's a book coming out by Seth Wickersham called American Kings, a biography of the quarterback, and there's some quotes in there from Caleb Williams and his father, Carl Williams, that had everybody talking yesterday. We'll get to that in a couple of minutes here. Real quick, and we'll still hit some schedule stuff from today, be more fun stuff from the schedule releases and things like that. We know now what the Texans' schedule is going to be. We didn't touch on the preseason yesterday. Not that the opponents in the preseason are super important because guys really don't play in the preseason anymore. The Texans will play at Minnesota, home for the Panthers, at Detroit, all on Saturday, all during the afternoon. It's a pretty cookie-cutter preseason. No Hall of Fame game or anything like that this year for the Texans. But the one thing with preseason games could come with joint practices. We've seen that both seasons that D'Amico's been here so far. The Dolphins, his first year here, should have had him with the Saints. They canceled those. And then last year, the Rams came to town. If there's going to be joint practices here, it'll be with the Carolina Panthers. That's the only home game in the preseason. And Dave Canales, the head coach of the Panthers, is hoping to get some joint practices, or at least talking about it, with the Texans.
We're reaching out to Houston and Pittsburgh as well to kind of see, what the level of interest for those guys are. Think about, having a joint practice with Houston in that heat, and getting the acclimation. It'll be hot here, but I know I was in Tampa for a year. So just being able to get some acclimation, again, just another great way to just challenge the guys to maintain focus in a different type of environment. So we're open to, those things with the Texans and the Steelers.
It's funny, Seth, until the Texans win a Super Bowl, like the one thing that I'm going to be like puffing our chest out about, like when people talk about other cities and how hot they are, I'm like, no. We have the hottest training camps.
You don't even know.
Shut your mouth.
No, I made the same mistake because I had played in Florida for 5 years.
That's right.
It pretty much on the same interstate that runs through Houston, the same latitude, everything. And I got here and no way, man.
Yep.
It's different here.
Yeah.
It's different in Houston.
Yep.
So the one thing about the Panthers, it's not like they have a classic Panthers defensive line with so many of the various studs they've had through the years.
Yeah.
So it won't be a huge test if they do have combined practices.
Yep.
But still, the offensive line versus actual competition as much as possible and different jerseys, I'd be all about that. For me, it's all about the offensive line at this point.
Yeah, and it just spices things up. Like training camp, there can get to be. Look, I'm sitting here talking about someone who just sits there and watches it and takes notes on my phone.
It's hard to stand there and watch.
No, but
Sean, it's harder than actually practicing. Because you have nothing to do except think about how hot.
You've done both. I'll take your word for it. Yeah, you've done both. So yeah.
I thought about hiring a private coach to come and just yell at me to take my mind off of it. Maybe recreate
just some light drills and whatnot.
Yeah, the easy days back when I could just focus on trying to play football.
That's right. Yeah. So it does break the monotony. Fun. Get up close to see what might have been. Bryce Young. You get Bryce Young. We might get a Xavier Legette press conference. That'll be the one joint practice where everybody from the home team is flocking over to the other team's media sessions.
Yeah, we'll hear all our familiar voices asking questions of Xavier Legette.
Yes.
Asking him to see if you can say Susie sells 2 shelves by the whatever that is. Was that? Yeah.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Yeah.
I do think that there's an opportunity where you've probably got ties to the Rainbow Lodge, Sean, because the Rainbow Lodge does a whole lot of kind of game type food and everything.
Yeah.
And Xavier Legette eats a lot of wild game.
That would be fun.
I feel like the Rainbow Lodge could do some kind of little social media hit with Xavier Legette.
Is that the one up in the Heights? It's up in the Heights.
Yeah, it's right on it's down on the bayou. It's not in the Heights, it's on the bayou there.
Okay.
Allen Parkway.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah.
Wait, I might be wrong on that. That's my memory of it.
I thought it was across the street from Cavator up there.
It probably is. I'm probably way off
Street.
on this.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
I may not be. I haven't been, just to answer your question. I do not have connections to the Rainbow Lodge. But if Xavier Legette is going to come cook some raccoon in some sort of, like some gathering, some appearance out there here, that's what he should do. He should have a traveling roadshow where he just cooks raccoon every city that he goes to. I would go. I would totally go. The other reason it would be good to get Carolina, you and I would get a chance to maybe goad their owner, David Tepper, into throwing drinks at us. Remember when he did that? He threw a drink at somebody?
Yeah, he's a grumpy old bastard.
Yeah, I think
he's tempestuous.
Might be able to sue him.
It's up on the Rainbow Lodge is at 21st Street and Ella Boulevard. You're right. I just remember eating there once and like looking over the water. I think it was when I was first here in Houston. Where I
may have moved. It's been a while.
Head from my butt.
Yeah.
No. I just remember being on the water. So in my mind, I thought it was down off of Allen Parkway.
Yep. Yeah. So I'd be up for that. Thumbs up on the Panthers coming to town for joint practices. All right, let's get to this Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams, for those who missed it yesterday, there's a book coming out. Seth Wickersham, who's probably best known for writing an article and writing a book that almost plundered the Patriots back in 2017.
That's right.
A lot of juicy Jimmy Garoppolo gossip and things like that.
The team was falling apart. They would win a Super Bowl that year.
Yeah, they would, yes. So American Kings, a biography of the quarterback, is the book. And it's not a biography about Caleb Williams. He's one of several quarterbacks that get covered in this thing. I'll tell you, the description of the book, I might actually end up buying this book and reading it because it talks a lot about how quarterbacks in high school are getting treated in the NIL era, which is a fascinating thing to me, just like how it's trickled down to that level of football, like all the money and the glitz and everything. But as far as Caleb Williams goes, it confirms some things that we had heard, which is that Caleb Williams was he wanted nothing to do with Chicago during the draft process after knowing that they had the first pick. He and his family looked at lawyering up and circumventing the NFL draft, maybe even going to the UFL for a year and then trying to come in as a free agent to the NFL, seeing if that was a possibility. Caleb's dad, Williams, he said, the quote is that Chicago is where quarterbacks go to die, end quote. Hard to argue the other side of that. They've never had a 4,000-yard passer. Weather is weather. We know how that goes. He even Carl Williams consulted with Archie Manning about how the Manning family played the whole getting Eli out of getting drafted by the Chargers thing back in 2004. Carl Williams called the rookie salary cap unconstitutional, said the CBA is the worst piece of poop I've ever read, but he was more graphic than that. And then Ryan Poles dug in as the GM of the Bears and told the Williams family, look, we are drafting you no matter what. Like, you're going to get drafted by us, which I respect.
And honestly, Poles said we'll draft you no matter what.
Yeah.
And the big turning point was Caleb Williams went and got sweet talked by everybody and then just said basically he didn't want to nuke the city.
That was a big quote too. Yeah.
Yeah, he was cool with going there. I think that's the whole thing. If you think about Caleb Williams' dad, and there was a lot of speculation and anonymous reports about this type of drama beforehand, Caleb Williams was much more in line with Eli Manning, which was, okay, this dude is a bona fide top 5 pick. If he doesn't go to the Bears, he's going to have other options. Yeah. It was, and if that would have happened, just as it was with Eli Manning, Caleb Williams would have gotten really criticized and destroyed for it, or the dad would have, just like Archie Manning was. The difference between Caleb Williams and Shedeur Sanders is that Caleb Williams is just a better quarterback prospect, and they went up relatively privately and quietly, as opposed to the way that Deion and Shedeur handled it, which was the exact opposite way of they should have handled it.
Oh, yeah. No, Caleb never tried to tank an interview or turn off teams intentionally or anything like that.
Right.
He went through the process like you do. I didn't want to nuke the city that was a direct quote. So that's not just Seth saying he didn't want to nuke the city. That's a direct quote. Caleb Williams, when he was interviewed for this book, was asked why he didn't end up going John Elway on Chicago, because that was the Mannings didn't do that. The Elways did that, where John Elway and Jack Elway, his dad, just trashed the Baltimore Colts the whole time. Went on a smear campaign about the Baltimore Colts. Caleb Williams didn't have the stomach for that. Obviously, he didn't have the stomach to try to force his way out. He's on the Chicago Bears right now. So there's a few interesting angles with this thing. And certainly, I asked my son, who lives in Chicago, yesterday, what are they saying about this up there? And he said a lot of people are just blaming it on Eberflus and Shane Waldron. He just didn't want to play. He didn't want to play. And it turns out he was right. Shane Waldron and Eberflus both got fired. You know?
And this is where the Texans connection, the cautionary tale with the Texans come in. You've got a defensive-minded coach who hires an offensive coordinator who, to hear it from the quotes in here about Caleb Williams, the Shane Waldron, the offensive coordinator, did not seem to have given Caleb Williams the best chance of actually having a good rookie year.
Yeah.
Caleb Williams says that he would watch film, but nobody was telling him when he was watching film on his own. He didn't have any guidance as what he should be watching, what he should be looking for.
Just walk in and turn it on and watch.
Great offense. That's a big deal because Caleb Williams didn't have the same type of football education in college that C.J. Stroud did. Caleb Williams, when you're in an air raid offense, there's not a whole lot of options after your first option goes out. They don't give the quarterback a whole bunch of tools. This is where a guy like Pat Mahomes, when he came into the league, he was far behind a lot of other young quarterbacks, but he was lucky enough to go to Andy Reid, who gave him a really good education in that first year where Pat Mahomes didn't play until the end of the year.
Yeah.
Caleb Williams' experience coming out of college as a guy that wasn't all that football educated by quarterback standards.
Yeah.
Comes into a situation where it sounds, from his perspective at least, that he really didn't get the right kind of tutelage, if much tutelage at all.
So what's your big concern about the Texans with this?
Okay, so here's the common theme here would be Shane Waldron, that offensive coordinator, got his start with the New England Patriots.
Okay.
Followed Charlie Weiss off to Notre Dame before he went back to the Patriots.
Shane Waldron was on the staff at Notre Dame? I didn't know that.
Yeah,
okay.
well, he was a grad assistant, I think.
Oh, okay.
So he started off with the Patriots. We don't have to get into the details. Ends up for a long stretch as the passing game coordinator for the L.A. Rams. Hey, working for Sean McVay, you're the passing game coordinator, huh? And then he goes and gets his first job with the Seahawks, where it basically did nothing to help the Seahawks, and then ended up in Chicago. So very similar resume in a lot of regards to Nick Caley, who started off his career with the Patriots, goes to the Rams, becomes the passing game coordinator, and here we have it.
Oh, I hope Nick Caley's listening right now. No,
it's individual. It's just a cautionary tale of this is why I'm waiting and seeing. I have no idea if Nick Caley's going to be a good offensive coordinator.
Nick Caley doesn't know if he's going to be a good offensive coordinator or not.
Right.
Yeah.
He probably believes that he is, but he doesn't know for sure until he does it.
Well, that's a good catch by you right there, those similarities with Shane Waldron and Nick Caley. I would not have connected those dots. That's interesting. Eberflus.
That is, by the way, that's one of the reasons that I wanted a veteran offensive coordinator, and it's not because – it's never a guarantee. You know, guys are good at some places, bad others. The talent matters, everything else. But there are coordinators in the league that quarterbacks love, and they say, oh, yeah, this guy just helps me. He gives me the answers to the test. He taught me so much more about football. And then there's coordinators that, I remember talking to Brunell once when one of his offensive coordinators, Brunell was basically saying, I don't understand this offense. They coach – they basically tell you, well, you should have gone with the ball there. There's so many option routes and everything, and it was a whole lot of hindsight coaching of you should have seen that this guy was open. And he was not a fan of that offensive coordinator. It happens. Talking to the quarterbacks themselves about how guys have actually helped them can go a long way, regardless of what the actual results on paper are.
Yep. My other angle with this Caleb Williams story, if you're just getting in your car, Caleb Williams, book coming out by Seth Wickersham, where there's a lot of quotes in here about how Caleb Williams did not want to go to Chicago to the extent where he was looking to circumvent the draft, going to Chicago in the draft. If I were a Chicago Bears fan reading this, I'm not angry with Caleb Williams about what he said about Chicago before the draft, or more to the point, what his dad said about Chicago, because the quotes that really criticize the Bears as either an organization or a team in a cold weather city are coming from the dad, not from Caleb so much. But so I wouldn't be mad about that, because there is part of this story where Caleb, as I think you pointed out, Seth, eventually he sat down with the Bears and he was really excited about going to Chicago. Eventually he talked himself into it. I would just be nervous if I were a Bears fan that mentality is just lurking around the corner all the time. You know what I mean? Like, this is a play
you're right.
Things aren't going the right way. If things aren't going the right way, is he going to revert back to pre-draft Caleb, right?
Yeah. I guess, and then from my standpoint, just looking at it, D'Amico's already made this mistake once. He hired the wrong offensive coordinator. And what do you worry about with your defensive-minded head coach? He's got to be sure he hires the right coordinator. And that was a big error. I think D'Amico pretty much owned up to it, without trying to throw Bobby Slowick under the bus. Yeah. That was a mistake, and it's been the most damaging mistake that D'Amico has made so far, was one that he'd made before he even knew what he was doing as a head coach. Yeah. So hopefully this time around they figured it out and got it right.
Yep. Absolutely. All right, Payne and Pendergast. We'll circle back to this. Everybody's talking about this Caleb Williams thing, this book that's coming out, and I will get that book. It sounds like it's going to be good. All right, headlines. Let's get back to the Astros. Not a great night last night for the Astros, for the team. We've got some injury news with the Astros. We've got NBA news. There's going to be a Game 7 this weekend and some NFL news that we'll get into as well. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast. But first,
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
Fly ball on the infield. Berger gives way to Simeon, and the Rangers win a 1-0 game. We figured a run might be dangerous early. It took until the 6th inning for either team to score. It was a solo home run by Jacob, as Jacob deGrom and Sean Armstrong combine on a shutout of the Astros, a 5-hit shutout. 1-0 the final score. Rangers have now won 6 straight. And the Astros dropped the first game in this 4-game series.
All right, there you go. Todd Callis on the call. He's right, Seth. That Berger hit that home run, and it felt like it was 8-0. You know, that one run in that game was going to feel monumental.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, because DeGrom was dealing, and as we all know, by the end of that broadcast, DeGrom's way better against righties than lefties, and the Astros only have a half lefty in the lineup right now with Victor Caratini, the switch hitter. Hunter Brown was magnificent. Got some good defense on a couple plays. It had a perfect game going for a while until Adolis. Oh, that was another reason I hate Adolis Garcia.
Broke up the perfect game.
Yeah, he's the one that broke up the perfect game.
Yep.
So, but that's the most. There's all kind of superlatives about Hunter Brown right now. I think the most impressive one, and the one that tells the real story of Hunter Brown, because he made that improvement last year when he added the sinker, is in the last 365 days he's got the lowest ERA in the league.
Him and Skeensy, right?
Yeah. No. Skeens was another stat. I can't remember what whatever it is.
Oh, I thought it was Skeens you said before, him and Hunter. Either way, whatever. Hunter's been.
There is a Skeens stat related to it, but
so here's Joe Espada on Hunter Brown's performance.
Oh, you're right. No, you're exactly right, Sean. Skeens has the lower ERA. Yeah, so Brown has the second lowest ERA in the last 365.
Yeah, here's Joe Espada on.
It was really, really, really good. From the first pitch of the ball game, that first inning, he came out throwing strikes, all his pitches working. I couldn't, a strong performance. He's really, really good.
Yeah, he's really, really good. Here's Joe Espada on Hunter Brown, the Hunter Brown-Jacob deGrom dynamic in this game and the Astros bats.
Yeah, they both know it's a pitcher's duel, and sometimes in a pitcher's duel, it's just one pitch sometimes is all it takes, right? And that's what happened in today's game. Our offense, I thought, we had some really good at-bats. I think we shifted our focus and we started hitting balls to middle, right center field. They made some really good plays behind DeGrom. But it was a heck of a ball game.
So, when can they get some lefties back, Sean? Who gets it back first, Jordan, or they trade for a lefty?
Get some lefties back. They got one, and it's Jordan, and he's like, they don't, that's the only one. This was an issue before Jordan got hurt, that this was such a righty-heavy lineup. They got nobody. Yeah. They got nobody on the bench. That Chandler Rome article was talking about how, they cut Ben Gamble in spring training because they wanted Cam Smith and DeZenzo on this team, and you sacrifice that. You sacrifice having at least a little bit of variety in your lineup to develop these two young guys who are both right-handed hitters.
So the other big names on the injury front, Lance McCullers, who's not currently injured, except that obviously he's having a hard time coming back from his injuries. He'll pitch tonight versus Uvalde, who's one of the best pitchers in baseball right now. And Wisniewski did not sound good on the broadcast last night.
Wisniewski, they said yesterday, I think it was Dana Brown said, we'll know something in the next 36 hours. He's with the team in Arlington. This was curious, though. We probably should have played this yesterday. This was on the broadcast 2 nights ago. Yeah. So it had been the last game of the Royals series. And this caught people's attention because we not heard anything from the team yet about the severity of Wisniewski's injury. That's what the Astros did. The Astros are very cloak and dagger about this stuff. But Todd Callis had this to say when he was kind of going through some of the pitching injuries the other night on the broadcast.
Anticipating big seasons out of both Spencer Arrighetti and Hayden Wisniewski.
Yeah.
Arrighetti can still fulfill that as he is slowly coming back from his injury. He is not obviously going to be out for the season, but Hayden Wisniewski is likely to be out for the season. We'll find out more as we go along, but
that's too bad. I miss him.
Spencer's a big part of things.
So that felt a whole lot like, People
that
know
feels
things.
a whole lot like he's waiting for a second opinion.
Maybe,
and
yeah.
I mean, sometimes I know that some of the writers get frustrated with the Astros when they don't divulge stuff, but I do think sometimes the Astros they're trying to be respectful to the player's right to go get a second opinion and confirm that you need UCL surgery or whatever it might be.
Yeah, no doubt. But Cal is saying likely out for the year.
Right.
People are like, wow, okay,
Yeah.
the team doesn't do that. Even when Verlander ended up being out for the year, the team was hanging on for dear life, saying he might still be back, and that's the people.
Cal knows something.
Right, it might have slipped a little bit there, you know, putting it out there. I think at this
Maybe
stage,
he's trying to put on a reverse jinx.
that would be good. Along those lines, people are saying, you brought up earlier how we played that audio earlier of Berger, Berger, the player for the Rangers that hit the home run last night, is a devout Catholic, so joking that the Pope might have helped him win that game.
Well, he himself said that the team's been playing better since Pope Leo was named, and that also that he said his motto is new Pope, new me.
Yeah. Someone is requesting on the text page that you start using your Pope Zaza powers to put a hex on Berger for this weekend. Pope versus
I don't know
Pope.
I'm not going to directly pit myself against the actual Pope.
I'm just telling you what
I don't
someone
feel like
wanted,
that's good
all.
for anybody.
Yeah.
I don't think it'd be funny enough to justify it. The only way I could make it funny would be for me to be super sacrilegious, and I don't feel
you
like
don't have the
that.
stomach for that. I don't blame you.
Because of my relationship with the Lord.
Correct. Yeah, no, I get it. All right, so Astros back at it tonight. Astros.
It's one of my least favorite things.
Astros back at it tonight in Arlington. 3 more in this set over the weekend. NBA last night, there will be a Game 7. If you like Game 7, you know the old saying, nothing more exciting in sports than a Game 7. Well, you're going to get one in the Western Conference playoffs. The Denver Nuggets and the Oklahoma City Thunder will be headed to a Game 7 this weekend. 119-107, the Nuggies beat the Thunder last night.
It's a 2:30 p.m. game, I just realized.
Oh, when?
Yeah.
Saturday or Sunday? Is it on Saturday or Sunday?
Sunday. Almost like the NFL.
Yeah.
Oh, the Astros playing in the afternoon?
I think they are, yeah. But I think it's at like noon, though.
I don't like the NBA during the day. There's something that it feels like you're at a nightclub at 2 p.m. You know, I'm like,
no, man,
all right.
feels like a nooner. That's what it feels like. I like it.
No, because there's something about the energy of an NBA game that just feels like it needs to be at night.
Yeah.
But regardless, on my couch, it's all the same.
It's all the same.
Biggest one out of this. Jalen Williams, I didn't realize he'd been this bad. I knew he wasn't playing all that great. Last 3 games, he's 10 for 43 from the floor.
3 for 16 last night. Ugh.
Yeah.
Brutal. Russell Westbrook, I was seeing a lot of tweets about him early on in the game. I guess the Nuggets had a lead. I was watching the Astros. I wasn't watching this game until the Astros game was over. And I guess Russ had a stretch. He had a stretch that was so bad in the first quarter that even Nick Wright, who's a huge Russ fan, was tweeting about how bad Russ was. He was in. And then I went and looked at the box score, and I'm like, oh, yeah, Russ, he came in for 5 minutes, had 3 turnovers, and went 1 for 4 from the field.
Russell Westbrook has always just felt like he is a roulette wheel.
Yeah.
Where, hey, you can go on a run, you can do this, you can do that, but on any given night, you've got either, what's the chance in roulette? 52%? Whatever the
1 in 30.
Wait,
it's 1 in 30. There's 36 numbers and 2 zeros on the wheel, so 1 in 38.
Okay, so whatever the odds, like you've got, but you're either gonna get rich or go bust, and you just never know. And when you get to the playoffs, it gets really dicey when the random nights will show up.
Hey, what do you think about this? According to Tom Pelissero, the owners in the NFL next week at their spring meetings, among many things they're going to discuss, including the tush push, they're going to discuss a resolution that would allow NFL players to participate in the 2028 Olympics, where flag football, and the Olympics are here in the United States, flag football is going to be an Olympic sport in 2028.
I don't like it just because I don't think NFL players are going to be as good at it as you think at first blush. Just because, for a couple of reasons. One, there are hundreds and hundreds of guys who are just a little bit slower or a little bit smaller than Tank Dell, who otherwise would be really good NFL wide receivers. Yeah. And the contact doesn't matter as much when you get, when you're in flag football. Now, height helps, obviously. So some of the taller receivers, that could make a big difference from the NFL standpoint.
Sure.
But the actual skill of grabbing the flag and everything, that's a pretty damn finely tuned skill that NFL players are just they've got no experience with it. I don't think it's going to be a good look for the NFL. I think it'll be a good look for flag football that not many NFL players are actually that good at it.
This is actually a sport that's unique, and you need a certain skill set to thrive.
This is what happens when NFL players, a lot of really good college football players try rugby if they don't make it in the NFL. The biggest difference there is endurance. It's just a completely different sport endurance-wise.
Yeah.
And a lot of football players are just not ready for that level of constant running.
Yeah.
So they're not as good as you'd expect based on they've got an outstanding athleticism. But
Tank would be really good, I think. I think Tank would be excellent. A healthy Tank.
I don't know if he can grab a flag. Remember how hard it is to grab the flag?
Yeah. No, I'm saying with the ball in his hand. I'm thinking more offensively. Yeah.
Do they have to play both ways?
I don't know.
I would imagine they have to play both ways.
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing. How many guys are on a team. Yeah, I don't know much about it. Lamar Jackson, I think, would be awesome as well at this, at quarterback. I think he'd be great. So, yeah, there you go.
I don't know what I think about. I just know that it's a different sport. It's like trying to say which baseball player would be the best cricket player. It's just different.
I just know I don't want any of the Texans playing in it. This is going to get the World Baseball Classic treatment from me on this. Yeah. Cool. Do it. Sounds like a blast. Don't want any of my guys playing in it. Don't want any non-contact injuries from Olympic flag football. All right, Payne and Pendergast, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. All right. So the schedule release came earlier this week, and with that came schedule release videos where teams are announcing their schedules and, by and large, throw shade at all 14 of their opponents, division foes twice. How did the Texans get treated by the other teams in these schedule release videos? There's some pretty funny ones here, actually. We will get to that. Big day for Bill Belichick as well that we will get to, and some more news coming out about that weird relationship that he's in right now. We'll get to all that in the 7 o'clock hour, 713-572-4610 if you want to hit us on the text page. Stay there. Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, Underdog is one of the
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We'll get into how the other teams treated the Texans on their schedule releases in just a second. I'm watching the highlights, Seth, of the Nuggets beating the Thunder last night, 119-107. So now the Nuggets, the 4 seed, are taking the Thunder, the runaway 1 seed in the Western Conference. They won 68 games this year. They're going to a Game 7 in OKC. I tell you what, between the Cavaliers losing in 5 to the Pacers, a 4 seed in the second round, if the Nuggets beat the Thunder in the second round as a 4 seed, I mean, the Cavaliers won 64 games. The Thunder won 68 games in the regular season. In a sport where the regular season is already kind of on life support in terms of how it gets treated, in terms of importance, in terms of relevance, by its own players and code management and everything else, the worst thing that could happen to the NBA would be the 2 runaway number 1 seeds. Like, these 2 teams ran away and hid in the regular season from everybody else. For them to get knocked out, and the Cavaliers got knocked out in embarrassing fashion, this would at least go 7 games, and the Thunder may still win. But wow, like to have the conference finals potentially be 2 4 seeds, a 6 seed in Minnesota, and then look, the Knicks still have the upper hand on Boston. That would be you'd have a 3 and a 4 and a 4 and a 6 in the conference finals. Just, you know what? Just play. Have like a 30-game regular season just to set the seeding, and then just let's get to the playoffs. 82 games? Irrelevant. Oh, my God. This would be amazing.
Now, it makes you feel a lot better. At least this playoffs should make you feel a lot better about, all right, let's remind ourselves, the gap between a first-round playoff loss and playing in the NBA championships, when there's no super team in the league, it's not as big a gap as it is in other years.
100%.
And if there's more parity, maybe this is just a little blip in the radar or whatever recently, but if there is indeed more parity in the NBA right now, the Rockets could be a lot closer than it might feel.
Yeah, dude, I'm getting mad watching these playoffs because I'm like, they can play with these teams. I think the thought had always been, they win a first-round series, that'd be great. But, boy, you know who's going to be waiting? The Lakers and the Timberwolves and this team and that team. No, man, they've beaten all these teams in the regular season already. You know, like they can play with these teams. There's no question about it. But I'm thinking, like, man, 2 4 seeds, a 3 seed, and a 6 seed. what Adam Silver drew, the opposite of what Adam Silver probably drew up on the chalkboard, I would imagine. Although Cleveland and OKC,
I would imagine Adam Silver is just like hoping either the Knicks or the Celtics.
Whoever watches,
figure out a way to figure out a way for those guys to make the finals.
The winner of that
otherwise,
series, yes,
yeah. If it's Timberwolves versus the Pacers or something, it's going to be
nightmare. Yeah, nightmare ratings wise, and it's too bad because those. I mean, Anthony Edwards and Tyrese Halliburton is a fun battle. Like those are two.
Right. No, the hardcore basketball people like it, but as far as luring the casual fan in or the huge fan bases, it's just not going to have the same luster.
We'll see. Maybe the NBA Finals eventually are the thing that tests the trend that's been going on all year, which is every sporting event is setting new records for most watched this in the last 8 years and most watched that. You know I love following that. So, all right. The schedule release videos all came out over the course of the week. Some were great. Some weren't so great. A couple of the ones in the AFC South, the Colts and the Titans were both really, really good. If those counted in the standings, I'd be nervous because they were really good videos, but they don't. The Texans are a better football team. So how did the Texans get treated in some of these schedule release videos? We'll go in chronological order. We're not going to hit all of them, but just the ones that were kind of funny. Week 2, they play Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay used John Gruden unpacking boxes of things, which is his new gimmick on Barstool. He gets sent box and teams and things like that, and then he opens up the box and pulls out all the gear that he sent to him. He's really excited about it. So he was pulling gear out of boxes for all of the Buccaneers opponents. Here's what he had to say about the Texans in Week 2.
Houston, Texas. The Houston Texans. You know what I think of? I think of the Houston Astrodome. They used to say, love you blue, Earl Campbell, Kenny Burrow, Bum Phillips. They played on this old, rugged AstroTurf right here in the Astrodome. Well, they got a brand new stadium. But I don't care what surface they play on. AstroTurf, grass, I don't care what the surface is. We are coming, Houston, and we'll be there. We're going to be fast, and the surface won't matter.
I didn't watch the whole Tampa Bay video, but, man, I am impressed if Gruden can keep that kind of energy for 17 games worth of stuff.
Oh, yeah, I totally 100% believe that he can and did.
Too.
Now, he probably didn't do it all in one take, you know.
Yeah.
You're going to sit down and think about life for a little bit.
Yeah.
The 4 things bothered me about that. For one,
my power ranking,
get ready.
power ranking of things that bothered me about that. Go.
Yes, there was, for one, the brand new stadium. Or okay, I mean, it is new relative to the Astrodome, but it certainly isn't brand new.
Compared to the Roman Coliseum, it's a brand new stadium, yes. Yeah.
2, if I were speaking on behalf of a team that has Mike Evans and Chris Godwin as 2 of your most important players, I wouldn't be joking around about artificial turf, okay? That's all right, okay,
that's
man.
A good one,
those guys have had some gruesome injuries in the last couple of years.
They have.
You couldn't hear it on the Love You Blue, which I didn't like his tone and his mannerisms when he's like, love you blue. That's what it looked like.
Was it the thing that you and I despise most? Disrespect?
Disrespect. But the ultimate in disrespect, now, I don't know. Ben, can you just play up until after he says Bum Phillips?
Okay.
Houston, Texas. The Houston Texans. You know what I think of? I think of the Houston Astrodome. They used to say, love you blue, Earl Campbell, Kenny Burrow, Bum Phillips.
Blum. He said Blum Phillips. He said Blum Phillips. I've listened to this 10 times. He said Blum Phillips.
Blum Phillips.
Now, look, people might be saying, Seth, you of all people shouldn't be criticizing people for their name selections and what have you. When it's somebody like Bum Phillips, I would not screw that up. Gruden knows better than that.
I don't know, man. I feel like there's a
intentional shade.
I feel like there's at least like a 5% chance that if we were talking about the Astros and then shifted directly over to the Oilers.
Yeah,
you might. We were talking about Jeff Blum. I feel like you might.
Oh yeah, you're right. There is a good
like
chance
a 5% chance. Like
I'm sorry if I hold John Gruden to a higher standard than I hold myself.
Yourself.
Yes.
Yeah. No, it's perfectly.
I would have let it slide if he hadn't said "Love you, blue."
Right. Yeah. The brand new stadium thing is what got me. I'm like, you mean the brand new stadium that everybody's about to go to war over to replace that brand new stadium? Yeah.
He does some stuff when he does the breakdown. He'll break down a few games every week. On his social media accounts, and usually the teams love him because he does what Gruden does. He gushes about how awesome all these players are. Times for the Texans last year, and I kind of just. you skate by the ones where he's egregiously wrong on a couple of the players. And like, yeah, but listen, did you hear what he said about Aziz Alshire? Yeah.
Still hasn't returned my text, John Gruden. At what point do I hit him again with a text, Seth? Maybe before the season starts? See
if you do, I insist that you put an H in his name. You spell it John.
Spell it
hey, John, how are you?
Just pronounce it wrong. Stick a random L in there like he did to Bum Phillips. Jerk.
Jalon Gruden.
All right, so that was Tampa Bay. Oh, we don't need another Jalen. Tampa Bay, Week 3, Jacksonville. Did you see Jacksonville's video where they basically had Sabrina Carpenter, singer, comes out and does all these different, I'll just call them positions on stage, and they picked a different position for each team?
It was weird because a few of them, I was confused as an old person because in a few of them, she was actually wearing the team colors of which I'm like
coincidence maybe, yeah.
So I thought maybe this is something she did when she went to visit cities or something.
Yeah.
But the Texans one, she was neither wearing Texans colors nor getting in a very flattering pose.
She wasn't. Yeah. This is where I'm going to lean on the text page, and this may be a wrong answers only situation. She was laying on her back, doing a sort of like pedaling. Her legs
like a
were
bicycle,
pedaling.
like she was doing the bicycle in a cardio class.
Yeah,
calisthenics,
But laying on her back, so her legs are up in the air. Yeah,
right. Yeah. Like when you're doing bicycle and like calisthenics, that's what you do.
Look who you're talking. I've been in.
I thought you would have done 3 minutes of that.
Elliptical,
morning.
Man. No, elliptical. That's it. So she was doing that. So why the calisthenics on your back bicycle thing? Why is that the Texans?
I think that it also looks like a dying cockroach. I think that's why they. I think that was
the legs flailing and things like that. Okay.
To me, it looked like Trevor Lawrence sliding too late. And then whining about it afterwards.
Yeah.
Oh, my brain is bruised. Yeah.
Maybe he's the dead cockroach in this thing because he looks like a dead cockroach after
he is
he's
La Cucaracha.
Yes. All right, so then a few weeks later, Seattle comes along in Week 7. It looks like they were doing wisecrack jokes about each of the teams. Here was what I'm assuming is a member of the Seahawks reading a joke about Toro and the Houston Texans. This is Seattle.
What's Toro's favorite defensive strategy? Running away from the competition, just like the team's playing. Jeez, you guys wrote these or AI wrote these?
Okay, yeah. So for those who couldn't hear it, they talked about Toro's favorite. What is Toro's favorite defensive strategy? Running away from whatever he said, like the Texans run away from the playoffs.
Yeah.
And then he was like,
it was a cheesy dad joke on social media. Which is, so many of these NFL videos, it really feels like a whole lot of dad jokes. Some of the teams do it really, really well, and then some of them just it feels like your dad or my dad or me, I guess, wrote the joke, and I'm trying to be cool and edgy on social media.
But it's funny because it seems like there's no middle ground, like the Texans did, where it's just there's 20 people on a Zoom call, and 15 of them are people that folks in our age bracket aren't really familiar with because they're YouTube influencers and whatnot.
I always assume if it's a bunch of people I don't know, then it's probably a better video because it's at least like Sabrina Carpenter. The one the Rams did. I don't know. She's some form. I don't know who that is. They did like a news broadcast.
Yeah, newscast,
she's somebody who's super famous.
Yep.
Who was it?
I don't know.
She's like she was on a Disney show back in the day.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So I'm guessing that was better than ours.
Probably. We'll just go with that assumption. The 49ers had a simulated Golden Trail computer game and gave the Niners 4 choices. This is one of those games where you get to a certain juncture in the journey and you have to pick, you choose your own adventure kind of thing.
Yeah.
The 49ers encountered a group of Texans. The choices were get lost in the loops.
That's a good local reference.
You're welcome for D'Amico.
I like that one.
Send them to orbit with Katy
Perry.
I guess, yeah. And imagine if we were called the San Francisco Californians.
I thought that was some solid shade throwing.
Yeah.
You're welcome for D'Amico. I guess we could say you're welcome for Shanahan.
Yeah.
But I don't know how enthused they are in San Francisco.
We could say you're welcome for D'Amico also. Like, he got his start as a player with the Texans.
Yeah.
No, you're welcome for D'Amico, you jerks. Yeah. They chose 3. They sent us into orbit with Katy.
I didn't know. Now, they'd already made a local reference reference with the but then also with Katy. I don't know if that was also a nod towards Katy, Texas.
They spelled it like Katy, Texas, but Katy Perry spells it like Katy, Texas as well. So who knows? Yeah.
Yeah.
Who knows? We'll never know. Denver did a mutton busting. I like this. This one I may go watch. I'm a big fan of the mutton busting at rodeo. Are you a mutton busting guy at the rodeo?
Yeah, it's fun to watch the little kids go after it.
It's fun to watch. Yeah. So Denver, Colorado, big rodeo state. Here was the announcer announcing the mutton busting.
Ladies and gentlemen, today's the Uniquely Broncos main event is about to begin. We've got 14 challengers stepping into the arena to test their skills. Who is going to hang on to become this year's mutton-busting champion? We are fixing to find out.
All right, so there you go. And then I'm assuming, I only saw the Texans one. I'm assuming they had 14 different kids getting their faces splattered by sheep.
No, they didn't show. They just did one quick reveal of the schedule at the end.
Oh,
the one I watched, at least, they didn't even do it individually or anything.
Oh, okay. I just assumed because I watched
I watched the whole video.
You watched their whole video. I did not. Would have been funnier if they did it that way.
They should have had like a big dumpy fat kid or something try to jump on the sheep and just fall on his face. That would have been quality shade.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, PETA might have had an issue with that, but whatever.
Well, I give him credit also for inviting heat from PETA.
Yeah.
You know, PETA said something about that.
Yeah.
You know, these little kids jumping on sheep and whatnot.
Yep. Someone's saying Oregon Trail, Sean. Come on now. You never played? No, I didn't play. And they said Golden Trail on the computer game.
On Oregon Trail.
I know it's based on Oregon
Trail. You had said that.
It said Golden Trail.
They changed it to Golden Trail.
For the Niners, yeah. So I'm just reading what was on the video, man. Brenda Song is the name of the woman who was in the Rams video.
Yeah.
She apparently was in The Sweet Life of Zach and Cody and is the wife of Macaulay Culkin.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
You
were wondering. It's texters.
I had pledged to refuse to learn who she was because multiple people on my YouTube channel pointed out that Seth, that's Brenda Song.
Oh,
I don't care.
Okay.
There's many people I don't know who came to prominence and fame past my age of knowing who the Disney characters were, okay?
Did you watch the Colts video that they took down? The Colts took down their video. Their schedule reveal video was based on Minecraft. And they took it down off their social media. There's thousands of downloads of it that you can go find if you want to. They pushed the envelope for the Texans. Obviously, they played the Texans twice, so they had two different Texans entries on there. The first one was Alex Earl, the girlfriend of Braxton Berrios, big social media influencer, who was also in the Texans video. They had a Minecraft version of her doing some pretty sexy poses.
I didn't know what the hell was going on with that, though. I was looking at him. I get the Alex Earl reference, but that's who you're choosing to go after? Hey, this special teamer who might not even make the team. Take this, Texans. Yeah. We're gonna put Alex Earl in here. All right. It'd be one thing if it was Nico Collins' girlfriend or something.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, but you know this, like if you go over to Alex Earl at some point, you get some traction. You get more traction
smart
going
from a
after
business strategy.
6 million follower Instagram person. You know.
Yeah.
So you punch up. And then the Week 18 one, they just had a gigantic Colts player going through and taking a hammer to 3 different cows and turning them into steaks.
Yeah.
He's smashing them and turning them into steaks. So
Which I felt was still, I felt it was like a nod towards our cuisine. And that, we do beef well and we do steak well and everything else.
Thanks for the compliment. Yeah, thanks for the compliment.
Sorry you guys can't even keep a man. Maybe if you had better steak, Peyton Manning would come around every now and then, but he doesn't because he hates you. The funniest thing about their video, the Colts taking it down, was they issued an apology yesterday because I guess they violated some Microsoft branding or licensing rules or laws. They didn't have the licensing to do whatever they did.
Yeah. So they violated. So they did that, and they took it down because the Tyreek Hill joke that they made about Tyreek Hill getting pulled over by the Coast Guard, a dolphin with a Tyreek Hill jersey getting pulled over by the Coast Guard. They thought maybe that was a little too over the top, hit a little too close to home. By the way, Tyreek Hill liked it and thought it was funny. But they issued an apology to Microsoft and Tyreek Hill. Like, literally...
Listing Microsoft first.
They were just the fact that there was a sentence in a tweet that said, so we would like to once again apologize to Microsoft and Tyreek Hill. I'm like, didn't think that was going to happen when I woke up this morning.
What's more likely? Do you think that actually the Microsoft issue was they have to take down anyway. We'll act like we're being solid citizens and also say that it was because of Tyreek Hill. Or did they genuinely want to take it down for Tyreek Hill, but it softened the edginess a little bit by also saying there was a Microsoft
That's a
issue?
good question, because there were other things in there. Like, honestly, if I would expect there to be maybe just as much, if not more, blowback from the Chiefs entry in there, where they had Patrick Mahomes Sr. and John Rocker fighting each other, and then in swoops a frog with a Mahomes jersey on.
Yeah.
Like that to me felt like it was a little more personal than Tyreek Hill getting pulled over by the Coast Guard.
This is the thing. At least 3 different teams did Minecraft-themed videos.
Chargers did one. Dolphins, there was at least one more.
The other 2 haven't taken theirs down. So I'm skeptical of the claim that it was also a Microsoft issue.
Yeah.
I think they caved.
Yeah. Oh, come on. Well, they caved like they're going to cave twice to the Texans.
Irsay doesn't want to do anything to harm his connections in South Florida for the things he needs from South Florida.
That's right. A couple more. This one was just funny. There's nothing thrown at the Texans here, but the Bills, someone suggested to the Bills that they use AI to do their schedule release. So whoever was spearheading this for the Bills, like, oh, cool, yeah, we can do that with AI. So they called up Allen Iverson.
Here's the schedule. That was the 2025 Buffalo Bills schedule presented by the answer, Allen Iverson.
Okay. They got an F on this for me. They got an F. Again, dad joke. Instead of AI, but then dad joke, the difference between a dad joke and then something that some 20-year-olds could actually make something funny out of is you got to expand on it.
Yeah.
That entire video is like, you know what else has the initials AI? Allen Iverson.
Yeah.
So let's get a guy who has no connection to the city whatsoever to do a boring reveal also. And this is my criticism of the Texans.
Yeah.
I didn't like these teams that did a 1.5-minute long skit and then just flash the schedule up for 2 seconds.
You get extra points for going opponent by opponent and going shade each opponent, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So Allen Iverson, I thought it was funny. I'm a big fan.
Did you know him? Did you get it immediately? Maybe I wasn't paying attention at the beginning of the AI part of it. Does he say, like, hey, they asked AI to do it, so we got AI?
I don't want to go too deep on the explanation. I didn't know that they were going to go. I thought they were going to do, like, an AI thing, and then all of a sudden Allen Iverson pops up on the video, like, oh, that's funny, like that AI. Cash Cab, big fan of the show Cash Cab. I'm a big fan of game shows. Kansas City Chiefs used Cash Cab, which if you don't know what that show is, the host sits in a cab, literally drives around New York City and picks people up, and they get in the cab, and he asks them trivia questions, and they can win money on their cab ride from one place to another in New York. It's a pretty unique format. Here was the Chiefs' schedule reveal. This is the part about the Texans.
All right, guys, I'm going to ask you questions about the Chiefs' 2025 schedule. And that triggers a cheerleader challenge!
Here we go.
Beyonce shares a hometown with this NFL team.
Oh, yeah.
Yes!
You ever seen Cash Cab?
Yeah, of course I've seen Cash Cab.
Okay, I didn't know.
Because I'm 50 years old.
Yeah.
Again, people that... It's Ben Bailey. Ben Bailey's the host of Cash Cab.
Is he? Okay.
I got excited. That's my barometer on this. If I get excited about seeing somebody that I know in there, you're not edgy enough. You're not edgy enough. And also, I didn't like the fact... Look, Cash Cab's supposed to be random strangers getting into the seats and answering these questions. The Titans did a really good one last year, the year before, where they asked random people in Nashville to name the logos of the various teams on their schedule.
Who's this team? Yeah.
And it was hilarious, yeah. They had a bunch of Chiefs super fans in the back there answering these questions.
Yeah.
No.
You're a tough grader,
poor showing
man.
by Kansas City.
You're a really you have a high bar for these schedule videos.
There can only be Sean. You know how hard it is to win a Super Bowl?
Yeah,
there's 32 teams.
That's true.
There can only be one. Yes,
that's a good point. So there you go. That's how the Texans got treated by teams around the league. There's some good videos out there. All right, today is Belichick Good Morning America Day. I don't know what time this interview comes on, but I'm sure Twitter will tell us when Belichick says anything noteworthy. There are still elements of this Belichick story with Jordan Hudson, his 24-year-old girlfriend, that continue to trickle out. We had found out that they met back in 2021, but Pablo Torre, who has all of a sudden become to this story what Pedro Gomez was to Barry Bonds back in the day. Like if you need anything on the Belichick story, Pablo Torre is your go-to guy. He is sourcing everything. He talked to 11 sources at North Carolina about this, revealed that Jordan Hudson had been coming around the Patriots since the year 2021.
Something people may not know that I didn't even have time for in the episode is that the first time people spotted Jordan Hudson around Bill Belichick was when he was the coach of the Patriots. In the fall of 2021. It wasn't 2023. They've known about her showing up as early as the fall of 2021. She was sitting, I was told, in Bill's outdoor seats at Gillette. She was spotted in those seats as early as that. And so the question of, like, who is this person coming around now? What's her deal? What does she want? These videos are leaking. Wait a minute, now she's making a series of behind-the-scenes disasters, showing up at commercial shoots, uninvited, scripted, $1 million things. This is what I say, like, Belichick's been around to watch all of it.
I guess people have done the reverse math on this, and it turns out she may have been 19 at the time.
19 when he met her and when she started coming around. He broke up with his girlfriend in September of 2023.
Okay, we got to play the middle, man. You got to, keep your options open,
I know. But that timeline, like, let's say it was completely
I'm joking,
innocent or whatever it was from the time she was 19 until he broke up with his girlfriend in 2023. I think a lot of this still does go back to, man, at UNC, the optics of your 70-year-old football coach, the cozying up to a 19-year-old, and now you're a coach of young people at a institution of higher learning. I know a lot of people listening don't care about it. I'm talking about the actual university itself and their image, hold themselves in high regard when it comes to the academic side of things. Yeah. There's got to be a lot of people in the administration that are probably putting pressure on the athletic department or asking some probing questions about the whole situation.
Pretty conservative part of the country, too. Like the Deep South down there in North Carolina, like it feels like the 70-year-old with the 24-year-old relationship might play better in other parts.
It's also in North Carolina where my uncle, who's a farmer, met his future and current wife when she was a senior in high school, and he was a assistant high school football coach.
I'm not saying it doesn't happen.
Yeah. I don't know. That part of North Carolina, I don't think it's necessarily that big a deal.
But I'm talking about But the people you're talking about maybe having an issue with it, though, fit that maybe the stereotype that I'm putting forward more. I
guess I would go more with the stereotype of, like, it being more in the Bible Belt where it is. It would be more. It stayed more common later on for adult men to be going out with much younger women and women marry early and all that. Yeah.
I just think it's funny that we go back in time now, and 2021 was when Belichick really started making some strange decisions football-wise. 2021 was the year, coincidentally, after Nick Caserio leaves the front office there, that Belichick, for the first time as a GM, starts spending like a drunken sailor on free agents. A year later, he's making Matt Patricia and Joe Judge the two-headed offensive coordinator for their second-year quarterback. It was
there's
good
so
times
where I think Silicon Valley was like this. At least I haven't watched Silicon Valley in a long time, but I remember at least in the early seasons there was the CEO, one of the big-time CEOs had a personal guru that was just giving him all kinds of business advice that was completely wrong and bad and off. But this guy's just seeing the world differently and everything. Yeah, I could see Belichick, his muse. He calls her his muse, Sean.
In the book.
He calls her his muse.
It's in writing. It's forever. It's forever.
Yeah. That she could totally have inspired him to do things like go haywire in free agency, do this, do that. You don't need Tom Brady. I believe in you, Tom. I believe in you, Bill. You don't need Tom Brady. You can do it without him.
That would be great if she had happened to come around back in like 2019. Because, well, for one, that would be real salacious because she would have been 17 at the time. But two, if she was the one who talked Belichick into severing ties with Tom Brady in 2019, that would be delicious. All right, so that interview's coming down today. We'll see. What are you think Strahan gets anything out of him today, Seth? Anything? Do you think we're playing any audio from that interview in the 9 o'clock hour?
I want Bill Belichick to go full Tom Cruise on this one, like jumping up and down on the couch saying, "I love Jordan. I love Jordan Hudson. I love this woman." Yes.
Belichick jumps up on the couch, throws out his back.
Who's Tom Cruise doing that about?
I forget. I don't know if he was he doing it because he was in love with
Katie
someone?
Holmes.
Oh, it was Katie Holmes?
Yeah, it was Katie Holmes. Yeah, it was when he was in love with Katie Holmes.
Okay, and that's why he jumped. I just remember the visual of him jumping up. I'm like, I don't even feel like clicking on this right now. So that's why.
I think so.
It was definitely with Oprah. I remember it was with Oprah. I just didn't know what the why. So Katie Holmes. Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
he was proclaiming to the world how much he loved Katie Holmes.
In love.
And I need Bill Belichick to do this with Jordan Hudson if he has any heart or soul to him at all.
That would be good. Ben Bailey is hilarious. His stand-up is awesome. That's why you know him, Seth. You're a big stand-up comedy guy.
No, I know him from Cash Cab.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe you liked his stand-up. I thought maybe you watched his stand-up as well.
No, but I'm guessing the guy that texted that is 50 years old also.
Probably.
That's one thing I noticed now, too. My algorithm will feed me some of these guys that are like older comics. And I'm like, yeah, this guy's all right. And then I realized, like, oh, yeah, no, he's not actually all that good. But he's talking about nose hair and stuff that I can relate to.
I can totally, hair on your ears. Yes, yeah. I started getting fed yesterday all these guys who are like, hey, all these things they tell you about cardio is just a big waste of time. Click here. Yeah. Here are 10 things you need to know if you want to lose 25 pounds in the next 40 days.
You know what? It's funny. I got one of those same chains this morning too, because they always want to like crush cardio and almost make it sound like a bad thing.
Yeah.
This is the problem. Is that, yes, for weight loss, it's overrated in a lot of ways. It's way more important what you put in your mouth.
Yeah.
But for actual mental health and longevity and everything else that can go along with it, and as well as maintaining weight loss, cardio can be a very, very valuable thing. And it's very, very powerful, especially for brain health.
Yeah.
Long-term brain health, because they act like they're revealing the truth that cardio is actually a waste of time and bad for you. Like, no, just don't think that getting on the treadmill 90 minutes a day is the best way to lose weight.
Okay.
But as far as for a lot of other things in your life, cardio is vital.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I just went straight down to the gym after I read that in our building and flipped over all the machines.
Flipped over, yeah. You're going to kill the problem.
Yeah,
kill
man.
the issue.
The
attitude of thinking that
I was told cardio was evil in these tweets, so I was just trying to get rid of the evil, I was tearing the machines apart. All right.
No, honestly, when I flipped to where I'm like, when I was done playing, I had a hard time being consistent with exercise.
Yeah.
I'd kind of go in spurts and stuff. Once I read about how it improves your brain health immediately, like it'll boost your IQ immediately. It's like I started looking at it as a performance enhancer mentally, and especially for people that have had brain trauma or whatever, and for avoiding Alzheimer's. Exercise is one of the biggest variables or correlations to long-term brain health.
So don't stop doing it just because these Twitter warriors are telling you to.
No. I wouldn't. No, I would never. I would no, because I don't use cardio for weight loss. It's true. You might have focusing on your diet first and foremost is the most effective way to lose weight.
You know how I am with these.
Cardio can help in that regard.
You know how I am with these tweet strings, Seth. They show up on my timeline, and I click them, and I read them, and I consume them, and it's the gospel to me. I tell you.
Yeah, there's a million reasons you should be doing cardio that have nothing to do with weight loss.
Okay.
So
keep doing it.
Don't stop doing it.
All right.
You know my mental struggles. I've been real
cardio. Have you been off your cardio?
No. I've been doing my cardio.
Okay.
I've been messing with my carbs, and I know that's the issue.
Okay.
That's I've just been experimenting.
So those
a
damn
little bit.
cupcakes you ate last weekend is what it is.
Yeah, no. So this week I was like, I'm going to batten the hatches and go pretty damn low carb, but that doesn't work with my brain. Well, I'm also exercising an hour a day. Yeah. So I got super stupid. I went in and I ate a couple of oranges during that last mistake I made about the Astros.
Oh, okay. That helps. Yeah. Fruit is big on all these text strings as well. NFL players will average 500 points per game in the Olympics flag football. We talked about that. We talked about the NFL entertaining the idea of letting NFL players play in flag football in the Olympics. Seth, you think that's something that NFL players by and large would struggle with?
You got to be careful with this, man. It's hubris. It's always thinking like, yep, we know what we're doing. It's what the U.S. did when they found out they were going to have to fight the Japanese Air Force. Like, we invented the aeroplane. There ain't no way those. Hey, what the hell? Whoa! Why are they so fast?
I love that.
Hubris.
Yeah. Do you think there's certain guys though, like the two? What would be the perfect?
I think the
guys?
big body guys, because honestly, when it comes to the speed element, there's a boatload of guys who are Tank Dell's size out there who just couldn't make it in the NFL.
Yeah,
and they're just a little bit slower than Tank Dell.
Yeah.
But it's the height advantage I think that a lot of the wide receivers would have that might be the biggest thing. But then there's also a lot of skill. You watch the highlights from the flag football league.
Yeah.
And it's a different type of football.
It is.
So it's it's guys just casually dip their toe into it as opposed to practicing it year round. I think people are a little too arrogant on behalf of the NFL that, just because the NFL players are better at American football or tackle football, that they'll also be better at flag football right off the bat.
Darryl Doucette is the name of that quarterback. He's the quarterback for the U.S. flag football team. Remember, he was proclaimed. It was a big story on TMZ. I'm the best I'm the best, and it got misconstrued as like he's better than Mahomes and he's better than this. I kind of would like to see Lamar Jackson. This guy's been quarterbacking the flag football team for Team USA forever, and then in swoops somebody like Lamar Jackson just takes his job.
But again, because of remember, part of the thing that's hard about Lamar Jackson is that he's stout and he's hard to tackle too.
Yeah. Yep.
So, and he's a lot of his good runs come after being sturdy in the pocket if he does pull it down and run. Where with the quarterbacks in flag football are more serpentine. Yeah. They're all over the place. You gotta have swivel hips.
Yeah.
Lamar doesn't really have swivel hips the way a lot of other athletic quarterbacks do.
Nope. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Top of the hour, the spreads are out on all 17 Texan games. This is interesting. The number of games are favored in. We'll get to that at 8 o'clock. Let's circle back to last night's Astros game. In the midst of a loss, we got reminded that the Astros may have the best in baseball when it comes to this. We'll talk about that coming up next.
Trajan Wealth.
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
There's so many ways you can slice up Hunter Brown's season so far that it's just so impressive. One that I'm just looking at right here, he's given up 9 earned runs all year. And this is not to be mean or anything, but Lance McCullers gave up 7 earned runs in a third of an inning last week. Hunter Brown's given up 9 earned runs the entire season so far. It's going to be June in a week and a half or whatever it is. It's pretty soon.
He hadn't given up a home run since his first appearance this year against Juan Soto.
Yep.
It had been 50 2/3 innings since he had given up a home run.
Yep.
And he gives up 1 home run last night. That's the only run scored in the game.
That was it. Here was Joe Espada last night on Hunter Brown's performance.
Yeah, he was really, really, really good. From the first pitch of the ball game, that first inning, he came out throwing strikes, all his pitches working. I couldn't, a strong performance. He's really, really good.
Yeah. He's been great. I'm trying to kind of cobble the numbers together, Seth. It's not easy to do. The numbers I'm trying to come up with are difficult on Baseball Reference because what I'm trying to do is figure out since this time last year, what's today? He started a game on May 17th last year, and from there he was off to the races. And I'm trying to figure out what his numbers are over that time. But suffice it, I know he's 16-7. He's thrown almost 200 innings in a year, and I'm guessing his ERA is somewhere around 2, either slightly above or slightly below 2 since that time last year.
So as far as guys going on a heater, Garrett Cole's the one really notable one that Garrett Cole wasn't at the same level as Justin Verlander early in the season. And then from this point on, he went on a heater. I can't remember exactly when the turnaround or the real surge started.
It was in May.
Where those guys became dueling. Yeah.
Talking about 2019, right?
Yeah, in 2019. Yeah. That was when it was him and Verlander were the number 1 and 2 favorites for the Cy Young.
Yeah, that's how good Verlander was. Cole was unstoppable from the middle of May, and Verlander won the Cy Young that year.
Yeah.
That's how crazy those two were at the top of the rotation. And that's why I wonder, the stats are going to be great for any of these guys, but in terms of the level of dominance that we're seeing, and it's tough to kind of envision back to 2019, Hunter Brown is at this level right now. He is at a 2019 Cole peak Verlander. You can pick any of Verlander's seasons where he was healthy, fully healthy with the Astros. When Verlander had a healthy, full season with the Astros, he either won the Cy Young or was the runner-up for the Cy Young. He had 3 fully healthy seasons with the Astros, and he was amazing. The other one, I'd throw 2 others into the mix. Dallas Keuchel in 2015. The way Hunter Brown does it feels more dominant than Dallas Keuchel. Dallas Keuchel doesn't do it with the sheer force that Hunter Brown does.
Yeah.
He was more of a nibbler, but really good pitcher. And then I'd throw 2022 Framber in there as well with the 25 straight quality starts. Those are probably the best. Hunter Brown is on the level with all these guys right now, without question.
Remember, it's been a few weeks now because it was earlier in the season, and Framber was on this ranking as well. But for the guys, whichever one of the advanced stats, the StatCast stats, it's the stuff ratings, who's got the best stuff and the nastiest stuff.
Yeah.
Hunter Brown was. The graphic they had showed in that game was he was the number 1 in the league, and it still very much feels that way. That he's just in full command. I mean, he's out there pitching like a veteran when it comes to how can you be both? He's both aggressive but also even tempered at the same time. He just doesn't. He doesn't worry about bad calls or anything like that. He's just out there mowing people down. And it's fun to watch. It's really, when we talk about this team in a lot of ways, just doesn't have the same personality as a lot of those golden era teams. Framber's got a lot of personality.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's good. Sometimes it's a little scary.
Right.
But Hunter Brown has a definite personality out there in the way that he plays. You get a feeling with both of those guys that it feels like golden era Astros.
Hunter Brown's like an assassin, man. He's cold. He's so I got the numbers here. Since May 17th calendar year, Hunter Brown is 16-7 with a 2.04 ERA and almost 10 strikeouts per 9 innings. I don't know what his whip is because it's hard to do that over 2 years, but suffice it to say his whip is really good as well. And as you pointed out, Seth, if we're going to get advanced stat nerdy on this thing, for the season of 2025, his fielding independent ERA that he has is the best in baseball. It's a 1.93. Like there's nothing lucky going on with Hunter Brown right now in the dominance that he's showing. Whatever you're seeing with the eye test, whatever the box score is saying, more importantly, Hunter Brown is the rare guy you can just look at the box score and just kind of write it off and go, yep, he was really dominant last night. Not a lot of line drives right at guys, although there were a couple of those last night. But he's been great. He's on the level, when I think of great Astro pitching performances during this golden era, and I'll take it all the way back to 2015, to me, it's 2015 Keuchel. It's whatever peak Verlander year you want to pick. It's 2019 Cole, as you pointed out. It's 2022 Framber, and it's Hunter Brown of right now. Like that's the mecca right there.
So we feel good about Hunter Brown. We're feeling better about Blanco and better about Framber.
Yeah.
You know, so no panic there or anything. Lance McCullers is on the mound tonight versus Uvalde, and
it's a big one, man.
Yeah, this is a big one. and as far as it sounded when Callis talked about it the other night that Wisniewski's probably going to be gone for the year.
Yeah.
Just because he said he's likely out for the year.
Yeah.
And that's all teams doing their old, hey, he's got discomfort. We'll find out more later.
They're still at the front half of this stretch of baseball where they play 17 straight games. They've played 7. So Lance McCullers starts tonight in the 8th game of this stretch. So he'll get, if we do the math here, he should get at least one more start in this stretch. Is there a level in terms of underperformance that Lance could have tonight where they eject from him, at least for the time being, putting him out there?
I guess.
Like if he goes out there,
right?
If he goes out there and doesn't get out of the first inning again, then what are we doing? You know, like
I know, and that's been the. I guess if you had seen Lance's numbers over his first couple of games, including he didn't allow a run in his first outing, but he was putting guys on base.
Yeah.
I think you would think, oh, did he have another setback, or was it injury, or what have you? I mean, it's not like this has never happened before with a guy coming off of injury.
Sure.
But the fact that this is how it's been when he's healthy makes it, as long as there's not another health setback, I'm guessing that he's got one more bad performance allowance, especially because it's either him or Bluba or somebody, Colton Gordon. We don't know exactly what Colton Gordon's going to look like the next time he comes up.
Yeah.
And it's still relatively early in the season.
Yeah.
I'd say that, I don't think this is this isn't an ultimatum night for Lance McCullers.
Because the next one is going to be again, if he stays in the rotation, if I'm doing my math correctly here, the next one will be against Seattle. If he goes out there tonight and he's gone in an inning or two, maybe put him on the shelf until he figures a few things out and he's pitching in less important games.
I'll tell you what. All right, now this is where maybe we can hindsight criticize, and be armchair managers with Espada. Sending Lance back out there for the 4th inning in his first outing, just because he looked good in the 3rd inning, but still getting right up and over his pitch limit. That might not have been the best decision in hindsight.
Yeah,
and I would rather tonight. Look, you've had 3 pitchers go 8 innings in the last few outings. The relievers are fresh. I would say just have Lance go out there with the mindset of an opener.
Yeah.
And you're going to go out there for 2 or 3 innings. That's it. Just go throw your best stuff.
Yeah.
And, go attack and what have you. And we're loaded up and ready. Don't worry about it. No matter how good you look, Lance, you could be throwing a no-hitter. We're pulling you after 3 innings.
Yeah, maybe so. You're right. Because that's a good point, man. His last rehab start was 71 pitches. I was shocked he went back out there. He ended up throwing 87 pitches in 3 2/3 innings in that start against the White Sox that he had. I'm with you. At the time, I'm like, wow. There's no shame in taking him out after 3 innings in his first start back after 2.5 years off of Major League Baseball. I was very surprised. I was very surprised at the time. Didn't think too much of it, but you're right. Maybe that 1/3 of an inning, maybe we know Lance's arm is very temperamental.
Yeah.
Maybe that did have something to do with it.
I mean, the only wrinkle in that, they went into this kind of, you're thinking gusto of you into this stretch, but he's not going to be available for that. No. So, it would be.
He's a bad starter now.
It could end up being an extreme committee.
Yeah.
But I don't think. But I don't think It all depends. As long as he feels healthy, if he shows any kind of improvement on his pitch shaping or control or anything, I don't think it's going to be results-based. I think it's going to be based on just how do his actual pitches look, and is it an improvement over last year?
He needs to stop missing by 2 feet on his breaking ball. You know what I mean? Like he's wild right now.
One of our listeners made a good point on I think it was in his first outing. Remember, he almost got out of I can't remember which inning he almost got out of where it should have been a called strike.
It was the last inning he was in there, and they took him out after that.
Yeah, there was a ball.
He
walked.
Yeah.
Should have been a called strike, but at the same time, one of our listeners said, come on, you got to give the ump a break. Nobody knew where that ball was going ever, like on any of these pitches.
Any of them. And that was
given Lance a break on a couple of them earlier. Yeah,
that's right. They had. They expanded the strike zone for him earlier in the game that time. All right, spreads are out on all 17 Texan games. How many games are they favored in? And what did AI that also knows these spreads, what did they have as the Texans' record for the season? They actually have the same record as one of Payne and Pendergast. We'll let you know who coming up next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic. Today is Friday, my Men's Tea Clinic day. Headed there straight after the show to get my
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the spreads are out on the 17 Texan games this year. We won't go through all of them here. I just think there are a few interesting ones. For what it's worth, for those looking to get down early here, I had seen the spread open at minus 2.5 for the opener against the Rams. Rams favored by 2.5. The outlet I'm looking at now for the 17 is the Rams at minus 3.5. I kind of like the Texans. If that thing's over a field goal, I like the Texans plus 3.5 in that game. If you're giving me more than a field goal in that game, I'll take it. Feels about right. 3 feels about right in that game. That feels like a game that could come down to who's got the ball last.
The Rams offense typically, at times at least, they struggle early in the season, and part of the philosophy or theory, the theories for some people about that is that they don't play any of their starters in the preseason.
Yeah.
It's like they try to rest their starters as much as possible. So D'Amico's defense does not need to, as much, whether they play guys or not, it's just a lot easier to play defense without as much practice. So I like the defense versus old Matt Stafford in that game, if his wife lets him play. And but what I get nervous about is the Texans' offensive line versus a very good defensive line.
Yep.
Everything I just said about how, hey, if you got a good pass rush especially, you can just get out on the field and get after it. The Rams can do that. So my biggest concern really is, what does the offensive line look like week 1? Are they ready for a team like the Rams defense?
Yeah. I don't know what the total is on that game, but if I'm listening to you kind of handicap and break that thing down, might be an under game. That might be a game where the two defenses eat. That might be a 20-17 kind of game. If both defensive fronts are getting after it and putting the opposing offense in bad down and distance situations and things like that. I could definitely see. Take away spreads on these games. The Texans are favored in 9 of their 17 games. So if we're just going by the spreads, and it never goes this way, but the Texans, that lines up with what Vegas thinks about them overall. Their win total is 9.5 in most places. They're favored in 9 of their 17 games. The thing that is most eye-opening to me, Seth, is that a lot of these teams, whereas last year the Texans, I think, went into the season viewed as an ascending team that you could talk about in the same breath with the teams, like the contenders in the AFC. And obviously, we didn't know how things were going to go with the offensive line, but I think they were viewed that way in this community, in the gambling community. They're viewed right now on the same level as teams like the Buccaneers and the Seahawks. These are games. The games where the spreads are under 2. Texans minus 1.5 at home against the Buccaneers, which means on a neutral field, the Buccaneers would be favored against the Houston Texans.
Yeah. No, and I think that all makes sense if you just look at for one, the defense for the Texans is very, very good, but they allowed way more points than a genuinely elite defense. And it's not just because the offense wasn't good. It's because the Texans had way too many breakdowns in the secondary, and they allowed a boatload of passing touchdowns. They were one of the league leaders in long touchdown passes for touchdowns. Yeah. They would play really, really well 95% of the time and let up a big play. Yep. So they need to hem some of those things. Actually making big plays. They're a league leader in interceptions and sacks, tackles for a loss, all of those things. They were in the top 3 or 4 for all those categories. They just have to be more consistent. But the offense just wasn't good. It wasn't a good offense. So you can't, if the defense, the defense allowed they were 16th in scoring, I think. Yeah. Or the team was 16th in defense in touchdowns or points allowed. And then the offense was a middling to subpar offense for most of the year. Yep. So that they should be a 500 team right now.
The Niners are favored at NRG Stadium as of right now in Week 8. The 49ers
disrespect
on the road. The 49ers now Vegas also thinks their win total is 10.5. Like Vegas just flat out obviously thinks the Niners are a better team than the Texans. That one I can get with just based on pedigree and history. The Broncos a week later are favored at NRG Stadium. Bo Nix, Sean Payton, and the Denver Broncos as of right now are a 1.5-point favorite at NRG State, the team that got blown out by Buffalo in the first round of the playoffs, like 38-7, and who we were all laughing at, during the Russell Wilson year, and almost laughing at them on draft night when we thought maybe they overdrafted Bo Nix. That team is favored against you in your stadium next year.
That's the other part of it that goes into, all right, the games at home where the Texans are underdogs versus other mediocre teams. The Texans, some of those performances that they've had versus good quarterbacks and like how bad the stat line looks for some of them. All right, yep, they intercepted him 5 times. And they lost the game, and partly because Jared Goff made some big plays in the second half. Yeah. Like they got Sam Laporta went off for on a huge long reception. Mm-hmm. They've got to clean up a few of those little things, because even in some of those bad stat lines from those quarterbacks, the quarterbacks did some really good things in those games as well.
Yeah,
the 49ers though, by the 10.5 win total for them, part of that is that they've got the easiest schedule in the NFL.
They do have the easiest schedule. That's a good point.
Win total.
Yeah, that's true. They're playing a last place schedule this year.
Yeah, so it's actually like by a pretty large margin. When you base it on Vegas win projected totals, they've got like a healthy lead in the easiest schedule.
They play a lot of bad teams. No, that's a really good point. They do. And now that said, should they be favored at home? Should they be favored at NRG Stadium against the Houston Texans, San Francisco?
I don't think so. I don't believe that they should be.
Yeah, like I'm taking the points in that game. I would take the points. I mean, I feel like they're gift wrapping you some of these. I'm not disrespecting the Niners or the Broncos. I just don't think they're good enough teams with good enough quarterbacks to be favored on the road at NRG Stadium, where the Texans made mush out of quarterbacks last year.
Now, but also the other big thing about the 49ers, specific to that matchup with the Texans, is George Kittle. And George Kittle, he of the newly league-leading contract amongst tight ends. Mm-hmm. The Texans were bad against tight ends last year.
Sure. Yeah, no, they're going to give up points and yards. I get that. Buffalo is favored by 3.5 at NRG Stadium on the Thursday night game. So the Texans are home dogs in a handful of games this year.
Yeah.
At least 3.
That's where it'd be interesting to see if the Texans come off on a heater in the first couple games and the offense looks really good.
Yeah.
Then these things might change pretty dramatically, because I think by far the biggest factor is that you have an offense that was not a good offense last year. You're going to face some really good defenses. You can't look at a team. The offense is more consistent from year to year than defense is. So you can't even really lean into the defense. If you're an odds maker, you're not leaning into the Texans' defense as much as you're looking at the offense and thinking, like, man, that was a moribund conglomeration of underperforming dudes last year.
Yeah, it's you know what? The early part of the season, right up to the Ravens game, the first 4 games of the season, I think the first 4 games and the last 4 games. I think the Texans have a real opportunity to get off to a good start. At the Rams will be a tough game, but these games are all like these. But it's a 3.5-point spread. The Texans will be, they'll be fine. They'll compete. That's the toughest of those games, though. You come home Monday night, Buccaneers, place is going to be rocking. You go play the Jags on the road. You haven't lost on the road in the division, and so the Jags on the road in forever. And then the Titans. The Titans are here. You can't lose to them 2 years in a row at home. I feel like that's 3-1 right there, and I feel like down the stretch it's a 3-1 schedule as well, with the Cardinals, Raiders, and Colts all at home, with the road trip to the Chargers in between. It's the in-between part that, boy, there are some gauntlets in there in between.
What does artificial intelligence have to say? Did you go to AI yourself and ask? Okay.
The article used AI to come up with the scores of the Texans games, and the AI projections for the Houston Texans, 12-5. They agree with you. You're basically AI, Seth, is what you are.
Oh, that was my prediction yesterday.
12-5 was your prediction.
Yeah. I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic about Nick Caley in the offense right now.
The 5 losses are, and they've got scores for all these too. So how are we feeling if these are the scores of these games? They lose the 5 losses for the Texans, according to AI. They lose the opener to the Rams 27-24.
Okay, I feel all right about that.
They cover, yeah.
Sean wins money if he places that bet today.
I go plus 3.5, right. They then win, so they start 3-1, and then they lose to the Ravens 31. What?
I'm just anticipating it.
31-21.
Oh.
31-21.
Did the Ravens at least score late?
That's my question. Yeah, like how do we get to the 31?
Or if the Texans scored late, then I feel atrocious about all that.
Well, I feel like if the Ravens scored 31, it means Derrick Henry ran for 186 yards and Lamar Jackson threw for 250 and ran for another 70. You know,
are our defensive ends flailing around in space trying to tackle the running back when the quarterback has the ball and vice versa? Because that was fun.
Yeah.
That's a whole lot of, there's an added level of stress if you ever played defensive end in college versus a good option team. That when you're watching your team struggle versus option, it's only defensive ends have this knot in their stomach that they get when they screw that up.
That's right.
The Texans did it like 20.
Out of the week after that loss to the Ravens that had you go, ugh. And I agree with you. They go on a 5-game winning streak. They beat the Seahawks by 3. They beat the Niners by 3. They beat the Broncos by 6. They beat the Jags 31-27. They beat the Titans.
These are all close wins.
They're all in 26-22. Well, but that's what the Texans do, right? Remember, I mean, they play a lot of close games. Then the Bills come to town for Thursday Night Football, and thus comes the third loss of the season, 33-29. Now, that would be an exciting Amazon Prime game right there.
Yeah.
33-29, a high-scoring. I'm here for it. I wish the Texans were on the other end of it, but that at least sounds like an entertaining final score right there.
Stick around to make a couple of Prime purchases afterwards. At that point,
a couple QR codes, baby.
You lose at home to the Bills. I'll tell you one thing. Those Amazon Prime games, man, they tailor the advertising to stuff that you yourself want to see.
Exactly what they said they were going to do to us when they got the rights to it. Yeah,
I've cross-checked this, and people aren't seeing the same ads. Nope. And man, everything that pops up, like, I need to buy. I know what they're doing. So you play the Bills in Week 12.
Yeah.
So it hurts more because it's to a playoff caliber team likely towards the end of season, and you've got that stretch coming up where you've got the Colts the next week, but then the Chiefs. So another big test.
So they beat the Colts the next week in Indianapolis again, 27-21. This is the score. This one hurts. They go to the Chiefs on Sunday Night Football. Chiefs T.
Oh!
And for something like AI, that's a big blowout. I feel like AI tends to skew towards whatever the computers say, and the computers never predict 41-7 or anything like that. That's a pretty big margin there for a computer-generated margin, 35-20. That one would sting, especially having lost to the Bills 2 weeks before that. Like this, that's where you're really feeling. They would be at that point, Seth, they would be 9-4 on the season, which is a good record. But their losses they would have losses to the Ravens, Bills, and Chiefs. So we would be coming in on Monday after that. The narrative going into that Chiefs game is they need to win this game so we can talk about them like they're on that level. And
still, they're in that classic. Nope, there's a glass ceiling, and they can't bust through.
That's it.
Yep. Don't worry, everybody. At the end of this schedule, I'm going to tell you something. Whatever you don't like about this AI generated, I'm going to give you a little AI generated tidbit about the Texans.
Okay, good. Let's get through the rest of this because I want to hear that. So they come back, and on that stretch of the 3 of the final 4 games at home, they beat the Cardinals. They thump the Raiders 34-17. Lose to the Chargers 26-23 in L.A., and then they beat the Colts at home 30-24, thus finishing 12-5 with all 5 losses to playoff teams from last year.
Oh, that'd be the worst feeling. That would be the worst feeling is if you're 12-5, but you lost to all these really good teams.
Yeah,
if those teams are good this year.
Yep.
Okay. Yesterday, when I was watching the schedule release videos from other teams, I wanted to see how the Ravens. So when they do, I think they did a Minecraft theme too, or some video game themed thing.
Yeah.
And it was a video game themed thing, and they got to Lamar Jackson when they showed the Texans, and it just said 100%. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's reference to Lamar Jackson never having lost to the Texans.
Oh, yeah.
But because, as we've established, I've been really stupid the last couple days, I wanted to fact check myself. I'm like, right? Yeah, he's never lost to the Texans. So I just real quick Googled, has Lamar Jackson ever lost to the Texans? And, Google gives you that little AI overview at the top now.
Yeah. I know where you're going.
You'll be pleased to know, Sean, when I asked, it gets even funnier, though, every step along the way. I asked, has Lamar Jackson ever lost to the Texans, expecting the answer to be no. Yes, Lamar Jackson has lost to the Texans. The New York Giants beat him in the NFC. He is 0-1 in the playoffs against the Texans.
What? What the hell? All right.
I don't.
What does that even mean?
How can this be the thing that's about to replace everybody else? Now I know this is a standard generic version of AI, but it's sports. It is so incredibly bad. I don't understand how it's so bad at sports.
If AI were a person, they are definitely the person that goes to a Super Bowl party just to watch the commercials.
You know what? This might be a big joke on us all. Who creates AI? The guys who are bad at sports.
Yeah, that's true.
And yet, a lot of the super nerds that are like ridiculously smart about sports stats and everything. Those are the kids, your valedictorian in high school who majors in quantum physics in college and can give you every box score from every game the Yankees played back until 1965.
My God. Yeah, dude.
And yet they're so bad at sports.
So bad. This is where I thought you were going to go with it, and this is why I was giving AI obviously way too much credit, is that, I mean, in my mind, not only have the Texans never beaten Lamar Jackson, they've never really come close that I can remember. Like the first time they ever played him I remember the first time they ever played him was in 2019. It was his MVP year, his first MVP year. The Texans had just beaten the Jags in London like a drum, had a bye week, and we were all pumped up coming off of that bye week in 2019. Like, here, let's go. Let's show Lamar Jackson what's up. And he beat them 41-7. He destroyed the Texans, and I don't know that there's been a close game between the two teams since Lamar Jackson got it. That's what I thought. I thought AI was going to go, oh, Seth, not only have they never beaten Lamar Jackson, they've never come close.
No, Sean, put yourself in my size 13s, and think of this. The reason I even Googled it is because I've been so dumb the last couple years. Right. I've got a history of brain trauma. Right. I just, I want to be sure that I'm on the straight. I just got to pay attention to this stuff.
Sure.
So I'm like, all right, I know he's never lost to the Texans, but let me double check this. And then I'm reading.
Do you still have it up
from a computer that's supposed to be way smarter than me? Yes, Lamar Jackson has lost to the Texans. I'm like, and then I'm reading the New York Giants beat him in the NFC. And I'm like, what am I reading here? What's wrong with my head? Why is that even in the conversation?
Dude, the worst part about that is, of course, he's lost to the Texans. The Giants beat him. Like, what are we?
In the NFC. And he's 0-1 in the playoffs against the Texans. And I swear to God,
totally
I was sitting there. I'm like, no, because they were in the playoffs last year, and it wasn't. No, that can't be.
Oh man, AI, you suck. Messing with Seth's head. That's just mean. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. All right, let's get to the story that everybody's talking about. And Seth came up with a Texans angle on this one that I liked earlier, so I want to talk about this again. But this Caleb Williams story, the excerpts from the book that Seth Wickersham has coming out. About Caleb Williams and his views on the Chicago Bears. I think there are some Texans angles with this that we can get into. If you haven't heard it yet, stay here. We're going to have the excerpts for you coming up next.
Ready? The Texans' schedule is out. Primetime games, division rivalries, big-time QB battles, and more are all officially on the calendar. How do we feel about how everything shook out, H-Town?
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713-CALL-LEE. This is brought to you by FranklinTeamInc.com. Looking a lot better now. We still have a crash. It's been there for hours and hours. State Highway 99, Lanier Parkway, northwestbound at Riley-Fuzzle Road, Montgomery County. West, mostly cloudy, hot and humid today. Right now, 80 degrees. I'm Lori Houston, Sports Radio 610.
Want a cash offer on your home and the chance to close in as little as 21 days? The Franklin Team, brokered by eXp Realty, can help. No showings or open houses. Skip the market with their competitive guaranteed offer. Just Google the Franklin Team or visit thefranklinteaminc.com for more information.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh yeah, the key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s.
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway to turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
This Caleb Williams story is really interesting. I'm going to lay it out here for a minute or so. If you haven't seen it yet.
And you know, one thing I think we should have pointed out when we did this the first time is that the quotes, these are Caleb Williams and his dad actually talking to Seth Wickersham.
Yeah.
So these aren't anonymous quotes or anything.
Yeah.
So it's nice because it does It kind of answers a lot of questions people had before last year's draft about Caleb Williams and how his dad was trying to maneuver him around.
Yeah, so Seth Wickersham, an author, a writer, has a book coming out called American Kings, a biography of the quarterback, and it's about quarterbacking at all levels. This is not a biography about Caleb Williams. He's just one of several quarterbacks and quarterbacks' families that Wickersham talked to for this book, but this is the most explosive of them, at least in the excerpts of the book. Some of them have made it out onto the internet. And, yeah, so Caleb Williams and Carl Williams, Caleb's dad, both sat down with Seth Wickersham to have conversations about what it is we're about to lay out here. Caleb Williams and his family, before the draft last year, when they knew that the Bears had the first pick in the draft, began looking at lawyering up and circumventing the NFL draft, maybe even playing in the UFL for a year, and then trying to swoop back into the NFL and pick which team he could go to. They looked into all the options. Caleb's dad, whose name is Carl, said, quote, "Chicago is where quarterbacks go to die," end quote. Tough to argue the other side of that, or to argue against passing the history of the team in an age where 4,000 yards passing ain't that big a deal anymore, you know?
I guess as far as the organization goes, I think it's not as much about the logo on the helmet as much as perhaps the McCaskey family and everything else. That the organization itself, if they actually done everything to help these quarterbacks out.
And weather, you know, like Caleb Williams, playing USC, weather is an issue.
It's rough weather. There's northern stadiums are one thing, but northern stadiums that are on a body of water is a whole different category. Yeah.
Wind is bad.
Wind and precipitation and everything else that comes with it.
Freezing rain, all of it. Yeah. So Carl Williams consulted with Archie Manning about how the Manning family played Eli's drafting back in 2004, where, if you recall, he was able to force his way out of San Diego and onto the Giants via a draft day trade. A few other things here, and then we'll share thoughts on it. Carl Williams thinks that the rookie salary cap is unconstitutional, thinks the NFL's collective bargaining agreement is the worst piece of dog poop that he's ever read.
Well, now so Caleb Williams' dad, Carl, he was a very successful businessman, before his son got rich. And they consulted a lot of lawyers. The part that's intriguing to me about this, because what I've read about it is listen, as far as it being unconstitutional, there's so much precedent from various labor laws that there's no way in hell that they could probably ever challenge it. And yet, a bunch of lawyers, when somebody comes up to them whose son is about to make $100 million or so, when presented with the question, hey, I think a lot of lawyers were like, sure. Here's my hourly rate.
My hourly rate. Here's a percentage I get when we get your damages and everything. Right.
Well, they know they're not going to win.
But just to charge the hourly rate. Yeah. We'll put in a ton of time. So Ryan Poles, the GM of the Bears, to his credit, dug in and said, we're still drafting Caleb no matter what. Told the Williams family that. When Caleb Williams was discussing why he ended up not going John Elway on Chicago. If you recall, John Elway was another quarterback that was able to force his way out of a situation. He and his dad did it by just trashing the Baltimore Colts back in the day.
And the Colts actually drafted him, right?
They drafted him, but he was never going to go.
And he went and played baseball. And he forced his way out to get back into the draft.
Yep. Okay. They drafted him and then traded him to Denver.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yes,
okay, gotcha.
They drafted him and then traded him to Denver. Caleb Williams didn't want to do that. He said, I didn't want to nuke the city, was his direct quote, talking about Chicago. So, and there's excerpts in here about just how bad Caleb Williams' time was during his rookie year, how janky it was behind the scenes with him and the help he was or wasn't getting with watching film.
Right, he was basically it just sounded like he wasn't getting the instruction he thought he needed, and even in being instructed how to watch film or what he should be looking for, which is the Texans side of this is that, man, Matt Eberflus is a defensive-minded head coach who hired an offensive coordinator who, at least from Caleb Williams' perspective or the way he's telling the story, didn't really do a whole lot to help him. And this is the hazard of having it with the Texans. D'Amico Ryans made the wrong decision in hiring Bobby Slowick, and you spent 2 years potentially having the worst, not a great guy, not a great coach, working with your very young quarterback. It's a cautionary tale. It's very much the hazards of hiring a defensive-minded head coach.
That's the Texans' angle to it for sure. Ross Tucker, so getting back to the Caleb Williams part of this, because it's a really interesting topic. The sense I get, my son lives in Chicago and listens to sports radio up there, and he and I talked last night, and I said, what are they saying up there? And he said, well, and he texted with his buddies who are all Bears fans. Most of them right now are blaming Eberflus and Shane Waldron, the OC that you're talking about, Seth. They're saying, well, look, Caleb was right about that. You know, his trepidation was not only about the organization and maybe the weather, it was about specifically Shane Waldron got mentioned by name in this excerpt in the book, that there was a concern. I do wonder, like, if Caleb comes out and has another he wasn't horrible as a rookie, but the team wasn't very good. They lost 10 in a row at one point. His numbers were okay. His numbers weren't drastically different than CJ's numbers for his rookie year. He had 20 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. But obviously there weren't a ton of wins. They're picking in the top 10 again for a reason. I do wonder, if I were a Bears fan, if this book would shorten the leash that I would have in terms of my emotions about Caleb. Like, if Caleb Williams comes out and plays poorly this year, he probably burned some goodwill, I would think, with some of the quotes in this book.
I guess I don't know, the part about it though, everything that Caleb Williams and his dad said, Bears fans probably agree with.
Yeah.
You know, like, they feel the same way about their organization's inability to either find or develop a good quarterback. So that part of it, and the fact that ultimately, you know, there's psychologically, people tend to, if you dislike somebody at first, but then come around on them and like them, you tend to like them more than if you like them right at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
There's like almost a cementing of the emotion. That's why it works so well in HBO series. You know, the character starts. Yeah,
that's why every heel whoever became a babyface is the most popular babyface of all time. Like, he's one of us now. Yeah.
So in a way, you know, Caleb Williams expressing that he had reservations, but at the end of the day, he couldn't nuke the city like that. And maybe, you know, because so many Bears fans were probably telling him how excited they were to have him there and everything. That part of it felt very human in a good way.
Yeah.
That there was some part of Caleb Williams that felt like, man, I can't do this to these people.
Well, and to the point in the excerpts that I read where he was genuinely excited about being the guy who was going to buck that trend. I'm going to be the guy. Yeah. I'm going to be the guy who comes in and saves Chicago football, at least passing offense-wise. Ross Tucker had an interesting take on this. You just sent me this tweet. Caleb Williams, this is Ross Tucker, joins us throughout the football season. You can find him on Twitter, @RossTuckerNFL. Caleb Williams and his father telling a writer that he didn't want to play for the Bears is way more concerning than him not wanting to play for the Bears. And interesting angle, like that. I'm assuming these interviews that Caleb and Carl Williams did took place after he was drafted by the Bears, and maybe they were talking anecdotally about how they were feeling leading up to it. But
that's true. If the book is being published right now, it's not like the interviews were done just a month ago or anything.
But I would say either way, like, even if he's doing an interview with an author before the draft and saying all these things about the team with the number one pick, or even if he's doing it, maybe it's 2 interviews. Maybe they interviewed before and after. Who knows? But I would say I kind of agree with Ross where, like, man, what are you doing any interview for a book where you're saying negative things about the team with the number 1 overall pick in the draft?
Well, I'm guessing the interview, at least one of the interviews was done after the draft because Caleb says that he didn't go along with it. Yeah.
Right.
So, I don't know. I think you could go 2 sides to this because the Williams also are probably tired of seeing all the speculation. There's probably been false reports, even though the core truth is here about how they were operating. They probably get sick of. There's also a lot of false reports that go along with it, or they get the details wrong. That maybe they just wanted to put it out there. Yeah. And it does. Again, just from these excerpts, and they don't tell the whole story. I put myself in the shoes of a Bears fan, and I like that Caleb Williams says he didn't want to nuke the city.
Yeah.
I feel like that's kind of a compliment to, you know, the city itself or the Chicago Bears sports fans. Like, hey, like, Caleb Williams felt like, all right, this is how I would interpret it. All right, yeah, like, he wanted to come in and turn this thing around and actually be the first great quarterback for the passing era.
The ultimate skeptical Bears fan would probably be, well, He was sitting and pondering nuking the city for a time there until he chose not to. Right? I mean, he's okay. These are the possible game plans we could use here.
That's why I love Khrushchev so much. Yeah, he could have nuked us, but he didn't. Chose not to.
Yeah. That's why Seth's wearing a Khrushchev T-shirt today. Yeah. He's got a Khrushchev
People always
jersey.
want to ignore the great things he did.
That's right.
Khrushchev truther.
This is just beyond the Caleb Williams stuff. This sounds like an interesting book. They talk about Arch Manning in there and apparently there's some really good stuff in there about what the high school quarterbacks are dealing with now.
As you know, I try to read every book written about the Patriots.
Yeah.
And Seth Wickersham's book was titled something like It's Better to Be Feared, I think. It was about I think it was about Belichick. Read it a few years ago, and I just remember, I've got it in my notes somewhere. All of the factual errors that were in it based on just what I know about the game of football, then I'm like, all right, well, I can't really trust a lot of this other dirt you're putting in this book because you've said things that are just factually wrong about the way the NFL operates already. He also took a shot at sports radio hosts in there too.
He did?
He said something like, the writers really try to get it right. Sports radio hosts are just good at basically having a conversation with themselves for hours. And I'm like, yes, we are good at that.
Yeah.
But I feel like if anything, we rely on the sports writers. We have a symbiotic relationship here. People might buy his book because they hear us talking about him. But by and large, I feel like we actually get it way more right than a lot of the sports writers because we're in a rough draft format and we can go back and correct ourselves.
That's right.
We can just say, I might be wrong today, but when I realize I was wrong, I can come back tomorrow and be like, hey, by the way,
I will tell you.
Sorry about that.
Oopsie, yeah.
And since that kind of fits into the theme with me being stupid the last couple days, I saw that tweet by Ross Tucker, so I wanted to text it to you, and I realize now that I texted it to Ross Tucker. So Ross Tucker is now aware of his own tweet.
Just follow it up with a text saying, this was a really good thought that Sean and I just discussed for the last 6 minutes.
We have to, I feel disingenuous doing that because he was the leader of the worst take, he was the champion Take-A-Mania bad take for like a month and a half.
Do we have to
tell him
that?
I don't know if he's aware of it or not.
Yeah.
We have to tell him. We have to have him on for whatever he's promoting next. We'll have him on.
Next time we have him on, we will tell him that the segment that's sweeping the nation, that we'll do in 20 minutes, by the way, Take-A-Mania, worst take of the week. We'll have to tell him.
We told him when he gave us that take.
We didn't like it.
He told that take to our faces. We said it was one of the worst takes we've ever heard.
The funniest
So he shouldn't be surprised that we had it up as a really bad take for a long time.
Real quick, for those who don't know the take we're talking about, it's Ross Tucker talking about how he would give negative reviews and tell people not to go to certain restaurants just so he wouldn't have to wait for tables. Restaurants that he liked. So he wouldn't have to wait for a table. The best part about that was when he said that was his tactic, and then he actually saw you go, someone thinks pretty highly of themselves.
Yeah.
That was my favorite part of that segment.
I found some of my notes from that book. Yeah, one of the things was he said that Belichick was the first coach with the Patriots to print out huge game plan books for his players with all the stats and everything. Like, they've been doing that forever. Yeah.
Maybe Pete Carroll didn't. Pete Carroll just rah-rah'd everybody, but
some coaches do rah-rah.
Others
did. It's not like Belichick was the first guy to lean into the statistical prep for the upcoming opponent.
Good call, Seth. It's better to be feared, the New England Patriots dynasty in the pursuit of greatness. That was the name
Casario's in there. There's a little couple clips about Casario. They speak positive about him and Josh McDaniels being these young up-and-comers.
There you go. Hey, Aggies, you won something in the SEC this past year, but I don't know that this is a category that you're going to be into. We'll have that for you. Take-A-Mania coming up at the top of the hour. Stay there.
Mokaram
hell.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, real quick, Seth, before we get to the gigantic pile of money that Texas A&M is lighting on fire right now as a university, on the TV in our studio here, they had an ad for Methodist Health during the break.
I thought you said meth.
No.
Oh, okay.
Now that would be something. We would do a segment on that. No,
I give it 5 years.
5
years we'll have ads for meth on TV.
Right, it's all going to be legal someday. No,
ADHD medications. What else? Yes.
Methodist, they mix in like different athletes doing things in these ads. 'Cause it's Jordan is in one of them right now. I might table the Jordan one for like another week or two while he's still recovering from.
Yeah. Randy did. I can't remember who would have been the sponsor of the partner of the Rockets at the time, but Brandy, after ankle surgery, once did rehab at a place where the Rockets were doing the rehab, and she said it was really cool. It was like it's not like that in the NFL. Like the NFL, everybody's doing their own rehab like at the training facility or whatever, for the most part, by and large. But yeah, like it was. She said that Pat Beverly was very impressive, like how personable he was with everybody.
Oh, she was rehabbing the same time Pat Beverly was coming in there?
Yeah, and then I said, "What do you mean by personable?"
Right.
Yeah.
No.
And you know who else was there? Was Barry
Warner?
Barry Warner.
Really? Two very different rehabs going on. Pat Beverly and Barry Warner.
Barry walking around shirtless and just like holding court, and Barry always loved my wife, but I had to send him a menacing text like, "Hey, Brandy said you're walking around shirtless in front of her. I don't need that competition, Barry.
At least put a shirt on, Barry, if you're going to flirt with my wife." Yeah. No, shout out to Methodist, man. That's where I'm a Methodist guy. I'm looking up there and I see Jordan, big smile on his face, swinging a bat. I'm like, all right, this is a troll job right now. He's not doing that right now. Stop showing me that ad. I saw this chart yesterday. Curious how you Aggies feel about this. You may not even care that the great University of Texas A&M is lighting money on fire. Texas A&M University. Buyout money paid to former football coach Jimbo Fisher when it fired him in November of 23 dwarfed the severance spending of any other public SEC school reported 2024. So all the public schools, there's 15 of them in the SEC. Vanderbilt is private. They all report their numbers, I guess, to the NCAA when it comes to all this stuff. Texas A&M spent $27.5 million on severance payments last year. The next closest one is Auburn at $10.8 million. The chart for this thing is pretty funny. Like it's just this. There's huge, gigantic maroon line, and then all these little dwarfs next to it. It's crazy the amount of money. $19.2 million to Jimbo Fisher 60 days after his firing. He's getting another $7.2 every year through 2031.
Yeah,
Jimbo Fisher is on the Bobby Bonilla Deluxe plan right now.
Weren't the Texans at the top of the list or one of the league leaders in paying money to fired employees for a while on the coaching side?
They had to have been.
I mean, because they gave Culley a nice. They gave him a nice contract, and he got the remaining 2 years of that contract.
At least two.
Bill O'Brien was still getting paid as of relatively recently, I think.
Lovey.
And then obviously Lovey Smith as well. And then all of the assistant coaches that walk out the door too. They had a boatload of that.
Yeah.
It's more jarring when you see it on the collegiate side because the Texans are at least making money.
Right.
The Aggies or any colleges, like those are boosters that have just donated money
to that
and
point,
just thrown it into a lake.
This was the interesting thing to me. Is that this is in an article on AL.com. This is Alabama's big newspaper. And it said, and by the way, Alabama spending $69,000, no severance payments. But this was interesting to me. The buyout spending for A&M came during a year where A&M athletics contributions, the boosters of which you speak, fell from $115 million in 2023 to $88.6 million in 2024.
Did you say 150 or
115. So it fell by $27 million. Donations to its fundraising organization, which is separate, over $25 million year over year it fell by. So there's and that could be the economy, that could be whatever. It could be a lot of things, but that's having to cut big checks to guys to not work at a state institution at a time where the revenues are coming down and the contributions are coming down that drastically, that's a big deal, man.
That's tough. It's scary hiring a college coach, man. Lincoln Riley, Jimbo Fisher, just go down the list of guys that are slam dunk. Yep, makes all the sense in the world at the time. It's a crapshoot as to whether a guy's going to have any success or not.
Those are the guys you got to worry about. Like sometimes you hear like the Texans, D'Amico and Nick talking about that guys coming in. We got to really figure out how much they love football, because they're going to get big money. How much do they? College coaches, I think, live in a very under the radar area where you got to, as an administration, figure out how much does this guy love coaching. How much does this guy love football, especially in this day and age where there's so much more that goes into it, with all the re-recruitment that goes on to keep guys from going into the portal, with all the money aspect of it that you've got to manage. These football programs have GMs now, and probably a lot. Ed Orgeron's out there. Remember Ed Orgeron?
Ed Orgeron is exactly who I was thinking of.
Go ahead.
Especially when you're Ed Orgeron, who's been an assistant coach and coordinator forever. Then all of a sudden you have extreme success and extreme money. Ed Orgeron was acting like the 23-year-old kid that you drafted in the first round.
Yes.
That you worry about is it going to go to his head? How's he going to handle it all?
Well, and then he gets the phone call that he's getting fired. He's like, "You telling me I get all this money?" And they're like, "Yeah, cool. I'll be there in 10 minutes." Like he was, and still seems to be, more than happy to just get a big, huge buyout and go home. I got my national championship. I'm good. My legacy is set. Give me my $18 million.
I'll tell you, though, too, the hardest thing to figure, and everything's shifting and changing again with NIL, but when you have a college coach, especially in a Texas school, when he doesn't have the same ties to all the big-time high schools and everything else, the infrastructure of Texas and Oklahoma high school football, you don't necessarily have the same advantage that you might have at another place.
That's right.
And then dealing with an administration is completely different from school to school. There's going to be some things that either Florida State or Oklahoma might allow or be cool with that USC or A&M isn't, and vice versa. There's so many variables that you never see the light of day. You don't know exactly about it, but there are so many moving parts. There's so many moving parts that are completely non-football related in a college coaching job.
Way more than an NFL head coaching job. I think way more.
That's why I think going back to all the current drama notwithstanding with such a start hire by them, because it was for reasonable money. And it's boom or bust, but it ends up working out. And then by the time you give him this contract, at least you have some sense of assurance that, all right, the guy knows what he's doing.
Knows what he's doing.
Now
Loves
we'll see what he does without Travis Hunter and et cetera.
That'll be the big thing. You got to win games.
But he obviously knows what he's doing. He's a competitive college football coach.
And he's a competitive person, too. That's the thing. He is a competitive. I do think there is part of Dion that really likes the whole process of Saturdays and the week leading up to it, and likes,
Well, yeah, you feel
winning.
like he's obviously wired in such a way that the money he's going to work hard whether he's got big money or he doesn't.
That's what
It's
I mean.
just- yeah.
That's what I mean. I don't think Dion's going to pull an Orgeron and go, I get my $40 million and I get to leave. Okay, cool. See you later.
It's just being a head college coach at a big time school is so much more about the non-X's and O's.
Politics, man.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. There's so much that goes into it that that's why it gets frustrating sometimes when people try to act like some of these college coaches are X's and O's geniuses. Like, no, they are geniuses, but not at the actual football strategy side of things. It's at the 29 other plates that they have to spin to keep a program like that competitive.
They're a force of nature in other ways. No question about it. All right, Take-A-Mania, the worst takes of the week. Will they take down defending champion Andrew Perloff and his horrible take about Steph Curry's hamstring injury from a week ago? So we'll play the champ for you, and then we'll play. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Audio-wise, we've got 4 challengers this week. Take-A-Mania is next.
Ready? There's plenty of optimism around the Texans' schedule this season, especially if you ask Figgy.
I got them at 12-5.
All right. Okay.
I might be drinking a little.
What's in your cup? What's in your cup over there?
I know. Some Texans Kool-Aid.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 call Lee. Still looking okay out there. Not too bad. Hardy Toll Road, northbound Ritchie Road, that's completely gone. Now, still the one that's been there for hours and hours. State Highway 99, Lanier Parkway, northwestbound at Riley Fuzzle Road, Montgomery County. Westbound side remains shut down. Hot and humid today. Right now, 80 degrees. I'm Lori Houston, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get the zone, AutoZone. When I asked Arizona manager Torey Lovullo about an over-the-top clubhouse speech he once gave, he replied, "I'm very hot-blooded. Things come out of my mouth that shouldn't." Well, you be the judge. Set your DVR to catch my complete interview with the Diamondback skipper this weekend on Game Time. He was great. I'm Boomer Esiason.
John Lopez here with Louis Flory from Ability Trees. Louis, we know in Houston there's always going to be another storm. You got to be prepared for it with Ability Trees. But even if you have and you think your trees have survived a storm and they're okay, that's not necessarily always the case, is it?
No, it's not. A lot of people are having us come in after the fact of this storm, because once you get there, we're seeing a lot of primary branches, secondary branches that have been splintered, broken, cracked, a lot of tree damage that just didn't show up the day after the storm. And now we're starting to see a lot of other canopy damage that needs to be addressed now. Not only there's canopy damage that we're addressing now, trees now are starting to ooze various types of secretions, which is putting off an aroma and attracting secondary infestations from this wind damage.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why you want Louis Flory and nobody else on the job. Ability Trees, abilitytrees.com. Call 281-441-4179, 281-441-4179. It's Ability Trees. Ability Trees, Houston's, say it,
leading tree care professional.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions.
That'll just happen anytime, folks. Extreme heat, extreme cold, hurricanes. Here's the deal. You better stay ready so you don't end up in a panic. Get a free estimate on a Generac home standby generator from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer today. Reality is, the power grid, it was built in the 40s and 50s. It's old, and it'll never be able to handle the growing population and power consumption. Grid failures and outages, they're going to happen, folks. Take control of your power today with Generator Supercenter of Houston. 281-251-6100. That's 281-251-6100, or check them out online at generatorsupercenter.com.
From military life to a rewarding career in IT, kickstart your new journey in a matter of months in the fields of IT and cybersecurity, including AI. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including VA benefits.
What? All the budget has to be used now? And we can use all the media buy?
Javier's marketing firm just got its dream funding.
Okay, ideas. Bobbleheads. No. T-shirt cannon. I seriously need some help here.
He needs to find marketing managers who are worth every dollar.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Sponsoring a job on Indeed gives it a visibility boost so you can hire faster. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery. so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, before we get into Take a Mania, a quick shout out to our friend Toro, mascot for the Houston Texans. He is in candidacy right now for the Mascot Hall of Fame. You can go vote for him. MascotHallOfFame.com. Toro is a big listener to Payne and Pendergast. When I see Toro,
calls the never caller.
He never calls in.
We say a lot of nice things about him. He never said one nice thing about us. But still, he has retweeted us at times and what have you.
He likes the show. That's how we ascertain he likes the show. But for real, Toro is up for the Mascot Hall of Fame. So a reminder, our good friend Toro, who's given us so many laughs and so many memories, and nobody gets after it on game day like Toro does.
Nobody puts himself in peril for you.
That's true, man. Are you kidding me?
Quite like Toro.
He might have fear of heights. He's putting himself in fear of, at the very least, just bad headspace, having to come down from those high rafters that he does sometimes.
I would have to be so drunk to do that. Yeah, I would be the drunkest mascot in the league.
Ain't enough alcohol for me to do that, man. So, yeah. So for all the risks he takes, all the laughs he's given you, and for how much he loves this station and this show, MascotHallOfFame.com. Voting goes till May 24th. You can vote once a day. So go do it. Let's go get Toro in the Mascot Hall of Fame. All right. Take a Mania this week. Every week we have challengers that try to take down the current champion. The current champion for a week now, he won the title last week, was Andrew Perloff of the Infinity Sports Network, co-host of Maggie and Perloff. This was his take the day after Steph Curry pulled his hamstring in Game 1 of the Minnesota series, the Western Conference second round. Andrew Perloff, who may have never pulled a hamstring in his life, based on this take.
You guys don't think that Curry has any chance to come back from this? I mean, we've all had little hamstring pulls. They're
the
tough.
Amount that he raw out a game, I don't.
What are you talking about? He goes from the top of the three-point line on one side to the top of the three-point line on the other side.
Constantly moving.
That cannot be further.
Moving on offense is easy. Moving on, I mean, they'll hide him on defense. All he has to do is hit a bunch of threes.
Ask Reggie Miller and Klay Thompson, guys who do that stuff. And Ray Allen, the kind of conditioning they do. It's grueling. It's like that is very hard. And it's terribly hard on the defenders to cover those guys because they're in better shape than them.
As a former big man in high school, I'll tell you right now, the guards don't do crap. They're running 40 yards.
Give me a break.
And Steph, running on offense doesn't count. It doesn't. Anybody can run around and get a shot.
He was like the most well-conditioned guy in the NBA because of all the stuff he did off the ball. This could not be more wrong.
Well, regardless, though, I mean, I think he can be effective in a different way because he can hit his shot. A hamstring injury will, if it's John Morant and he has an injury, as we saw, that's bad. But Steph can be effective a little bit, right? You still have to watch out for Steph. I don't care if he has one functional leg.
All right.
So, as it would turn out, they did not run Steph Curry out there on a peg.
They did not, no.
To just be a catch-and-shoot guy.
I'm watching highlights of the Celtics and the Knicks on the TV in our studio right now, getting mad at that take. I'm watching the game of basketball, and I'm going,
You're watching guys run around on offense?
Yeah, no, this is a horrible take.
Hey, set a screen for me. Can you just hobble his way behind the screen? There you go.
I mean, if he just
Simple as that.
He just hit some threes. That's all he's got to do.
Easy peasy. It's such a bad. I felt okay. Now you listen to that show a lot more than I do.
Yeah.
Does their producer jump in a lot on the conversation? You're the guy that was saying you couldn't be more wrong about this. Okay.
He's a regular voice on that show.
He is. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It would be even better if he hardly ever speaks, but he had to jump in on that.
Right. Like if Ben jumped in on one of our takes.
No.
Yeah. Ben doesn't like being on air, but there's times where he either has to correct me 3 times a show, or like there's something that he knows that we don't that he'll jump in. But by and large, yeah. If Ben jumped in with that and was that verbose about it,
it's a bad
I would
take.
know oh, I really screwed this
I messed up.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get to the challengers here. That's the champ. That's going to be tough to take down. And I love seeing the text. So weigh in.
It's especially because he brought up his high school sports career.
Yeah.
I think he was just kind of joking with that side of it, but still, it made it really bad.
Holy text message, holy bleep. That's my first time hearing that take. That's bad. Someone said that on the text page.
Especially Rockets fans especially know how bad that take is.
Yes.
They see exactly how Steph Curry gets. And he's not even getting open half the time.
No.
He's running around all over the place so he can be 40 foot from the rim and shoot it falling away.
Falling away, needing to create space by using his legs. All right, so here are the challengers. This is Mike Greenberg. This is audio we played yesterday, in fact, on the show.
Yeah.
We like the idea of an NFL draft lottery. That's not the bad take. Seth and I both espoused that idea on our show, same day Greenberg did. But it's why the NFL should have a draft lottery, why this gets the stamp of take-a-mania from Payne and Pendergast.
The thing about the lottery is it's a good idea. Tanking is a scourge. It should never be incentivized. The NFL has always strived for parity. It's a great idea. It has served them well. But the trouble is, as their season has gotten longer, the bottom is starting to fall out of that a little. Last year, 10 teams won less than 30% of their games. That was the most ever. 6 of those teams won less than 25%. That's the most since 1926. Teams are throwing in the towel. That's exacerbated by the 17th game. Soon there's going to be an 18th, and I'm all for that. But this problem will only get worse. For example, this past year, the Browns fielded a roster so non-competitive in Week 18, they were 20.5-point underdogs to Baltimore, and the Ravens covered. The ping pong balls are the answer.
Okay, so this is the problem. The part at the end is where it annoyed me, because the whole time he's rallying against tanking, and I agree with him largely about tanking being bad, except that very few people right now think that the NFL has a tanking problem.
Yeah.
The Titans didn't go out last. The Titans, the Browns, the Giants, the Patriots, the Jaguars, none of those teams, those are the 5 worst teams in the NFL last year. None of those teams from the outset went into the season like the 2013 Astros.
Right.
It just wasn't. It's not an issue. If you really hate the way the last 2 games go, perhaps at the end of the season, where teams will do like a mini tank on the margins of things.
Yeah.
The Bears a couple years ago when they tanked the last game and the
Hold
Texans
all their
did not.
starters at halftime of the game.
And to be clear, it's always the management, not the players themselves.
Correct.
We know that. Don't bother texting and correcting us on this. Jets. The Jets were one of those 10 teams. The Jets weren't tanking. Right. They were just a bad football team.
Yeah.
Do you think the Panthers were tanking with their second? The Panthers already had the quarterback they had drafted to not be a bad football team. That's why it's such a stupid take. And yet, it's not nearly as bad as Perloff's take.
No, yeah. So Perloff kicks out.
Sean, that's the worst part of it. Him bringing up the 10 worst teams. The Bears, the Panthers, the Jets, the Jaguars, the Patriots. Those are teams that already had their quarterback.
Yes.
Those are teams that there's no question about those quarterbacks. The guy that they would have tanked for, they already had the young player on their team.
Yeah.
Some of whom they had just drafted that year. That's an awful. I'm almost talking myself into voting.
Well,
Perloff's was way too bad.
Perloff's is worse. The thing that sucks about Greenberg's take is the overall take is good. You and I both like an NFL draft lot. Well, it's good in our opinion. There's a lot of people that hate the idea of the whole thing. But yeah, he took a good idea and he just threw a bad take in after it. All right, this one is Boomer Esiason yesterday during one of the Infinity Sports Network sports minutes that run on this show. You guys know they run at the top of every hour. 90% of them are about things that nobody in Houston cares about, but they are what they are, right?
Every now and then you get like a minor league hockey in New Jersey.
Happy birthday to this guy, yeah.
It's basically like, remember in Sports Illustrated, the faces in the crowd?
Yes.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
It's kind of like that, except done on national radio and in a prime drive time spot.
That's
Thanks
right.
a lot. Thanks, Boomer.
So Boomer Esiason, and they're done by all our show, Boomer Esiason does. The irony of Boomer Esiason having the first name Boomer when he gives a take like this one.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Can't get enough of the NFL these days, folks? Well, if you want access to every game in 2025, you start with YouTube TV at $564 and Sunday Ticket at $522. Throw in Peacock, Netflix, Amazon Prime, and ESPN Plus. Now you're at $1,515 with taxes and fees, or about $84 per week. Oh, it's going to be an expensive 2025. I'm Boomer Esiason.
This is a bad take because it's a lazy, alarmist, hyperbolic take about the cost of streaming NFL games. Yes, they're on a bunch of different platforms these days.
Yes.
But nobody's telling you you've got to keep it for a year. Half of the ones he just named, I'm on, I know already anyways, because I like watching other things on those, Peacock and Amazon. Yeah. I like watching other things on there.
Well, some of them, too. The problem is he adds your base cable subscription. Like, if you're using YouTube TV, that's what you have to have if you want to watch every single game, because to get NFL Sunday Ticket, you have to have YouTube TV.
Yeah.
So, that's, if you want to watch all 256 games in the NFL, yes, that is a premium thing. But even to watch the games in your local, you're going to have a cable provider or DirecTV or whatever it might be.
Yeah.
So that's you throw that in there, and it's as well as watching everything else that comes on those channels.
Great point.
This is the problem. This is look, honestly, people think I'm joking when I say this. Like Sports Talk Radio, we are held to a higher standard than, say, political discussion or political talk, because we get called on our BS all the time.
Yeah.
So this feels like Dak and throwing a bunch of numbers out there and then just, and it looks like a convincing case. No, we get fact-checked on our stuff. People don't vote for us just because they like us.
The only people that it costs, people don't vote for us. The only people that it costs the dollar amount Boomer is putting in there are people who don't have at all any subscriptions to begin with, have no cable television, and who are lazy about canceling subscriptions. That's the only people that it costs that much.
You can still watch on with your antenna television all the local games, even on those, even on the streaming ones for the locals. So
and yet,
but still not nearly as bad as Perloff.
Not as bad as Perloff.
Did he do it? Cover! Oh, and a kick out! Unbelievable!
Here we go. Okay, two more.
At least he was saying things that are at least kind of factually true.
Kind of.
So whereas Perloff was just way off.
Yeah, exactly. All right, two more here. Jared Greenberg is a sideline reporter for TNT. He was giving a report before Cleveland and Indiana Game 5 the other night, where Cleveland got run off the floor in their own building. They got destroyed. They lost the game. They lose the series. Jared Greenberg, though, shared an anecdote before the game about Max Strus, the Cleveland shooting guard, who sent a group text. So it's not Greenberg who's getting killed here. It's really Strus via Greenberg. Here is the anecdote shared before that game.
A group text message was sent out to every single Cavalier player from Max Strus. Strus said simply, if you don't believe, then don't show up. Doesn't think this group is done.
Okay. A, they were done. They got beat. And B, Max Strus went 0 for 9 from the field in that game. Didn't score from the field in that game. Max Strus, big talker.
I can't fault him for giving that. I mean, now it's like, if you don't believe, don't show up. He went extra hardo on it, and then didn't show up. It reminds me, I don't know what movie this is from, but I've seen it on Twitter. It's a guy, it's a soldier who gives this big motivational speech how they're going to overcome the odds, and then he turns and takes one step, and this giant dinosaur tail wipes him off the face of the earth. It's like just into oblivion. Like, this dinosaur tail hits him, so I think they're about to fight dinosaurs, and it sends him off into like a cliff a half mile away where it splatters in blood.
That's Strus. That is Strus. Bad take by Strus. Probably an ill-advised text if you know how the thing ends up playing out.
His heart was in the right place.
His heart was in the right place. And this isn't even, Perloff kicks out of this one at 1 probably, right? Like this isn't even close to Perloff.
Can he do it? Cover!
Perloff, still the champ. All right, last one here. Appropriate that this is an NBA lottery take. I feel like the NBA lottery's gotten a lot of run this week. This was Mad Dog Russo on the Dan Patrick Show, talking about the lottery. As we all know, the lottery this year wound up with Philly picking at 3, San Antonio picking at 2, Dallas picking at 1. All teams that bucked the trend of where they should have finished if the probabilities, like Dallas should have been picking 12th. They won the lottery. They're picking first. That's how lotteries work. Here was Mad Dog Russo with just a bad take about the NBA lottery.
I understand they're so worried about tanking, but Danny, isn't there something wrong when Utah, Washington, and Charlotte can't win the freaking lottery or don't have a chance to get the top 3 picks? Isn't that wrong in sports? And I understand they're worried about these teams with 20 games to go not caring, which is an indictment in itself. But isn't it time maybe we pass on the lottery and give those worst teams the best chance to get the 1 pick? Why don't we just do the lottery with the 3 or 4 worst records and not include Dallas or Houston? Well, that was a trade, but you know what I'm saying. To give the worst teams the chance to get, I mean, really? I mean, that is a little rough.
Okay, I guarantee you at some point throughout the years that Mad Dog Russo was complaining about, pre-lottery, complained about teams losing.
The tanking and the losing
the tanking
and everything.
And the losing, and in non-lottery sports, complaining about the tanking and the losing. What do you mean they didn't have a chance at it? They had a chance. They had a 14% chance, a 40% chance of landing in the top 3. They didn't. The ping pong ball spoke.
You don't want to reward the intentionally bad teams, Mad Dog. This is the problem.
Yeah.
You don't want to reward the teams that are intentionally bad by giving them, which is exactly the invitation that you're giving if you only allow the 2 or 3 or 4 worst teams.
He literally said, shouldn't they have a chance? They had a chance. Yeah. You have a chance to win the actual lottery, Mad Dog Russo. It's a 1 in 8 jillion chance or whatever it is.
I do it about once or twice a year.
Yeah.
I like the thrill of it. I don't have a gambling problem like you do, so I'll go out and pay my $2 or whatever it is for Mega Millions and just and it's fun. It's fun for a couple days.
So you should really get that rush every hour, like I do. Sure. Is there a horse race going on right now? Ben, pull it up on the monitor in here.
Of all my vices, I'm glad that I never succumbed to gambling because that would be.
I'm glad I did.
I'd have been broke 19 times over.
So is that Mad Dog take as bad as Perloff right there?
Oh no! Yeah, I wasn't even going to deliver a judgment on it. It still wasn't as bad.
This is as definitive a champion as we've had since Cataldi.
It's just because Perloff was so wrong and just kept hammering it and doubling down on it. And he kind of hedged at the end and said, well, maybe he could just at least shoot or something. But even that was way, way wrong.
Yep. All right, bad take by the league that I will get to, non-audio. So congratulations, Perloff. Still the champion of Take-A-Mania. We'll send you a belt.
We'll explain that. Ross Tucker, who inspired the Take-A-Mania segment to begin with, we're going to have him on next week. He just said that he could come on.
Oh, good.
And we'll make sure he knows that, like, his bad take was all in fun because it wasn't even a sports bad take.
Right.
All the ensuing champions have been bad sports takes.
Yes.
We'd be hard-pressed to find somebody that would even qualify as an entrant in Take-A-Mania with your actual sports take.
That's right. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Now, he did have he once, some of his bad takes were, he said that Taylor Swift is definitively musical artist than Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
That was not a popular take.
A lot of people worked up with that one. No, it was not. That was a good job. Good job getting engagement there, Ross. All right, another bad take from the league in the aftermath of the schedule release. And did the Texans get a steal on day 3 of the draft? Somebody who really liked the Texans draft, really likes one of the picks that we've not really talked about much on this show. We'll get to that coming up next. Academy Sports and Outdoors.
is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. We just got done doing Take-A-Mania. This one doesn't really qualify, but I wanted to point it out because I pointed it out when it happened. And this will probably be the last of the schedule release crumbs. You know, the schedule release was Wednesday night. But I was mad when this happened, when the NFL sent me a schedule release reminder last week. Like, hey, just a reminder, we're 4 days away from the schedule release. And they sent a nice, zippy little graphic with 5 different NFL players on it to remind me and kind of whet the palate of football. Like, oh, yeah, look at these guys. That's right, man. Seeing Patrick Mahomes in this graphic? That's right, Mahomes. He's the greatest of this era. Jalen Hurts was in the graphic. Josh Allen, reigning MVP. Jared Goff, been to a Super Bowl. Really good quarterback. Who's this 5th one here? Who's that? Oh, it's Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence was the 5th quarterback on their graphic. Trevor Lawrence, who's not done squat in the NFL, won a playoff game against the Chargers, which really, I mean, does that really count, a big comeback against the Chargers? Everybody beats the Chargers in the playoffs. We know that. The Texans beat them last year. I love the fact, Seth, that the NFL sent out a graphic, say, like with these 5 guys on it, like, hey, schedule release coming up. Superstar. Face it, you're going to see all year. And then the NFL themselves released the schedule. Mahomes, 7 primetime games. Jalen Hurts, 6 primetime games. Jared Goff and Josh Allen, 5 primetime games apiece. Trevor Lawrence, the 5th face on that graphic. I don't know why I'm so agitated about this, but he has one primetime game. Dude, the graphic you sent out to get us ready for the schedule release, one of the quarterbacks you have is barely even on the schedule that we care about.
Yeah, the thing about the Jaguars and Trevor Lawrence is, okay, well, that's, he's got Travis Hunter now. And you pair him up with Brian Thomas, and boy, that's quite a duo.
Fireworks.
I think that the part that, and this is where it's awesome that the Jaguars selected him, because they did the classic thing that you're doing something that breaks the mold, and whenever you do that, to trade up that aggressively for a guy who you're not exactly sure, okay, how much he's going to play both sides of the ball, but like, you're trading up because he is that special type of dude. You wouldn't have traded up for him if he was just a wide receiver.
Right.
Like in this class, if he was just a wide receiver, he's not that good a wide receiver prospect. And in this, he probably might have been the best wide receiver in this class if he was only a wide receiver, but it's debatable.
Yeah.
So you're trying to break the mold. And you know my rule about that. Whenever you go that far outside the bell curve, you're either a genius or you're an idiot. So it could go one way or the other on this.
Let it be idiot.
You're either a genius or an idiot. So, Trevor Lawrence has no excuses, and Liam Cohen has no excuses. The organization has no excuses if you don't actually hear.
He's an indicator of failure. Like I know it's the schedule and it's primetime games and it's very subjective, and the Dallas Cowboys have as many primetime games as anybody not named the Chiefs. I get that. Like, there is a glitz factor to it. But when they drafted Trevor Lawrence, if you had told the Jags when they drafted Trevor Lawrence in 2021 that, A, he would be on his 3rd coach by the time year 5 rolled around, he'd be on his 2nd GM by the time year 5 rolled around, and he would be in 1 primetime game heading into his 5th year, but you would still be paying him $55 million a year.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, if you told him that 5 years ago, you'd be like, okay, what in the hell happened then? Like, there's a disconnect here. He's being paid like a franchise quarterback. He's being treated like he's J.P. Lossman by the TV,
right.
By the TV executives,
Yeah, that's so that's they're in the division, so we get to see it twice a year.
Yes,
we get to see it early, and it's going to be a whole lot of fun to watch.
Should be.
I wish, and as I've said before, I really, really like Travis Hunter. He seems like everything you want in a football player.
Yep.
But unfortunately, he went within the division, so now I have to root for his failure.
Yeah, man. Sorry about it. We got our own things to think about, Travis. All right. I don't know why that's got me so agitated, but it does. I need more important things to agitate me. Here's Todd McShay. Todd McShay, who it feels like has talked about almost every Texans draft pick now, singularly on his podcast. Like he really
likes the he seems seems to have because they're of the same mind. And when it comes to the guys that the Texans drafted.
Big time.
So now don't go back and looking for all of McShay's old bad takes.
Right. Just trust us on this. Yeah.
Just focus on the positive. Yeah.
Here's McShay talking about Texans' 7th-round pick, tight end out of Iowa, Luke Lachey.
Luke Lachey, tight end, Houston Texans. They had a really good draft. Luke Lachey, if Lachey didn't get injured and it didn't set his career back at Iowa, I think he could have been a day 2 pick.
Yeah, and the scheme too, by the way. Remember, he's playing they want to take the air out of the football.
Yes.
This is not a scheme where you're going to get the Arroyo kind of featured routes and targets or any of that stuff. You better run block if you're going to play at Iowa, man.
And like the ankle injury, had surgery, it was setback, terrible quarterback play, scheme, all of it. And even if it wasn't for the medical and some of the concern, like I still thought he could go like 4th, 5th. He went 7th late. So obviously the medical set him back a little bit too. But this is a smart upside selection because you're talking about a 6'5.5" guy who is tracking to potentially be a day 2 pick at tight end, who has the ability that you see, who had a 35-inch vertical jump, by the way, Mensch, tied for 4th in the tight ends, 10-foot broad jump, tied for 6th. Tyler Higbee was kind of the comp that I gave him when studying him on tape.
All right, so there you go. Tyler Higbee, whose name has actually come up a fair amount since they hired Nick Caley, because Caley was the tight ends coach in Lost Point, is a late-round pick who turned into a pretty good NFL tight end.
No, as far as like the explosiveness side of things, he's got that. They cited the broad jump and the vertical jump, but then like in the shuttle drills, if we're just talking about combine drills, you wonder, okay, how much of that is just him as an athlete because he didn't do as well as those versus how much of him recovering from his injury. He's not George Kittle athletically.
No.
But obviously, then George Kittle wasn't a high draft pick, but came out of Iowa and can do the blocking part of it really well. There's a lot of intrigue there just because, unlike Cade Stover, he's the opposite of Cade Stover. Cade Stover only played 2 years of tight end in college and wasn't doing it at a place like Iowa where you're expected to be like a traditional tight end. So yeah, there's intriguing upside there. I'm not ready to just slam dunk say, oh yeah, it's nothing but a given. Iowa tight end, there you go. He's gonna be a Hall of Famer.
No, 7th
the
round
Texans
pick.
have already had C.J. Fedorowicz as an Iowa tight end.
Yeah. And
he had one really good season where he had 60 so receptions or so, but he had concussion issues.
Concussion issues were what got him. Yeah, the 7th round pick. It's tough to make the team as a 7th round pick. I will say this: if there's a position that I'm getting drafted at in the 7th round, I'm trying to make the Houston Texans. I feel like tight end is a makeable room. Right now with a new OC who's got a bit of a tight end background, who's coming in with a blank slate. Look, Dalton Schultz isn't going anywhere just based on his contract, if nothing else. I think the team really likes Cade Stover. And after that, I know they brought back Brevin Jordan for another year, but Brevin Jordan was Travis Kelce or anything before. I mean, he made some plays, but I mean, Brevin Jordan himself is a former day 3 pick who's been oft injured in his time here. I think tight end, like if you show out at tight end in training camp, I think he can make this a really interesting conversation at the back end of that room. And maybe he makes it enough of a conversation where that's a room where they keep an extra guy,
Another, just in and kind of looking at Iowa tight ends, and I wanted to look at Luke Lachey versus George Kittle at the Combine and what have you. And Kittle was very explosive as well, like 98th percentile in broad jump, 94th percentile in 40-yard dash amongst tight ends.
Yeah.
But just like Jalen Noel, Texans draft pick, tiny hands. And it has not hindered him. Kittle was in the 11th percentile of hand size.
Ooh.
Jeez.
You know who
Kittle,
loves that?
Get it together.
11th is okay. 11th is bad, right? Like 11th is yeah. Okay, that's at the bad end of it. Oh, okay. Poor Mrs. Kittle. Oh, that's too bad. So there you go. Luke Lachey, 7th round pick.
Or good for her too. Like maybe some.
Depends on what she likes.
Women prefer whatever.
Yeah, it depends on what she likes. Yeah.
Most women don't actually want the 99th percentile.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Somewhere around 50th,
Some women really want the 99th percentile, but not nearly as many as social media would have you believe.
Let's do a power ranking of the women that want the 99th percentile. Hey, the Belichick-Strahan interview is in the books. I'm looking at the video right now. The full interview is up on Good Morning America's Twitter page, and it looks like some people have put out I don't know any quote, but you can cash your ticket and we'll have the audio. That's why I say this. I sent you the tweet with this audio. We'll have it for you in the next segment. Give Ben a chance to grab it. He did ask about Jordan Hudson. Strahan did. That's all I'll say. He did ask about Jordan Hudson, yeah. So we'll.
But nothing that's viral or anything? Like the response wasn't anything yet? That's.
I'm only looking at a transcript of the conversation. Well, that'll be the tease, you know? That's, that'll be the tease, yeah. Well, if you want to hear what Belichick had to say when Michael Strahan asked him about personal relationships, we'll have that for you coming up in the next segment. So the interview is out. Belichick, by the way, if you're looking to cash tickets on what he wore, went with a dark blue suit, baby blue button-down shirt, collared shirt with a dark blue tie.
So I was right about him wearing a suit at least.
Yes, he's wearing a suit.
I wasn't right about the tie color. I thought he was going to wear a baby blue tie.
Got the baby
wearing
blue
a baby
shirt,
blue
though.
shirt.
Yeah.
I'll have to see what exactly, if it looks like exactly UNC's colors or not. Because a blue collared shirt with a suit.
Yeah.
That just sounds like he's going to work at Instant Young.
It's not as deep a light blue as the Carolina blue is. It is light blue, but it's your
That's
normal.
poor school spirit, Belichick. Yeah. Bad job by you.
Better than wearing.
Did he have a pin? I thought he would have a Tar Heels pin on.
I mean, look, nope, no Tar Heels pin. No Tar Heels pin. Does he even want to be at North Carolina?
Does he even care?
Right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. All right, so what did Belichick say when Michael Strahan asked him about his personal relationships? We'll have that for you, and we'll get you ready for the weekend, find out what the guys on In the Loop got going on. We'll do that coming up next. But first, Texas Sinus and Snoring. Thank you. There we go. There's the reminder. Dr. Ben.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Loss 10 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Seth, we were talking about the lottery a couple segments ago during Take-A-Mania, and you talked about going and buying lottery tickets. Someone, I think, just maybe issued you just a warning label. The Mega Million is now $5 a ticket. So just so you know.
I'm out.
That's it. I'm out of the contest. Yeah.
I'm out.
$5 a ticket for the Mega Millions.
$5 for Mega?
Yeah, man. Yep.
What are they trying to make this? This is like the luxury seating dynamic in pro sports.
Yeah. Dynamic pricing. Yeah, it's dynamic pricing. Yep.
Yeah. What's it called when a neighborhood turns over and becomes more
gentrifying?
You're gentrifying Mega Millions.
They gentrified your lottery tickets.
What the hell?
Yes. Yeah. Bunch of town.
I grew up in this Mega Millions. And now I can't afford the neighborhood.
Bunch of townhomes and man caves and everything else. That's it, man. All right, so Bill Belichick sat down with Michael Strahan earlier this morning. Not got a chance to watch the interview yet. It's about 10 minutes long. It was on Good Morning America. It was live. Belichick wore a suit this time, not some moth-ridden sweatshirt of a school that he doesn't coach at anymore. This is the only clip I've seen so far, but this is the clip that kind of scratches us where we itch as far as okay, was he going to ask about this? Was he going to ask about that? Here's the exchange about Bill Belichick's personal relationship with, I'm not listening to this yet, with Jordan Hudson.
So what did Jordan mean to you?
Well, we have a good personal relationship. And, I'm not talking about personal relationships, Michael. You know that.
Okay, I know that. Coach, you look happy.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd see you doing yoga. Only happy people do yoga, Coach. Only happy people do yoga. Well, I know a lot's been made about all of this, and I just hope that the focus gets back on you and if you're happy, we're all happy for you. And I wish you well at UNC. Good luck this year coaching, and the art of winning. You know a lot about that. And I appreciate you being here this morning.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity. Thanks a lot.
So it was a throwaway at the end of the interview. Oh, Strahan, you caved. Oh, you caved.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't roast any of these guys you're not going to get anything out of them.
But a throwaway at the end felt a little disingenuous. Like he's just okay, let's get this personal relation, which I'm sure that exchange they both knew was coming. They talked before the interview. He's laughing with each other about it. Oh, Strahan.
I can't wait to watch the video of it because it almost sounded like I was going to get my jumping on the couch moment, where when Tom Cruise went all crazy for Katie Holmes.
Yes.
I thought that it sounded like he was smiling there when he said he was happy.
He was. I'm looking at the video right now. He's smiling. He is either smiling or is even keeled throughout that entire. Yeah. Oh my God. It's real. Wow. It's really unsettling.
It's like when Hugh Hefner discovered Viagra. It just changed. It changed everything for him.
Belichick's just got to. It's weird to see him smile. It's very unsettling.
There's enough instances of him smiling.
I'm just
out there.
telling you my reaction. It's very unsettling seeing him smile. His cheeks are up here and everything. So
you know what? I think if I were going to do this, and I say all this, I don't think people would be happy after because generally the rule is if you don't get an answer out of somebody, people blame the interviewer. Yeah. And likewise the interviewer gets a lot of credit when a guy is just ready to give a great answer and he gives it. So I feel like if I tried to do this interview, I would be criticized afterwards because I wouldn't get a good answer out of Belichick. But I might try to approach it in an indirect angle in that look, obviously there's been a lot of changes in your personal life, and do you feel, is there some part about you that maybe you feel reinvigorated or what have you, and see where he goes with it? I don't know.
That's in bounds.
I don't think I wouldn't have gotten a good answer out of it. But
I want to play. I want to Zapruder this thing one more time because I do think there was a point here where Strahan kind of paused and was hoping for something. He was hoping for what you were talking about. I think there's a point where he put I think the yoga thing was put out there. All right, I'm going to just get him comfortable talking about something that he does with this woman that he likes. Yeah. All right, so one more time. Let's Zapruder.
So what did Jordan mean to you?
Well, we have a good personal relationship. And, I'm not talking about personal relationships, Michael. You know that.
Okay, I know that, Coach. But I'm saying, are you happy?
Yeah.
You look happy.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd see you doing yoga. Only happy people do yoga, Coach. Only happy people do yoga. Well, I know a lot's been made about all of this, and I just hope that the focus gets back on.
Okay, this is the avenue you could take. And doing this now and seeing the way Belichick has responded a couple times in interviews is sometimes specificity is the best way to approach it if you're trying to crack a hard case as an interviewer. And like if you go into the yoga, but also knowing that he's promoting a book that's about his life as a coach and the coaching side of it. Obviously, a huge part of being an NFL coach is a lot of interpersonal struggles sometimes with people and their families and the people that are close to them. You might want to try to pry it open that way somehow. Make it about the book and about some of the challenges. You got to read the whole book too, not just the press clippings, so you can bring up some part that other interviewers haven't asked.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's just still hard. That's the hardest nut to crack right there, Bill Belichick.
All right, two things. One, the pause. There's definitely a pause when he asked about yoga, and I think he was hoping that Belichick would expand upon something, and he didn't. So he's just wrapped up the interview, which I probably would have done too. Belichick answered awfully quickly when he said, "Are you happy?" Yep.
Yeah.
He was answered quick. Do you think he's? I don't know, man. Just based on the.
I think Belichick's always been whatever his version of happy is.
Yeah.
I think what makes him happiest is trying to win football games, and whatever his version of whatever his biochemical state is when he's in that state, that's happiness to him.
Do you think he feels any of that outside, like all the stuff that like you and I talk about and everybody else is talking about? Like, you think people are getting into his head with that stuff?
I think that probably, insofar as the outside noise seems to have permeated his family at least a little bit.
That's what I mean.
And that he's got a daughter-in-law criticizing his girlfriend on social media. That's the part that probably bothers him. So on the interpersonal, it might be messing with him. But he's also he's been through this in his career. He had a romantic scandal when he was a coach with the Giants. He had a relationship with one of the secretaries there whose husband went after the team because of it. It was it's not like he's never had drama in his personal life.
I feel like, no, you're absolutely right about that. He feels like, to me, somebody who is the ultimate at being able to compartmentalize. Belichick strikes me as somebody who has no problem cutting somebody off, who, regardless of the relation, if it's family, if it's and that has to happen sometimes with some family relations. He's somebody who I think is very good at going, all right, you don't like it? Cool. Just not going to talk to you.
Well, and also, like happiness, nobody can actually define what is happiness in any particular person. But in terms of one of the common variables for people who feel like they're leading a good life is that they have a sense of purpose. Yeah. And I feel like Belichick, as long as he's coaching a football team, has a sense of purpose, and it's obviously something that's extremely important to him. Yeah. I think that is... he would have given the same answer no matter what, like when he was in the middle of his first divorce or when he was breaking up with that last girlfriend of his. I think he's got a purpose, and he's happy to be working towards winning football games.
It's every little boy's dream. He wanted to win 6 Super Bowls and at the age of 73 date Miss Maine, second runner-up. It's every boy's dream.
Is that what you got? Second runner-up?
Second runner-up. She was first runner-up last year, second runner-up this time around.
I feel like if you're the Miss Maine people, you really hope that she doesn't win it this year now that she's got a high-profile boyfriend.
Oh, yeah.
That would be all kinds of speculation as to it being rigged and all of that, especially when it's Belichick. I mean, clearly, they doctored her boob adhesive or something in a way that's illegal.
I'm surprised Belichick didn't break up with her over the second runner-up finish for Miss Maine. Not a champion, not a winner, and it's Maine. It's not like it's Texas or something like that.
What's the talent pool like?
Right. It's like being the best football player in Rhode Island or something.
Statistically, your chances of being Miss Maine compared to being Miss Texas or Miss California or Miss Florida or something has got to be just huge.
Just based on numbers alone, independent of the fact that Texas women are better looking than Maine women. Just the sheer numbers, aren't there? There's 40 women that live in the entire state up there in Maine. She had a 2% chance just based on the total number. Is it 40? They got 50 women in Maine.
No, Maine's got it quite. Maine's the 43rd most populated state.
Okay.
According to this, that surprises me because there's not. Well, they do have Portland, Maine, whereas some of those like Vermont doesn't even have an actual city in it.
Right.
Wyoming is the lead. We got district. That's included with Puerto Rico. So Maine's 42nd of the states of the 50 states.
Gotcha. Okay. Amy and I are going to Portland, Maine in a couple of weeks.
Are you?
Staying the night in Portland, Maine on Saturday, the week after Memorial Day. Yeah, we're going up to see Zach Brown Band in New Hampshire.
Ooh.
Yeah. Going to a Red Sox game.
I've never been to Maine. I'd like to go way, way, way up in Maine. There, just where it's true wilderness.
Yeah,
That'd be nice in the summer.
Portland's like cosmopolitan Maine. You know,
Yeah.
it's like it's kind of it's shouting distance from Boston. You want to go to Bangor is where you want to go.
Bangor's, yeah.
Bangor.
My brother-in-law
not
goes
Bangor.
snowmobiling up there every year, and it's crazy.
Oh, yeah,
It's like, 8-foot deep snow drifts and everything.
Yeah, man. We're going to see Zach
Do you know
Brown,
there's
man.
Do you know there's only 3.2 million people in Puerto Rico? I thought it would be bigger than that.
It's not that big an island, though. I mean,
I guess. Yeah, you're right.
It sounds like a lot to me. If you put the over-under at 3.2 million, I would have taken the under, just based it's just not that big. John Lopez is here. Luke Morrow is here, in for Reggie Atatula. Gentlemen,
how are you?
How we feeling today?
We're feeling fantastic.
That's good.
It's like that 70s show on In the Loop today.
Why is it that 70s show?
Because
your T-shirts.
I was listening
Look
to
at you
Janis Joplin yesterday, so I put on my Janis Joplin shirt today. Biggie comes in talking about the mamas and the papas. We walk in, and Luke's wearing a Rolling Stones shirt.
Were you listening to the Rolling Stones yesterday, Luke?
No, I wasn't. But like half my wardrobe are just band shirts. So I only have so many options.
Okay. So if you wear your T-shirts based on what you were listening to, I just have a big T-shirt of Amy. I was just listening to her talk yesterday. It's just a picture of her face. Yeah,
that sounds like an idea.
Why'd you wear that T-shirt? And now Amy, if she's listening right now, which she normally does, she's like, "You don't listen to a word I say. What are you talking about?"
I know what your Christmas present's going to be.
Exactly.
Every time she starts talking, you should just put on your Amy T-shirt and light a lighter, or turn the flashlight on your
Sway
phone.
back and forth. Yeah, that'd be good. We were just playing some of the Belichick interview is in the books. Yeah, we were playing. He didn't go. Stop me if you seem surprised. He didn't go too deep on his.
I'm not going to talk about that. You know
Jordan
that.
Hudson. Yeah, come on, but he smiled. He has teeth.
Yeah.
You know that, Bill Belichick. So there is that. Question of the day. Today.
Question of the day is based on, I'm a golf freak. The PGA Championship, the big controversy up there is mud balls, which is...
Okay, I had not heard about this.
Yeah, they're all talking about it and that's why Scotty Scheffler hit one into the water yesterday. You're supposed to, or I should say by and large, they let you, when the ball plants into the fairway, like on a wet fairway.
Yeah, like embedded in there.
Yeah, you can pick it up, clean it, and place it. They're not letting them do that.
You got to hit out of that?
You got to hit out of that this year.
Oh, yeah.
So everybody's hot.
Okay.
About that. And then last night, I'm watching the Astros game.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised, Luke, and you hadn't heard this before.
No. Some mud balls.
So last night, Yonder Diaz looked awful in an at-bat against Jacob deGrom. Which did not make him unique by any stretch. And I turned to my wife, I said, gave him the old White Castle special.
That sounds like something on Urban Dictionary.
Yeah. She looked at me like I had two heads. You've never heard of the White Castle special?
I have not heard of the White Castle special.
3 sliders in a row.
Oh, wow. Okay, it's a little dad joke-ish,
But it's out there.
Yeah.
I'll bet you a lot of our listeners have heard the White Castle special.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Feels
It
like
might be a little dated, but it's...
I hadn't heard that before.
So...
Now I want sliders.
What are your favorite, or maybe even better, least favorite unique sports terms?
Yeah, because I don't like that one. The White Castle special.
You don't like... I think it's awesome.
I don't like, and this is a very common one, and it's not a criticism of any of the many, many baseball broadcasters who use it. I just don't like it when they say pitcher is on the bump.
That's a good one.
I just said it feels like it's almost like it's not really a bump. Okay, it annoys me, and it's not. It's common. It's not like I don't judge people for using it. I've just never liked it.
I do.
So are you? Yeah. See, I feel like you like a lot of these.
No, I don't like it.
Oh, okay.
I judge people.
Okay, on the bump. Okay. Yeah. So you're looking for either ones that people really like or really hate.
Can of corn.
Can of corn.
Oh, I don't like can of corn. I don't like that at all.
Yeah. I'm not even a big fan of corn to begin with, let alone a
I'll tell you what I don't like, and this is really stupid or whatever. I just don't like front runner in general because it can mean multiple different things. Like sometimes it's a negative, sometimes it's a positive.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like front runner unless I know for sure. Like if you say if somebody's the front runner, they're leading the division or whatever. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. But when in football they'll say, "Oh yeah, that guy's a front runner," and you're like, "Wait, is that a guy that's only good when the team is doing well, or does it mean that he's like a guy who's leading the charge or what?" I don't like that.
I hadn't thought that's a good point.
Bandwagon. We're already getting a bunch of them.
We're going to get some, and we got the play-by-play guy here. He's scratching off terms as we speak.
Oh, Luke,
from his repertoire.
Yeah, Luke. These are all the terms you sounded dumb saying on play-by-play.
Yeah, it's good good to know.
This
is like a focus group.
That's right. That's exactly right. By the way, Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. I've got two.
Okay, I've been waiting.
Two that I hate.
Mm-hmm.
I hate when people call RBIs, runs batted in, steaks.
Yeah.
Oh.
Steak, ribeye.
It's the worst.
That's bad. Your White Castle one isn't nearly that bad. I just want to be clear.
I like my White Castle.
Either. I don't.
I've never liked ribbies.
Ribbies. So we're same page on that one. But steaks. Oh God, this is the worst one. And this is on my list of things that annoy me that I have on my phone here.
Mm-hmm.
It's at the top of the list. People that call championships titles. People that call them chips.
Yeah.
When you call a title a chip, you sound like the biggest douchebag. Chip.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to tear up this room when I hear somebody call
really
a
don't
title
like
a chip. I don't know what it is. That just rubs me the wrong way, man. Now, Luke's looking at me like he's used the word chip.
No, I agree. Along those same lines, I hate Tutty for touchdown.
Tutty!
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I hate Tutty.
Yeah, that's the worst. Tutty is the worst.
Tutty's awful.
You're putting it on your list as we speak.
It's awful. Checking to see if it's already on the list, to be honest with you.
I can just feel Mark Vandermeer squirming and waiting and saying and waiting for me to say this one because Mark Vandermeer, one of my best friends, I've told him this to his face. I can do without Fresh 4.
Oh! Shots fired. Boy, John Lopez is taking all kinds of prisoners over at NRG this week.
With a Fresh 4. I've told him. And he's come in the studio saying, I didn't say it, Lopez.
Oh, I've heard him say it before.
No, in a particular.
I didn't say Fresh 4 yesterday, Lopez.
I love that. All right, one other one that's on my list of things, the list of sayings that I hate. I don't even know if this is a sports saying necessarily. Let's keep it a buck. I want to keep it 100. Now, I'm okay with keep it 100.
Ron Hughley says that a lot.
I'm okay with keep it 100 because it's been Mokarumed, right? Do we have that in the, we're going to hear that in a minute or two when you guys get the show started. I hate keep it a buck.
Yeah.
Hate. Not as much as Chip.
Yeah.
Hate Chip. Oh, do I hate Chip?
He hates Chip.
I also hate using 0 as part of a score when people say 7-0. It's not 7-0. It's 7-0. That's the score.
Say 0.
You do? Oh, I hate you.
But that's the journalistic geek in me.
Yeah, I have like 50 things. Kirk Ferentz is on the list. Ferentz, expressing a point like this when you write it, when you put a period after 5 words in a row. Oh, you're the worst.
Kirk Ferentz is on the list. You mean like the actual name? Anytime someone
No.
says the name?
Well, probably because it reminds me of the human being. Not a big Kirk Ferentz guy. Yeah. I got a lot of things on that list, but you guys got a show to do. Just don't say Chip. That's all I ask.
10:40.
Yeah, 10:40. I cannot wait. I might have alcohol for that. Just get worked up.
The text line is going to be good on that one.
It's already.
Do some. You might have to just compile some from the text line. And
oh God, there's one that I'm going to put on. Thank you, 832. Giving flowers.
Yeah. Oh.
Yes. Oh my God. Oh, and it's an epidemic. I'm going to give him his flowers. I'm going to give him his flowers. Oh, I hate that so much.
If people could see the ferocity with which Seth was pointing at the YouTube camera,
and it's hard
with a pencil in his hand.
Jay Stroud has said it quite a few times, and I hate it every time I hear it from anybody.
Oh, this is going to be great.
I'm going to give him his flowers.
This is going to be great. Giving flowers is the lamest ever. Putting on a clinic. I don't want to steal from your show.
All right,
I don't want to steal from your show. I'm reading. These are
for 15 minutes.
I could do it for 4 hours. All right.
I feel alive again.
Seth, antibodies.
Jordan Hudson. I love her.
I feel alive again.
Antibodies and flowers to you.
Antibodies. Get a chip.
Knew it. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Hey, everybody have a great weekend out there. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Luke Morrow in for Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop. Let's get it going on a Friday. They start now.
Yes, sir. Although I got to tell you, I'm in the mood for chips.
Now that's how you start a show.
Yeah,
chips and flowers, baby.
Right.
Chips and flowers.
Yeah.
And Janis Joplin and Mamas and the Papas and
championships.
Oh God.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God.
Ready to roll on this Friday. I am in for Reggie, but the rest of the gang still here nonetheless. John Lopez and Figgy Fig, who, by the way, Figgy, the first time I met you, I thought you'd be taller, too.
Oh, man. That's the fourth time I heard that this week.
Yeah, that's known as a callback.
Salute to my cleaning lady.
It's a compliment. Well, it's like a backhanded compliment.
It is a backhand.
It's like when people say you outkicked your coverage.
Yeah.
They're kind of putting you down. Anyways, we're here for the next 4 hours. You can join the conversation. 713-572-4610.
Yes. 0.
Yeah, that's right. 0.
It's okay to use phone numbers. It's when you say scores, people are like, they're winning 14-0.
But it's a number. I mean, it's 0.
572-461-0.
There was always a thing in broadcasting. They said you could, if a team had 0, don't say, or if it's a 0-0 game, you're not supposed to say no score because that is the score. You know, like we go to the third inning, no score in this game.
Yeah.
No, 0-0 is the score. So that's.
I like that.
Yeah, people when they nitpick broadcasters, they always point that out. You can also get in touch with us on the YouTube and Twitch streams. Actually, that's a perfect segue, unintentionally, into last night's Astros game because. Well, the Astros scored 0. They lost, in case you're just turning on the radio, Astros lost to the Rangers last night 1-0 to open that series in a great pitcher's duel. And I think there's a few directions we can go with just that one game last night or what we've seen from the Astros recently. But I do want to start with this. Could I make the case, and feel free to tell me if I'm wrong, I don't think it happens in other sports, but since baseball is so long, you can get it in baseball where even though the Astros lost on the scoreboard last night, I still came away. I know it's to the Rangers. I know they got shut out. I came away last night feeling like that was still a win because, to me, that was the earning the stripes moment for Hunter Brown, where he has solidified himself now as that true ace, the bulldog that you want to have the ball in the elimination game and the big series in September, whatever it is. And he has graduated now. Last night, I think, was like that last step where he's graduated to that guy now on the staff.
Well, I think that's fair because there's so many good. Like every loss is bad, but some are not as bad as others. You know, and that was one. Goes 8 innings. I've been saying for a couple of weeks now. I mean, he's the ace. He's the guy. But you're right. I mean, sort of solidifying that whole thing. As much as I agree with that, I also feel last night was sort of a kind of like you could have. With just a few things going different, Jacob deGrom was just unreal as well. But my thing on your point, I just acknowledge that Hunter Brown is going to go 6, 7, 8 innings every time out. He's that guy. He's becoming like back in the day whenever, let's just pick a good, Verlander was starting. You bought tickets to watch Verlander. You are buying tickets to watch Hunter Brown now. I know I am. I mean that's what he is, and that's what you're talking about. However, the one thing that I kind of sort of analyzing the game, Jordan would have made a huge difference in that game. Just having him in the lineup. Would have made an enormous difference. They didn't have a left-handed bat against Jacob deGrom.
Yeah.
Even and how about the late innings in a 1-0 game? Presuming everything else goes as it did, and then Jordan steps up in the 7th or 8th inning, that changes the whole dynamic. So Jordan, as much as they're saying, well, any day now, or whatever, he's getting close. I think is the line that they use.
Yeah,
that would have been if he had come off when he was supposed to come off on the 13th, and been in that.
I'm with 100%. Even you make it so much easier on the opposing manager when it's just all righties.
Yeah,
and then he looks at his bullpen and he's like, okay, which reliever should we go to? Well, pick one of our righties because all they have are righties. And the last time I was in with you was right before opening day, and we were talking about what the opening day roster would look like. And I mentioned it at the time that I don't get this roster construction where even with a healthy
Jordan,
I remember, there's all righties. We have no lefties in this lineup. So you make it a lot easier for a guy like deGrom last night, who, when you look at the splits, like most pitchers, is obviously a lot better against righties than lefties. But because of that, that was such a frustrating game, even though you feel great about the pitching performance. You lose 1-0. It's a classic pitcher's duel. But if you look at some of those advanced metrics, the Astros had like 9 of the 13 hardest hit balls last night. There were so many close calls, and they just couldn't get one of those hits to fall in or couldn't get a clutch 2-out hit to get, to scratch across a run.
But that's what they've been, and that leads to my other point. Again, sort of just like looking at that particular game. Jordan, I was like, man, had he been healthy. Now, I know you can't put him out there if he's not healthy, but they've been sort of pulling our string here on, he's getting close and all that. That's number one. Number two, and I don't know how you feel about this. I think there are certain games and certain teams, really, if you want to extend it to how the Astros are hitting over the course of the season, you got to switch who you are and play a little more small ball.
Mm-hmm.
Like last night had small ball written all over it. Like just scratch out a hit, lean into a pitch, for God's sake, something, and just create some kind of traffic, bunt, sacrifice, hit, detail, small ball, because you're nothing but right-handed hitters. If you square around or if you do something like that, you create some pressure on DeGrom. Maybe they start thinking differently in terms of how they're, how long they're going to use him. So I think it was a small. They should have gone more small ball yesterday.
I agree. Yeah, I agree with that point too. I am old school in the sense of I like that. I wish there were more bunts in baseball nowadays. I know they've tried to bring back the steal, and they have done so. I wish there were more hit and runs. And when you are facing someone like DeGrom, it's going to be tough to scratch across any runs. And as we saw last night, it might only take a run or two to win the game.
Yeah.
So you got to do whatever you can to try to get that run, and then also put pressure on.
That's
Jacob
what I'm
DeGrom.
talking about.
Yeah,
Right. Just create that traffic, make them get into the stretch, make them, and he gave up 7 hits, I think, DeGrom did, but they were all,
they're just kind of scattered
around.
singles.
But all of a sudden, you were making some contact, little hit and run action or whatever. And then the other reason is the Astros. They've been hot lately, relatively, compared to the rest of the season, but they still rank 26th in the entire MLB in extra base percentage. You mentioned it. They weren't getting the extra base hits, so you've got to do something a little different. That was one that got away, and you got a tip cap, obviously. There's a term.
I like that one.
I like that one too, to both pitchers, but it was one that felt like you could have easily had.
For sure, which made it frustrating. And my other concern with the lineup, we kind of saw it last night, is, look, Jake Myers is having a really good season. I don't know. Do you trust Jake at this point? He was up with 2 on, 2 out. I think it was the third inning, and he struck out on 3 pitches and went down looking at a fast coverage.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just like, oh, okay, like he's having a good year, but still, bottom of the ninth, is Jake Myers still the guy you want to come up to the plate? I referenced this in the notes, and we discussed it a little bit, but like Jeremy Payne is having a great year, no doubt. But if you go back to this point last year, he had almost identical numbers, and then we know how he finished the season. So is he a guy that you – that's still my question with this lineup, especially with Yordan out and Altuve struggling right now, is maybe I just haven't seen enough to believe in it, but I still have trouble feeling like Pena, Jake Myers, these are the guys that can carry this lineup right now.
No, I we've talked about that here and there, and the thought did cross my mind last night as well. But I feel Jake Myers has done enough. How many games are we into the season now? 40?
About 45?
Yeah,
think, right?
Something like that. He's done, and we brought it up yesterday, maybe he's just having one of those years. The thought crossed my mind, but given where they are, the lack of extra base hits, how hot he's been, I really didn't have a problem with him staying in. And by the way, Lance McCullers against Nathan Eovaldi today, that's going to be interesting to see how he responds.
It sure is. Because Nathan Eovaldi, I know he's on the Rangers. We shouldn't say anything good about Ranger players, but I'm a big Nathan Eovaldi fan. He's had Tommy John surgery like 3 times, and he keeps coming back better. The dude is rocks. He's been great in the playoffs. I think he can hold up his end of the bargain for another pitcher's duel tonight. Mm-hmm. I don't know if we're going to get it from the Astros side. I'm very concerned about Lance McCullers. What should be reasonable expectations? I feel like each start's gotten tougher for him, right? You start with the White Sox, then you go to the Reds, now you go to the Rangers on the road. What should be reasonable what do you expect to see from McCullers, or what do you hope to see from him tonight?
Well, just to be honest, I don't know what to expect.
Yeah.
I have no idea what to expect with Lance McCullers. I don't want him to go more than 5 innings. So good thing Hunter Brown went, pretty deep yesterday, because after, he's still just coming back. Struggled, obviously, as we know, mightily at home, but was okay in his first start. So I just give me 5 innings. It's kind of like we talked about with the rookie that came up the other day. Forget, but anyway, just give me 4 innings. This is what I was telling. He gave you 4. I just want 5 out of McCullers and just keep it close. 2 runs, 6 hits. I'll take that from McCullers.
Say he struggles again tonight. Maybe not quite the disaster that was the Cincinnati start, but I don't know. Say he goes 3 innings, allows 5 runs, something like that, 4 runs.
Yeah.
where are you with the McCullers, like the leash on him? How many starts should the Astros afford to him before you realize, like, you know what? He's been out 3 years. Just maybe this is the end of the rope. It's not going to work anymore.
I don't know if we're there, but I think you start having conversations about, what should we do with him?
Mm-hmm.
You got the 6-man rotation. You have other, possibilities. I know you're not a big fan of the 6-man rotation.
Hate it.
Sometimes I think it commands in today's baseball world. I mean, it's not old school anymore. It commands to having more than 5, but I think you got options. Would be problematic because of all these things that are happening and pitchers going down. Arrighetti. Shout out to Hayden Wesneski, by the way. Thoughts and prayers. We'll get to that. That was quite the bombshell last night during the broadcast. Pitchers hurt. You really need someone, and you need someone like Lance McCullers, who has that veteran experience, to step up.
Yeah, I've ranted about this on Area 45 already, about the 6-man rotation. I get it if it's just for the 17-game stretch. Mm-hmm. But after watching again, Hunter Brown just was excellent last night, and we're taking starts away from him instead to make spots for Lance McCullers right now. And not only that, but, like you mentioned, Colton Gordon. Like, we're creating spots in the rotation for these guys where I don't think they're deserving of a spot, and in turn taking away a few starts from Hunter Brown, where that's the type of guy, and like you referenced, I'm old. Baseball's different nowadays. I am old school, but I want Hunter Brown on the mound as often as possible. Every 5 games, give that guy the baseball because you should win those starts.
No, I'm with you in theory. I guess I'm just sort of accepting of what they do now.
Yeah.
But I'm with you in theory. And by the way, Hunter Brown isn't a baby anymore. He can handle it. He's a big boy. I'm sure he wants it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure he wants to go out there every fifth day. And the other thing that might be a factor here, in case they're thinking about maybe tapering back that 6-man rotation, Fromber's been pretty good the last couple of outings too.
Yeah.
So you got 2 guys there that maybe you want to give the ball to rather than an uncertain Lance McCullers.
Right, if you had 6 quality starters, I get it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
But right now you're creating spots for a rookie call-up and for Lance McCullers, which, that it's a discussion that has passed, but I always said he was better served in the bullpen than being a starter. That ship has sailed. On the text line, Ocho says that loss last night really feels like 2 because McCullers pitches tonight against Eovaldi. That's a fair point.
Well, see, that's the point that I was trying to make. He put it better than I did. You have to have 5 innings. You have to have McCullers because if it blows up, then all of a sudden saving the bullpen is almost useless. If he gives up 5 runs, to your point, if he gives up 5 runs in 3 innings, well, then what the hell did we save the bullpen for last night? Because we're going to be down more than likely,
In regards to McCullers, Ocho also said, and I thought this was about me at first, Luke, I expect what he always gives us, a laborious, annoying nitpicking. I thought, oh, boy, this guy's not a fan of me. And then he says 3 innings on 90 pitches, and I realized, oh, okay, so he's talking about McCullers.
Yeah.
So expectations are low. In regards to that performance last night, I know Sean had this morning. I saw it as well. But since pitchers were first tracked in 1988, last night's game is the only Major League Baseball game where both starters went at least 8 innings, allowed no more than 1 run, struck out at least 7 batters, and threw fewer than 100 pitches. I'm an old school guy. I assume you're an old school baseball guy.
I put that right at the top of my notes.
Do you like
Love it.
An old-fashioned pitcher's duel like that?
See, I think that pitcher's duels are created differently. Sometimes it's 0-0, and it's kind of like several different pitchers. And a lot of hard contact, and it's just good defense or whatever, missed opportunities. That's not a pitcher's duel to me. Last night was a pitcher's duel. Last night was, filth. There's another term. How do you feel about that?
I like that.
I like filth.
That's a good term.
That pitch was filthy.
Last night was filthy on both sides.
I really like that term.
I
After
do
you
too.
said it like that, Fig.
Yeah.
When you call a pitch filthy, that's a nice phrase. Put that on the good side. To put a bow on all this, I thought back to, look, I grew up in the Northeast. There's a famous game from 2000 in the month of May as well. It was Sunday Night Baseball. It was Roger Clemens against Pedro Martinez, Yankees-Red Sox. And the Red Sox won 2-0 on a 9th-inning home run from Trot Nixon, similar to, I know it wasn't the 9th inning, but similar to the Rangers last night. But why I compare it is because it was the first time Pedro faced Clemens. And Clemens was 37 years old, just like DeGrom is 37 years old. And Pedro already had a Cy Young, but he was 28, so he was just 2 years older than Hunter Brown. And that was like a changing of the guard where Pedro out-dueled Clemens. The Red Sox win, and you think like, okay, Clemens is obviously an all-time great, but Pedro was the guy to mess with. And when I watched that game last night, even though he lost, I thought Hunter Brown out-dueled DeGrom, and I thought DeGrom has the great career, no doubt. Probably I would say Hall of Famer. Injuries have played in, but now Hunter Brown, first time facing DeGrom, he puts that performance together last night. I'm not going to call him Pedro Martinez, but just that feeling of, okay, like here's the new star. Man. Yeah, here's the new star pitcher. It's too bad I couldn't get him any run support last night. We'll talk more about the Astros as we go, but when we come back, is the AFC South being slept on? Could the AFC South this year actually be like the NFC North last year? Might sound ridiculous, but I'll explain it when we come back. It's in the loop.
Ready? The Texans' schedule is out.
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
I'm Luke Morrow in for Reggie today alongside John Lopez and Figgy Fig. Hey, is the AFC South being slept on? Could it be more like the NFC North from last year? Get to that in a moment. I'm filling in for Reggie. It's always a pleasure to be here. I do feel a little bit like him after hearing that intro because the text line, that phone number used to be pasted up here in the studio. It's not anymore. So I had to write it down on an old piece of mail I found in my bag just so I remember.
What's the mail? I'm just kidding.
It's a HelloFresh coupon.
Oh, I got to tell y'all something.
I like HelloFresh.
Yeah. About I forget what the question was of the day was when we were talking about the IRS. Seth was bringing up the IRS. I forget what it was. Like
stuff that scare you.
Yeah, the stuff that scares you.
Kind of. Yeah. Simple things that kind of scare you.
Just as sure as you could imagine. Open the mail. I opened the mailbox yesterday. I have a letter from the IRS.
Uh-oh.
That's what we all both said. And she had a letter to the IRS.
Separately, man.
We each got a letter from the IRS. And I'm like, that damn Seth. Because I said I've never been audited ever in my life.
They must be looking at Instagram. You making too much money off that OG sauce.
Yeah, that's right.
You ain't paying no taxes, buddy.
Hey, shh. Actually, I am. For the record, people who work for the IRS, you have my forms. Anyway. So I was like, oh, crap. And to the point where, like, we didn't even want to open it. We were staring at it for a while. You know, you get those letters, and you're just like, oh, this is it. So I opened mine, which I'm sure, which ended up being, of course, the same in hers. They miscalculated the something in our tax return. So we actually got a $255 break of what we paid.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so we got a credit.
Wow, good news.
Holy crap.
Okay, that's a good one right there.
That was close. I was like, that damn Seth. We're talking about not getting audited, and I get audited. But no, I actually got $255.
There you go.
Hey, you just don't get like bright spots when the IRS send you a letter.
Has that ever happened? They go, hey, man, our bad.
No, right.
Bad.
People don't give things back. Nice. That's nice. You open that up. That's a nice present.
Mm-hmm.
Go out for a nice meal at the Sizzler at that.
At least one.
Yeah.
At least one.
On the text line, by the way, that number is 713-572-4610. I've lost these text messages now, so I'm going to paraphrase. Sorry, I'm not shouting out your number. One person said, give McCullers a month before we start having those conversations, 5 to 6 starts. That's fair. And then another text I see here from the 954 said, how long are we going to put Walker in the 4th slot, put Cam Smith in right field, Zach DeZenzo to first base, and bench Christian Walker? I don't think, just like McCullers, I don't think you're benching Christian Walker yet after giving him the contract you did in the offseason, and also because of the back of his baseball card.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you went there because that's what was said about Abreu, and famously by Jeff Bagwell, and we were giving him a hard time. It might happen, but remember what happened with Abreu. They stayed and stayed and stayed and stayed until they even sent him to Florida once. Remember that?
It was 2 years with him, right?
Yeah. So
we went through this for 2 years with him.
Yeah, it might happen, but it isn't going to happen yet.
No, it's too early into that contract, but yeah, maybe eventually. All right, I teased this. Could the AFC South this year be like the NFC North last year, which was a surprise division, put 3 teams in the playoffs? That probably sounds crazy if you're a Texans fan, but I'll lay out my case in a moment. First, I would just, to tee it up, I would ask, how do you feel about this division? Do you feel comfortable in the Texans, the expectations that the Texans should comfortably win the division this year?
I do want to get to your point because I thought it was an interesting one, and I actually wrote down a couple of, sort of devil's advocate. How would state the case that the division could be good? But to answer your question, I think the division is the Texans. It's going to absolutely be the Texans, start to finish. I could see that. I think we did our game-by-game pick 'em yesterday with B. Scott. and I had them winning, I think, all but one or either all of their division games this year. They're going to win the division. But state your case, because I did write down a couple of notes on, like, well, what if this division is good?
Yeah, and that's where I'm at, too, because I'm with you. This is the Texans division, but I can be a bit neurotic. So I was looking at the schedule breakdown after the schedules came out the other night, and it got me a little worried, because the reason why I compare it to the NFC North last year is the Vikings, the Bears, the Packers, even the Lions, all overachieved last year. They exceeded expectations. And when you go back and you look, all of those teams played top 9 easiest schedules last year. Now, part of that schedule was playing the AFC South, but the Packers, Lions, Vikings, they had 3 of the best records in the NFC, and they got to beat up on some weaker competition. Okay, how does that relate to the AFC South? Well, if you look at the schedules this year, everybody except the Texans in that division, the Titans, the Colts, the Jaguars, have top 9 easiest schedules this year. And you might think, well, these teams aren't very good. They might win a few more games, but not enough with these schedules because they're not good enough. Fair. But if you go back and look, the Vikings last year, their win total was 6.5. They ended up winning 14 games and made the playoffs. It's been 5 straight years that a team with a win total under 7 to start the year ended up making the playoffs. Could that be the Colts or the Jaguars this year schedules? Could this division actually be better than a lot of people think, just simply because the easier schedules?
I that's one of the things I put down, easier schedules. But I think what really complicates things for and you can't argue with 9th easiest. I mean that's analytics, that's data, that's statistics, that's just based on last season. But when you eyeball this thing, you know how the NFL schedule works. If you don't, you're designated 2 divisions that you play, and then the first place team against other teams will face a couple of better teams. The last place team will face easier teams. So the designated divisions are tough. Like the designated divisions are the NFC North this year. No, it's the AFC West. Because they play the Chiefs and the Chargers and the Broncos and the Raiders. So that's pretty tough. But your point is solid. Where I went with it is kind of the speculation or projection of quarterbacks in this division. I mean, it comes down to the quarterback. If Anthony Richardson figures something out, that could be a fly in the ointment. Trevor Lawrence, that could be a fly in the ointment. Or hell, I said Anthony Richardson, Daniel Jones, or whatever. If Cam Ward is a number 1 overall pick that looks the part, that's where I would maybe say, if I had to make a case, that maybe they could make some noise this year.
We see every year a first-year head coach makes the playoff. I forget how many years that streak's at. I think it might be like 10 straight years. And obviously we know it well with DeMeco Ryans did it here at the Texans 2 years ago. So it's finally the right fit. I know this is like the 4th head coach they've brought in for Trevor Lawrence. I don't know. Maybe this one finally works. We always see these first-year head coaches catch the leagues by surprise. We saw the Colts 2 years ago almost made the playoffs with Gardner Minshew. Maybe Daniel Jones can be to that level. And the Jaguars, by the way, also have the 2nd easiest schedule for the final 7 weeks of the season. So even if they're playing like 500 football, there might be some winnable games to make a run down the stretch of the season. No one was seeing the Vikings winning 14 games last year. I don't think the Lions were even expected to win 15, right? The Packers winning, 12 games last year. I think those were all surprises. This would obviously qualify as surprises as well, but I just worry that the gap, I felt like, has already shrunk a little bit this offseason, and then you look at, they all have easier schedules than the Texans. They might have more winnable games that will further shrink the gap in this division.
No, and you mentioned the back end of the schedule. When you have easier teams at the back end, you're a little more beat up. You maybe know exactly where you are. You've established yourself one way or another. You kind of gain, a sense of momentum, over the course of the back end of the year. The other thing that might come into play here, we know that what the Texans' defense is going to be. There are good defenses in this division. There are flat-out good defenses in this division. And so you steal a game here or there, all of a sudden, things get interesting as well. So I don't think so. I think it's going to be a Texans, wire to wire, so to speak. But those would be the 2 ways I would argue it.
Which team, I'm sure you guys have talked about this, but since I'm just hanging out with you today, which team would you be most both? I do think this is the Texans division. I don't want to sound the alarms here. I think the Texans do win this division. And pretty sweat-free, I would like to hope. But which team in this division do you feel like does have the highest upside this year, outside of the Texans?
Man, that's part of the reason I think, there are some big questions. But I don't have a lot of faith in Liam Cohen and the Jaguars. But they do have Trevor Lawrence. We'll see if anything gets unlocked there. I don't have a lot of faith in either Anthony Richardson or Daniel Jones. So there's that. That kind of leaves it down to the Titans, who have a pretty good defensive front. Obviously have added a couple of things on the offensive line, which could maybe help Cam Ward, I guess. I mean, would you say the Titans might be the scariest team in the division?
This year?
Yeah.
I don't know about this year. I think you could kind of see
Jaguars?
To me, I'm worried that somebody gonna lock Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
And they got some pieces there. Travis Hunter, they got other pieces there too.
Yeah.
Where it be like, man, they clicking now.
I get it. What about you?
I think the Jaguars, yeah. I think so. You add Travis Hunter. Hopefully the new coach gets something out of Trevor Lawrence. And look, they were, 8-3?
Yeah.
Was that 2 years ago now? Before Trevor Lawrence got injured. They did make the playoffs that 1 year with Doug Peterson. So I think there's still some upside there. I think it was Bleacher Report predict them to win 10 games this year.
That's the one. I was trying to remember who it was. I saw it in passing. I was like, 10-7.
Yeah. They have one of the easiest schedules in the league. So things just might line. I don't know if they're a great team, but things might line up where they can have some success this year.
Yeah.
We'll see. We got a long way to go. Hey, it's time for the question of the day. And we've already had a lot of these roll 713-572-4610. The question being, what are your favorite or least favorite unique sports terms? Let us know. We'll get to them next in the loop.
I think I know how that's going to go. All right, so but DNA.
SportsRadio610.com/JOY.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Luke Morrow in for Reggie today alongside John Lopez and Figgy Fig. What are your favorite or least favorite unique sports terms? It's the question of the day. Text them in 713-572-4610. The haymakers are already flying in with all of these.
Spoiler alert, it's going to be mostly that you don't like.
Of course. Always is.
Fresh 4.
Oh, God. All right, let me get that out of the way here before Luke, sorry. Just to reset how this came about. PGA Championship, for all my golf friends out there, they're having a big controversy about what they're calling mud balls, which is a common term. Your ball gets plugged into the fairway, not in the rough, but in the fairway because it's wet. They usually let you pick up the ball, clean it, and set it on some good grass. They're not letting them do that, so Scotty Scheffler went off yesterday. I almost put the audio in here, but it was too long. He went off on it yesterday. And then I'm watching the Astros game, and this is where I thought of the question of Yanni has got 3 sliders in a row, nasty, from Jacob deGrom.
Filthy.
Filthy. And I turned to my wife and I said, well, gave him the old White Castle special. 3 sliders in a row. She looked at me like I had 2 heads. But you said you never heard of that either.
No, I haven't. I like it.
Yeah.
You might be the only one to use it.
No. I got some feedback. It's been out there. It's it's maybe a little dated, but anyway, sports terms like that you like or dislike. And I'm sitting next to a really, really good play-by-play guy, experienced, and I told him off air. My life's mission at this point, one of them is to get him a play-by-play job because he deserves it. That's Luke Morrow. What are the ones that you've heard so far? Things like painted the black, can of corn, that you've used.
Yeah, I'm guilty. I think of a lot of these. Really. Somebody said golden sombrero. I always like that one.
I don't mind that one,
and I use it.
And the platinum.
No,
that's 4 strikeouts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Didn't have that on my bingo card. Somebody said on the text line.
Yeah,
that one. Yeah,
but that's as much sport, daily life as sports too.
Really.
True.
Yeah.
The one that kind of bothered me now, and back in the day, I remember I was alive and remember when it happened.
Yeah.
Remember when Rasheed Wallace was talking smack?
Yeah, I like that one still.
And then he said, "Ball don't lie."
I still like that.
The guy missed the free throw. He said,
"You don't
ball
use it anymore."
I don't like it no more, man.
Ball
People
don't
use
lie.
it too. Yeah, ball don't lie.
Yeah,
I don't like it no more.
Become
Yeah,
too mainstream.
yeah.
The soccer one, some people hate. You know what a nutmeg is?
Yeah, I like that one.
I like nutmeg. When
Yeah.
you kick the ball between someone's legs, you nutmeg them. Yeah, I like that one.
It's not necessarily a sports one, but I always love when you say, like, giving him the business, or they gave him the business.
Giving him the business? Who was the referee?
Yeah, there was the one ref. Like,
Oh, yeah.
When he called the penalty.
Giving them the business.
Yeah.
Oh, and I didn't mention the Vandermeer thing. And he knows this. He's one of my best friends. But I flat out told him when he goes, and it's a fresh 4. I'm like, yeah, we don't necessarily need to say that, do we? He didn't like that when I brought it up with him. But,
yeah, that one I don't mind. We got into this a little bit, the crosstalk earlier, sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing, with because Sean was so adamant he hates Chip. I'm similar with the abbreviations. I mentioned Tutty for touchdown. I can't stand. That's become
a good one.
Too popular. And then somewhat different, I don't like in basketball when people call assists helpers. I don't know why, but when they say he had 9 helpers last night, I hate that.
How you feel about like being a broadcaster being a home broadcaster and somebody say, "Oh, the good guy's up."
Oh yeah,
yeah, I don't like that. I don't like
that.
Like say just say the Rockets are up by 4.
The good guys are up.
The good guys by 4.
Giving him his flowers.
Yeah.
What are we doing? What are we doing? And CJ uses that a lot. Yeah, I'd give him his flowers on that.
Yeah. I kind of like that.
You don't
one.
mind it?
Yeah, kind of like it.
How do we feel about pancake? Like when you pancake block someone.
Indifferent. I don't have an issue.
Yeah, type way about it.
But we're getting a lot coming in. Twin killing.
I like twin killing.
I don't mind that one.
I use that plenty.
Yeah.
There was one I did get rid of because it became too cliche. But when it's a 2-2 count in baseball with 2 outs and sometimes a runner at second, people always say deuces are wild.
Oh yeah.
And I used to use that one, and then I heard everyone saying, I'm like, this is annoying. So I don't like that anymore.
I'm with the 713 on this one. I think downhill is way overused. They use it in basketball.
Mm-hmm.
I get the downhill runner. The guy that goes hard and straight and, doesn't mess around, doesn't put a lot of it. I get that one. But people use downhill like in every sport now. I'm like, no, that's overused for sure.
Along those lines, I think my father really doesn't like physicality, which has become a big buzzword in recent years. That's one he doesn't like, and I kind of agree. There's certain buzzwords that become too overused.
Now, I think that's the big thing right there.
What about control your own destiny?
I don't mind it.
I like it.
I don't mind it, but that's another one that's been used way too much. Way too much. But giving him his flowers, all these other ones that people are way overusing.
What about the laundry on the field?
Oh, thank you.
Whenever it's a flag, the referee throw a flag, you got laundry on the field.
Do you use that?
Yeah. I don't mind that one.
Got a little laundry on the field. How about dinger?
Not the biggest fan. I don't think I
trick 409. I don't mind that one at all.
Hat trick is cool.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the word to use. People don't say 3 goals; they say hat trick.
You got the hat trick. Yeah, I don't mind that one at all. But yeah, no. So there are some that you like, some that you don't like. As they're coming in, I don't think play-by-play guys use this one. 832. We want a pitcher, not a belly itcher.
This one I like. I mean, we don't use this, and we kind of use this in street ball, but I like the term double dribble instead of just travel. Some people say travel.
Well, double dribbles, the dribble.
Yeah, like picking the ball up twice.
Yeah.
We used to say double.
Yeah,
that instead of saying travel or carry. Say that. Double.
Somebody said for baseball, when you talk about the count, nothing and one, they can't stand. It should be 0 and 1.
Yeah, 0 and 1 is
so
probably
like nothing
better.
and 1. Yep.
But you had a good point. Like the score is 0-0.
Yeah, that's old school broadcasters always nitpick that. You can't say like no scores. We head to the third when it's 0-0 because that is the score. So you should say it's 0-0.
There is a score. There's that. He's got receipts. Oh. Thank you. Oh, how did I not forget? Remember this one. Trust the process.
Yeah,
it's become a real
trust
cliche.
Being sorry. Just trust being bad.
And a lot of people are saying they don't like when players yell, "Let's go." That's overused.
It is.
Yeah.
Way overused. Everybody says, "Let's go." And the other one was he could go all the way up. Let's go.
I don't know if this is sport. This is probably not sports related, and I could get in trouble for this because our boss uses it a lot. But LFG, when people say LFG,
I think that's very sports. I think
really because I hate when people just use the letters LFG. I'm just like, man, that's.
I would say that for all like abbreviations. People say BRB in real life.
Oh God, that drives me nuts.
FYI,
in the
I guess
text, don't text me BRB.
Yeah,
just get back to me.
When you speak it, it's even worse.
And and I don't mind if the word or term or whatever the hell it is, tutty, is ever used again.
Yeah, I hate that one.
Do not say tutty.
Yeah.
Say
TD.
TD, touchdown, anything.
Yeah,
but
TD,
where
touchdown.
did that come from?
I have no idea.
The tutty. Well, I don't even know what.
It had to be a player that said it or something.
Well,
and
sure.
Everybody ran with it.
Yeah. There was also a period of time, because I think they used it in Madden, where pay dirt became a real popular turn of phrase.
School.
Yeah, and I guess it was brought back in recent years, and now that's been overtaken by tutty's the new cool phrase for touchdowns. I hate it.
How you feel about just using the term pigskin?
I don't mind that.
Pigskin,
I think that's like a hat tip to the. There's one. A hat tip to the old school. Playing within myself from the 713. Grand salami.
No,
I don't like. I never liked that one.
Yeah, that one's terrible.
Oh, I hate that one.
Every sportscaster should just say no.
Just say Grand Slam.
Grand Slam.
I saw somebody say holy that, or that's an old school one. I hope no one's still using that today.
Yeah.
Unless it's people in Toledo, Ohio, or something like that.
Fair.
Oh, there's so many that I hate that are coming up now. You know how much I hate they're playing with tempo. That is my number one. That is my Sean Pendergast. You know, what was the one at the top of his list? It wasn't
Chip.
Chip.
Yeah.
When people Troy Aikman, every broadcast. Oh, they're playing with tempo now. No, they're not. They're either playing up tempo or they're playing with slow tempo. Playing with tempo is either or. When they go fast, it's not playing with tempo. It's up tempo. Get the hell out of here with that. Every single time that they say, oh, they got tempo going now, I just feel like throwing something at the TV.
You know what? I never thought about it. You convinced me. I still like the phrase, but I do agree with your point. Yeah.
No, it's not tempo. Every time walking is tempo. Crawling is tempo.
It's true.
Sprinting is up tempo. I mean, playing with tempo is not right. All broadcasters, please.
Well, that kind of lead me to the one I don't like. They just wanted it more.
Oh, yeah.
They just wanted it more. I hate that term,
and
man.
Reggie, and I like this term, but Reggie hates momentum. He thinks momentum doesn't exist. I think it can. I think even just mentally, psychologically. Yeah. Oh, my gosh. Tempo. Now you go, 110%?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's just so many phrases that are specific to baseball.
Can of corn.
Yeah. A lot of the old school ones I don't really like anymore.
Yeah.
Can of corn being one of them.
Yeah. Can of corn, you know where that comes from, don't you?
Yeah, wasn't it getting it off like a top shelf?
The top shelf back in the day, like back in the Babe Ruth days, they would have to – the corn was always on the very top row of the general store, and they would use this little stick to knock it down and catch it.
Yeah.
Catch it like a can of corn.
That one I know. Yeah. One of the new ones I don't like in baseball is, and I'm going to butcher it, what is it, like the sword, when you get like those check swings?
Oh, yeah.
What do they call it, swords?
The sword.
I don't like that.
What about people call home runs taters?
You know what? I don't use that.
I'm about to say, man, come on.
You don't like it?
Nah, man. It's home runs, man. It's not hard to say. We ain't got to pimp out the word home run. Home run is cool. We ain't got to say no taters.
I don't use it, but I don't mind it as much as you do. That's your tempo. Any word that comes out of Chris Collinsworth's mouth, well, that's just mean.
Yeah, I'm a Collinsworth guy.
What about Bush League? Every time something happens,
I don't mind that.
Bush League.
I don't mind that.
Yeah, I like
Bush
it.
League.
Yeah, because obviously, smaller league, Bush League, whatever.
We'll end on this one from the 281. They should call the Grand Slam a Denny's special. I actually like that.
Gave him the old Denny's.
Yeah. Oh, let me sneak one more in because I do hate this. Whenever people say get in the hole in golf, I hate when someone tees off and there's always that loser who thinks he's being funny yelling, get in the hole. It's so annoying. Yeah. 30 years ago. Stop doing it.
Yes.
Or even the Baba Booey from the Howard Stern. Stop with those.
Oh, yeah.
It's not funny anymore. So annoying. Hey, keep texting those in. What are your favorite and least favorite unique sports terms? 713-572-4610. We'll continue to update that as we go. But when we come back, it's time to go around the NFL. It's in the loop.
Ready? There's plenty of options. insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Luke Morrow in for Reggie today alongside John Lopez and Figgy Fig, and you as well. Get in touch with the show, 713-572-4610, as we go around the NFL. NFL is going to discuss the possibility of players participating in the 2028 Olympic flag football tournament. I would hate this idea if I was any NFL team. What say you?
Well, I think the NFL teams don't want it, but the league, interestingly enough, I mean, they're pushing it. This is a Goodell special, so I like the idea, but I also feel like there's a chance. I don't know how you feel about this. This might blow up in their faces a little. It's a different world. It's a different game,
Yeah. Like, what you mean blow up in their faces?
Well, this isn't going to be like the Dream Team in '92.
Yeah, okay. Okay,
they just throw their hats in the
I
ring.
was kind of with that, too.
Win by 80.
Because we kind of laughed at the guy. Remember the guy that called out Patrick Mahomes?
Daryl Housh Doucette. Wonder what he thinks about that. He was a little bitty court and all that stuff.
Yeah. No, I remember the guy that was kind of calling out Patrick Mahomes, like, oh, he couldn't play in our league.
Yeah.
Which I thought he was kind of being a little too crazy with that. But some of those guys, they know the tricks of playing flag football.
It's like, I'm going to mix.
A little bit different than real.
This is a weird example, but when I was younger, now I am that guy, I guess. But when I was younger, I had a neighbor. I was in my 30s, and I had a neighbor that was in his 70s. I'm not that, by the way, but he was old, and I used to play him racquetball. He would kick my ass.
Yeah,
every single time, because he knew every angle. He like his movements were just very deliberate. He never really even really sweated, and just where to put the ball and all this other stuff. Just kick my ass every single time. By and large, I feel like the NFL team. An NFL flag football team would probably win, but I don't think this is going to be a cupcake.
Racquetball is certainly an old person sport, by the way.
Yeah.
For sure. And I avoid that, right? There's that whole theory Elvis played racquetball the morning he died. There's like a theory of a few famous people who died hours after playing racquetball. I avoid racquetball. But getting back to your point, I would compare it, and this might not be a fair comparison, but the 3-on-3 basketball they had in the Olympics, they didn't take NBA players for that. That's a whole separate thing and a whole separate style of play. It was a half-court 3-on-3 game. I think this is similar where they almost are like two separate sports to a certain degree, and you can't just plug one guy in from the NFL and have success.
Yeah.
It's also Robert Edwards, the Patriots Pro Bowl running back in the 90s, where they had the stupid flag football game on the beach at the Pro Bowl.
And he blew out
and it ended his career.
I think he dislocated his knee or something like that.
Now, look, that was on sand. This isn't going to be on sand, but it's just that idea. Imagine Lamar Jackson gets injured playing flag football.
Yeah.
You have things in these players' contracts to keep them from playing other sports in the offseason to avoid injury, and I think this kind of goes against that.
Well, what's interesting about this, and by the way, as I'm mentioning this, I want you to put together your perfect NFL flag football team. I put one together this morning. Start thinking about that. I think the reason that this has legs is the NFL is all about flag football right now. The girls' flag football, they had that big initiative and fundraiser here. Didn't Callan Hanna give $1 million or something?
Hannah is very much into the flag football for the women.
And obviously the head injury thing, start them out in flag football. This makes the NFL look good, and they like to look good even though they're not always good. So I think it has legs, and there will be some real push for the NFL to do this.
Also, for a sport that loves to try to go national or international, branch out to other countries, the Olympics could be a great opportunity to showcase some of your guys and your sport, essentially. All right, give us, what do you got for your perfect
This was off the
roster?
top of my head. I think it's pretty good, but certainly open for some consideration. Now, you have 7 players that you take. Most of them are offensive-minded, but I threw a defensive-minded one in there that could certainly play offense. Quarterback, it's got to be Lamar Jackson. Usually have 2 I've got Christian McCaffrey. That guy's hard to touch, and he's got moves. Same thing with Jahmyr Gibbs.
Okay.
I got Lamar Jackson, Christian McCaffrey, Jahmyr Gibbs. The wide receivers, you also need guys that can, shake a little bit. Tyreek Hill, Amon-Ra. I mean, he's all about after the catch and stuff. And Justin Jefferson, you got to have that big cat out there doing stuff. And then the utility guy, which is the guy that you kind of focus on defense, Derek Stingley Jr. And that's not being a homer. I mean, that guy can close gaps, intercept the ball. He can certainly get to you, and get the flag. So I think Derek Stingley. So it's tell me where you would change. I got Lamar Jackson, Christian McCaffrey, Jahmyr Gibbs, Tyreek Hill, Amon-Ra, Justin Jefferson, and Derek Stingley.
As far as quarterback, the first person I thought about was Kyler Murray.
Ooh.
Because he's short. He is really good. Lamar Jackson is really good with that too.
I think Kyler might be better.
Yeah, Kyler, he's good with being out, just going around in circles,
He's got those funky
avoiding
moves.
getting.
He's got flag football moves.
Yeah, I think about the people that can avoid getting tagged. Pretty much.
That's going to become the new scouting term. Like, he's more of a flag football quarterback. Kyler Murray. If we were doing this for 2028, I would say Tyreek Hill might be too old at that point. I don't know who I'd really replace him with, though. But I think it's a really good roster. And then, maybe Travis Hunter I'd throw in there.
Oh, wow. Forgot about that.
He could do a little bit of everything.
That's a real good one.
You know what? Sorry, Derek Stingley Jr.
Yeah.
I was with you in spirit.
Yeah, it's an interesting exercise, though, and I'm curious if it comes to fruition. I know, mention a Cowboy, but maybe I'd throw him out there.
I was thinking about Tank Dell because he's small and fast.
Healthy Tank, yes.
Yeah, healthy Tank.
Yeah. I like those.
Yeah. Speaking of the Texans, I heard you guys going on yesterday about the whole schedule release, how it wasn't one of the better ones in the league, the social media video, and then I guess we've got some news recently that makes it even worse, huh?
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed, Figgy. Like, one day later, did the Texans I'm not going to make it a statement, but I think it's a fair question. Was the bad schedule drop, again, sorry, love you, but it wasn't good. Was the Texans' bad schedule drop just a branding and sponsorship thing? Did you see what happened yesterday?
I did, and I actually thought about that yesterday. I forgot to mention it, but I was thinking like, damn, is Budweiser making a comeback where they could, are they bringing back the commercial or something like that?
Yeah.
That feeling, because I think that's where it started. Was it Bud?
It was Bud Light.
Yeah, Bud Light. Yeah, that's kind of where it started a little bit with that famous commercial.
Yeah, please tell me you didn't do this just as a sponsorship ploy, because less than 24 hours after that schedule drop, which was widely panned, it wasn't just me, they did this.
Oh my! What? What?
So they pretty much brought a big old truck full of
18-wheeler.
Yeah, full of beer, full of was it Bud Light?
Yeah,
full of Bud Light. And Mark Vandermeer came out of the NRG stadium. The guy was like, "What's up?"
Are they trying to monetize this? Some things you don't try to sponsor and monetize.
I'm more curious, wondering if Bud Light is trying to bring that back.
Yeah, but
are they trying to bring back the whole
another way? Not with the schedule. Be creative.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree too. But I wonder if they trying to bring that back or.
I hope so. That was the best campaign they ever had. Beer commercials used to be so good 25 years ago.
Light beer used to have the best.
Yeah. The whole, was it Coors Light?
Look, they're talking about mud balls on TV right now.
Yeah, there you go. I think Coors Light used to do the fake press conferences with coaches, and they'd ask them about the. Those were so good.
Yeah. Well, Dennis Green.
Yeah. And then the Twins jingle. What was that? Bud Light. Real Men of Genius. The beer commercials were so good.
But did they sell out?
Yeah,
I think so. They looking out. It's one of their biggest sponsors, so they looking out for them.
Okay, everybody has big sponsors. But be creative. Do what the Chargers.
They got to love up on them a little bit.
The Cardinals and all these other teams. They didn't sell out.
Yeah, I'm with you on this.
Yeah.
I hate when athletes or teams do this. It reminds me, I think it was Tom Brady when we were wondering, is he going to retire, is he not? And he had those teaser commercials.
Yeah.
And then it ended up just being it wasn't about his career. It was like an advertisement for some company. I don't like that. Keep those things separate.
Yeah, it was kind of a thing too. I think, remember towards the end of the year where quarterbacks was gifting their whole team and offensive linemen gifts.
Yes.
And I think somebody gifted them all trucks or something like that.
And it was
brought to you by Ford or something like that.
Yes.
It was just
it was Brock Purdy who didn't have the money. I think it was Brock Purdy.
Yeah, it was something like that. But you could tell that it was some type of sponsorship.
Yeah.
It's the age of influencers. You can't post anything on social media without it being like a secretive ad campaign.
Say it ain't so.
And they make it so obvious too.
Yeah.
Like, wow, I'm drinking this Coors Light. Wink, wink.
Yeah. I'm going into this one blind intentionally. I've not listened to this. I don't even know what this is about. I'm just reading the notes here. Jim Nantz has no shame. I want to hear what this is all about.
You didn't read the other part. I said, get a room, bro. Get a room, bro. So Jim Nantz was on the podcast. What podcast was it, Figgy? I can't remember. We'll see.
Yeah, I can't remember.
We'll give him credit. But anyway, he was on a podcast yesterday. No, it was with Rich Eisen, I believe.
Yes, that's what it was. Rich Eisen.
He was on a podcast yesterday, and he was asked about Aaron Rodgers. Now, keep in mind, speaking of sellouts, all right, CBS has 5 Steelers games this year.
And we're willing to contribute somewhere. I think we can get up to close to 7 figures. Ooh, as a feel good sign of appreciation, just to kick in a little incentive for you to be in Pittsburgh this year. We need the Steelers to be good. They need you. I saw you play last year. The numbers were really good, a lot better than people gave you credit for. And I know you can still play. And you get doubled up with Mike Tomlin and TJ Watt on that defense. I think it would be a great thing. Let's get this thing done. I'm just making a personal appeal. We
want you. We need you. Talking about Aaron Rodgers.
It sounds like he don't want to see Mason Rudolph and Will Howard play
5 times.
Yeah. He'll be like Al Michaels on Thursday Night Football. Yeah. Just like so bored watching that team.
We want you. We need you.
I kind of feel him on that, man. Like I don't want to see those guys play either.
I'm surprised he didn't throw in his worn ties as part of the package. To try to entice
Rodgers.
Rodgers.
I'll even give you a tie.
Yeah, I'll give you the tie I wear after the game. Like you care about that. NFL schedule maker Mike North said what you guys, I guess, were discussing yesterday. When you look at the schedule this year, it is littered with Chiefs primetime or standalone games. Mike North said, quote, the Chiefs have kind of surpassed the Cowboys as the bell cow. I guess you're not too surprised by that thought, though.
Yeah, he was also with Kay Adams. He was with Kay Adams. And let me ask you, because it's a fair discussion. The way I put it, I don't think the Cowboys will. I think the Cowboys will always be America's team just because they came along at the perfect time back when the Stones and Janis Joplin were playing and Mamas and the Papas and all that in the 70s. It was like the golden era, and just enough people hate them as love them. I think they'll always be, quote, America's team. But right now, America's team, I mean, he just said it, is the Chiefs. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think so. Mm-hmm. I think so. America's team, yeah. But I'll also say I'm tired of the Chiefs. I saw that schedule come out the other night. What do they have, like 8 standalone or 8 primetime? Like, I feel like the Patriots during their dynasty were not shoved down our throats. And by the way, they're not a very fun team to watch anymore. Like if this was 4 years ago, sure, Mahomes is throwing it all over. You got Tyreek Hill. Now it's more like a defensive team, short passes, run the football. Kind of a boring team to watch. I'm not looking forward to seeing them on primetime TV every week. But the main point, I think, does stand that, I think they are the America's team in the sense of that's who the NFL should hitch their wagon to, certainly more so than the Cowboys right now.
Yeah. Figgy?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think they are America's team right now. I kind of agree with Luke a little bit. They was a little dry last year.
Yeah, that's a good point. They weren't fun to watch, like independent of their brand.
I think the only time that season they scored over 30 was against the Houston Texans.
Right. Yeah, go figure.
Yeah, that kind of sucked. But yeah, they really wasn't that fun to watch. But maybe they looking at Mahomes like, hey, he gonna be around for another 10 years.
Yeah.
So let's take advantage of this.
Get used to it.
Yeah.
I'm a betting degenerate. The Chiefs' second half unders last year were like 14-3 because they would just get a lead and then just take the air out of the football. And it's like, this is so boring. No one would score in the second half.
It's crazy too because I felt like they were so beatable.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, man, they should have lost to the Raiders. The Raiders just kind of wet themselves during that time, and they should have lost. Man, that's so frustrating.
Yeah, right. Made it even more frustrating. And then real quick, we'll get out of here on this. There's a new book coming out, Seth Wickersham, who does a great job with these kind of investigative books. And he part of it is involves Caleb Williams, who admitted that he doesn't know how to watch film, kind of sits there and watches by himself, but doesn't know what to look at. Just a further indictment of a young quarterback who kind of struggled last year.
That is problematic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In today's world, that is very much a problem.
Yeah, not great for the Bears.
He just sitting there watching the game like us.
Exactly.
We breaking it down a little more than him. Yeah, he just sitting there with it on.
Yeah, I wonder what happens on this next play.
That's like me watching the Spanish channel. I'm just watching.
That's right.
Don't know what they talking about, what's going on.
I'm just watching.
Man, he chilling.
Yeah, some of those soaps, you don't need the sound anyways. And the other part of that story, too, with Caleb Williams is that he was initially trying to work his way out of Chicago and then realized, let's just go play in Chicago. So, Bears fans, I don't know how comfortable that'd make you feel either, that he originally did not want to go there. That takes us somewhat to this. When we come back, this is my question, because I was listening to a lot of this station yesterday. Have the Texans done enough for this season, or is it already kind of a failure? That's my question. I'll lay it out. Next, it's In the Loop.
All right, let's talk about the Low T Center and getting.
content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
5-1, baby.
Luke Morrow in for Reggie today alongside John Lopez and Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. Have the Texans already failed? That's my question. The fill-in today, I'm asking that as we get ready for this upcoming season with the schedule release earlier this week. You can always text or call the show 713-572-4610. I was listening to a lot of the station yesterday to hear what everyone thought about the schedule. And let me first say I was in agreement. This is not me calling out anybody on these airwaves.
I'll go ahead.
And I heard, no, I won't do. I think that's already happened to you, right? Recently, I won't do that again. Learn my lesson vicariously. But I heard yesterday. I think both of you guys yesterday said 10-7 for the prediction, which is where I'm at. I listened to In the Drive and or the Drive, I should say, and Ron was I think 10-7 as well. Clint was 9-8, and so it just got me thinking as I heard these predictions, and a lot of I know Texans fans. And it got me thinking, is this already kind of set up for a failure? If the Texans go 10-7 again, and by the way, how much of a shot do you actually give them in that game against the Ravens this year or in that game against the Chiefs this regular season?
Yeah.
If they go 10-7 and lose those games, maybe lose them badly, like how do we feel about that season, especially when it's just kind of a repeat of what we just had last year?
No, look, I hadn't thought of it like that. If they go 10-7, and you just laid it out, it's by and large, at least on this station, I think Figgy, you ended up 12.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. Some optimism.
So I did not have them beating the Ravens.
Yeah.
I did have them beating the Chiefs.
Ooh. Okay. Nighttime December game in Kansas City. Look at you.
Yeah.
But you acknowledge, I think we all acknowledge, 10-7, maybe 11-6.
That's probably more reasonable.
That's more reasonable. I hadn't thought of it like that because flat out, if we are here in however many months it is, in January, and they finish the season, they're going into the playoffs 10-7. I think we're all going to be saying, well, that didn't work out like we thought.
Right.
Even though we thought 10-7.
Right. Yeah.
And they probably losing a lot of key games too. Where it's just like, man, how you lose to the Titans?
Yeah.
Or the Jags? Or
that's part of it because I also heard most people say, oh, they'll go 5-1 against the division, maybe even 6-0.
Yeah.
But if you do the math, if you subtract that 10-7 record, 5-1 against the division, that means 5-6 against the rest of the league. We're talking about a losing team outside of a bad division. That shouldn't be acceptable.
Yeah.
And it'd be 10-7. It reminds me of almost Drew Brees. He went through that stretch. He had 3 straight 8-8 seasons in New Orleans. And it's like we're kind of wasting the prime of this guy.
Yeah.
You have C.J. Stroud on this rookie quarterback where you don't have to pay him yet. And if you're just going to have another 10-7 season and you still are not close to being able to beat the Ravens or maybe even the Chiefs, it's like, man, we're kind of just treading water here, and we're not advancing. We're not progressing like we're supposed to be.
I think that's a solid point. Like I said, that I hadn't even really thought of. If we're all saying 10-7, then we're saying,
just run it back.
But I think
kind of the new average a little bit.
And this isn't unique to us, but I think we're all confidently hopeful that certain things will work out. Now, that's kind of a fool's errand sometimes. Hey, we think the offensive line, but, what I've been saying is they got 17 dudes in the room right now.
Mm-hmm.
They're bound to find 5 or 8 or 7 on game day that are good. But that's still hope. That's still like confidence, and maybe hope that they'll do it. Here we are with the wide receivers really high on some of the, Higgins and Knoll that they brought in. But that's still hope,
Yeah.
So if reasonably looking at it, I feel 10-7. So yeah, if we're still here, we'll be like disappointed.
Yeah, and that's my concern is that seems to be the expectation, 10-7. But then once that season plays out, it's like, oh man, third straight year, 10-7, win the division, maybe win a playoff game, lose the set. We're no closer to competing for a Super Bowl, and that's what you should be doing the quarterback. Do you feel better? Let's run through some of these concerns from a year ago to now. Offensive coordinator, big question mark. We don't know which direction that's going to go in. But do you feel better about the offensive coordinator now compared to last year?
Oh, not even close. I was more confident last year.
Right.
100%. Coming off the year that he had, head coaching interviews.
So you don't feel better?
Well, if that's the question, I'm not saying I don't have that hopeful confidence.
But just comparing to
Nick
last
Haley,
year.
But how I feel about the coordinator now versus last year? I mean, everybody felt good about Bobby Stewart.
I actually don't feel good.
Even
about
compared to last year at this time?
Last year, I felt good. Last year, honestly, I was more on board of maybe Bobby sticking around for another year and see what they do with the offensive line and kind of shuffle some stuff.
Yeah,
I know that wasn't going to happen, but I kind of wanted to see what they do with maybe a different offensive line and maybe try to do some other things.
Yeah. What about the wide receiving core?
Yeah, I was going to ask that.
Yeah.
I probably felt better. I'm optimistic. I think the ceiling is high for this wide receiving core. I also think maybe these draft picks don't work out and Christian Kirk's still injured. I think, if I'm being honest, I felt better about the group at this time last year in the wide receiver room than I do right now.
I think I did too. Remember the five-headed monster?
Mm-hmm.
None of them were rookies either.
Yeah.
You had Stephon Diggs, you had Tank Dell. Oh, boy, what a year he's going to have.
Yeah.
Now, I know there were circumstances that were out of his control, but obviously Nico coming off a good year.
Nico. We thought John Mechie was going to take a step.
We thought, well, but even if you didn't down to have a good year, a better year, I should say, and then you bring in Joe Mixon, all right. And I know we left it specifically to receivers, but the five-headed monster was all experienced, all pretty much proven.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the case this year.
No, it's not. Yeah. Offensive line. Do you feel better today about the offensive line than you did this time a year ago?
Now that one I might say yes, simply because of what I put. What I said earlier about sheer numbers. You're bound to find someone. And by the way, I know there are big questions. You and I had this discussion last time we were on the air together about Trent Brown versus Cam Robinson and all that. But they are proven. You do have, another draft pick. You do have some solid options that have at least played and started on the interior line. That one I will say I do have more confidence in the offensive
I feel better about that one. I feel better about the future of the offensive line.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about. To me, I'm a little worried about left tackle and the interior for this year, this year going forward.
Yeah,
I think I'm with you. I feel better about the future. I don't know about the here and now or the start of the season. Might be a little rocky
because you did give up. I don't care what y'all say, a top 5 tackle and Laramie Tunsil for Cam Robinson right now. I just don't know how that will work out right now.
And then the last one I'll ask: defense obviously supposed to be really good. It was really good last year, but the one position people kind of nitpick is interior defensive line, defensive tackle. Do you feel better about defensive tackles now than you did last year?
I think I do.
Okay.
I think I do. Some of these defense. Well, I think they're really good on the edges, and they're going to be better on the edges, I feel, which is going to make the interior defensive line, I think, better. And of course, with Fatukasi, back
Sheldon Rankins,
and Mario. I think. What about you? Because I'm sensing you do not.
I was kind of the same.
Yeah.
I don't feel worse. Mm-hmm. I don't know if I feel better. I think I'm kind of neutral.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I've been saying all offseason, though, I'm not that concerned. The defense is so good that I think I'm not that worried about interior defensive line.
Yeah.
And maybe it is a slight improvement compared to a year ago, but overall, I'm not that worried about it.
Yeah.
On the text line, 713-572-4610 from the 832, they said, based on the 10-7 prediction of 6-10 on-air personalities, did the Texans already fail? I'm pretty sure the Texans don't give a rip about your predictions. No, they haven't already failed. That's fair, but I'd also say this. The Vegas win total is 9.5. Mm-hmm. So it's not just us crazy guys over here at 6-10. Vegas, who they usually know what they're doing, they put the Texans right there around 9-8, 10-7, which would be pretty much a duplicate of the last 2 seasons.
And we didn't say they already failed. If you want them to be honest,
that was just
we
my
said
question.
If we are here at the end of the year, and they're 10-7, I think we'll feel as if that wasn't what we thought it would be.
No, and that's and look, I asked the question. I'll own it. Put it on me. I'll be the wet blanket here. Mm-hmm. That was my nickname at the sleepovers growing up. Wet blanket. Let's see. Also on the text line, I don't care if they go 9-8. The bar is to make it to the AFC.
Fair.
I think that is fair.
But 9-8 is a much tougher road.
Yeah.
We know that.
And how confident would you be getting into the playoffs at 9-8?
Exactly. Exactly, and that's what we're talking about.
Because and unless you feel like the 8 losses with all hard teams,
and they do have the hardest schedule in the division. So, but that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah, because, and I've brought this up before, it turned into a whole nother thing with Ron and my principles when it comes to but I always say don't bring flowers on the first date because you set the bar too high for following dates.
Yeah.
And I think when the Texans win 10 games in year 1 and win a playoff game in year 1, you have to keep taking those next steps. In year 2, you have to win a second playoff game, right? And so now here we are in year 3 where that should be the expectation is to make it to the AFC title game. I mean, at least.
Yeah, because how did y'all feel about the season last year? Do you feel like it was a bit disappointing?
Everybody does.
Yeah,
everybody does.
And I think part of that reason is because D'Amico Ryan's first year, they won 10 games and made it to and won the playoff game. So now that following year, we expected to get to an AFC championship game and compete with the Chiefs and the Ravens and stuff like that.
Yeah.
From the 8-3-2, they also point out first place schedule. I don't know if that's a concern. But then they also say playoffs is what matters. It matters in both senses. They need to be in the playoffs this year, and then it matters, obviously, that's where whatever you do in the regular season, you have to obviously win games in the playoffs.
Well, the first place schedule makes it maybe you grading on a curve 10-7 versus having a last place schedule, 10-7.
That's fair.
So
Okay.
I think that's what he's talking about, or she, and that's more than fair.
Yeah, no, I can get behind that. But it's me asking hearing all these predictions and thinking, man, if they go 10-7 for the 3rd straight year, that just feels like a letdown when you have the young, cheap quarterback.
Yeah.
Hey, when we come back, we'll get to what's poppin'. Run through some things for you. It's in the loop.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Clint just.
biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
Luke Morrow in for Reggie today alongside John Lopez. As you asked, are we going to have to start having these conversations about Ohtani in Major League Baseball? He played his 42nd game last night for the Dodgers, hit 2 home runs, making him now the first player in the history of the game to have more than 15 homers, 10 stolen bases, 45 runs scored, and 25 walks over a 42-game span. When are we, or should we already start having the conversations about Ohtani potentially being the greatest player in history?
You see numbers all the time, every day. We see stats, we see, and a lot of times they're crafted to fit a particular, and this one kind of is. I mean, 42 games, why not 50, why not 40? But, you know, they basically looked it up and said, this is something that has never been done in baseball. This is not modern era. This is baseball history. Like, go back to shoeless Joe Jackson, who's been getting a lot of run lately. You know, go back to all those guys. He is, isn't he? He's in the conversation.
Definitely.
In the conversation.
Yes.
Yeah, is my point.
Definitely in the conversation. I'll agree there. I don't know if I can say I think I have to actually agree with Alex Rodriguez, and I can't believe I'd ever say that. But A-Rod said Ohtani's the most unique player he's ever seen. He said Barry Bonds is the greatest player of all time. And I might still agree with that. Or I don't know, Bonds is in the conversation, but somebody else. And part of it is what Ohtani, to be able to be like an all-star as both a hitter and a pitcher is incredible. We haven't seen that since Babe Ruth, and we weren't alive for that.
Yeah.
But he also 2 years because of that injury. I don't know if or when he's going to return to the mound. And he also doesn't play the field. And I know some people have a problem. Like, he's only playing half the game, which is funny to say about Ohtani. But, you know, he's only hitting. He's not fielding, where Bonds was like a Gold Glover fielder and, you know, stole bases and yada, yada, yada before the steroids. So he's definitely in the conversation. He might be the most unique player we've seen in, 80 years since Babe Ruth. I don't know, though, if I can say he is or if he will become the greatest of all time.
See, and that's why I wanted to bring this up, because I was just blown away by that, the fact that it's all-time baseball. Like, if you just blanket, just want to say in a blanket statement, the greatest player of all time, I still say it's Babe Ruth, and I wasn't alive by any stretch. My dad barely was, when Babe Ruth played. But just because of what he did and, hitting more home runs than teams did.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. Just in a blanket way, Babe Ruth, I think he's in his own category. But when you start taking into account where the game has evolved and the scouting and the analytics and knowing, certain places to – back then they just pitched the ball. I think this guy likes this pitch, and then they'd throw it or they not throw it. But in the manner in which the game has evolved, I think he's 100% in the conversation, because it is so much harder to do what he is doing. That's my point.
Yeah, definitely in the conversation. But I don't know. I don't know if I'll – not yet. I wouldn't put him number one yet. If he continues to play like this, yeah, I mean, I guess, right, he might become the rightful owner of that title. Willie Mays is another one. He did the total package where, again – if we were to compare, if Ohtani's pitching, then absolutely, because we've never seen anybody like that. But
are you sure he's not going to pitch?
No, I'm not sure.
I'm
not sure. I wouldn't be surprised if he don't pitch.
I wouldn't be surprised if he could pitch right now.
Yeah, probably could.
But they're sort of the Dodgers are playing in a different league right now. They're planning for the postseason.
I was about to say, and do they need him to pitch?
No.
They
loaded
half of their starting lineup in the fourth inning last night.
Yeah.
I was like, man, that is bold. Granted, they were up 11 runs against the A's, but like, there's still more than half the game left. You're already pulling players.
But they're that good?
Yeah.
I could see him late July, early August. Hey, Ohtani's doing a bullpen. No kidding. And then sort of using him, in that way.
I kind of want to see him pitch.
I do too. I absolutely do.
I like seeing him bat too, but I was a little more excited to see him pitch.
I could see we get into August, he's going to be doing some bullpens.
I'm with you, but I also wonder about like the juice being worth the squeeze, that if he does get injured again and then can't hit either, is it worth it, the risk to take that bat out of your lineup? That's what the Dodgers obviously have to weigh. I don't know.
Yeah.
Speaking of baseball, Rafael Furcal, who admittedly I used to love on those Braves teams 20 years ago, he's in some trouble apparently.
Yeah.
facing felony charges in South Florida. I saw this story yesterday. I still don't really understand exactly what happened.
Well, let me read it. Figure you guys want to get your raw reaction. I'm going to read you. This is the Associated Press. Former Major League Baseball shortstop Rafael Furcal is facing felony charges in South Florida. Go figure. Turned himself in at the Broward County Jail Wednesday and was released on bail a short time later, according to court records. He's charged with aggravated battery with a deadly weapon and throwing a missile into a public or private dwelling. Throwing a missile.
Yeah, what the heck does that mean?
A missile?
I don't know if it was like some sort of slang.
What are you trying to do? Yeah.
What was this?
They used to say that about him on the diamond, ironically enough, throwing missiles over to first, and he took that a little too took that a little too serious. Became a character too much.
Throwing a missile.
What was you trying to do?
What was going on in that house?
How big is this missile?
What?
I got a lot of questions about this one.
A lot of questions.
Was it like out of a rocket launcher, or was it out of his hand? Was he throwing a missile?
I want to believe. Now they said missile. That's what gets me. But I want to believe that's like a legal term for like a rock or a brick or something.
Okay, yeah.
You used it as but they didn't say used it as a missile. They said threw a missile into a dwelling.
We need to figure this out. What in the hell is that?
I also love the confusion about what he did with that missile.
Yeah.
Threw it into either a public or private dwelling or vehicle.
Yes.
We don't know exactly what he did with the missile, but he threw it.
And here's the other where my mind went. Just like Texas, they got some wild gun shows in Florida, man. You can buy a missile. You can buy a missile.
Yeah, was it just like a collector's item that he happened to have in his house and he threw,
or an actual missile?
Yeah. And it's just playing Grand Theft Auto and you getting shot by somebody by a missile on a motorcycle like I did.
First thing that came to my mind, we always played Halo, but rocket launchers only. And I was thinking, like, man, that's like my video game.
I got killed on Grand Theft Auto by somebody riding a motorcycle by a rocket launcher.
There you go. Was it Rafael Furcal?
It might have been. I don't know. He playing Grand Theft Auto in real life.
This came across mine, and I was like, all right, I need more information. Kind of like you just said, I need more information on this.
Yeah, I read it, and I had no idea what exactly transpired. CBS Sports asked 6 voters if they would vote Pete Rose into the Hall of Fame. They all said no. I'm surprised by this.
This is what I was worried about. We talked about it when it came down, 2 days ago? Like those old school ink-stained wretches that
old crusty baseball guys.
Gosh, they want to protect.
You can see the crust coming off the pen.
Yes, we are protectors of the game.
You can hear the crusty tie.
No, you're not. You're not a protector of the game. It's a museum. It's the Hall of Fame. Just put those. No, we're still not going to put him in. Why?
Crusty.
Yeah.
Yeah, he always should have been in. What he did wasn't right, but you're not voting him in as a manager. He's a Hall of Fame player. I never liked that lifetime ban. I think Pete Rose always should have been in the Hall of Fame.
I agree. There was a time when it first came out, and happened where I was like, ooh. And gambling wasn't sponsoring every game and team and all that back then. It was the devil. It absolutely was. There was a time where I was like, all right, I kind of got it.
Yeah.
But I lived through that, I remember it happening. But over time you realize that's not what it is.
In the 2000s and the 2010s, they should have lifted that and just saluted him.
But writers are now 8, was it 6 out of 6? 6 out of 6. That they said nope.
That is, man.
Nope.
Why y'all got to be so crusty?
The baseball writers, they're the worst when it comes to the Hall of Fame.
Yes.
And I'm another one. Look, I don't agree with things Curt Schilling has said, but are we really going to keep him out because of some of his politics?
Yeah.
He was a Hall of Fame pitcher, especially in the postseason. And the fact that no one votes for him because they're like, he's not a good guy. Like, get over yourself. He's a Hall of Famer, a Hall of Fame athlete. That's what it is.
That's what the Hall of Fame is.
Yeah.
That's what the Hall of Fame is.
Yeah, I can't stand this stuff.
6 out of 6 said no.
That is crazy.
Nuts. By the way, just real quick.
Yeah.
He can no longer be voted upon by the regular Hall of Fame voters, which are ink-stained wretches as it is. He's got to go to the Traditions Committee or whatever they call it. That's even worse. That's like
worse than the crusty.
It's only 17 people. Like if any of these guys were on that committee, I believe it's only 17 people, if memory serves. And they're oftentimes guys that have lived through decades of baseball, so they're even more old school, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, baseball is a real problem. You have the hit leader not in your Hall of Fame, the home run leader not in your Hall of Fame, and strikeouts per game leader not in the Hall of Fame. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
We got a lot of issues. The Preakness Stakes is this weekend. Yeah, it's one of those that after the Kentucky Derby, I think like the excitement over horse racing kind of wears off, and they're like, oh yeah, that's right, that's coming up this weekend. I don't think people realize that is, tomorrow.
I didn't even remember until I saw it this morning. And it goes in levels. Like the Kentucky Derby is the only thing keeping horse racing alive at this point.
Yeah.
In terms of the populace, the regular people. But once you get a winner in the Kentucky Derby, you always are. Let's see how he does. Let's see if he can get the Triple Crown going in the Preakness. And then if they don't, which is more often than not, then the Belmont becomes nothing. You know, nobody cares. But if he wins, or she, but it's usually a he, wins the Preakness, then the Belmont becomes like the biggest thing in sports that day, because you could have a Triple Crown winner. Mm-hmm. That's why the worst thing that has ever happened to horse racing happened this year. The Kentucky Derby winner is opting out of the Preakness.
So nobody gonna give a damn.
Nobody gives a damn. Yep. Nobody even knows it's happening.
Yeah, it's like trying to do a sequel to a movie without the whole new cast.
Yeah,
and it's like
yeah.
2.5 Men wasn't the same without Charlie Sheen.
Right,
you know, like you can't.
It was actually awful.
It was terrible.
It was.
It went from being great to being unwatchable.
Yeah,
and it's you gotta have the horse, the winner there. That's the only storyline that gets people to the TV, is seeing if the Triple Crown's.
Remember the vacation movies? They changed the kids all 3 times.
Yeah,
but they still had Chevy Danzo.
That's true.
Like, you could get away with the next, what was it? Vacation first, then Christmas Vacation, I think was the order, something like that. They were 2 different kids.
Yeah.
Like totally different.
I think Johnny Galecki was the kid in Christmas Vacation. Yeah. On the text line, by the way, a lot of people are saying a missile might just be a firework for Rafael Furcal.
That's what I'm hoping.
But don't you say illegal fireworks or something like that?
I don't know. Like I said, to me, in my mind, I'm hoping that it's like a police term.
Yeah.
They threw a missile. But they didn't say like a missile or as
or
a missile.
Fire off
or
a missile.
Yeah. By the way, we got like 24 texts saying fireworks. So either I feel really stupid, or a lot of people are familiar with throwing missiles at others. And then also, I meant to bring this up with the Pete Rose thing. We'll end with this. From the 713, I really feel Altuve will have a difficult time getting into the Hall of Fame because of that cheating scandal in relation to Pete Rose. And I was going to ask, with Pete Rose's name kind of being cleared, although it looks like maybe not, does that pave the way for Altuve? But if the voters are still going to keep Pete Rose out, I could see the high and mighty on the high horse voters saying, Altuve, now because of the whole trash can, we're not going to vote him in either.
Nah, I don't buy that because I think post 2017 he's still a Hall of Famer. And I think that's going to weigh heavily. Even if you hold that against him, which we don't in this city.
No.
But even taking the shirt and all, covering the shirt and all that stuff. Even if you're like, all right, clearly.
But you don't see them being crusty and just saying, I don't, the Astros, that of like, I can see them holding that against him.
He's had 8 years of Hall of Fame.
I agree.
I think they'll make him a wait, which is another thing I hate.
Yeah,
If they're a Hall of Famer, just put him in. But I could see them being like, not
he's
first
not
ballot.
a first ballot. All this other stuff.
He's going to have to sweat it out a little bit.
Yeah.
Last thing, Nuggets forced Game 7 last night by beating the Thunder. That takes us to what we're going to talk about next, where the Rockets, a writer put out some potential trades. We're going to look at those potential options for the Rockets this offseason. But also, the way this NBA postseason finishes up, could that potentially change your outlook on the Rockets' current roster? We'll get to that next. It's in the Loop.
Ready? The Texans schedule. access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh, it had to happen.
And the skies are green.
It had to happen.
I've been waiting for it. Surprised it took us this long to get to this.
On a winter's day.
I think you're getting into it.
Yeah.
This might be my karaoke song.
Oh, yeah?
I had to do the song with somebody, though.
Yeah.
I just want to sit here and listen to it. Luke Morrow in for Reggie alongside John Lopez, Figgy Fig.
With church?
Yeah, backstory.
Yeah, this wasn't planned. We showed up today in our 1970s, 1960s band T-shirts. I got the Rolling Stones. You got Janis Joplin. And Figgy said he was
talking about mamas and papas.
Yeah. I should have worn my AC/DC shirt.
Yeah.
So I can kind of blend in as a shirt. We got to start doing that.
Yeah.
Had like some type of T-shirt thing.
A theme on the shirts. Well, I got all kinds of different ones. Yeah. But I don't normally wear T-shirts to work. I just wear my fishing shirts.
That's
but
Friday.
I was in the mood. I was listening to Janis Joplin.
Yeah.
I went out on a Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is my favorite song by them. But I tell you what, Jose Feliciano does a great version of this song. I think it was
Look at
used.
you.
That's right. Love Jose. And it was used in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Quentin Tarantino used his version. Great version of the song. Check it out. Check it out in your drive
Still
home.
haven't heard Janis Joplin, just saying, but it's all right.
Yeah. Just wait on it.
Yeah, that's right. Still got some time to go, halfway through. We'll get to the Rockets in a moment. That's what I teased. The Rockets' potential trades on the table for this offseason, but also could the way the NBA playoffs finish actually change how you look at this Rockets roster? We'll spend some time on that. But I have to admit, I am infatuated with this Rafael Furcal story. And so I just happened during the commercial break, I pop open Twitter, and I see this reporter, Mike Rodriguez, who I think is legitimate, MLB insider for the Chicago Cubs in Spanish. He is his bio on Twitter. He said he spoke with Furcal's family, and they told him that someone attempted to attack Rafael Furcal with a knife, and he defended.
Okay, that's what I was hoping.
Okay.
And a rock is considered a lethal weapon, and they describe that action as throwing a missile.
Okay. That's
so we
what
was kind of on the right page.
Oh, it would have been pretty fun.
We was hoping it was some type of police term or
Yeah.
something like that. Okay.
Which, by the way, and they'll sort it out. But if that is the true story, he's on the wrong end of a tough headline where they just put out Furcal arrested for throwing a missile.
Yeah.
And it's like, what?
Stay tuned for confessions because speaking of wrong end of a head, this drove me nuts.
All right. Can't wait.
Like Sean Pendergast chip nuts.
Wow.
Wait, that didn't come out right. But either way.
Yeah, what happened to Sean?
Yeah.
Was he in an accident?
Yeah.
Well, I can't wait. That was an unintentional tease that we just set up there.
Yeah.
In the meantime, let's talk a little Rockets. An NBA writer put 3 potential trades together, and the Rockets are involved in that.
Mm-hmm.
This is I'm not familiar with this.
He's a Toronto guy. He covers the NBA a lot. His name is Jonathan Safetta, and he covers the NBA in Toronto. And he put these 3 trades together, and it got me thinking about what Figgy mentioned the other day, because you were saying, Figgy, like, if the Rockets don't get Giannis, someone will.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, once you ask for a trade, it's pretty much...
Yeah, he's going somewhere.
Right. So let me ask you both this then. So these were the 3 trades that he put out there, including, and this is just sort of almost make-believe, although I'm sure it's an educated guess, including, he said, the Oklahoma City Thunder. Believe it or not.
I would be shocked if they did that because it seemed like they never really did anything like that before.
But they would be playing the same double bigs game, that the Rockets like to play.
That would be scary. And they got a lot of young talent.
Yeah. And so I don't know where this came from, but he said the Thunder would acquire Giannis and AJ Green. And the Bucks would get Jalen Williams, Isaiah Hartenstein, Jalen Williams, and Nikola Topic. 226 first-round picks as well. But they get...
If I'm OKC, I would do that deal in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
I think I would, too.
Yeah.
Giannis.
Yeah, and you got what's the Chet Holmgren?
Holmgren.
True. Yeah. You keep him.
See, I think that's the thinking there. By the way, they're still playing.
Yeah.
They could potentially win the chip.
Playing.
Sean Pendergast, they can win the chip.
Yeah, but Giannis and Holmgren, I mean, that's kind of the same thing we were talking about with the double bigs. How about this one? San Antonio Spurs, which has been mentioned, and by the way, we should also mention there are multiple reports coming out of San Antonio saying we're good. We love Dylan Harper at number 2, and he's a big time prospect.
I could see that. Yeah, I
But
can see that.
they also have been mentioned in trade talks with Giannis. The Spurs acquire Giannis and Bobby Portis, and they trade Devin Vassell, Keldon Johnson, Jeremy Shohan, Malachi Branham, and the number 2 overall pick.
I would do that if I was the Spurs because keeping obviously Wemby, the number 2 pick,
not the number 2 pick.
Yeah, right. So you're keeping that, and
no, you're not.
You're giving that up.
You're giving that up.
That one I would be
okay.
hesitant.
Then I was going to say you get to keep Harper, Wemby, Castle, and then Giannis as
if
well.
If I'm giving up that number 2 overall pick,
yeah.
I got to take back some of these players.
So,
right. I agree.
Yeah, I'm not giving up all of my young talent.
Yeah. And then there's the Houston Rockets in a 3-team deal. I love 3-team deals. I can just see how they're working in the background trying to make it all work.
It'd be one team that just don't give up nothing. They just get a random player in cash consideration.
For money purposes and cap purposes and all that. But it's a 3-team deal to make the salaries work. The Rockets get Giannis. The Bucks receive Jalen Green, Jabari Smith, Isaiah Stewart, and 2 27 first-round picks. The Pistons obviously would be involved, and they would receive Dylan Brooks. So you lose Jalen Green, Jabari Smith,
and Dylan
Brooks. But you get Giannis.
I think I'm doing that.
Yeah, I'm doing that 100%.
Yeah, I have no problem giving up any of those guys.
Because if you got Giannis, I mean, I hate to say it like this, what do you need Jabari Smith for? Like,
Right.
Is he coming off the bench?
Right.
Yeah, I would do that.
713-572-4610 is the number. But the premise being, like, let's say the Spurs do make this deal. That's in your division, in the Thunder, in your conference, in your conference.
They're gonna be in the
both of
way.
them.
Yeah.
It's true. Season, I think it was Amari Cooper. I was in with Ron, and he was talking about trying to make a move to keep Amari Cooper from going to your competitor because he went to the Bills, right?
Yeah.
Mid-season. And he didn't end up having a huge impact. But just that idea of, not only bettering yourself, but also playing keep. Like, make sure one of your rivals or someone else in your
that
conference
does happen.
doesn't get Giannis. Yeah, that you almost have to be a little more aggressive to make sure you secure that player and don't have to compete against him in your own conference. If that trade that was laid out, I would do that if I'm the Rockets. Absolutely. Probably without much hesitation.
Yeah, no, those are some easy trades if you're a Rockets fan, but I'm just kind of
Rockets fans would argue with you.
Yeah, no, my thing is, like, if you the GM for the Milwaukee Bucks, like, are you down with that? Are you down giving up Giannis and just getting back Jalen Green, Jabari Smith, and some picks?
Yeah.
Nah, I need Amen Thompson or Shagun.
Well, Amen Thompson apparently is off the limits.
Yeah,
I guess nobody's off limits, but
I get that, but I don't think I'm happy just getting Jalen Green and Jabari Smith and some picks.
Yeah,
I agree. Yeah, that's not.
Yeah, so that's why I feel like that's probably not reasonable unless they just gonna rather get fleeced.
For sure. On the text line, 281 says, if available, Jaylen Brown should be the Rockets' target. I like that. If not, give me Trae Young. I don't like that. Let's see. 713 says Rockets need to raid the Celtics for Derek White. Derek White to me is just like a supplemental piece. You need more.
I think the Celtics would probably let them keep Derek White in that role because he's not making that much. And he's probably he can produce a little bit.
And also on the text board, Giannis can't shoot and can't close games. I don't know about the second part of that. And how does he move the needle? And I definitely don't know about that. He moves the needle.
What?
He moves the needle.
That brother got a sneaker.
He moves the needle.
That brother got a sneaker. We all be walking around some Giannis sneakers.
I will say, though, If they were to get Giannis this offseason, I still think they need more, though. I don't think they're just a Giannis.
Well, a shooter.
They definitely need some shooting.
Yeah,
they need shooters.
Yeah. I'm not saying another star, but you got to add a few more. This roster with just Giannis, I don't think is a championship team just yet.
You got to get some shooters.
Pretty damn good.
It would.
It's fun to watch, but they definitely need some shooters.
Yeah.
Who's the number one on your wish list, though? Like if it's like when you play video games and you could force trades happen, so then you can acquire everyone. Who would be the number one? Is it Giannis? Who would be the number one guy you'd love to see?
Man, even when Kevin Durant was hot and heavy, and he still might be, I don't know. I was saying Giannis. Giannis has been mine. I was convinced watching what the Rockets could do with the double bigs as is. Steven Adams and obviously Şengün. Imagine what Giannis could do.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what convinced me. Yeah.
On the text line, 832 said Rockets are fine because of the draft capital. Jalen Green and 4 number 1 picks to Phoenix for Kevin Durant.
No, I mean, that's out there.
I don't know.
I don't know about that, but
yeah. But what about this? Now, look, the Nuggets won last night, and they very well may win game. Yeah. But I was thinking, if the Thunder do win this series, you look at the 4 teams that would be left. Well, that's assuming the Knicks win, too. All right, so we have 2 series left. Say the Knicks win, they're at home up 3-2, and say the Thunder win, they're at home for Game 7. You look at the final 4 teams left in the NBA playoffs this year. You have the Pacers, who don't have that star like Giannis. Tyrese Halliburton was ranked as the most overrated player in the league by fellow players.
You rank him now.
Yeah, that's true. I know. He's had a good postseason for the most part. You look at the Knicks, who, when they got Jalen Brunson, that was not a Giannis move. He was kind of just like almost like a castaway from Dallas. And the Knicks, because of Rick Brunson, his father, and his former agents running the team, they brought him in. He's turned into a really good player. And then you look at the Western Conference where, yes, Anthony Edwards, SGA, I don't think there's that player on the Rockets. However, these 2 teams are really young, and one of them could be in the NBA Finals. My point in setting this all up is, if we have those 4 teams remaining in the NBA playoffs, do you look at the Rockets' current roster differently and think, you know what, maybe we don't need to add a big star?
Not in the least bit. Not one iota. Because those guys, as much as you're right on what they've become, and they've been patient and they've built through the draft, and we've heard Raphael Stone talk about that and all that, they are still outliers. Like in the NBA, you can go back 20 years. You need a superstar.
Yeah.
To win a championship, you need a dude. Is how I've always put it. And as much as maybe the Pacers, although again you could argue they've developed that.
Yep.
Yeah.
But you also need to develop one. You feel like that's going to be the guy.
Yeah, see, that's where I'm at with it, because like you could look at OKC and say, hey, they didn't trade for a big time star. They kind of develop a bunch of stars over the years.
Yeah.
So I mean, they could win the championship right now, but if you look at this Rockets team, who is that SGA?
Yeah.
Who is that?
Let me ask you, it's not Jalen Green.
No, it's not. And
is it Şengün?
Or Thompson?
No.
Can you see Thompson being the MVP type of player?
Shoot. He's a closer. He can finish. I see Thompson as like, this is old school and dating myself, as a Scottie Pippen. He can finish. He can run the floor. He can play defense.
Yeah.
He can play, but he's never going to be the dude.
And
they tried that here. They tried to bring Scottie Pippen here to be the dude, and he wasn't.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, are you rolling the dice on waiting around to see if one of these players can do that? I don't know. I'm not.
Meanwhile, San Antonio's got the number 2 pick. Oklahoma City might win a championship. And
see, I'm not comfortable waiting around, and that's when we had the little discussion about the 10th overall pick.
Yeah,
like I'm not comfortable just getting the best player there and then adding to the team.
Right.
Because look how long it took for Amen Thompson to actually get in the rotation in the starting lineup.
Yeah,
I took this year.
Yeah, I think you'd be waiting in vain because I don't think that guy is on the roster.
Right.
And no one's going to turn into Anthony Edwards or SGA. I know I've debated this with many listeners about Jalen Green, but he's just not that guy. And the Pacers are the one outlier because, Brunson, SGA, Anthony Edwards are all. Every NBA champion since that Pistons team 20 years ago has had a top 10 scorer in the league. To your point, you need that guy. The Pacers are the one outlier. If they were, and I don't think they will, but if they were to win the championship, you'd be like, whoa, we haven't seen something like this in 20 years. But typically you need that go-to guy, and I don't think that guy's currently on the Rockets roster.
And I love these texts. I could just predict that they were coming. One said, I love how John said the last 20 years, excluding the 04 Pistons. And then another one said, who was the superstar on those early 2000s Pistons teams? Look, man, You're going back 20 years trying to find one.
Yeah.
Trying to find one.
Although I feel like they do have a point, but you have a point. I feel like that's making your point.
There's always an outlier. Like you're going back 21 years. What about the 04 Pistons? That kind of makes my point. For 20
that's
years,
what I'm saying.
you've needed a dude.
It don't happen like that no more, man.
It doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
There are always going to be a Tom Brady in the 6th round.
Also, also the sport is different. Go back and look. In that series, the Pistons scored 87 points in one. They scored 88 points in one. They scored 88 points in one. There was more defensive back then. They were such a good defensive team. Mm-hmm. You need more scoring now than you did 20 years ago.
Yeah, and you had coach. You had a hell of a coach.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
Hey, what are you saying about Ime? Huh? He's not a hell of a coach.
He's getting there. He's getting there for sure.
Yeah, he is. All right, coming up, we got some things we got to confess. It's that time each and every day. Lunchtime confessions coming up next. It's in the Loop.
The Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit continues. Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
You know, there's a lot of things in today's show that are just kind of pushing my buttons.
Oh boy!
Like the words we use, the terms, the
fresh
terms,
four,
or the fresh four, all that stuff, and tutty and all that. One came through earlier that we didn't mention: verse versus verses.
Oh man!
Good Lord! And I blame the millennials for that because my two sons say, "Hey, it's the Rockets versus the Pistons or whatever," and it just drives me nuts. It just drives me nuts. But that leads to my confession because I saw something this morning. Now, maybe it happened last night, but I didn't see it till this morning. I hate the death of actual well-trained journalists, especially headline writers. A little more every day. Just a little more every day.
These journalists.
Well, the training, you know, I know why. I mean, it's headline grabbing, it's clicks, it's all that stuff. But it just drives me a little more crazy every day. So I saw this headline this morning. I'm sure you guys saw it. Maybe you didn't. Near Taylor Swift's Rhode Island mansion. Did you see that?
I think I sent it to you.
Did you see that?
No.
I sent it to you.
You did?
I think I sent it to you and Reggie.
Okay. Oh, yeah, you did.
Yeah.
And I went, whoa, what? What? Let me read that again. Human remains found near Taylor Swift's Rhode Island mansion. So, of course, you're going to click on that, right? Who'd she kill? Or what's going on? Okay, so in the story it said, a body washed up, actually it was a leg, gross, sorry.
Yeah.
A leg washed up on the beach near the mansion, and no foul play is suspected. Apparently, it's like something happened in the water, maybe hundreds of miles away.
Yeah.
Why are we doing this? Why? Well, of course, I know the answer, but why does this happen? Human remains found near Taylor Swift, and I was like, oh, my God.
It wouldn't have got no clicks if it didn't say Taylor Swift.
Exactly, but it just kills me a little more every day. Like that never in a million years would have happened in the past.
Yeah, I could get behind that.
Yeah. Ever.
Yeah.
Ever. What are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
These are my confessions.
My confession, let me sneak two in real quick into one. My confession was going to be that while everyone looks forward to the primetime games in the Texans schedule, I was hoping for no games outside of the noon window. C.J. Stroud's
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
500 record
Yeah.
outside of noon, quarterback rating of 64. They went 2-4 in primetime games last year. I want this team to fly under the radar, play all noon games.
Stay low and big.
That was going to be mine, but then I just have to get this off my chest and say this. I hate, since we're on the whole thing today with words and phrases, I hate what happy hour has become. It used to be just an hour.
Yeah.
I went to a place 2 weeks ago where it had happy hour from 4 to 7 and then reverse happy hour from 8 to midnight. That's not happy hour. That's just your normal prices the whole time you're open. The 1 hour in between is actually more of a happy hour, for at least for them because of their prices, than the rest. Stop with these I like it because I love a deal, but let's stop calling it happy hour when it's 4 hours or when it's 4 hours, take a break, and then another 4 hours. This is not happy hour. It goes against the original meaning of that term, and for some reason it drives me nuts when I go to these bars and they talk about happy hour from 12 to 5 on Monday. It's supposed to be when you get off work and for 1 hour.
Yeah, I'm old enough to remember when happy hour, like the legit happy hour, was 4 to 5 p.m. It encouraged people to knock off early. Knock off early, and it was usually only on Friday. It was usually only on Friday, 4 p.m. happy hour. So people could knock off early. Good for the company, good for the bar or the restaurant, and you get an hour of discounted drinks. Now you're right. Doesn't Clint have a company a restaurant that he goes to all the time that has an all-day happy hour?
Yeah, those are just your prices. It's not happy.
Right? Isn't there one that has an all-day happy hour on Thursdays or something like that?
Yeah, it's a lot of places that do that now. To the point. And this is and the funny thing is you go in like what's the happy hour prices? It'd be normal prices.
Yes.
A $6 glass of wine, $8. I'm like, damn, that's kind of normal. Ain't nothing happy about this.
That's not a happy hour. That's a happy day.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
These are my confessions.
So I got to confess, man. I don't know if I'm getting old or what, but I saw somebody on the internet. I saw a video on the internet, somebody fighting.
Mm-hmm.
And usually I don't really stick around this long, but I noticed the video was like about 4 minutes, and it was just like it's two people fighting.
Yeah,
they were fighting for like 3 minutes.
Man, that's death.
I gotta confess, man.
Tough.
Like, dog, like if you out here, like, stay away from me if you expecting me to fight for 3 minutes. Dog, I would give you 15 to 20 seconds.
That's right.
15 to, if I ain't knock your ass out or you ain't knock my ass out, I am stopping the fight.
I am gone.
Yeah, I will dap you up at the end like, good fight. Like, we can move on. We can agree to disagree. Like, dog, like, don't ever come to me expecting to go 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
3 minutes fighting?
Did you see that Ohio State former lineman?
Yes.
Just beating the hell out of someone.
Oh, yeah,
in
I did see
road
that.
rage.
Yeah. Apparently he spit on him.
Yeah.
And so he was
haymaker.
Yeah.
I mean, it was
just,
that dude had a bad day. He picked the wrong guy to spit around.
Yeah.
Props to that dude, though, for hanging in there. I would have sped off right away.
Yeah.
The car was still rolling because his foot pounded.
He was getting destroyed.
Yeah.
And that dude, that was a big ass.
That was a big dude. He got back in the car like normal.
Yeah,
took off.
just another day.
Yeah, but no, fighting, dog. 15 seconds,
Yeah.
20 seconds max. if ain't nobody knock each other out,
yeah,
we walking away. We walking away. Nah, we ain't doing no 3 minutes of rumbling, man. With no grown man at the age of 36.
Oh my gosh.
I ain't good.
I'm with you. If you can't settle it quick, then just it's done. It's like an old when you used to challenge people to a duel. You know, it's just like turn around one shot, you settle it quick, and then you move on.
We ain't about to, man. That video, I wish I could have kept that video, but they was rumbling and bumbling for like 3 minutes. I'm like, man, to the point they were tired.
Of course they were tired.
And to the point the punches wasn't even doing nothing. At that point, they barely punched. It probably felt like pillows at that point. I'm like, dog, if I ain't knocking you out in 10 seconds.
If it hadn't been settled, then it ain't gonna be settled.
I'm like, I would jump in like it's over. It's over.
These are my confessions.
Hey, this was a first this morning. In the family group text, a lot of times you'll ask a question, and this actually came up from our show yesterday. It might have been an off-air discussion I had with B. Scott about what his kids were doing at school. And so I raised this question with my family and the kids, first time ever. Everybody agreed. Like everybody, usually like, yeah, bud, or whatever, kind of arguing or whatever. I asked, what was the greatest when you were in elementary school? Every one of them said field day. Field day.
Okay.
Back at Bear Branch Elementary where they went, it was called Superstar Day. But B. Scott was talking about how his kids had field day yesterday. And they called it something else as well. Like, isn't that like universally like the greatest day of elementary school was field day? 100%.
Probably. I guess I'm not as strong with but yeah, if I think back, I would say so. We called it field day, and that was a lot of fun. And yeah, we would split up in different teams. We all had our own chants, and you wore the color. Like it was it was almost like the Olympics. It was really cool. Yeah, thinking back, that probably would be like the highlight.
Yeah, I think so too. Outside of, we used to have like little school dances and stuff like that. We used to, that was a reason to get fly and all that stuff. But I think field day is
the
probably
other
dancing.
thing that they were talking about. Actually, B. Scott was mentioning yesterday is like back in our day, and I'm sure in your day too. It was more just like a true field day, like you played soccer or basketball, or you whatever. Sometimes they had some games that you played and snacks and all that. Now they have like these big blow up slides and all these rides and all this.
No, field day was competitive.
Yeah.
Like
that's what it was supposed to be.
We was trying to see who was king.
Yeah.
Who was the fastest runner? Who won in the game of basketball? Who won kickball?
Yeah.
It was like competitive.
Yeah, and now
it wasn't no relaxing
like
thing.
everything else. Parents, these helicopter parents got too involved. Now they have like skits and rides and blow up, I'd slide.
What?
Dude, just play.
Man, we used to have
sweaty.
We used to have an empty parking lot.
Yeah.
And over here is tag. Over here is racing. Over there is football or whatever.
The most we would ever do is put up cones for like a dribbling contest, and then you shoot.
Yeah.
Like softball, we did that. We did softball. We did dodgeball. Which I don't even know if they allow dodgeball
I doubt
anymore.
it.
Dodgeball.
I know some places have outlawed tag because like kids could fall down and injure themselves.
Come
you
on,
can't even
man.
play tag at school.
We used to play tackle football in the dirt full of broken glass.
Yeah.
Early in the morning. It used to be 8 o'clock in the morning once we go in all dirty.
And it was all day long.
Man.
Like field day. Like it was the first time everybody agreed on it. Yep, greatest day ever, without question, was field day.
Man.
They got to go back to the old school.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
That ain't happening no time soon.
Yeah, I never thought about it, but I guess that's true. When you think back to like elementary, that was that, or when my mother would like randomly show up with a cake for like someone's birthday. You know, that'd be nice. Or a parent, any parent shows up with some sort of dessert.
Movie day. Movie day was a good one too.
Yeah, oh yeah.
No, movie day was good.
When they roll in that TV, it's like, oh yeah.
Except it takes like 3 days. You have to watch like 45 minutes at a time.
Yeah.
One thing I remember about field day that was always awesome, like you said, it was just like an open field. We had a field and a parking lot and all that stuff. But the teachers, and I don't know if this happens how much anymore, the teachers would just make like sandwiches, and you'd go and eat your sandwich and put it down and go play the next game and then come back and drink some water and go back. Old school, baby.
Yeah.
Too organized now.
Yeah, we used to have the ribbon, first place, second place, and all it. Who won this? Who won that? No, it was the suckers used to have to sit out.
Yeah.
Like if you were slow and running, you got to sit all to the side. It was competitive, man.
Yeah. By the way, Figgy, I love you're looking like you're ready for a field day today.
Hey,
You're throwing around the football.
Oh yeah.
Swinging the bat now. I love it. Hey, speaking of swinging the bat, is the biggest indictment of the Astros hitting coach actually playing on another team right now? We'll get to that next. It's in the loop.
Ready? There's plenty of optimism around the Texans schedule.
773 Network.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studio. Spin in the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Luke Morrow in for Reggie today, alongside John Lopez and Figgy Fig. Playing the jams on this Friday.
Yeah, man. Figgy's a low-key rocker.
I was listening to classic rock this morning.
Yeah.
Like that's my thing, man.
Yeah.
That might be number one on my list.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Really?
just music, put on something. I will put on classic rock. If I put on hip hop or something like that, I'm like, I'll skip. I don't want to hear that skip. Classic rock, I could just go all day without skipping.
I love it. Hey, I know Astro fans have been really critical over the course of this season so far of hitting coach Alex Cintron. And, like, I think the criticism of hitting coaches, it's tough. It's kind of like even offensive linemen or referees where you never give them their praise and you only know them or shout them out when they're doing a bad job.
I agree.
Or when the team's doing a bad job. It might not even be the hitting coach. But with that said, I did find this interesting. They did a story. ESPN did a story on Alex Bregman and how his season has gone so far. He's obviously having a great year, in case you've been trying to block it out, for the Boston Red Sox, signed with them this offseason. And I found this anecdote or this tidbit from the article really interesting, where he signed with the Red Sox, and I guess part of the appeal, especially when he was considering Detroit and considering Boston, from the way I understood it, was like the Tigers kind of said, you know, everything was good. Didn't really chat. As it says in the article, that's when Boston's hitting machine went to work. The coaches put together a presentation to explain how and why he needed to fix his swing.
Yeah.
Over time, Bregman had developed almost imperceptible bad habits. The timing of Bregman loading his hands was too late and too fast. Moving his hands as the ball left the pitcher's hand left him vulnerable. Never did Bregman possess the sort of bat velocity to make up for it, so on and so forth. Point being, the Red Sox saw, hey, you know what? There's some things we could tweak with your swing.
Yeah.
That really put Bregman over the edge, as did the money. And now look at him. He's in the betting odds for MVP right now with the Red Sox. And so I guess this is one that I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill, but I found this anecdote interesting where a lot of people are already frustrated with Alex Cintron and the hitting staff with the Astros. And then you get this story where Bregman's numbers had declined like 4 straight years. Then he goes to Boston, and immediately he's putting up MVP numbers again, like it's pre-COVID. It seems a little concerning.
I think it should be. I am, by the way, this is another one of those, like 90% of the time, I think that's much ado about nothing with the, hey, fire the pitching coach if the pitching staff isn't good. Hey,
Much to do about nothing?
Much ado. Don't do that again. You're pushing buttons now. All right, so 9 times out of 10, so-and-so's not hitting, fire the hitting coach. That's usually just sort of rearranging deck chairs. You know, that's like, or kicking the can down the road. Choose your cliche in terms of just protecting the manager. There are times Alex Bregman is giving us a lot of reason to believe that it is real, especially on the heels of that story.
Yeah.
Alex Bregman, how were his starts when he was in Houston?
Slow.
Very slow. He also was obviously very clutch, very, much a postseason icon and all that. But he's batting .314, 11 home runs, 33 RBI. He also has like a 48.2 hard hit percentage, which is very good. 11.5% barrel rate. Shout out to Reggie Atatula. But that's also very good. He is a much better hitter, as crazy as that sounds, at least through mid-May in Boston than he was in Houston. That is not a good, that's not a good endorsement of Alex Cintron.
And it's looking smart for him, too, because remember, he signed that deal with those opt-out deals?
Yep.
So now, if he feel like he ain't getting paid enough, if he's in the MVP conversation, he could go back and get some more.
I said this on Area 45 last week, and Sean Bijani said I was getting ahead of myself. But, yeah, it sounded ridiculous when he signed that contract that he had to opt out after every year. Now I think he's going to opt out and get even more money because he's playing that well.
Yeah.
And, by the way, not to sidetrack, we'll get back to the whole Cintron thing, but if Bregman were to opt out, do you think there'd be interest, at least from Astro fans, if he's back on the market?
For sure.
For fans,
yeah.
For him, hell no.
Yeah? You think that
hell
bridge
yes.
is burned?
Him coming back here?
Yes.
I don't know,
That's Alex
man.
Bregman, man.
You think they gonna pay
All
him?
of them.
You think they gonna pay him that money?
No. I don't think the Astros would do it.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
But he asked the question.
I feel like
they'll bring back Correa. They'll bring back Springer.
So, do you think Alex Bregman would be interested coming back to the Astros?
Yeah,
because it seemed like it kind of got a little sour.
Yeah, it did.
Like, especially the way he spoke about the Astros once he got to Boston. It seemed like it was kind of dry.
I agree. I think probably
I don't
not.
think. Yeah, I don't know if he want to come back.
But from a fan's perspective, 100%. But here's the other thing. I'm wondering, does Alex Bregman, does that relationship with the Astros all of a sudden not get worse, but maybe he's just a little more sour on some of the things that were happening here with the hitting coach and offense and his slow starts, which there is a little bit of irony there because he was so good at helping other players, especially pitchers, especially Hunter Brown. And yet he could have used a little help too. And the Red Sox did it.
Yeah, right. It's true. And don't look now, but also Kyle Tucker has his second highest OPS since COVID. So
that do not look good at all, man.
Yeah, it doesn't look good for Alex Cintron, I think, because
yeah.
it's that idea like when your girlfriend leaves you and like you hope she doesn't find somebody better, or if you get fired from a job, like you hope my replacement's not better than me, because then that shows like, I guess I wasn't very good. And when Bregman and Tucker go elsewhere and they're putting up these good seasons with other teams, it's like, oh. Maybe something was going on with Cintron that was holding these guys back.
Dude, this
even
looks
more.
bad.
Yeah.
This looks bad because both of them.
Yeah.
You know, both of them.
And you would need somebody like that on the squad right now.
Yeah. Yeah. A little bit ironic. They're really good at doing the exact opposite when it comes to pitchers. Like they can get Kikuchi. They can get, these pitchers that are, somewhat scuffling, if you will, or maybe not reaching potential. Bring them here, and then they sprinkle that magic dust, and they become great pitchers. I think the exact opposite you can argue right now when it comes to hitting.
That's a good point. I would agree with that. I know the fans aren't happy with him. Do you think there is actual heat on Cintron in the organization, or do you think they're pleased?
I do think there is, and I think it may not be for the right reasons, if I'm thinking about that correctly. I think, keep in mind, Joe Espada is on the leaderboard in terms of next manager to be fired.
It's true.
In terms of odds in Vegas. He's I think, 5th, 6th. I'll have to look it up. Maybe even higher than that in terms of like the odds-on favorite to be the next manager fired. Well, I'm not saying there's heat on Cintron because of like what you're seeing from Bregman and Tucker.
Yeah.
There might be heat on him because it's CYOA.
Right.
You know, the old school reason there's heat.
It's true.
Yeah, I think too. Just looking at the first base situation, like dog. I mean, we understood the last guy that was there was like a little old and probably shouldn't have been paid. But this year, it's just like, wait a minute, it's a little like we going through the same thing. It seemed very common, and even some of the best players we had on this team, we felt like they probably could be hitting better. Even like a Bregman, like it felt like he should have been a little better than what he was, and they take off and better. I think that's a red flag.
Fig, could you cue up that Todd Callis sound? Not to change subjects, but I do want to get to that. But first, on the text line, 346 said, been saying Cintron has to go. 337 says, hell no on Bregman.
Well, that's rare.
Interesting.
Yeah. By the way, when fans know the hitting coach's name, that's a bad sign.
It's true, yeah.
Usually it's just, who's the hitting coach? Because you don't pay attention. A lot of people know Alex Cintron's name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's not great.
A lot of hate for Christian Walker right now, too. Look at Christian Walker with this hitting coach.
Hey.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, they see, and maybe some people don't really understand. You do this. You've been in the game, in the dugout, in the clubhouses, et cetera, Luke. But hitting coaches work with every single batter every single day.
Yeah.
Every tape, cages, underneath the stands, in those batting cages, batting practice, tweaks, and meetings, and like they do a lot. And so when Christian Walker working with this guy, and maybe it's not taking or whatever, that's actually a very good point. Walker should be doing, as we all know, a lot better.
832 says, bring back Bregman to play first base. Christian Walker could figure it out somewhere else. So a lot of people out on Christian Walker, which I understand. I've always said, though, the biggest tell on yourself is how people do when you're gone. And so, similar here, when as we said, when Bregman and Tucker go elsewhere and they have better years, that's an indictment on Cintron, even if you want to defend him elsewhere. Not to completely take a 180 turn, but I did want to get this in because there's been a lot of questions about the future and what this rotation is going to look like. We talked earlier about the 6-man rotation with McCullers and with rookies and everything. And, Hayden leaves a big hole, and we're waiting to see what his future holds. Now, Dana Brown said we'll know more in the next 36 hours. That's what he said at last night's game.
Mm-hmm.
However, maybe not everybody got that company line because here is Todd Callis on the broadcast, maybe letting something slip.
Anticipating big seasons out of both Spencer Arrighetti and Hayden Wisniewski.
Yeah.
Arrighetti can still fulfill that as he is slowly coming back from his injury. He is not obviously going to be out for the season, but Hayden Wisniewski is likely to be out for the season. We'll find out more as we go along. But
yeah, that's too bad. I miss him.
And even Blum kind of knew. It seemed like, yeah, it's too bad. I was like, I had just seen, because we're obviously on the air and after the show doing stuff. I had just seen that comment about Wisniewski as I'm watching the game. And Todd Callis goes, yeah, he's out for the year. Wait, hold on. That's not what he said.
It's like Adam Sandler and Billy Madison when he's trying to spell couch.
Yeah.
And he's like, R, and the teacher's shaking her head. He's like, are you going to the mall later? That's what I was Same idea here. He tried to save it at the 11th hour, but there's a few
bad
things.
for him, though, man, because, he probably just didn't hear, and was assumed that Espada said, yeah,
Or he's probably just being a baseball person and kind of like, yeah, he's probably out for the year.
No. That sounded like it sounded pretty.
It sounded like it was a report.
Like he said, and he play it again. Like people in the Astros. I would
coming from his injury. He is not obviously going to be out for the season, but Hayden Wisniewski is.
Hayden Wisniewski is
to be out for the season.
Then he caught himself. He goes, likely.
Even the setup to that, when he said he has a chance to build on his season, he was comparing the two and said only Spencer will have a chance to build on his season. There's 3 different giveaways in those sentences.
Well, he's not out for the season, but Wisniewski
is. Right. So
I really feel bad for Todd. Because I feel it was just assumed. Everybody on the team knew, but Astros going to do Astros thing. That's the other level to this, right? Yeah. The Astros have done this for
So I wonder how long is it going to take for the Astros to come out and
say
I
bet
he's out for the year.
Right?
I would hope.
Yeah.
After that, because that story made the rounds. They did say 36 hours yesterday, so that would mean maybe tomorrow. But yeah.
But he's going to be asked about it.
It's true. He should be.
Hey, Todd Callis said last night. And again, I feel bad for him, but it's out there. Some reporter is going to say, hey, Todd Callis said last night was necessary.
Some reporter better say that.
Yeah, they better. They better.
Yeah, I should ask him.
Just do it for me. If I had a credential, I would go up there. Hey, Todd Callis said.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't give a damn about y'all journalists, integrity, and all that stuff. But Todd Callis said.
They let the Kyle Tucker thing linger, though, for months last year. So I don't know. Maybe they're going to try to play the long game here.
Tucker, Verlander.
Yeah.
Luis Garcia, obviously McCullers.
Yeah, they did that with
Alvarez. Well, doesn't it kind of make you feel a little different about the Jordan? He's getting close. Comment now? They do all the time.
Yeah, they do. I've always said with the Astros, it's like girl math. When you ask a girl, how many partners have you had? You always are supposed to double it.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with the Astros. When they say, hey, he's going to be out 4 weeks. It's probably going to be at least 8 weeks.
Yeah.
You always got to double whatever number they give you.
Or the season.
Yeah.
Or Tommy John.
Yeah. This boy Tucker had a broke leg, a fractured leg, man.
He did.
They kept putting that off. Maybe a couple weeks.
The thing that really drives me crazy on that is when they really double down on the lie. And they say, he might be taking some BP, in a couple of weeks, knowing full well he's got a broken leg.
Yeah, I know.
I'd never get over that, man.
Yeah, this one never seemed good. I was on the air when he was pitching last week, and watching it, I said to Sean Bijani, I think there's something serious here. He needed the time off. His velocity was down. He got roughed up for 4 runs in the first inning. I think this doesn't look right.
Well, we said, I mentioned on the air, remember, Figgy, with Reggie, when they remember the game a couple extra days?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And I said, why would they do that?
Yeah.
Why would they do
just
that?
Some rest, give them a couple more days.
So if I had to guess, and I think it's pretty much an educated guess now based on what Todd Callis said.
Yeah.
He felt a little something.
Mm-hmm.
They pushed him back. He got rocked.
Yeah.
They did a MRI, and he's going to need surgery.
Yeah. That's been my fear all along.
Yeah.
Yeah, it always seemed like a serious thing, which is a shame. But we'll wait for official confirmation. But Todd Callis might have let the cat out of the bag there the other night. Hey, when we come back now, let's have a little fun. Let's play a scheduled game of will it happen, won't it happen in the NFL this season. We'll do it next. It's in the Loop.
The Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit continues in. FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Anatula.
Luke Morrow in for Reggie today.
There we go.
Alongside John Lopez, Figgy Fig, rocking out on a Friday.
What you know about little CCR?
Oh, what you know about me?
Hey, you know what? We were talking earlier about terms that we like and don't like in sports. I have to admit, John Fogerty's center field song, I can't stand. And they play it at all these baseball games. I hate that song.
You hate the song?
Yes.
I think it's. Are you sure it's not because it's been overdone?
Well, that's
a
that's
badass
why.
song.
That's why. Because working in minor league baseball, every team played it every game. I'm like, enough of this stupid song. His guitar's in the Baseball Hall of Fame for it.
Oh man,
I didn't even know that.
Yeah,
I didn't know that either.
Yeah, it's like a bat with string. It's like a baseball themed guitar. I can't stand that song. But CCR, I'm all good with.
Yeah.
Just some of the solo stuff's a little overplayed. Hey, we got the NFL schedule this week. Look at breakdown for the Texans, but let's zoom out and take a wider look at the NFL this year with now that we know the schedule, we know the games, and see if things will happen. Will this be the year that something happens or doesn't happen for the first time?
Yeah, the first one is always a dangerous question to ask, but now that we know the schedule and we know a team like the Pittsburgh Steelers, the back half of their schedule, Figgy, it's a monster. They have the Ravens twice. They have the Chargers, Bengals, Bears, Bills, Lions.
Man.
This is all on the back half of the Pittsburgh Steelers schedule. So I got some questions for you guys. Will this be the year? Will this be the year Mike Tomlin has his first losing season?
I mean, it should be, right? If there's ever a year.
I've been saying that the last 5 years.
I know. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So I just can't bet against it. I think it's crazy. Mason Rudolph.
Did you hear those teams if he doesn't get off to a good start?
Yeah.
Bills, Lions.
I seen people on ESPN talk about the Pittsburgh Steelers going to start off 0-6.
Well,
I'm like, where did that come from?
Then that's the answer, right?
Yeah, they are not sold on Pittsburgh for some reason.
I say winning season just because I can't bet. I have no reason to be confident in this other than I just can't go against Mike Tomlin. And if they do pull it off this year, it will be a record for most consecutive winning seasons for one team. I think maybe Rodgers shows that maybe Jim Nantz gets Aaron Rodgers there.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
We love you.
Yeah.
What's your answer? You've been following that team a lifetime.
Yeah, I can't bet against them, man. I bet against them. This team's awful. This team ain't good.
Yeah.
And somehow they squeak out 9 wins. And you're like, what?
I say again, second half of the season, Ravens twice.
Now they could start off strong.
Bills,
maybe they start off 9-1 or something like that, and then go downhill.
Yeah,
I'm a press it like they say in Las Vegas. I'm a press it. This is the year.
I will say this: I don't think they're gonna make the playoffs. Gonna make the playoffs.
Yeah. This is the year they do. He finally has a losing
They might
record.
mess around. Yeah, they might mess around with 9 games.
Yeah.
And by the way, they'll be better off having just a terrible year and getting a high draft pick and trying to get their quarterback.
That's what they need to do.
It's almost been this thing that it's like the Michael Scott Paper Company in The Office, where he thought his low prices were what was doing the company so good, and then his accountant said, "No, your low prices are actually putting you out of business." It's similar at Mike Tomlin, where like you're just stuck in this purgatory because you keep winning 9 games, you don't get a good draft pick, you can't develop a quarterback, and you just you're stuck in this cycle.
You better off probably firing him if you want to get a real quarterback.
Yeah. All right. Will this be the year, now that you know the schedule, the Texans win at least 12 games again? They've only done it once in their entire existence.
We talked about this a little bit indirectly earlier. I'm in agreement with most people where I put them at 10 wins. I think they have the ability to win 12 games, but if I'm betting on it, I'm going to say no, they do not win 12 games this year. I think the whole first place schedule is a little overplayed, but still, it is a tougher schedule. And by the way, they're also the Texans are home underdogs right now in almost half of their home games. So it is a tough schedule. I'm going to say no on the 12.
Yeah, I know the promo had me saying 12, and I'm drinking the Kool-Aid and all that stuff. But I guess when you think about it, I think the reason why I got them maybe 10 games around there, I'm not sure what the offense is, man. Like, what type of offense is this?
Yeah.
And I just don't think, like, I love the defense. I think the defense is really good. But I don't think it's that good where you win over 12 games, that type of thing, where they just carrying the team to 12 wins.
Yeah, I'm with you both. I think it's a big ask. Will this be the year the Chicago Bears finally break through to the playoffs after 12 years? It's been 12 years.
I say no. So we talked about this a little bit earlier where the NFC North had some of the easiest schedules in the league last year. This year it's flipped. Now, look, that's sometimes it's a flawed metric. But right now, the NFC North have like the 5 toughest schedules, which includes the Bears. I'm also not sold on Ben Johnson as a head coach. I don't know. It's something about him. He has this arrogance that I just don't like. He's calling out LaFleur in his press conference about beating the Packers. I saw him do an interview with Colin Cowherd the other day where Colin was asking fair questions about Caleb, and he just seems too overconfident. He's never been a head coach. I hated all the trick plays they did in Detroit thinking they were so special. So I'm out on Ben Johnson. I don't think Caleb Williams is that great. And I just don't like this team. So they might be better.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that, man. Just honestly, even without leaving all that stuff out, looking around the division, I don't know if they better than the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah.
They're not better than the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
And hell, I don't know what Minnesota going to be with that quarterback situation.
And
so
that schedule.
Yeah, and that schedule. So maybe they might be the bad team or they might take a step back. But I just don't. I'm not really sold on Caleb Williams like that.
I'm with you both. I feel like they've done a lot to try to help him, an awful lot.
They put a lot of weapons and all that stuff behind him.
But that division is the.
And then the brother don't know what he watching on film.
See, there's that too.
That's why I'm like, okay, I'm really out on
That's
him now.
true. Yeah. All right. Will this be the year Anthony Richardson finally puts it together?
Ooh, I'm going to say no. And I've used this bit many times, but it's always about that third year. I think it's similar at C.J. Stroud. Like, this is the big-time year to really show that growth for Anthony Richardson. Yeah, it's make or break. But no, I thought he was a project coming out of college. I didn't like that they threw him in. I thought they threw him in too early his rookie year. I would have given him that whole season. I watched him come here as we all did, and he was like 3 for 15 at halftime against something ridiculous. I'm like, it's 2024. What are we doing here?
Yeah.
No, I just don't think he has it. He's too much of a project. I think they'll be better off with Daniel Jones this year.
Yeah, I'm out on him, man.
Daniel Jones.
Yeah. That's tough. They could probably win some. Hell, Daniel Jones won some games at one point that got him that big contract.
I'm with you both again. Coming out of college, you guys remember if you've been listening, I didn't like him.
Yeah,
I didn't like him at all as a player. I'm sure he's a hell of a nice guy. Will this be the year the Cowboys advance past the divisional round for the first time in 30 years? Ooh. Dude, it was 1995.
I didn't realize it was that long ago.
30 years.
Man.
America's team.
They're going to get past it?
No. No shot. I give them less of a chance now than...
Yeah.
I would almost, this is going to sound ridiculous because the roster is better, but just from a coaching perspective, I would compare this to the Dave Campo era, where I just think it was such a sad offseason for the Cowboys to give Schottenheimer the job. He's been a lousy offensive coordinator. No one has ever wanted him to be their head coach. It just seems like a yes man for Jerry Jones. There is no way, I'm going on record, no way he's going to be the coach that after 3 decades finally breaks this drought. I know they have some talent there, but I think from a coaching perspective, it's going to be like Nathaniel Hackett. It's going to be a disaster. I say no.
Yeah, I agree with Luke on this one, man. Just strictly off the head coaching. Like, I just don't see them, he being the one to get them past.
Yeah.
Like, they had some okay head coaches.
Hey, he's won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I just don't. Look, I don't, yeah.
I mean, he did.
All right. Hey, if you want to count, all right.
No, all that said, I'm with you both.
Yeah, I just don't see it. And it's crazy because I feel like the roster is a little better.
I think it is.
Yeah,
I think it is.
I just don't see it. I don't see it.
Will this be the year Trevor?
I'm going to say yes.
Oh, all right.
And I don't really have a reason to believe in this because I'm not a huge Trevor Lawrence guy. But I don't know. This combination, I think, might finally work. I've referenced earlier that, a first-year coach, there's always one that makes the playoffs. You bring in Travis Hunter. I just feel like this might be the right mixture. And this coach worked with Baker Mayfield, kind of helped revitalize him, more so Dave Canales, but then Liam Cohen kept that going. So I'll say yes because this is the last. If it doesn't happen this year, you got to move on from Trevor, give up on Trevor. But he's the number one pick for a reason. I'm going to say yes, we finally see something from him this year.
Yeah, I agree. I think yes, but I'm not saying they gonna win the division or anything.
No.
I think he's gonna be a lot better than he was last year specifically, and maybe they might be the ones fighting for that the AFC South.
With the Texans.
Yeah, but I don't think the team overall. I don't think they're gonna make it.
I'm gonna say no because I think they might be better, but it'd be for largely other reasons. Like they've added a few things, and he might look better, but I don't think his number. Not like he's going to throw for 4,300 yards or something like that. I don't feel it. Will this be the year? And this is his stated goal this week, I believe. He said this. Will this be the year Will Anderson has double-digit sacks?
I'll say yes. Honestly, I'd have to. I would want to zero in on the schedule a little bit more to see like the offensive line, but just in general, based on goes back to what I said earlier about that whole 3-year thing. I think the 3 years is always the big one for these guys when they come in the league, and so this is that year where you really take that big step forward. He's obviously very talented. He's got help on the other side of that defensive line. This defense should be really good again this year. I mean, you might get you get 6 games of rookie Cam Ward.
That's what I'm saying.
Anthony Richardson or Daniel Jones. Trevor Lawrence can be like a statue back there too sometimes. So, yeah, I'll say yes.
Yeah, I'm going to say yes, too. I feel like Will Anderson, just from rookie year to now, I felt like he always taking the next step. So I think this year his next step will be getting double-digit sacks.
Yeah, the guys in the morning were talking about that. When he sets a goal, it's not just like I have this goal kind of lip service. Like you could see it happening on the field. He talked about adding a move, remember, after the first year, and all of a sudden he's making moves and all that. No, I think he gets there as well. Is this the year Joe Burrow finally wins an MVP?
I'll say no, just simply because he can't seem to stay healthy, and so I think that's going to cost him. I'm a big Joe Burrow guy.
This
I love
is his
Burrow.
6th year.
That's hard to believe.
That's crazy.
It is crazy. I love him. I think he's certainly talented enough. I think he's going to have a good year. He had a great year last year when he was on the field, but he'll probably miss a few games, and that'll probably end up costing him. But I will say, working in his favor is a lot of times these MVP awards, we don't like to keep giving it to the same people. So, that helps Burrow this year. You step away from the Lamars, Josh Allen's, Patrick Mahomes. But I'll bank on some sort of injury costing him games or slowing him down at some point.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think injury, and I'm not sure where the Bengals will be.
Yeah.
Because that's always a tricky team, man. Like, it seems like they got the talent to make some noise, especially if they get into the playoffs.
Yeah.
But sometimes they could just be bad, man.
They can be bad. I'm a big fan. I'm with you on that, Luke. I've liked him forever. I think he deserves an MVP at some point. Just for fun, I'm going to say yes. They're going to have obviously a tough time in that division, but you win that division all of a sudden, which he was really good for a stretch. Like he was beating them.
Dog, I think if he would have got into the playoffs,
yes, nobody wanted to see that.
Yes. Oh, I think Chiefs would be a little nervous. Seeing him.
Yeah, he put up crazy numbers last year when he was playing. That defense was just so bad. I think that defense is going to be bad again this year.
Yeah, I kind of wish they snuck into the playoffs, man.
That would have been
to kind of see what they do. They could have had like a New York Giants type of run.
Yeah. One more for you guys. Will this be the year the Titans finally become a threat in the AFC South?
I'm going to say no, not threat. But I do think they'll be better. Will Levis, I think it's addition by subtraction. He cost them so many games last year. It could have been a different season if they just didn't find a way to lose a handful of games. And maybe Cam Ward will be a safer quarterback where you don't cost those games. Year 2 of Brian Callahan. But threat, I think, is too strong. They'll be better. They'll be improved. I don't think they're ready yet to try to compete in that division in year 1 of Cam Ward.
I don't think they're going to be a threat, but I think they definitely going to be on notice. I think if Cam Ward is showing some type of kind of how people looking at Caleb Williams like, okay, we got something there. We just need to get some pieces around him, maybe get him to year 2 and then his own. I think it could be something like that where, you know, after the season, we're going to be like, damn, we got to pay attention to the Titans.
I'm going to agree with you guys. I think threat might be a little bit over the top, but I feel like they're going to get better, you know, slightly, marginally, whatever you want to say.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. And to put a capper on all this, from 512, they say, I feel your pain. Played in minor league baseball. I can't get 3 notes into center field or anything from Jock Jams. That's right. When that stupid opening riff of center field comes on, oh my gosh.
I'm out.
Jump out of the press box. Can't stand that song. Hey, this time each and every day, it's when we get to Figgy's mixtape. Figgy, what do we got going on today?
Man, so today is National Barbecue Day. Woo. So, did something fun. They ranked the top 10 barbecue cities in the USA.
Oh, I got to hear this.
So, do you think Houston made the list? Do you think where you think Houston is? I'll let you know.
All right.
Can't wait to find out. We'll do it next. It's in the loop.
All right, let's talk about the Franklin team, and that would be the
best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there, and happy National Barbecue Day.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, so today is National Barbecue Day. Luke, are you a barbecue guy?
Absolutely.
Do you like barbecue?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I was kind of thinking, I'm like, man, it wouldn't be surprised if you was like, I don't really care for barbecue.
I like it.
Sometimes you get people once in a while that. Yeah, so happy National Barbecue Day. And so Yelp, they ranked the top 10 barbecue cities in the U.S. and off of reviews from top barbecue restaurants. So that's the criteria. So I'm gonna go through the list and let me know how you feel about this. So I'm gonna go from 10 to 1.
All right.
Number 10 is Nashville. I'm actually shocked that's not in the top 5 because I feel like people talk about Nashville and Memphis barbecue a lot.
Okay, so there's a difference. To me, Nashville's not a top 10.
Really?
No, I don't even know who the other 8 or 9 are. But Memphis, for sure. Memphis might be like 2 or 3.
Okay, now these are barbecue cities.
Yeah.
All right, so
trust me, I've been lucky enough to travel all over the country.
Okay.
And you know how I feel about barbecue.
Yeah, I'm curious to really know how you feel about this list. Now, remember this list.
Do you have any thoughts on that, Nashville?
Yeah, I've been to Nashville a bunch. Love that city. I've never thought of it, though, for barbecue.
Yeah.
If it comes to food, I think more like the hot chicken than I do barbecue.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Nashville hot anything.
So you're not starting off well here.
Okay, all right. Now remember, this is based off the
restaurants.
Yelp comments and reviews. Number 9 is Durham, North Carolina.
Oh, Durham. Yeah, Durham. Yeah, I'd leave that there.
Okay.
Now here's the thing. You're going to get me into the weeds a little bit.
Come on, let's go. Let's go.
North Carolina barbecue is more it's not ketchup-based sauces. It's thinner sauces. It's
aren't they mustard-based?
No, mustard. Well, there are some, but a lot of mustard-based are kind of even further south, like Alabama and all that stuff. Alabama has the white sauce. Don't get me into it.
Yeah.
All pork. So it also depends on what you like. Texas is brisket and beef.
Okay.
Carolina's a lot of pork.
Pulled pork.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Okay.
But it's awesome.
Okay.
I'm good with that one.
All right. Number 8, Tulsa, Oklahoma.
What are we doing?
I ain't gonna lie. When I seen this, I'm like,
what are we doing?
Do I need to go to Tulsa to try some barbecue?
No, you don't.
You sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
All right, we keep it moving on.
Yeah.
Number 7, Honolulu.
Very underrated.
Yeah,
now,
they say it's good if you like Korean or Hawaiian style barbecue.
Hawaiian style barbecue is tremendous. It's just a different. Now, don't go into it with a Texas mindset.
Yeah.
You know, it's. I don't mind Honolulu.
I'm a big fan of Korean barbecue. I love going to Korean barbecue spots.
Yeah.
So if they talking that, like, I feel like that's legit.
A lot of glazes in Hawaii. It's excellent. It's just don't expect to have like a brisket.
Good old pig roast over there.
Yeah, pig roast, that stuff.
Yeah. Number 6 is Greenville, South Carolina.
I'm good with that. Okay. Very good in South Carolina.
Okay. Number 5, Charleston, South Carolina.
Well, I guess I got to be good with that. I don't remember eating too much in Charleston barbecue, but South Carolina barbecue is excellent.
I lived in Charleston, so yes, Charleston.
It's pretty good?
Absolutely.
Okay. Number 4, Memphis, Tennessee.
Absolutely, maybe even higher. Yeah, maybe even higher. I love Memphis barbecue, as opposed to Nashville.
So we getting close to the end, man. Number 3, Kansas City, Missouri.
Love Kansas City barbecue. Now, we can have that argument that everybody likes to have, and I am on the Texas side, but I'm also raised on Texas barbecue.
So what's the difference between Kansas City barbecue? Or what is Kansas City barbecue for that point? I know it's a difference. But
a lot of it is the sauces. A lot of it is the way they do their ribs are different. Very rib and pork heavy. Now, they do briskets, of course, and all that. Great chicken. You can't say a bad thing about Kansas City barbecue. If you do, you're just hating, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Number 2, San Antonio.
Ooh. I hadn't thought San Antonio.
This was where I was kind of like, huh?
It's Texas barbecue. Now, it's based off of restaurants.
Yeah, these are based off of restaurant reviews on Yelp.
So maybe I'm not going to say absolutely not.
I would like to see what restaurant did they getting all these reviews.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
And then number 1 is Austin, Texas.
Good with it. Aaron Franklin, he's an Austin guy. What's the other one? Salt Lick. Isn't Salt Lick down in Austin?
Yeah.
All right, we're just outside of Austin.
Yeah, no, I heard nothing but good things about barbecue spots in Austin.
Yeah, no, I am good with that.
Are you shocked that Houston is not on this list?
All right, so this is going to not...
Because I feel like they had some top-tier barbecue spots. Maybe not a lot.
Yeah.
But I feel like the ones they do have are pretty popular.
Is this for 2025, 2024, or when?
I'm not quite sure. Let me double check.
Because, okay, just as you do that, I will tell you this. Houston, by and large, has not been a strong city.
Yeah.
There haven't been, there's great barbecue in Houston, as we all know. But that's a lot of pit masters. That's a lot of weekend, pit masters and all that just make great barbecue. But in terms of restaurants, the reason I'm asking what year it was.
So this say 2025. Top barbecue cities of 2025.
All right, well, they must have missed some then, because clearly Truth Barbecue right now, I would put up against anywhere in the state. I would put up Killen's. I'd put up Ronnie's Place. I call him Ronnie.
I was just there yesterday.
It's so good. Pinkerton's
is solid. Yeah.
Gary's is great. So I think Houston's made a big move in terms of restaurants. I did look. I would add a couple of cities that are maybe not on the list that might come as a surprise. Don't shoot the messenger. Trust me, I love barbecue and I eat it all the time, and I think I know just enough to be dangerous. New York City is really good for barbecue. New York City.
Really?
Yes,
Okay.
Yes. And the reason is the top chefs in the world have kind of upgraded or put some tweaks on it. I've had some great barbecue in New York City and Birmingham.
Okay.
But you got to get used to the white sauce.
I love the white sauce. I love.
You got to get used
I'm gonna try. I'm intrigued. I like want to go on a barbecue tour and just go to all these places, even Tulsa.
I would
see what Tulsa doing.
I would replace Tulsa with New York City.
Okay.
I would replace, although I got to give them credit because it's San Antonio, it's in Texas. I would maybe replace one of the Carolinas with Birmingham because I think you're being a little green. So I would have Birmingham up there and New York City up there. Take out Tulsa, one of the Carolinas. And if you really want to get specific, let's talk about Lockhart. Lockhart, Texas is the barbecue capital of the world.
Yeah, somebody from the 832 just texted that in. Lockhart.
Yep. Lockhart is the place to go if you want barbecue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Happy National Barbecue Day, man. Celebrate by getting some barbecue.
Yeah.
I did yesterday, and it was pretty good. All right, so Jalen Ramsey, who is currently, I think he's still with the Miami Dolphins now, but I think he's currently looking for a trade, maybe looking for a different team. I don't know what team going to grab him up, but this is an old clip of him with Bussin' with the Boys, and it started kind of getting around a lot. This is from 2019 of him talking about how he used to get under his opponent's skin back when he played at Florida State. And I want to know, is this fair or is this foul as hell?
In college, when I was at Florida State, I was grimy, super grimy. I didn't care. I would talk about your girlfriend. Say I was playing a big receiver at whatever school, I would look up his Instagram, see his girlfriend, whatever, boom, boom, and
you can cuss to yourself.
Yeah, I'd probably go slide in their DMs.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah.
Before the game?
Before the game.
Yo, I love that, dude. That's amazing.
Before the game, I would probably slide in the DMs. But either he know about it or he don't. But either way, I'm bringing it up in the game. I slid in first name basis. DM, she hollering at,
How mad? They get so mad.
People get about that. But I'll say when I got to the league, though, I stopped that because now people got wives and stuff. I ain't talking about wives.
That's
so foul?
Good. No, hell no. That's good.
Fair game?
Hell no.
I think I draw the line in sliding into the DMs.
But it's just girlfriends. It's just he's just, it's college.
Just imagine if you was playing in college and you was with your, I don't know if y'all was married in college or nothing, but y'all probably was dating. Just imagine you on the field and somebody Yeah, I was in Jan DM, baby. That would tick me off.
You're damn right.
Yeah,
that's true.
And which is not really smart because like if I go off, then I'm out my game.
Yeah.
And he wins. But that would tick me off, man.
Yeah, and you know what? Now that I think about it, in his defense, it takes two to tangle. It's like whenever there is a situation like that, and you always get upset at the person outside of the relationship. It's like, no, you should be upset with the person you're in the relationship with who stepped. So, yeah, you know, now that I think about it more, I guess there is no harm in getting in their DMs because it's up to that person to reciprocate or not. So, yeah that's fine. Fair game. I changed my mind.
Yeah, no, I'm glad he said that about the wives. Yeah, you don't want to do that.
Yeah.
But college? Sure, man.
Stuff like that. I would have told my girl like, hey, you need to deactivate your account. I don't need all of these dudes, all these athletes. But at that point, man, I mean, if it's just your girl, just some girl you talking to, hey, it's fair game, man.
Yeah,
if she's that easy to get a reply back and all that stuff, she for the streets, man.
Yeah.
Smith Sape in the Loop Sports Radio 6. Cool here. So the Pittsburgh Pirates will be doing a bobblehead giveaway of Mac Miller. And Mac Miller, who was a rapper who passed away a couple years ago. I want to say he passed away in 2018. And they doing a bobblehead night for him on July 19th. And that kind of got me thinking, if we can do something like that in Houston, who would the bobblehead be for? Somebody that passed away.
Right.
The first person I thought about was Selena.
Oh, heck yeah.
Bobblehead night for Selena.
Yeah.
And then the other one, obviously, is DJ Screw.
I'm going to go with Selena. That Astrodome concert for the rodeo, with the highlighted in the movie and everything else. Dude, that's gold. That's a great idea.
I think the Astros should do something like that, man. They should come up with a Selena night or something like that. Play number Selena music and give out a bobblehead.
Yeah, that's a really. Do they not already have a Selena night? Because that seems like a great idea. Low hanging.
I can't top that.
Yeah,
I can't top that either. Like she was the first person I thought about because I'm thinking in my brain like if we want to get people out here early, listen to Houston early. Get here early to get something. I think people get there early for a Selena bobblehead.
I agree.
I like that. Yeah, I was going to say George Foreman, but I think Selena's more creative and better.
Yeah, Selena kind of like, ooh, I would like to get that.
Yeah.
So, I think they Astros, y'all should do something like that.
Absolutely.
Copyright that, Figgy, before you get off the air.
At least give me credit.
Yeah.
So Ticketmaster finally they doing something different. They gonna finally show the full price of your ticket up front.
Oh, great.
So have you?
Awesome.
Yeah. So I think Ticketmaster are the partners with the Houston Texans and the NFL in general. I want to say, and don't you hate whenever you buying a ticket?
Hate it.
It's like, oh, this ticket is $49.99 or $50.
Yep.
And then you go to end the checkout, and it's like $95. You're like, what the hell? So pretty much they got a thing called all-in pricing. So you'll see the full ticket price up front, including those pesky service fees before you hit the checkout button. So no more surprises at the end. How you feel about that?
I love it. I mean, that's always been a thing that drives me nuts.
Yeah, I love it too. Yeah, like you had put there in the notes or said, the Federal Trade Commission, like this wasn't even Ticketmaster's decision. This was more someone saying, like, you have to do this now. And thank God, I've always complained about those fees. It's ridiculous. You also have to put in like all of your information and like your before they finally show you the final price. It's so infuriating.
Yeah, you got to sign up for the account.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, let me check out as a guest because I don't be like that's one reason I don't buy concert tickets like that, man. Because first of all, you got to sign up for this account. You got to download this app and do all of this stuff. And then for a $30 ticket, it jump up to like $50.
Yep.
Yeah. And then if you taking the lovely young lady or something like that, now it's like, man, I'm paying. I don't want to go now.
I know.
I back out every time.
Yeah.
Man.
And then they give you 10 minutes to complete it, but you got to remember your password and all this sort of stuff. It's like, this is crazy. Yeah. Airbnbs too, and for all those, they should all. They do the same thing. You see this price.
Airbnb does that, don't they? Yeah.
It seems cheap, and then it's like, oh, by the way, here's the cleaning fee and this fee and that. It's like, oh, okay, actually, it's a lot more expensive.
It's crazy because Airbnb they get into a point where you better all just get in the hotel.
Yeah.
Like, because the whole, to me, or at least my understanding of it was, the whole purpose of Airbnb is that because hotels were so expensive, and the Airbnb is a little cheaper. So now it's like, man, y'all more than the hotels. I'd rather get the hotels where I know it's clean, and I ain't got to worry about
no surprises, really.
No surprises, free breakfast, and sportsradio maybe a nice little view or something. I don't know. But
I'm with you.
Yeah, so. Yeah, man, that's the mixtape every day at 1:20 on Sports Radio 610.
All right.
Sounds good. We didn't get to the last thing I know, but just reminded me, next month, we got a Friday the 13th, June 13th. So prepare accordingly. It's only a month away.
Maybe I'll say this for Friday the 13th.
Yeah,
I'll see if it really happened.
Yeah.
Coming up, we'll link up with the fellas. They're out at the Stars Sports Bar and Grill in Katy today, I believe, for the latest installment of that Crawfish Tour. We'll talk with Ron and Clint, but also get ready for Lance McCullers tonight against the Rangers. It's a big spot for him here in his comeback. We'll talk about the Astros next in the Loop.
Ready?
Hawaii, not valid in a combo or in third-party delivery platforms.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Hello, I love you. Won't you tell me your name? Hello, I love you. Let me jump in your game.
Luke Morrow in for Reggie today alongside John Lopez and Figgy Fig. As we put a bow on things for this Friday, get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. Ron and Clint out at Stars Sports Bar and Grill in Katy. We'll catch up with them in a few minutes. Pass the baton. I know I was a big Val Kilmer guy. I was sad to see he passed away, but he did such a great job playing Jim Morrison in The Doors.
We talked about that too, man, because I didn't even know that movie exists until he passed away.
It was good.
And I looked it up. I'm like, he looked exactly like him. Like, is this the real? Like, I thought it was Jim Morrison for real.
There were people. Did you tell me the story, or somebody told me the story? People who walked out of the audition when they saw him show up because he was like, okay, well, that's him. He's going to get it.
Yeah. They say he looked exactly like him and act like him, too.
Yeah, he was great. And I know Val was one of those method actors, so that's what they all said. Like, for those months, he was just Jim Morrison.
He was Jim Morrison.
But anyways, sad to see that news, a few months ago now, that Val passed away. About the Astros, we'll close as well because this is I think this is a big early season, early season series. You're on the road against the Rangers. You have 4 games. Unfortunately, they dropped the opener last night 1-0, and what was a frustrating loss because of some of the opportunities. I thought they hit DeGrom better than the Rangers hit Hunter Brown, but you still don't get out of there with a victory. But, as I said, I mean, that was this is going to be a ridiculous analogy or comparison. I acknowledge that up front, but it's almost like the girl in school where she finally takes off the glasses and lets her hair down, and you realize ooh, the librarian's actually pretty attractive. And I say that about Hunter Brown because last night it wasn't that I was down on him previously. He's been pitching really well, but after last night, I was like, man, you have a bulldog right here that any game you need to win, I feel completely confident giving him the ball and having him go out.
No, I 100%. I've been very high on him for a long time, but especially the last few weeks, just watching what he and the makeup and that's a kind of a cliche, but you know it when you see it. Unafraid, throwing pitches in tough situations, getting it done. He is the absolute ace on this squad. All due respect to Frommer, who's been more than okay the last couple of outings.
By the way, I felt like part of the frustration for me last night was that Jake Berger home run. I felt like if it was hit to almost anywhere else in the ballpark, it wouldn't have been a home run. It just cleared where the fence comes in. Now, Baseball Savant tells me it would have been a homer in 23 of the stadium.
That's a big number.
Also measured it at 20 feet further than the fence. I think the fence was 375 there, and they said that home run trap. Maybe it was just me, but when I watched that last night, I thought man, it just got out of there. And I know the metrics tell me otherwise. I guess it would have been a home run most places, but I felt like that's the one run in the game was this kind of, I wouldn't call it a cheap homer, but did you see this whole thing with the Rangers though, where it started by Berger, where he's taking credit for their turnaround has to do with the new Pope? Did you see that story?
I have not seen that.
I think that's a little religion aside, that's a little making it about yourself. That has nothing to do with the Texas Rangers.
What's their reasoning?
They talked about it on the Rangers broadcast last night, which I happened to be watching for some reason instead of the Astros. And Berger said he's a Midwest guy. The new Pope's a Midwest guy.
Oh, brother.
Berger's very Catholic, and obviously so is the Pope. Yeah. And I don't know. I don't have a good answer. I don't know why he actually feels that way. Yeah, it is. It's a real reach, and I think it's a little ridiculous to use that as your rally cry.
Yeah.
Like, hey, we got a new pope. We're going to turn around the season.
Plus, the Pope's a White Sox fan.
Yeah, it's true. But it's becoming a whole thing. Just like, wasn't it the Rangers who latched onto Creed? Was that 2 years ago?
Yeah.
They reference it on the broadcast, the Pope.
Yep.
I think they're all doing like the sign of the cross in the dugout. It's a whole thing now, these Rangers.
They're about to get canceled.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was a bit much. Tonight, Lance McCullers, we talked about this earlier. I know the text line wasn't too tenacious tonight for Lance McCullers, but it just feels like this is a big spot for him because obviously he was terrible last time out. Now here's a bounce back, and it's against the Rangers on the road, and you lost last night, so you're looking for a bounce back as a team as well. Just what's your vibe? Are you worried in watching McCullers? Are you excited to watch him?
Yeah, I'm going to be plugged in because it's not just a big game for Lance McCullers, and that's probably, even considering the Astros season, a more important thing because you need McCullers. I mean, and he needs it, and he's been out so long and he struggled so badly in his last outing. It's very, very important for McCullers to bounce back and show something here, but it's really important for the Astros. Yeah, that was a game. Obviously Hunter Brown more than well enough to win that game, but it didn't happen. Nevertheless, you got 8 innings out of Hunter Brown, and to be able to get 8 innings out of Hunter Brown, you want McCullers to go 5 innings, maybe a little less, maybe a little more, but go 4 or 5 innings, 2-run ball. Don't get blown up. Be able to keep your team in the game, and then throw it to a fresh bullpen.
Mm-hmm.
If he gets rocked early, then it's almost like you get nothing out of Hunter Brown's performance. Because a lot of times, starting effort like that and you win that game, can win you 2 games. A starting effort like that, and you don't back it up with a good bullpen game and a good start from the next day starter, it can lose you two games. So that's why it's so important tonight.
That 8 runs through that Rangers Astros game. We'll see what Lance does. What about on the other side after what we just saw against DeGrom? Great pitcher, obviously, but Nathan Eovaldi's pretty good too tonight. Mm-hmm. Where are you just as a general question on this Astros offense, or what do you kind of expect for them tonight?
Well, see, I almost kind of unfair, but you almost throw out last night's game.
Yeah.
Because Jacob DeGrom was so good and Hunter Brown was so good. I mean, no matter how good an offense you have, that was going to be a tough, low-scoring game, pitcher's duel, as they say. But the Astros offense has shown some life lately, but overall, they're just not getting crooked numbers enough. Their extra base hit percentage, I think, ranks either 25th or 26th in the entire MLB.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to be able to put some big at bats together, extra base hits, or else maybe just start playing a little more small ball here and there.
Yeah, I like the small ball, and that's the one thing. Jeremy Payne has been so good as a leadoff hitter, but the one thing I don't like is, look, Jake Myers leads the team in steals. He's at the bottom of the order. He can run all he wants. It doesn't matter. But for Pena, he's second in the team in steals, but as the leadoff man, and then you have Altuve right behind him, I think it limits his opportunity to run, to do some running to steal, because you don't want Altuve to have to take pitches. Also, he's not a guy that takes a ton of pitches.
Yeah.
And so, I wish they were able to take advantage of his speed a little bit more.
Yeah. Well, the boys are out at Star Sports Bar in Katy, and they're joining us now. So we'll see. I know we're going to hear about from Ron and Clint and the fellas over there, what they got going on. But tell us about it.
Well, up, fellas. It's always a stop 7. Now I don't have anything to report to you if they got sauces. I know that really got into your mind last week, Lopez. I don't have any reports of that. I don't know what wild. I've seen it before. Anyway, this is stop 7 on our tour, and we're gonna have a good time. We've got this couple. Shannon and Steve, they have come to every single one of them.
Oh, wow.
And they said Katy is their spot. And they said this thing is going to be a hell of a crowd, and it's going to be packed. They said they've been doing some promoting. So it's going to be a good time out here. She said she created flyers.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
Wow.
Good Lord. When I get that free work.
Yeah.
But no, it's going to be a good time out here as we're out here 2 to 6. If you're in the building or you're on your way like I know you are, you can win a a gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors once an hour, as well as the grand prize. You can enter for that. All you got to do is come up and hit that QR code. It's up there. My man Shay right here is holding it for you. You got a chance to win the grand prize, which is $500 to Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser or Bud Light for a year on the house. So you got a chance to win that big thing. So it's going to be a good time out here on a Friday.
Yeah, sounds like it. Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. We were just talking about it. I figure I might as well toss it your way as well. But what are your expectations for Lance McCullers tonight against the Rangers?
For me, I know the last one was terrible, but I think Lance, as I said it earlier this week, earns a couple of starts. He gets a bad one, obviously, with everything he's done. Now, if he rolls out here, fellas, and we're sitting here looking at him, he can't get out the second.
Yeah.
Then you gotta start looking things over. But for me, still, it's just like, hey, can you keep this team in the game? At this point, at least 5 innings, and leaving with this team having a chance to win, right? And obviously the bat's got to help too, because it feels like a chance to win for this team. If it's anything, what we've seen here recently is, hell, if they score 3 runs, boy, look out. I don't know if the Astros are going to be able to put that together, but can he keep his team in the game and give him a chance to win? That last start, as you all know, he didn't give him a chance. That game was just over, 7-0, and he only's got 1 out. So that's to me is just keep going and give yourself a team. Give me about 5 innings. That'd be it.
Yeah, that's what I said. 5 innings, and that's a win.
Yeah, Ron, I'm just curious, real quick before we go, how are you as a sports fan? Like, what was it like to be in the stadium the other night, watching that tough one for your Royals? Are you, yelling at the field or very upset walking out of the stadium? What type of sports fan are you?
Well, look, listen, I'm into it, and yeah, man, I have my Royals stuff on, and I cheered and did my thing. I calm down. Us Royals fans. I mean, we've made the playoffs 3 times in the last 35 years, so we know all about it. All right, it's just time to chill. But man, I'm a represent now, just like I know any of y'all would. I'm a represent, and I had a good time out there with fans. I dipped out. I had to dip out early the other night, and because I went to 2 games, and dude. I ain't gonna lie to you, Lopez. This man was sitting behind me. He wasn't speaking a lick of English the whole time. I got him walking up them steps. He said, "Hey, where you going? Why are you leaving so early?" Yeah. I said, "Well, damn."
That's information I could have used.
I said, "Man, I gotta hit it." He said, "No, stay." No, man, it was a good time. No, I had a good time. Me and the fam went out on Tuesday, and then I went with the fellas here on Wednesday. So it was a good time out there.
Sounds good. Hey, today will be a good time as well. Go check them out. Stars Sports Bar and Grill in Katy for the 7th stop of this tour for the guys on the drive. And with that said, hey, you're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD to Houston, an Odyssey sports station. And now the drive is live.
Oh, that's right. The drive is live, and T-Mill is back as well. As I see him with that, he went Jose Altuve with the shirt today. I see you out there, and you can see him too if you're on YouTube and Twitch.
Go.
That's right. And Clint Stoerner in the building. In Katy, we are stop 7 here in Katy at Star Sports Bar and Grill. Make your way on out here. We'll be here till 6 o'clock, Clint. And I've heard now. I've heard the bugs are good here. That's what I've heard. I've heard from a lot of folks that the bugs are good here. So we know you are the bug connoisseur and the judge, and you do your thing every week. This feels like this could be a 6-pounder for you. I'm not sure, maybe a little bit more, but come on out and get it.
Yeah, look, Ron, I don't tell you I'm good at much or I'm great at much, but this is one of those that there is no doubt about it. Connoisseur is putting it light. I mean, there ought to be some kind of ranking, Stoerner ranking out there when it comes to crawfish. To have a public place in and around the city of Houston, it should have to have my stamp of approval. And I'm going to let you know, this appears to be, at first glance, because I literally just walked in the door, appears to be a place that should know how to boil some bugs. There's no doubt about it.
What gives that off?
Well, I mean, it's low lit. There's a lot of cold beer being consumed at 2:00. And it just strikes me as a crew that gets down and dirty.
I look at this gentleman right here who looks like he's running the spot.
Yeah,
he looked like he gonna have good crawfish. He looked like he gonna have good crawfish.
He stood around a pot or two and bull you would never believe. So I would imagine they're pretty damn good. Yeah, I would imagine.
Yeah. No, but as he said, whenever you're ready, and yes, we'll do it, and you should come on out and do your thing again. As we said earlier on the crosstalk, come on out again. We are here live at Star Sports Bar and Grill here in Katy, and you got a chance not only to come out and hang with us.
What leg is this?
This is 7, baby.
7 already?
7 stop, baby. Not only you got a chance, by the way, it looks like Kyle Tucker has just hit a triple if you're scoring at home for the Cubs on the TV screen right now. Just slid into third base. Could have used that
nobody wants to talk about that.
I know. I just wanted to throw that out there if you wanted to watch Kyle Tucker tonight. He just hit himself a triple for the Cubs. So there's that. But come on out here. Again, you got a chance to win a gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoor. We're going to do one once an hour. So that's 4 opportunities to win. All you got to do is come on up like this gentleman is right here and sign your name, put it in a raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win. Also, as you see our guy Shay there holding that up, you can have a chance to be our grand prize winner. Enter in right now, and you can win a $500 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors and win Budweiser or Bud Light free for a year. All you got to do is hit that. Yeah, you go ahead. I don't know why y'all playing. There we go. They start marching. There's that $500. That $500, and I'm telling you,
$500 in free beer for a year. Yeah, I'm in on that one.
Yeah. Go ahead, just hit here, but do your thing. So it should be good. Hey, Tyler, you good, baby?
Yes, sir. Ready to rock on Friday.
There we go. 2-7 in the building. Make sure, man. Last time I left you, I thought Tyler was going to embrace me with a huge hug on the way. I got to say that, man. Tyler, you know, Tyler does make me feel bad. I don't want to admit it, but like Tyler, it never fails. I don't know if at one point I thought it was on purpose, but now I just think it's natural for him, Clint. Tyler really makes me talk to myself on my way out from leaving him. I mean, he has a legit look of sadness, like pain. It's
doesn't want the night to end,
man. There have been times I've gotten to the door or gotten to the car, to the parking lot, and said, all right, well, maybe I got 30 more minutes.
I like hanging with the bros, man.
I got up from that seat. I said, all right, but I'm going to head out, man. He said, really?
Hey, Tyler's one of them buddies. Everybody's got to work shift work. I got a buddy back in Baytown. It's like, hey man, I got Byron until midnight. Y'all got him till 4 a.m.
and listen, it don't matter how many Tyler's had. Tyler, he can sense it too. He can sense it coming, and the reason why I know he can sense it coming is because probably within 20 minutes of the time I know I'm going to leave. Hey man, here I'm going to get another one. You want one? He's trying to get up on that.
It comes back with 2.
To make you stay.
Thought I was being slick with it.
Every time, within 20 minutes of the time I'm about to leave, it's like he's in my head. Like some of the times he didn't know what time I was going to leave, but he can feel it. He can sense it.
I love to have a good time, man. I love to have a good time with the boys.
I'll never forget that time. I don't remember where we were, but I mean, it was about time. You think kind of not winding down, but it was getting later in the evening. And next thing you know, he shows up with a tray of shots. Yeah. I said, whoa. We're supposed to be turning it in, boys.
The night is young.
We're supposed to be turning it in. He's trying to turn it up.
Your ass ain't going nowhere. No. Here, stay your ass right on here. All right. But no, a good time to be had. Come on out as we'll be here till 6 o'clock.
That's right.
All right, Clint, this is there's a lot of places we can go, but I want to start here with this report from the Rockets. Kurt Heelan, lead NBA writer for NBCSports.com, NBC, who's about to get the NBA. They said this: the Houston Rockets, Clint, I don't know how you feel about this, would be open to moving Alperen Sengun in a Giannis trade. They're open. The Rockets are open to moving him in a trade. But then he goes on to discuss the potential of a deal being done between the Rockets and the Bucks. And I think you would love this. And listeners, I would love to hear your thoughts on this. He said Houston would be open to trading Sengun, league sources told NBC Sports, but the Bucks might be higher on a trade package, depending on how they rate Jalen Green. It would be potentially
start packing.
Tyler said, get on out there. Come on, man. Get that 7, 8, 9 points out here in the playoffs. But it would be Jalen Green. Jabari Smith Jr. is also likely to be a part of any deal. And the Rockets have a lot of future first-round picks that they could move from Brooklyn and Phoenix in those deals they made earlier or a couple of years ago. That could be a part of the trade as well. It also could take a third team, but it is doable. So the thought there is Sengun is something that the Rockets are open to moving with the Giannis trade, but it seems like the Bucks, they would be in the Jalen Green, Jabari Smith, and picks deal. Like, first, the Sengun one. First one, what's your thought? Because I know you may be higher. I think you've even said you would have Sengun and Amen Thompson maybe as your guys that it's got to be a blow-away deal.
Well, it's just you better have a good plan on the backside of it because it changes everything that you've built. It not just the core, but it changes everything, your identity that you've built. I mean, it just looks totally different if you move two key pieces, right? I don't like moving Sengun at all. I mean, the young all-star that is 22 obviously got a level of dog in him that not everybody on the team does. So I would prefer keeping Sengun and moving Jalen. And now I hate to see Jabari go, but if he's got to be part of that deal with the picks, that's fine. It sounds like it's obviously with Sengun, you would keep a lot of room with those picks if you need to. I would rather move Jalen Green, the picks, and make Jabari a part of it rather than move Sengun.
I mean, I know Tyler slid in and hit him with the very disrespectful, let's get him packing.
Yeah.
But
no, I'm with him.
I don't know what would hold I don't know what would hold up on Jabari Smith. I love Jabari Smith, and I think Jabari Smith has a chance to be a really, really high-end role player. Right? A guy with size, 6'10", that can shoot really well. I don't think we've seen the best of him. I don't think, now some may disagree. Hell, I was at the barbershop last week. I mean, going at it with guys last Saturday about Jabari Smith just not given a chance that he could be as good as Jalen Green, a 1 or a 2 in this league. I don't know about that. I don't know that I get there. But I do look at him and think, man, you got a 6'10" guy that can shoot and can defend, can block shots. There's a lot of versatile things you could do with him, can guard multiple positions in today's NBA. But
I mean, he's a starting caliber player, and he's got a high ceiling. I don't know how high, but he's got a high ceiling. So, yeah.
But I would roll on that move. My only thing is, I just never really entertained the thought of, all right, if they're going to do a deal with the Bucks, that the Bucks would rather have Green than Sengun, especially losing Giannis. They would rather do that. So I've never really looked at that. All my thought was like, man, I don't see that being the thought. But I don't know how to get. But I think, I've not really thought about that. But I'm opening this up to the people as well. Your thoughts? Do you think that can work? Sengun and Giannis. I mean, obviously, it could. I mean, it could work. But do you think it could work well enough for you to have a chance at winning big? Giannis and Sengun on the inside.
You still got the same problem that you don't have any shooters.
Yeah. And neither one of them bring that unless Sengun really.
And you would give away Jabari and Jalen, two guys, one that's definitely a shooter and another guy that's inconsistent, but you would hope would develop into at least a spot-up shooter in Jalen Green at the very least. So, yeah, you're giving up two of your hopeful shooters moving forward to get him. So, I'm not hell-bent on Giannis. I'm not. I mean, it'd be fine because obviously he's one of the best players in the league. He's an MVP. He's got a title. I mean, I get it, but I'm not hell bent on Giannis simply because I don't know what offensively they would do.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like so we know it could work. At some point they were running him and Steven Adams out there together, and that arguably was the best lineup they had in the postseason against the Warriors. So and obviously Giannis is far better player than Steven Adams. So it could work, but I don't know how much it works because, like you said, he's probably a worse shooter than Sengun is, right? And the spacing there, you would have to surround them with 3 dudes that are at least 2 that are knocked down. I'm talking like got to surround them, and maybe Reed Shepard is one of them. Not sure, like you said, Jabari would fit a lot better with that than but you've got to apply shooting around that. I don't want to dismiss it though, because I think those are 2 really smart basketball players, and Udoka can figure something out. But it's just hard to kind of envision what those 2 look like on the interior playing together. Yeah. That's the part for me. But you obviously, no matter what, you got to bang out shooting like that. That's something you gotta rope around. But you got a chance to get one of the top 3 players in the game. That's something you definitely have to look at. I am just surprised that the Rockets are the ones pushing the Sengun thing. Like they're the ones open to kind of getting rid of him.
Well, like I said, I would not part ways with Sengun, but if you do and you get Giannis and you keep all the guys that we mentioned, I mean, and you got Tari Eason that can knock him down. You got Jabari that can knock him down. Jalen, you would hope, could knock him down. You got Fred VanVleet, which was dead eye in the playoffs in the critical moments. Came up big in monster games. I mean, you got some guys around him, and you still have some of that length as well with Jabari. That would probably make more sense to pair with Giannis, but. Boy, it better work.
I'll be honest. It seems, the reports we're hearing, it seems like he may be their top target.
Yeah.
The way we're hearing it seems like he may be their top target. And then at that point, it is next moves if they were able to pull that off, because it can't stop there. I heard Luke say that earlier in the loop. Like, it can't be, or we just added Giannis, and that's it. Like, there's obviously you got to do things to offset that. Going on. All right, as we're continuing live here on our 7th stop on the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, come on out to Stars Sports Bar and Grill. We'll be here from 2 to 6 hanging out, and you can get the bugs, you can get the beer, you can win prizes. Come on out. I know this is a great spot to start your Friday. TVs all over the place, a strong mural of all the Houston sports arenas and things like that. It's an awesome spot. You can play a little pool in the back. They got buckets of beer. It's a good time to be had out here. By the way, Tyler, have you decided now? You've had a day to look here on the schedule. Have you decided your road game yet? Have you made this call yet on where you're going?
No final answer yet, but I think I got it down to 2.
What's the top 2?
And keep in mind, there is actually, I guess, 3, because I'm going to be eyeballing that Chiefs game and maybe getting up there with you, Ron.
You're not going in December. You're scared.
No, it's my birthday month. I feel extra horny in December.
My birthday month.
That's not a more real statement he's made. That I feel extra horny in December. Go ahead.
But, outside of that, I'm going to be eyeballing that Chiefs game. But I think got it down to 2 that I'm really thinking on, and that would be that first game in L.A. against the Rams, Seahawks Monday night game up in Seattle.
Yeah, I'm wondering, should he go? Because obviously the curse is still alive. And I will be honest, like if you went to Baltimore, I don't think people would be pushing the curse. But there's some other places that, Tyler, if you go, like maybe Seattle, that's one. I don't know about the Rams. That might be a tough one. Definitely Seattle. If you go.
And they lost.
Like. At some point, you can't fight it. At some point, you just have to.
I thought we were there after Carolina, but I guess time heals all wounds, right?
Yeah, I thought maybe when you pair up Carolina and the absolute throttling that the Vikings put forth on him when he went out there.
Oh, that's right. We're 2 years removed from Carolina, aren't we?
Yeah, we are.
First
and
quarter.
Remember, he went to Denver the first year, and they lost a tight one to Denver, and then he went to Carolina. And that's the one. That's the one where you got to check up. Like you just that's
and I did.
And then it wasn't even tight. And by the way, if you remember going into the Minnesota game, like the Vikings, we didn't look at the Vikings as what they ultimately became, a 14-3 team that had a chance to win to be the number one seed. We're looking at the Vikings like a team that, the Texans should be able to handle the Vikings. I mean, they got Jonathan Grenard and
Sam Darnold.
We took it, and they just, it was not close at all.
They took Blake Cashman and Jonathan Grenard and Sam Darnold and put a whooping on us.
Did Blake get a pick or something, or ran one back or something? Jonathan couldn't be. That was a wild game. There was a meltdown of the offensive line with penalties there in about the second or third quarter, where Titus and Laramie lost their mind.
Oh yeah, 17 false starts in a row. That was awesome.
I bet that's how you saw it. So
I'm jonesing.
You need it. You feeling it?
I'm jonesing.
I hadn't seen the first ones come out yet. That's the thing I'm doing. Yep. People on the.
I'm jonesing. I'm gonna need 3 pounds and a cold bullet.
You might want to go ahead. I might get one too here from the text line. Tyler, can't go anywhere. Stay your ass at home.
That's not happening. I'll be somewhere.
Yeah, he's gonna do it. He's got hell or high water. He'll break this damn curse if it exists. It will. Yes.
I got to make it to every stadium. I'm checking them off. We'll get there.
That's what man. Just kick it.
I just don't know if the fan base wants you to do it at their expense. I mean, you can do like Pendergast and go see the other teams. You can go see other teams play in the bye week or something.
We're breaking it this year. We're breaking that curse.
Now, hopefully. Now, to that point that Clint has made over the years, I do have a level of concern that if you are in SoFi Stadium and there are other Texans fans that see you and there's the third quarter and it ain't looking good or something, I am concerned about at the very least heckling and maybe somebody just take a shot.
I don't do it.
I won't put them out there, but I will say you just saying that reminded me. Carolina and that ish show in Minnesota last season, there was one Texans fan I know that was there at the same time as me for Carolina and the ass whooping in Minnesota.
Well, there may be a double. Maybe he's going to sit his ass.
Well, he's just not in the radio business and not broadcasting to the world. Maybe he wants to stay in the shadows there, T.
I'll leave him there.
Who's that, Larry?
No. You're right. Larry goes to half.
He claimed he was at both of them, didn't he?
Larry goes to a lot of losses. All right, coming up as we continue here live from Stars Sports Bar and Grill here in Katy. Make your way on out. The Astros took a tough one yesterday. And we've got to discuss the good and the bad of what we saw in Arlington. We'll do that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, fellas, other than drinking cold beer and eating crawfish at Stars in Katy, what you need to do is you need to make sure that you know your testosterone number. It's not if, it's when, fellas. When you're nearing 40, early 40s, knocking on 50, I'm telling you, man, if you start struggling with low energy,
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Bury me in the H.
Live from Star Sports Bar and Grill in Katy, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on our 7th stop on our Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, and we are live, as you just heard the big voice say, here at Star Sports Bar and Grill here in Katy. So make your way on out here. I see. Oh, she got them bugs already. That's the first ones I seen come out. There you go. They out here, and I think Clint's probably about to get him some. Said he's
I think I need to let the folks know what's going on here.
Oh, you got some info.
I got a little info.
All right, I saw you talking to the owner there. What's the info you got?
$30, all you can eat. That's one of them. Get off your ass and get
$30 all you can eat.
Hey,
what?
look here, all you can eat crawfish.
$30.
$30, all you can eat crawfish.
They just keep, like a Golden Corral, just all you can eat.
All you can eat means all you can eat, Chief. $30.
Y'all need to get your asses out here.
That is wherever you're at. Now I don't advise you lose your job, but if you're out and about,
I don't know.
Stars, get over here. $30, all you can eat crawfish. $20 buckets of beer.
$20 buckets of beer. $30, all you can eat crawfish.
Sounds like a party to me.
Man, dog. Hey. And that's here. And is that all day? Or is that all? How long is that?
He didn't give me no damn time.
Because I'm about to say here, you sit out here and watch. You can watch the Astros right here. All you can eat. Post up right here. You imagine? Oh, man, I would come out here and end it right here. Come on out here. Go and get that 30. And I'm going to sit right in here. I'm going to eat them right now. I'm going to come back and get some when Jeremy Pena leads off. I'm going to come out and get me some while Lance hopefully is in the 4th inning. I'm going to be here all day.
Good call. I'd love to eat. Yeah, that guy right there. I'd love to eat all I can eat crawfish, drink cold beer, and watch Lance McCullers get on track.
Yeah,
I'm going to speak it into existence, y'all. I'm going to speak it into existence. Lance McCullers, we need his ass, man. We got guys getting hit in the hand with batting practice. We got guys going down with elbow
Clint,
issues.
Man, you have got to let that go, man.
I mean, it's
just let Spencer Arrighetti go, man. That's just the first thing you could have just said. Nope. We got Spencer injured.
Nope. I mean, it just don't make. There ain't a baseball. I don't care if Nolan Ryan came in here and was like, Clint, man, we all did it. We all did it. Like, okay, Nolan, y'all was all stupid. The hell playing long.
Text line 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. What do you think can get Clint absolutely sideways quicker? Talking about Dalton Schultz or talking about the injury to Spencer Arrighetti? Which one do you think
that's a good question.
Can just completely take Clint out of whatever he was thinking faster? Because I believe
they say both of them. You're talking about which one can both of them.
I believe the one that gets you the most. There is nothing
that blows my mind.
We can bring it. Yeah, seriously, you stay right on it. There is nothing more than with it that could either one of those. They're going to take you a minimum 2 minutes.
Yeah,
a minimum 2 minutes, and somebody may have to get in there and stop you because those two subjects just seem to get you going at any moment. Before we get to Lance, though, I think we do need to look at last night. And last night, it's a damn shame that Hunter Brown is the loser. Okay, let's continue to remember the useless stat of pitcher wins when you can go and pitch like you did last night and get a loss. And that is the most ridiculous thing ever that he got saddled with a loss. But here is the captain, his manager, Joe Espada, after his 8-inning just ridiculous start, again showing Cy Young worthy efforts. Here is Joe Espada talking about the duel between Jacob deGrom, who actually ended up winning that game, and then his young star Hunter Brown.
Yeah, they both know it's a pitchers do one pitch sometimes is all it takes, right? And that's what happened in today's game. Our offense, I thought we had some really good at bats. I think we shifted our focus and we started hitting balls to middle, right center field. They made some really good plays behind DeGrom. But it was a heck of a ball game.
All right, we can get to the hitting part well. I mean, yeah, there were some plays Garcia made in the outfield. The center fielder, he made a great running catch in the game, but damn it, I mean, it wasn't that. I mean, that wasn't that much. I mean, hell, they wouldn't have had a runner pass to get to second base after the fourth inning if I think Simeon didn't throw the ball away and Jake got there on an overthrow. So I mean, it was a struggle for the offense. But we got to start with Hunter Brown, Clint, and like this is the hell with believable. This is just every time out. I mean, it's just getting better and better and better. And it's starting to become, if Framber continues to do what he's been doing here recently, this has got to be one of the most feared 1-2 punches in the American League if Framber continues to get to where he's getting with what this cat Hunter Brown is doing every single start out.
Yeah, look, I mean, Hunter Brown, I mean, obviously he's pitching his ass off. So it's as an Astros fan, it's fun to watch. It's easy to like, right? But what I love about Hunter Brown is it seems like his mentality is ace. His mentality is dog. His mentality is I'm going to attack you. I'm not going to tiptoe around. I'm not going to flirt with the strike zone. He has the ability to go get guys and the best guys
wants to.
Right. That's not, I tell you, man, he had that kind of dog, I'm going to come get you attack type mode with elite stuff, right? I mean, the way he was cutting them off at the knees with his fastball, the way he was painting the outside corner with his fastball. I mean, it was beautiful to watch, man. And so I just everything about the guy screams ace, and it's fun to watch that guy do his thing.
And you've said this too, Hunter. That's one of the things in the comparison to Verlander too as well.
Yeah,
it looks so easy, right? It doesn't look like he is working up. There are some pitchers you look at. Hell, Lance, he's pitching tonight. Even Lance at his best. Ocho, I'm sure, is going to text in and will attest. Sometimes even Lance good starts. You look at there and say, boy, man, he left it all out there. I mean, he needs every one of these 5 days. He is working. There's traffic all over the place. It just looks like there's such effort given. I mean, Hunter gets out there and it's just boom, boom. Like it is effortless.
Well, everything's so natural for him. I mean, I love the way his press conferences sound. It just seems like he's so comfortable in that leader role, in that ace role, in that backs against the wall. There's added pressure because of how good he is. He just embraces it, man. So literally start to finish, A to Z, man. Everything about Hunter Brown is absolute money.
No, he is.
Bad thing about last night is you lose a game where I think it was not good on either side of in terms of hitting, but the Astros actually did swing the bat better than the Rangers. The Rangers just had one that got out of the park, and I don't know when, because with a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old, I watch a lot of baseball with the volume down, so I'm muted. I don't know when Todd Callis and everybody started 5-star and 4-star rating these catches that these outfielders are making. But for what it's worth, there was a 5-star catch by the center fielder, and there was 2 4-star catches by Garcia, the right fielder. And so, they swung it good enough to produce a bit. The problem is the Rangers just played better on defense.
Yeah. 5 hits last night, and DeGrom was really, really good too.
Did you see did you see panty dropper on the ball hit on the second base side of second base?
Yeah.
Woo! I mean he's putting a year together, bro. I know it's early; we're a quarter of the way through the season.
He got one of them hits,
but he is putting a damn year together now.
Man, it's all-star worthy this year. All right, man. Coming up as we continue, Greg Cosell, one of the most respected film watchers and guys within the game, talks about a discussion that we want to have here that can really help some of the biggest issues the Texans had last year and what they want to get corrected this year, the protection issues. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out. Power outages around these parts. If you've lived here for any amount
888-848-2222 or check them out online at mokaramlawfirm.com. Mokaram Injury Lawyers, principal office in Houston, Texas.
Live from Star Sports Bar and Grill in Katy, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Welcome back as we are live here. The Drive is on the road as we are at Stop 7. Stop 7, 610 Crawfish Circuit. And it brings
time.
That's right. Every time. Yeah, you can wear that one out today. It brings us to Katy as we are in Katy, and you need to be here as well here at Stars Sports Bar and Grill. And listen, if you are in the building, coming up as soon as this segment ends, we will hook somebody up with our first winner, a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. We will do a drawing as soon as this segment ends. If you have not done so, you might want to put your name in our raffle box, as that's where we will draw that for your chance to win. We'll do that 4 times today. At 2, 3, 4, and the 5 o'clock hour, you have a chance to win a $25 gift card, so make sure you get to that. As well as our grand prize, we will hook somebody up after our entire crawfish circuit is over. We will hook somebody up with our grand prize, which is a $500 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors, and Budweiser or Bud Light for a year is what the grand prize is. Just use that QR code and sign up. There you go. Did you get one?
Got one of them bullets, and boy, it doesn't surprise me at all. But it's crackling cold.
I know it is.
It's crackling cold.
Yep.
Them mountains, I'm covered up with a koozie, but them mountains are definitely bright blue, boys.
Yeah, it's coming up. It's coming up at 3:40. So you can really let it loose then.
For all my beer drinkers out there, is there anything better than that first drink of that crackling cold one? Me personally, it's after like yard work or like it's not even in a social setting work something, and you get out there getting after it and you sweating and it's hot. And you happen to pull open that old garage fridge, and there's a bullet in there, and you yank it out. I mean, there is
to me, it's a day like today when it's 93 outside.
Yes,
and you pop that thing open.
Man,
there is nothing.
You better do it. You got till Monday.
Yeah, yeah, I'm about to do it.
Hey, you better blow that thing up Monday because we got to start going downhill.
That's right. There. That's right. Yeah. So yeah, come on out. And by the way, as Clint has got the cold beers going, I'm gonna have to join him. I'm gonna have to join him here in a second. Guys, you gotta get here. $30, all you can eat crawfish today, all damn day. So that's even after we're done. All right, it's not just from 2 to 6. Hell, you got TVs all over the place. You got the Knicks and the Celtics. You got the Astros that you can come and watch, and you got come in, sit your ass down. $30 will get you all you can eat crawfish. All right, all you can eat. $30 all day. All day long, and also great specials. Hell, they got $1 off top shelf. Here you go, Tyler. $1 off top shelf bourbon and scotch on Fridays as well. So hey, listen, man, you got to get on out here. $1 off craft beers as well. Get down here, and again, if you didn't catch it, we're at Stars. We're at Stars Sports Bar and Grill here in Katy. All you can eat. $30 crawfish, buckets of beer as well for $20. You can't mess that up or miss that or whatever the hell.
Either
on down here. All right, Clint. I know Greg Cosell is somebody you listen to a lot and whatnot. His film breakdowns are really big in the industry, quarterback play especially. But I want to play this, and I know this really stuck out to you because this could be one of those keys to issues that the Texans are trying to address this year on their offense. Here's Greg Cosell talking about slot and outside receivers.
The way the league has evolved and offensive coordinators have evolved is I think the delineation between slot and outside has decreased because there's so many more cut splits, reduced splits, tight splits.
All right, that's Greg Cosell talking about split, slot and outside. And I know for you that is something that you think the Texans really, really have to improve and can help improve their biggest problem?
Well, I think that we heard a lot last year about we want all of our receivers to do all things, and the guys move around and can run all the different routes, and I didn't like Bobby Slowick with how many cut splits he had. I didn't like running into those cut splits. I thought it muddied the waters in the box for the quarterback, which the quarterback wasn't communicating in charge of anything anyway. So I guess it really didn't matter. But it muddied the waters for the offensive line. If a team wants to pressure you and you got everybody stacked inside, and at the snap of the ball, your tight end leaves, 2 receivers leave, and you got nickel defenders, you've got 8 head on who's coming, who's not coming. It just really muddies the water up. And on top of that, now you got all these receivers that they're the thought. This is another one of those things with the media in football. For me, is, and not all media, just the repeating things that make zero sense. Like it to think that all of a sudden, like, now it's a good idea to have a bunch of receivers that can do everything, but yet nobody's a slot. To think that there's not extreme value in a slot-minded wide receiver or a tight end. Like, that is a quarterback's best friend for a reason. That guy sees the defense, particularly what's going on inside the box. He sees that defense through a quarterback lens. So if there's pressure, boom, he sees it immediately. If they bail, he knows, okay, now I got to run. I can get into my route, and I can get deeper, and I need to settle in the zone. Like, he's always, like, his forte is, I'm going to make myself available to the quarterback, whether he's getting pressured or it's a zone. I'm going to always, my forte, my specialty is making myself available to the quarterback. He can always depend on me to be an option one way or another. Yeah. Like, that, the thought now that just every receiver's capable of doing that is – it's asinine. It's silly. It doesn't make sense. In theory, sure, they're all NFL guys and they should all, but in reality, there's a reason why, like, I'll go back to Brady's days because it's a good picture to paint, right? There's a reason why Julian Edelman, who had never played receiver before in his life, I'm sure he did in his life at some point, but was a quarterback in college, ended up being a Hall of Fame receiver, right? You look at Wes Welker, who was really relegated to a special teams guy after being a slot-type receiver at Texas Tech and couldn't really find his spot, and he goes to New England, and he's a Pro Bowler, right? He's a great slot. Like, the thought that just anybody and everybody, because they're a talented wide receiver, can play slot, and to just do away with how important that guy is to the quarterback is plumb-ass silly. So I say all that to say I really hope. We've heard Nick Caserio talk about receivers do all things, yada, yada, yada. I really hope that Nick Caserio is leaning hard into his New England days and going, we got to have somebody that's a safety valve for this quarterback. CJ's got to know he's going to direct the traffic. And I know if Christian Kirk is to my right, I'm going to protect myself to the left. Ball snap, I'm going to look right. If I get pressure from there, then Christian's going to make me right. If the pressure bails, boom, I get into it, I read it out, I'm good to go, I'm healthy, I'm safe, right? You got to be able to do those things. And you can't just put any receiver over there and expect him to do that at a high level.
And it seems like they have brought in pieces to do that.
Yes, that's the other thing, right? Like, I'm hoping Nick leans into his New England days, both Nick Caserio and Nick Caley. And then you look at the receivers they've brought in, right? I think Christian Kirk is a true blue slot. And then I think the kid that they drafted, the second kid from Iowa State, Noel, I think he's got some of those abilities. But really, I don't care who it is. I just need whichever receiver it is that has the ability at a certain level as a quarterback that can peek inside and go, man, that's a weird alignment by them linebackers. They must be blitzing. Let me break my route off a little earlier. That guy is rare. And if you can find him, he's a special player. And so, look, this trend in the league, and I think it's a monkey see, monkey do business. This trend in the league where it's just
interchangeable.
Boy, everybody's interchangeable. I mean, that's just, man, that's a dangerous life to live.
Now, it works if you got a bunch of guys that that are Julian Edelmans. Like maybe if you got some Tank Dales, maybe if you got multiple Tank Dales that could do maybe both things.
But look at think about how New England won games. You had a 6th-round quarterback that couldn't move, that was an elite processor. You had your best 5 offensive linemen up there that just communicated at an elite level, and Brady knew, hey man, my backside's protected, I'm gonna work front side. And then every year they always made sure they had that slot receiver that saw defenses the same way Brady did.
Amendola, right? Another one.
Yeah. Right, how many of them was there, right? I mean, there was 3 or 4 of them that just came out of nowhere that they didn't do anything anywhere else before they got to New England.
And then their tight ends kind of acted in a similar fashion too when they got Hernandez and they got Gronk.
You got Gronk. I mean, I remember, Ron, and this is obviously dumbing it way down. But when I was in college, I would literally – my tight end was really good. Not at seeing it, but I could communicate and tell him what to do. I would literally at the line of scrimmage – like we called a certain play where he could be tight end. And I would literally – because he had his hand in the dirt so he couldn't see – I would literally say, hey, take the corner. Literally just like that. And he – and we'd kill him. I mean, you gotta have the ability to communicate like that. You gotta have the ability to somebody close to you to be able to bail you out and make you right. And that guy, we act like that guy's just a dime a dozen in football, or at least people talk like that, and that's just not the case.
Yeah. All right, coming up, let's look at the other side of the ball. The side of the ball where there is major confidence, and this defense has a chance to be really, really great. We got to discuss what will show us if they're really, really great. We'll do that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all. Look, I recently had several paint projects done at my house, and Certa Pro painters were absolutely tremendous.
24/7 renewing moisture with daily use.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
Live from Stars Sports Bar and Grill in Katy. It's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Got him coming.
You got them coming? I heard.
Yeah.
Got them coming. They're right there.
Boy, that was quick.
They got in here. Clint got his. He got it all right there. He got a little corn, potato. This
special
is
sauce. Typically not a sauce guy with my crawfish, but I'll give it a shot. I trust you.
It's on the side here.
I trust you.
What'd you get? 3 pounds?
I think that's just 2. We're
building up.
My in-show poundage is 2. It's my limit, man. I got to be able to knock it out in the break. It's actually 3.
That's
but,
on purpose.
But they
Tyler,
suggested
right?
2.
There's no way his end game poundage. That's on purpose. Right? It's got to be.
I mean, it came out naturally last week, and I thought it sounded really good, so I thought I'd stick with it.
Yeah.
Natural.
I mean, I can't get on the same level of that fella that's got that hound 'em and pound 'em.
Hound 'em and pound 'em. Jim Adler. I
can't get on that one, but I don't think it's Jim. I think you just combined 2 different.
Did I say Jim Adler? What did I say?
The Texas Hammer, but I think it's actually.
What's his name?
It's Dick. It's Dick.
You're talking. Yeah, get Dick.
Yeah.
I'll
hound him and pound him.
Yeah,
no.
You're right. That ain't Jimmy. You're right.
Yeah. Bottom line is, ain't neither one of them Mokaram injury lawyers, so it don't matter. But you know where I was going with it.
You said hound him and pound him, and then Jamie's over there snickering at you as soon as you said it. Right there, she's hanging him and banging him too, right now. So come on out here. But again, Clint, he's got a quick 2 pounds. But listen. You get up here.
They pass the eye test.
They do, don't they? I see the little season on there too.
Here's the deal. It's got to be between kind of mid to large, right? These are probably large, I would guess, but I like them to be mid to large because if the shell gets too dark, it'll tear your fingers up and you can't suck the head the way you're supposed to suck the head, right? So the size, the color. It doesn't seem like that they're not real wet. I prefer the traditional. I'll call it traditional way of boiling crawfish. They're not real wet. What I love about them too, they're not overloaded, so your poundage is not overloaded with potatoes and corn. And
got to optimize the poundage.
Tyler, you do. It is very important, right? And the sauce is. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. If it thickens up or something, I'm probably not going to give it a shot. But it looks like it's butter and maybe some lemon lime.
I love dipping in.
Maybe a little either Louisiana Tabasco.
Just butter and hot sauce.
There you go. I mean, let the cat out of the bag.
They're not playing around with a little butter and hot sauce.
That's what it looks like, butter and hot sauce.
There it is. That looks good.
Come on, baby.
I tell you, Lauren loves to dip it in her little butter. She
likes hot sauce?
I don't know if she likes the hot sauce, but she likes to sit right there and have me open them up and then put them in her little bowl, and she just likes to go to work.
It's going to be a tough segment for me.
Yeah, I know it.
It's going to be a tough segment. I got 13 more minutes, and I got to stare at these things.
Say it's a long one too. But no, get on out here. By the way, all this he's breaking down. If you're just listening, again, we are here in Katy at Stars Sports Bar and Grill, and you can get these very bugs that he's talking about. Got the corn, got the potato in there as well. $30 all you can eat all day long. All day until close. $30 all you can eat. So bring your ass. It's just that simple. Bring your ass. My man Russell, he didn't came out here. You might as well get you some. Russell,
that ass.
That's all right. Shout out to Russell. Russell said he was a part of the ones who helped build NRG Stadium. I see you out there, Russell. Come on out here.
Hey, I don't know if you still got it in your bag, Russ, but get ready because they're going to need some upgrades coming around the corner.
Yeah,
they're going to spend some money to upgrade NRG. I hope you still got your hammering them nails, brother.
Yeah, and 97 might be ready for you to come on out again.
It used to be called Reliance.
Get ready out here. All right, Clint, I wanted to get into this. At 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in as well. Listen, I think we fairly have questions about the offense, right? I think especially the offensive line, after everything you saw what happened last year and what they brought in as reinforcements, there are very fair questions to have for this offense. But I think most everybody is, at worst, extremely confident on what this defense can be. We've talked about it, top 5, it feels like. Top 10 at the absolute worst, the way this defense looks. But, Clint, I think the way we can really tell about how good a defense is against what do you do against the top offenses. Right, this defense is going to smother the hell out of Cam Ward and the Titans. They're going to smother them. Probably going to do the same to Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson. Probably are going to give teams like the Raiders hell, probably even Sean Payton, the Broncos. They're going to smother teams that don't have, a lot of weapons and things. Like, you can look at it. Jacksonville, they probably will give them hell, depending on what Hunter and Brian Thomas bring to the table. But you can see most of them. But it's those really good offenses, right, Clint? That's how you can tell how good a defense is. How do you fare against? Because it don't make no look good if you give up 6 points to the Titans, but you give up 28 to the Ravens, or you give up 32 to the Ravens. How are they going to be? And I think the thought that I want to go is how confident and how do you feel about this defense as they go up against the top offenses? And they have several, Clint, to look at this year. Would you put the Rams in that?
Absolutely.
The Rams in there.
Yeah. Right out of the gate.
Hey, the Bucs, I know you maybe not think Tampa, but Tampa had the number 3 overall total offense last year. That's a group, and they added another receiver, the kid from Ohio State. They added him. The Ravens, of course, you know what they have done to you here recently. They put up 32, 31 easy on you last year. And then you got the Bills, who were the number 1 scoring offense in football last year. Obviously, the Chiefs, who have obviously Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid. They are more healthy this year. I think the Chargers are a team. They've added to their running back room. They've added receivers. That's another group. How confident are you that the Texans will be able to play really, really well against those top offenses?
Very confident.
Yeah.
Very confident. I love, obviously we saw last year multiple times them be able to get after a quarterback, that had been comfortable for the most part of the year, right? I mean, so the ability to get after the quarterback is one thing. The ability to do that and not have to bring additional helmets, to bring safeties, bring backers, bring nickel defenders, the ability to do that is there. We've seen it. Right now, what's beautiful, what I think is most beautiful about defense made this year is when I look at their secondary, and I include their nickel defenders in that secondary, I love the options, right? Depending on what an offense is trying to throw at you from a personnel standpoint, you got guys that can cover tight ends, that can be physical and rush. And I'm talking about, again, in the secondary. I'm not talking about linebackers and D linemen. I'm talking in the secondary. You got guys that are really, really good and have great instincts rushing the passer. You have guys that are long and have great instincts in playing zone defense. You got the ability to slide Kamari Lassiter in, or you can leave him outside and bring a third corner in. I think the kid they drafted out of USC this year is going to be a really, really good player, at least in that role. So you've got a nickel coverage package. You've got a nickel zone package. You've got a nickel pressure package. You've got depth at all positions. I think the secondary takes this defense to the next level. And the most important part about that is you're talking about guys that have the ability to show one look and then shift into something else, which is what you have to do against the experienced quarterbacks in this league. You can't show them a picture and then stay in that snap after snap after snap after snap. You've got to be able to move. You've got to be able to shift around. You've got to be able to change personnel. You've got to be able to give them different looks. We know D'Amico Ryans can do that. The question is will the Texans personnel ever get to a point where he has the ability to do it? And I think they are. They're there right now.
Yeah, you bring up the point, man. You can rush the passer the way they can. And as you said, we saw with D'Amico, hell, if he wants to, he can load up and bring pressure. The number he did on Caleb Williams, which led CJ to have to let him know about things. The number he did on other quarterbacks where he just said, F it. I'm just going to bring the blitz to go along with guys, and not just bring the blitz to get linebackers or safeties in, but to bring the blitz. There are multiple times he brought blitzes with Petrie that allowed guys like Will and Daniil to get one-on-ones against guys that can't touch them. And that was the whole deal, was to get, advantages in matchups, and he's been able to do that. But you marry their pass rush with what their potential can be in the secondary, and it is nasty. And Clint, this is the thing about this defense that if you're a Texans fan, you got to be excited as hell about, is they got a bunch of guys that have been good and are good currently, that you get the feel just by experience and age that this is not the best that they're going to be, right? Like, we look and see Kamari Lassiter and you think, well, now he's the full year. He knows what training camp is. He knows it's his job. He's played a full year. He's got to have huge confidence. There's probably a step for him. We saw Petrie in this defense get comfortable. There's maybe a step for him. The other kid in the back end that they got, the kid from USC whose name is just escaping, Kalen Bullock. There's got to be another step with him. Hell, Will. We saw Will make a jump. There's another step. That's the other part, is are going to get better.
Here's the interesting thing about Kamari Lassiter, because I think that's the key here, right? And this is not an effort for me to be right from my bold prediction last year at all. It's not. But I'm not sure that he's not good. The best place for Kalen Bullock isn't inside at a nickel defender.
You're talking about
Lassiter, Kamari Lassiter. And I'm not saying that he's not good enough. Like last year, my thought was he's not good enough to be outside. He needs to be sheltered inside, right? He needs to be protected a bit inside.
You're saying now,
I was wrong on that
perspective.
Bingo. I'm talking about impacting the game, right? Like outside, there's D'Amico's going to, with the exception of obviously Stingley. Stingley's a guy that when you need him, he travels, he can do all that, right? Kamari Lassiter is going to be a guy that more times than not is going to be soft. He's not going to take a lot of risk in terms of undercutting. And I don't think it's by design. I think it's just D'Amico's defense, right? There's going to be some protection there. There's going to be maybe some passive play there. I'm not sure that him, as physical as he is, and the instincts that he has, is not able to impact the game in a much bigger way if they get him down there in the mix. Now, obviously, you got Jalen Petrie, but you're talking about two total different players. One's a coverage defender, and one is more of a rusher and a zone defender. So it's going to take both of them, but I'm not sure that he doesn't impact the game more from inside.
Yeah.
And so, and you that option.
The Ravens game is a good reminder. He slid in.
Yeah.
He forced a safety.
Well, you're not.
Game.
You would kind of get Jeff Okuda or one of these dudes in the game. They got absolute torched, right? Yeah. So you don't have the ability to move him around. Now, if you've got the ability to move him around, you look at the Devontae Adams touchdown with the Jets when he caught it over Jalen Petrie, right? You take that completely out of the mix. Now, I'm not saying Devontae Adams doesn't beat Kamari Lassiter if he's pressed in the slot, but you got a cover defender that can be in his hip pocket at least now. So D'Amico's ability to do that this year is a game changer for this defense.
Text line coming in. The linebackers are going to be a liability in coverage. Christian Harris would certainly help that. EJ Speed, I think, are guys that have a better chance at that. I can understand that when you get guys like Henry To'oTo'o and Aziz locked up. To me, it's not even that. To me, the only thing that I would worry about is, we talked about how do they perform against these good teams, is when teams like the Ravens, teams like Buffalo, Kansas City did it to them, especially in the first, is if they run the ball. And that to me is the thing that could be the hurt for this team.
Well, but let's go back to the versatility now with the different personnel. Now, I'm assuming there's some guys that work out, and I mean, they may be flops, who may be in the same position. But like last year, we all knew, anybody that watches football knew that if you put Azeez Al-Shaair against the Chiefs in zone coverage in the middle of the field, Kelsey's going to torch him.
Yeah.
Right? It may not be all game long, but Kelsey and Mahomes are eventually going to get him. Right. Sometimes it takes 3 quarters, but they eventually get you, and it puts you down 2 scores, and the game's over. Right. The truth of the matter is, last year you didn't have many options. Your hands were D'Amico's hands were tied from a perspective of what do you do defensively, right? This year, you can do things. Again, I'm talking about like put Kamari Lassiter inside and play man and put him on Travis Kelce or put him on a tight end that's able to work the middle of the field better, and you have a much better chance than if Azeez Al-Shaair is roaming center field. I mean, that's not. The texture's right. If Azeez Al-Shaair is in zone coverage, a deep zone coverage, and he's working the middle of the field and he's responsible for the middle of the field, we're going to get torched. I just think D'Amico has more options to keep us out of that position this season.
Yeah. No, yeah. To me, yeah, that the versatility, that's what I'm saying. The only place to me where there could be problems for this defense that then you would have to change thinking it could affect the other stuff is if you get games like the Ravens just ran it down their throats.
Yeah.
Right? That's it. Like the Chiefs in the first game, they didn't run it great the whole time until the end.
Yeah.
And then they couldn't get them off the field and couldn't stop Kareem Hunt and stuff like that. Like that's the only, to me, real concern of weakness with this defense is if a team is just aggressive and running the football, that may be the potential weakness.
Yeah.
But Foley's there and he was good when he was in there last year, and the guys up front, they can hold it down, but that's the only concern.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, you're going to have your hands full with Philadelphia and their ability to run the football. You're going to have your hands full with Baltimore and their ability. I know they don't play Philadelphia. I'm just talking about football in general. If we play Baltimore, you're going to have your hands full. It's Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, man. It becomes
Indy in the division.
Well, it should. I don't know what they're going to do, but yeah, you should. Jonathan Taylor with potentially Anthony Richardson should be a problem. But yeah, I mean, but now you've got. It becomes a chess match between the defensive coordinator and the offensive coordinator, and now D'Amico has more options. He's got more chess pieces to play with.
Yeah. Again, where the hell is Shannon and Steve at?
Hey, man, I had that in my notes, checking in on them, man. What the hell? Anybody check on them? They healthy? They all right?
What's going on? They said they was going to be
here
way before we were.
He laid that Harley down on the way up here or what?
I'm about to say they got to be around the corner. Said we was going to be here way before we were. I'm getting a little worried now. Get your asses on up here. All right, as we continue here live, as we're in Katy, Star Sports Bar and Grill, and the crawfish is rolling. Clint is about to tear into this, and I'm certain he will make it completed by the time we get back here from break. But you can get on down here. All you can eat all day, $30. You can get crawfish here. All you can eat. You cannot pass that up, and you got a chance to win prizes as well. Lance McCullers, he gets the ball tonight. How important is this? Is Lance pitching for a spot in the rotation tonight? We'll discuss that coming up.
All right, y'all. Underdog Fantasy is available in the great state of Texas.
All conversation in town, 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from Star Sports Bar and Grill in Katy, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Live with Stoerner and Hughley.
Those of you on YouTube and Twitch are getting a real treat as Tyler Clint has. He's got, 3 to go here before he knocks out his first 2 pounds of the day. And that was a quick break. That was a quick
Suck
break.
them heads, Clint.
And he's getting there. Come on now, cheer him on over there on YouTube and Twitch as he is finishing up. He's moved past the potato and the corn and is going right for it all. And you, as you see them, as he said, they're pretty good.
Damn, making me hungry.
They're pretty good, and they're $30, all you can eat. So you just keep doing this all day too. And there's TVs all over the place where you can sit in here and watch what you need to watch. And you got want to give a thought on how you feel about these bugs?
Correction. Tremendous.
Okay.
Really good. Should not be $30 all you can eat. I'm just going to tell you. I'm just here to tell you. Not trying to run your business. Too good to be $30 all you can eat. Too damn good to be $30 all you can eat.
There you go. They're on round 2 right here. They're all you can eat. There you go. I see you.
I'm telling you, if you're out there and you can hear us right now, and you like boiled crawfish, and I haven't met many folks that didn't like boiled crawfish and cold beer, but I'm not going to push the cold beer down you, but. $30 all you can eat for that right there. That's a chance of a lifetime, man.
It's a chance of a lifetime.
If you're a crawfish eater, you're gonna be disappointed. I'm dead serious too. I ain't blowing smoke. He ain't paid me $1.
No, he hadn't.
Might as well. That season's coming to an end.
I'm telling you that is really, really good.
Well,
I would say on the larger side. The key here, and I don't know how to cook it this way, but the key is to get them to where the tail slides out without sticking, and there's juice in the head. Them 2 things right there, that goes a long way. Now, the flavor's obviously important, but they are tremendous. It tastes like there's a little bit of – I get a little bit of a tiny hint of orange in there. He puts orange. You put orange in when you boil them? Lemon, okay. It's the wrong citrus, but it was there.
There's some citrus.
It's really, really good.
There you go.
Traditional. The hot sauce and the butter mix puts it over the top for me a little bit. It's a little spicy on my soup coolers. Start burning a little bit.
There you go. Your what?
My soup coolers.
First timer, right there. Never heard that before. You heard that one before, Tyler? Haven't heard that one.
Never heard that.
I hit that dip about every 3rd or 4th crawfish. I can't suck the head and use the dip on everyone. That'll get me burned up out of here.
Where he's talking about and where we are and where you can get what he just described for $30 all you can eat all day long is finally they didn't walk their asses up in here. We're gonna be here before y'all do. Oh, now it's on him. Oh, stop it, Shannon. Just take some responsibility. Just take some responsibility. Y'all together in here late. What he described right here at Stars Sports Bar and Grill here in Katy. Wow. Stars Sports Bar and Grill. Make your way in right now. $30, all you can eat. The Bud Light girls are here as well. They're hooking you up with some goodies as well. So come on out, do your thing, enjoy yourself. I know you're about getting off work here soon, so come on out here and hang out with us. $20, $20 for pitchers here as well. For buckets of beer here as well. Excuse me, not pitchers. I don't know how much the pitchers are, but buckets of beer, $20 as well. I
think 20 would be expensive for a bucket.
Yeah, I don't know how much those are. I could throw a price on there, but a bucket of beers, $20 as well. So come on out, enjoy yourself. Coming up here at the end of hour 3, you can be our next winner to win. A $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors.
Wow.
We're doing that at the end of each hour here. So we've already hooked someone up today. You can be another winner as well. All you got to do is sign your name and put it in our raffle box. All right, Clint. Lance McCullers gets the ball tonight. Lance McCullers is He's coming off a rough one, right?
Yeah.
I'd say he was able to record 1 out, and I'm telling you, boy, I don't know that I've ever seen 7 runs come across at 36 pitches by somebody. I've never, and he hit people and walked people, but I don't know that I've ever seen it get done like that. But I'm telling you, Lance, he struggled. He struggled big time, and obviously we had some idiot that performance even worse. But we're past that. Hopefully he can come out in a big game against the Rangers here. You drop that game where Hunter Brown throws really a masterpiece, 8 innings, 1 run, nobody in the bullpen had to come in. Lance, they need Lance, obviously not to blow up like he did last time, but I wonder, Clint, is this a hey Lance, we need to really see something from you tonight, or you might be in trouble. And people are yelling, yeah, here in the building.
Yeah, look,
Damn,
I think all these starts moving forward are important for Lance, and it's not necessarily because he blew up the last start. That didn't help any, but I think it's more about, who are you? You didn't pitch for 900-plus days, and to me, I said 5 starts. Some people I think you were up towards 10, whatever.
5 to 10, yeah.
But look, I think the first 5 or 6 times that we see Lance McCullers is going to dictate whether he can actually help this rotation or not, and he needs a good outing. I mean, you're talking about a guy that went out there and the wheels came off, and everybody understands, hell, he hadn't thrown a pitch in damn near 1,000 days. I mean, you understand that it wasn't going to be perfect, right? So I think it is typically I am I'm just annoyed as hell with big league pitchers that can't throw strikes. Like that baffles me, but in his situation,
you can understand.
Again, he hadn't pitched in forever. He's already a high strung and he's a tightly wired dude anyway, and so it didn't shock me that he had some issues control wise early on his come. Go back there and right that ship. And be able to throw strikes and be able to it doesn't have to be pretty, but chew some innings up and give us a chance to win the game. So yeah, I think it's a huge outing for Lance McCullers. We're talking about the third one here.
This is third start.
Yeah, I think the rust.
His first one was fine. Didn't give up any runs. Now there was traffic, and you wouldn't love him throwing 87 pitches in 3 2/3 inning, but. That one was one you're like, all right, he just got started. Obviously, this is different than Corpus and Sugarland.
Yeah.
And even though it is the White Sox, which is actually kind of close. But I mean, you can understand it. Now, if he gets shelled two games in a row, and now if you look at it, his next 2 starts, Clint, are against Texas, who you came into the series tied, and now they're 1 game up on you.
Yeah.
And if if it adds up, his next start's going to be against the Mariners, who's in front of you. Like these are. I know it's May, but these are important starts right now for this team.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. The opponent does. I know it does matter, but for me as a fan, it doesn't. I mean, when it's all said and done, at some point, I'm gonna give you 2 or 3 starts to get this rust off. But at some point in time, we got to turn the corner. We got to start. Showing some promise again as a starter that can help this team with keeping this World Series window open, with making a run in the playoffs, not just surviving a regular season. At least that's my hope as a fan with Lance McCullers, is that he can actually help you win an ALCS and hopefully get to, potentially another World Series.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, at some point he's got to turn the corner, and that grace period to shake off a little rust has got to be gone.
Yeah, text line coming through. I think they need to be done with Lance if he struggles again. Also coming through, hopefully Lance can make it 4 innings and no more than 4 runs. If Lance craps the bed again, then you can consider him done and move on. I just can't. I can't. As you said, man, it was over 900 days since the last time he pitched in the majors, and let's not forget Lance's track record ahead of it. Right, Lance McCullers was this team's ace. The last time he was healthy through a full season, he was this team's ace. The last time he pitched consistently, he was the 3rd starter on the team that won the World Series. He had an amazing game, 6-inning shutout ball against Seattle, if my memory is correct, in that postseason. He got his ass lit up by the Phillies in the World Series, but. He's one of the best pitchers. So he can have one of these. Damn it. I mean, he gets one of these. Now, You start rolling multiple ones, and if this is the third straight start, Clint, where he doesn't have a feel for his off-speed pitches, which he said in the first 2 starts, then you start to have conversations. But come on, man. I think as I said yesterday, he's earned the right to get a couple of starts here. But this is important, man. You got to bounce back. And to me, Clint, it's got to be – he's got to give you some innings. Got to give 4 to 5 innings. 5 innings to me right now, Clint, if you were able to stretch him at 87, he's got to give you 5 innings, and he just has to give you a chance. Like, he's got to give the team a chance. That last game, man, you ain't get nobody a chance. There's 7 outs, 7 runs before we've got 2 outs. Like, you don't give nobody a chance, right? And blew through the bullpen. He's got to at least do that. And I think he can get there. I believe in it. And you know what that means, folks? Lance is pitching tonight. We might have some live lineups done here at the Star Sports Bar and Grill today.
I'll be damned,
fellas. If Lance is pitching.
Look
it's
out
Friday. Lance is pitching.
Let's go.
I might be a little pitchy.
Thinking about it.
I might be a little pitchy, but I'm gonna try to work it out. I'm gonna try to take the mic down. I'm gonna try to work it out here. So big one tonight here for Lance. All right, Clint. There's an interesting story in the NFL about a quarterback that I really want to get your thoughts on how serious this is, because I have heard people go from one end of the spectrum on this conversation. Can't wait to hear that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Academy Sports and Outdoors. If you've lived around these parts for any amount of time, you know all about Academy Sports and Outdoors. I'm watching baseball, women's.
You're gonna get hard.
Live from Star Sports Bar and Grill in Katy, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live and having a good time here in Katy. You should make your way here as well at Star Sports Katy. Good time is being had. All you can eat crawfish, $30. $30. And remember, if you are in the building, coming up as soon as this segment ends, we will announce our next winner for $25 to Academy Sports and Outdoors. If you have not filled out your name and put it in the raffle box, you can do so right here. We are going to be announcing our next winner coming up in about 10 to 15 minutes, so stay tuned for that. All right, Clint, by the way, Tyler, you missed it now. Monday, we're about to start this thing up, Clint. Tyler, you missed it yesterday. I talked about it yesterday. I need to have some accountability. I'm going to weigh in every Monday, live on the show. Every Monday, we're gonna try to.
Really? You gotta get this weight down a little bit.
I gotta get this weight down.
I see it.
We're gonna put it on the. I'm gonna jump on the scale on the show. I feel like that. I feel like having that motivation and that accountability of knowing I got to walk in here and step on this thing.
You got this, bruh.
And you don't come through and get in the sauna. Come through Baytown, get on the sauna.
No, I won't cheat. I won't cheat.
Ain't nothing wrong with cheating. It sounds
I'm
good
just
for
thinking
you.
like we do have a pick a time because I do need to know when I need to do my sprints and sweat right before we jump on that scale every single Monday. I need to figure that out.
Make sure every Sunday afternoon you get you before that sun goes down. You get you a good little walk jog. Baby. You'll sweat.
Sunday before I come in on Monday.
Ooh, it's already getting there, man. I was working out this morning, boy. That garage got hot.
Well,
I was dripping. I didn't even need to go to the sauna. I was like, turn that thing off. I don't need it.
Hell, it's 95 out here, 93 out here today. So, yeah, it's a hot one out there.
Love it.
But, yeah.
Absolutely love it.
It's each and every Monday, Tyler. Starting up Monday. We'll see what the damage is, how bad it is on Monday.
What do you think? What do you think it's going to be at on Monday?
Oh, probably bad.
Well, I mean, give us a guess. Give me a guesstimation right now.
It's we can range anywhere from maybe 290 to maybe in the threes. Could hit the threes.
It's over 3.
It could be. I don't know. You never know.
Well, the higher you start, the better it's going to look at the end. So let's get to eating, Bob.
Get to eating.
Let's get to eating and drinking, man. We got 2 days. Let's fill you up.
You never know.
Let's fill you up, baby.
You never know. But no, man. I do want to get your thoughts on this situation with Caleb Williams, Clint. Seth Wickersham, ESPN, put out an article that came out talking about the Bears quarterback, Caleb Williams. There's a lot of things in the article. But in particular, I wanted to get your thought because I've heard so many different former players kind of go each, different ways. Some people who really had issues with Caleb Williams and kind of put this at his feet, or some who had issues with the Bears, like Mark Schlereth had issues with the Bears, and then I saw James Jones and Emmanuel Acho and Chase Daniel who had issue more or less with Caleb Williams on this thing. But one of the things that came out is watch film alone with no instruction or guidance from coaches during his rookie season. This is all coming from his dad doing this article with Seth Wickersham of ESPN. He said, "No one tells me what to watch." Caleb Williams told his dad, "I just turn it on." How realistic do you believe that is the case of a quarterback or a young player like that, a young quarterback in particular, being instructed on what to watch, on how does that, like, what was your experience? And when you hear that, is that unusual that, that maybe you wouldn't get instruction? Like, what's your opinion on what you heard?
Well, I don't have the context. If all film is watched by himself and he's not given any instruction, I find that very, very difficult to believe.
Yeah.
I mean, typically the way that works is when you break up out of offensive meetings on, let's call it a Wednesday, right? First day, long practice. All right, today today we're working, we're going to work first and second down. We're going to work play action. We're going to work our base offense and not a whole lot of situational stuff. We're going to work our base offense. And so you go in, you go, okay, this is a team that likes to play, they're 70% of the time they play split safeties. So they're a split safety defense. And so you're watching maybe just complete games or complete halves of whichever film is out there this year, the most recent. And then you may nail it down to go, okay, well, they also, when they do blitz, this is how they blitz, right? So you make a game, you're watching the game, you're catching the split safeties, you're catching, see if you can pick up anything on the blitzes. It's really kind of just a general overview of what this team likes to do. And then at whatever point in the week you get into, okay, third down they like to play man, or third down they like to play quarters, then, you may catch 30 minutes with the coach before practice, and you may catch 30 minutes with the coach after practice, where it's actually your plays that were on film versus the scout team. I find it hard to believe that nobody was watching film with him at all.
But
because
when you take film on, like your rookie year in Dallas,
yeah,
or Romo was there, Quincy Carter was there. Your rookie years, was there a instruction or what it was when you take stuff home to watch film? Like, did you have an understanding, or was it like, hey, man, here's
like I said, in that week's game plan, the playbook, a little bit of playbook they give you, it's a game plan. It's not as big as a whole playbook. It's a little one. Within there, whatever you're trying to look at on Tuesday, or Wednesday, which quarterback's on Tuesday, you should get an overview. Like, that's the weird thing is I'm shocked he wasn't going in on his off day and sitting down with the quarterback coach and watching all this stuff.
That would be, especially for him, a rookie, a young guy.
But it's,
by the way, remember, their OC got fired midway through the season in his first year.
Shane Waldron got fired.
In his first year.
Thomas Brown got bumped up. Kerry Joseph was a quarterback coach. Now, this looks awful for all those guys.
So so to you, it does look bad on their behalf.
Yeah,
this isn't something
for a quarterback to be able to shape their mouth to say that my son wasn't given direction in any way, shape, or form is unacceptable. You're failing at your job if that is the case. Like, that quarterback should feel. He should be falling asleep at the desk. You're watching so much film, right? So and you should at least invite him and offer it. Hey, Tuesday I'll come up here. Tuesday I'll be up here for 3 hours on our off day. If you want to watch film between this window, I'll be here. Let's watch it. Let's get a good idea.
Because it'd be crazy to think that CJ and Gerard or Bobby weren't. Like, it wasn't a clear communication and understanding of how this stuff should be executed.
I would be shocked if Gerard Johnson is taking his Tuesday off and not meeting with these guys. Like, the thought of, like, what I would do if it were me is on a Tuesday I would have my guys come up. I would at least offer it to them. It would be voluntary, mandatory. I would say, hey, I'm going to be up here from 3 to 5 o'clock this afternoon, and what we're going to do is we're going to cover. We get a general overview of what they like to do defensively. We're going to look at third down, see what they like to do on third down, and we're going to look at the blitz package. So we're going to have a good idea before any of the other guys even get here on Wednesday. We're going to have a really good idea of the basics of what this team does. And we'd go through that film, and we'd identify everything. And so that's why I find it strange that he wouldn't have watched a lot of film with those guys. None of those guys. Shane Waldron, Thomas
Is it almost
Brown.
hard to believe? It's almost hard to believe that maybe Caleb and his dad, or maybe a little stretching.
Well, happening. I'm going to tell you, no, it doesn't. I don't know what was going on, but I find it hard to believe that there was no direction. But the interesting part is that you got a quarterback that can even shape his mouth to even assume that, like his dad.
And they're saying it's totally different with Ben Johnson right now.
Yeah. So that's clearly there was so he was dropping the ball. Clearly there was a problem. And if there weren't, and I were one of those coaches, Thomas Brown, Shane, I would come out and say it. In today's world, in 2025, like this Caleb Williams, after being the most hit quarterback in the league, as talented as he was, as maybe generational talent type guy as he was, for you to get thrown under the bus of being a guy that didn't watch film with your quarterback, like. That's career-killing type stuff. Like, I would step up and say, no, hell, we watch film. I gave him the opportunity to watch his film, and all these. Here's exactly what we did. unless I dropped the ball and I wasn't there.
And I pose this as someone texted in. I think Caleb Williams' dad is full of crap, is what I think. I think he's trying to blame his son's poor performance on the team and not his son, who is a damn diva. Listen, I
think Caleb Williams and his father are interesting cats. Like, I think they're different dudes. They came up in an era. He came up in an era where these young quarterbacks, from the time they can throw a football, are literally just treated as if they're the best thing since sliced bread, and everybody holds their. So you get to the league, and a lot of the development stops when you get to the league. And so
when you say hold their hand, like people are constantly on them.
Constantly, like private coaches are, because a guy like that's so talented. Private coaches want to do it for free so that they can have that for advertisement, so they can put their name on him, right? And so when it comes to watching film, it's sit down, man. We're going to watch this team. We're going to watch this coverage. I'm going to tell you everything. So since he's been 10 or 12 years old, he's been just catered to. Well, and you get to the league and the development. The league overall is not a developmental league, and you get to the league, and all of a sudden it's like, hey, man. Here's what they do offensively. Here's 3 games. Go to the house and watch it.
But, I'm just thinking, if I'm him and I'm, Matt Eberflus or that staff, Shane Walter, this is my job. This is the number 1 pick. This is the guy that is going to be the thing that gets us over the hump. Like CJ is for Houston, like the kid is for Washington. I am all over him. There is no question. I am we're working. I'm calling him throughout. You would think it would be over, overkill on how much.
I would come out and be overkill on my defense of myself of I
would
second,
too on that,
partner.
Yeah, I would too on that. All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
Well, college football. There's a big time topic in college football right now, Ron. That is. I think from just your casual fan all the way to your rabid college fan wants to hear this. It's going to be looks like it's going to be playoffs. We'll hit that, and Greg Cosell, one of my favorite listens, one of my favorite follows on social media. He had a little something to say that I think is the best way, not the best. Let me correct that. One of the top 2 or 3 ways that the Texans can actually improve in a big way this year. We'll do all that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about them cold Coors Light, y'all. Them cold Coors Light. I got one right in front of me right now, and I'm telling you, man, whether you want to call them the Coors Light, the Silver Bullet, the Wolf Killer, the Coors Latte, whatever you want to call it, I'm telling you, it is the most beautiful packaging in the
Total Wine's prices are up to 30% lower with super fast delivery and no hidden fees. Order direct at TotalWine.com and pay less today.
Drink responsibly, B21.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Cal is a kick-ass racquetball player.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
I like that, Tyler. I like being interrupted with that breaking news sounder, man. What you got?
Yeah, man, some pretty big breaking news out of the NFL. Not Texans related, but a quarterback.
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet. It will one day. Multiple sources now reporting back Brock Purdy, they are finalizing a 5-year, $265 million contract for young Brock Purdy. And somewhere, C.J. Stroud is smiling his ass off.
Smiling, man. He's finding Amber. What he about to do, he's going to party. Apparently, we got us a big Brock Purdy fan in the building. I mean, this lady just sounded off right here. When you walked in, ma'am, I didn't take you for – that's a Brock Purdy fan right there. I didn't have it, but Brock Purdy. Maybe she's an Iowa State Cyclone of some sort. But Brock Purdy getting paid, Clint.
5 years. 5 years, what'd you say it was?
265.
$265 million.
5 years, 265. I'm seeing my math. That's 53 a year.
53, and there's 53.1 now.
There's $181 million of that in total guarantees for Brock Purdy. Yeah, look, I think here, being here in Houston, we immediately, you look up and it's like, okay, obviously C.J. Stroud is going to be he's going to be next up as soon as the season's over this year. That's going to be the big talk, the big conversation is what does C.J. Stroud's contract look like, Ron? And we've talked about it a couple of times over the last week or so. And I've been one to think the shine has slowed a bit with C.J. Stroud since that rookie year. I think this is a monster year for him in a sense of, does he set the market or does he now sign a Brock Purdy type deal? What does that look like? I got to believe if Brock Purdy's getting 30, but I got to believe if Brock Purdy's getting 53, then the immediate conversation with C.J. Stroud, assuming he just plays at an average C.J. Stroud level this year, is set to market.
Yeah, I definitely I understand where you're coming from, Tyler, because that's the first thing you think, like C.J.'s having a party.
Yeah.
But honestly, as you kind of look at it now, as Adam Schefter is putting this out, you get a breakdown, Clint. Dak Prescott is number one
60.
At 60, followed by Burrow at 55, Allen at 55, Jordan Love at 55, Trevor Lawrence at 55, Tua's at 53.1, and then there's Brock Purdy and Jared Goff. Brock Purdy's number probably really doesn't matter to CJ right now, to be honest, because Clint, he would have to have an absolute fall apart almost type of year for him not to get into the range above, not to get above Trevor. Like it would have to me go really bad, I would think.
Yeah, and it's not going to. It's not going to go bad enough. Like here's the deal.
Because if he did what he did last year, he is going to get 56 at least.
Well, I mean, here's the thing: it's no shade to Brock Purdy, but like Brock Purdy is not what drives San Francisco's system.
Well, somebody just texted and said Brock went to the Super Bowl.
No, look, I am a Brock Purdy fan. I am a believer in Brock Purdy. I do not minimize anything that Brock Purdy does physically or intangibly. Brock Purdy's a really good quarterback, but the reality of that all quarterback driven, and he is a quarterback that is a. It's more about driving the ship than it is putting the team on your back and going and winning a game. And all I'm saying is if you're quarterbacks that are just keeping the team between the lines quarterbacks just keeping the team, not losing games instead of like being the reason why you win games
consistently,
is getting $53 million a year. And like you said, you look up Trevor Lawrence is getting $55 a year. Like, the reality of it is C.J. Stroud can't have a bad enough year this year for him to not be in the does C.J. Stroud set the market or not conversation.
God bless, brother.
Yeah, forget he may fall under this guy or that guy. No, this is a do you set the market or not type of deal. And I don't think he has to have a great season for that to. I'm swinging completely. I was under the impression he had to have a huge year, but I'm telling you, Brock Purdy's going to get within $7 million a year of the highest paid quarterback in the game.
But it's all the factors, Clint. Another big factor is, again, like, he's not dealing with also maybe what Kyle Tucker dealt with the Astros, or he's not dealing with what Trey Hendrickson is dealing with the Bengals. He's dealing with an organization that loves him.
Oh, yeah.
An organization that is that may be similar to Brock Purdy, that loves him and believes in his ass and want to make sure they get him. D'Amico, Nick, they're all in lockstep, and they should be, with C.J. Stroud. They love him. Like I said, it would, if he came back, there are some organizations, Clint, that if C.J. Stroud were to have the same year he had last year, that maybe wait. Or maybe say, I don't know if I want to set the market. Or, hell, I want to give you what Jared Goff's giving. But I don't think the Texans view it that way. I think the Texans view him as, hell, they've given him power.
Yeah.
Right. Like, so I think it all factors and works. The Texans believe in him so much that they're going to take care of him.
Yeah, there's no doubt. This is an unorthodox, I'll put it to you that way, relationship in terms of the head coach and the quarterback, ownership in the quarterback at this point. In fact, it's so tight, it's so unorthodox. If they were to have a bad year, it's going to be Nick Caley ain't worth a damn. It's not going to be C.J. Stroud is the reason behind it. So, yeah, man, that is a big-time deal. If you're just breaking in, a little breaking news to start Dirty's Daily here. 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy agreed to terms on a 5-year, $265 million contract with $181 million of that being guaranteed. Does that let's take the C.J. Stroud part of this thing off the table, Ron. Does that, for Brock Purdy, does that surprise you?
No, but I wouldn't be happy if I were a Niners fan. Like, not that I wouldn't be happy. I'd be nervous. Because you commit that number to him, then even though, as you know how I am, the salary cap is you can work around it, but obviously when you have that big number moving forward, it limits you from being able to do whatever, and you need your quarterback to be able to match that and to be able to play in a way where he can overcome that. And we're going to learn, do you need to have Debo and Christian and Kittle? Yeah. And, and Brandon Ayuk. Do you need to have all that? Because he's not going to have the ability to have all of that.
Well, yeah, look, I think he obviously has a Jalen Hurts dynamic to him where there's some elite leadership there. And if you surround him with a great team, he's gonna win ball games, and he's gonna take them to the next level. He's not the reason why you lose ball games. I don't know. Brock Purdy's a guy that I feel like we've seen the best of. Right? I mean, like, he's been to a Super Bowl. He jumped on the scene, and you've seen what he offers. Even you start looking at Trevor Lawrence and those guys making $55 million. Like, Trevor Lawrence, I still don't know if we've seen the best of Trevor Lawrence. Now, the fair or foul, or I'm not saying that
he's on his third head coach.
But at least when you pay him, you sit back and you go, well, he had a head coach who was out here kicking the kicker, and he had
another head coach that got fired in 2 years.
Yeah, that may have held him back a little bit. But you don't, you still think that, boy, if the stars align, Trevor Lawrence could give you something else. I don't know that I feel that way.
You feel
about
like
Brock.
You think we've seen Brock ceiling?
Yeah, I think we've seen Brock ceiling, and that's not a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I think I believe that you can put together a team to win it with Brock. Now at this number, it's one that you really have to kind of look at, because even with Jalen Hurts, as you brought up Jalen Hurts, And they do pretty well of getting the roster. They've got AJ, they've got Smith, they've got Goddard. They've taken care of a lot of guys. They still lost, their guard. They still lost C.J. Gardner-Johnson. They still lost the left side of their defensive line with Sweat and Milton Williams. Like, they still have had to make some sacrifices because of the number that their quarterback has.
That's Ryan Hughley. I'm Clint Stoerner. T-Mill is back in the studio. We are at Stars Sports Bar and Grill in Katy off 99 and I-10 right there in that junction right there. It's easy to find, baby, and I'm telling you, it's the place to be, man. $30, all you can eat crawfish, and these should not be $30. It should be significantly more than $30 for all you can eat crawfish with what I'm eating. I've got my second platter right in front of me. $30 all you can eat crawfish and $20 buckets of beer. I'm telling you, this is get off your couch, make a U-turn. Tell your wife you'll be home later, or tell your wife to meet you up here. It's that kind of deal. These are really, really, really good crawfish. I do want to jump on the college topic that I hear real quick, Ron. This is interesting, and I think as a college fan, any college football fan out there, I think you're going to like this. There's two things for serious consideration. One, I know. The second one may or may not be. College football to decide on the new playoff seeding format, Ron, where essentially they're going to do away with teams being able to win a conference championship but not be the top, one of the top teams that make the college football playoffs to get the bye.
The thing we saw that was very, very clear as soon as the stuff came out. Yeah.
Boise State and Arizona State last year both got a bye, even though they were ranked lower than who was it that didn't get the bye? Georgia?
Texas didn't get a bye. Georgia got one.
Did Georgia get? So it was Texas
didn't get a bye.
Penn State?
Penn State didn't get a bye.
Yeah, so and I think, Ron, I'm just here to tell you, man, I think this is a change. Overall with college football right now, with all the change that's going on, there's so much change going on in college football right now that if the committee and all the decision makers, if they don't move and shake as we change things, it's going to turn into a disaster again. Like if this has got to be a moving forward, college football has to be, whether it's NIL, it's transfer portal, or it's college football playoffs, or it's any kind of realignment, which I don't know what's going to happen there. That's slowed down, obviously. But any of that stuff, like there has to be new decisions and new guides and regulations put in place every single year as this thing unfolds, right? And the change that needs to be made, it's blatantly obvious with the college football playoffs right now. The change that needs to be made is you can't let lesser football teams get automatic buys in the playoffs. I think it's got to be the top seeds. What conference? The highest rated teams have to get in, and they have to be seeded that way. The most deserving teams should get the bye, not somebody that won a conference.
Well, yeah, I think it was clear because it's so uneven to what it is. Like Boise played they played about as good a schedule as you can play being in the Mountain West.
Yep.
And they
their only loss was Oregon,
and they took them to the brink in overtime, I believe.
Yep.
So I get that, but I mean, it is weird to think one team is ranked 3rd and another team's ranked 11th, or Arizona State was even further down and they get a bye. That was weird, and I think it makes sense. And hell, I think they would probably rather host. Boise would have rather been able to host a game at home.
Well, the interesting thing, it's
depending on how it came out.
The ACC and the Big 12, right, are both conferences that are kind of bucking this. Obviously, the Big 10 and the SEC are like, yeah, cool, whatever. So the teams that benefited last year are teams that are because
the Mountain West and then the Big 12.
Yeah. So anyway, it's that one, and then I think the other part of it, Ron, is do they go to 16-team playoff?
There we go, that quick, huh?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's interesting if they're going to expand the playoffs. I think college football, both from a result of getting to the most money, I think they're onto something with bowl games are dying, right?
Yeah.
I think Arkansas, my school, was one of about 3 schools that actually tried in their bowl game. Their players actually played. But, the more games they can create that matter, the better the process is going to be getting to the national champion, and the more money college football is going to be able to make.
Yeah, I get that. In 16, obviously, I'd pay attention to it more. I heard Sean Pendergast discussing this earlier this week. I'd pay attention more. But I do think we are potentially moving past that line of it being exclusive and it being like really, really like something in your regular season. I wonder if this in any – like that was the thing that college football had over, I think, any sport, is their regular season was so – like you had to be up. You had to pay attention to every regular season game because you lose one, you might be out of it. Yep. And now, boy, we get to 16 teams, man, you can lose 3-4 games and get into it probably.
More teams got a shot, that's for sure.
Yeah, I do like that part. So, I don't know. We'll see what they do. But that the seeding thing is pretty obvious. That one was,
that
happen,
was
clear.
Right? It can't wait 2 or 3 years. It's got to happen now.
Yep. All right, coming up, we've been talking to cats around here about this Texans offense. And Clint, I know you've been looking at this, and you think this small change, you've talked about it, they could just do some just small changes from last year offensively. It could make a world of difference. This is one of those changes. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, I got to tell you all about 5 lives around the city. If you
Training camp is officially on, and Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from Star's Sports Bar and Grill in Katy, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports Tonight. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, that's another 2 pounds. Is that 3 pounds that time, Clint? Another 2? Another 2 pounds. Clint just ran through. Go ahead and knock off the potato. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you're getting a real showing of it right now as he has knocked it down. His second, that's 4 pounds. And by the way, if you come in here, if you're just walking in or you're on your way, these bad boys are all you can eat. $30, all you can eat all day. Not sometimes these specials we have here during our crawfish circuit. By the way, this is stop number 7. Real quick out here, shout out to Shannon and Steve. They've been to all 7 stops out here. No matter how late they get here, they have still been here to all 7 stops. And as they said,
dedication, man.
That's dedication. They said they're coming to Sugarland next week for stop number 8. So go ahead and do your thing. We appreciate you all for coming out and hanging with us, everybody here. But $30, all you can eat all day long. As I said, generally these things sometimes end, Clint, at 6 when we leave. No, this is all night long. You got the Astros, you got the NBA playoffs, you got the Stanley Cup finals, or Stanley Cup playoffs, excuse me. You can watch all that with the TVs all over the place here. This is a great spot. Also, $20 buckets of beer as well that you can get. So you ain't got no reason not to get on out here to Star's Sports Bar and Grill here in Katy. So make your way. Ran another 2 pounds.
Well, the thing
not
here,
be done.
eating them in 2 pound increments, it allows me to eat more actually because it just kind of spaces them out there, man.
I mean, Tyler, he ran through this, man. He even talked to a couple of listeners and still was able to slide his way through these 2 pounds.
He's a professional.
That picture got me last time, man. I couldn't. By the big mural over there, we couldn't.
Oh yeah, you couldn't.
Yeah, I couldn't finish my bug, so I had to let him wait through another segment there, man.
There you go. You knocked him down. You finished him up.
Well, that's a hell of a burger right there, boy. I tell you what.
Yeah, gotta let it all out right now. Till Monday.
No, I ain't worried about that. We'll talk about that Monday. That's a hell of a burger.
It is. I can't wait to dive into it. But Clint, I know for you, and I think you've been saying this a lot during the offseason is. Yes, the offense has questions, and there were issues with the offense last year for the Texans. But if they cleaned up even small things, if they cleaned up some things, it can make a major, major difference. And like you said, if they just cleaned up 4 or 5 of the small things that they were doing, like, hey, the center communicate, or, hey, receivers running at the right depth consistently, that it can change some things. Well, Greg Cosell, who is one of the top film watchers in football, kind of goes into one of these other things that could be big corrections for the Texans. Here's Greg Cosell.
The way the league has evolved, an offensive coordinator delineation between slot and outside has decreased because there's so many more cut splits, reduced splits, tight splits.
All right, when you hear that, Clint, and you hear and talk about the little small things that could help this offense, where do you go from that one?
Well, look, I think you talk about like the offensive line room changing their mentality. Obviously a small thing, big picture-wise, but very important. The quarterback getting the handcuffs taken off of him and the ability to communicate, I mean, is a absolute game changer. And now we look back at how Bobby Slowick constantly talked about all receivers can do all things. They're all the same. They're interchangeable. And we hear Greg Cosell talking about how offensive coordinators they're not differentiating right anymore. There's no more like this is a boundary receiver, this is a wide side receiver, this is a slot. You know, everybody can do all things. I think it's less about offensive coordinators that are evolving and more about just a monkey see, monkey do business. I don't think a good chunk of them know why they're doing what they're doing. I think it's what is trendy. It's what's going on in the league, but I don't think they know what they're talking about or what they're doing. I mean, the thought that anybody in the game of football that's highly paid to coach it doesn't understand that how rare the slot receiver skill set actually is and how important it is to a quarterback and to protecting the quarterback. To me, it's either you're or it's a monkey see, monkey do business, and you're just repeating what somebody next to you said.
You feel like that was an issue for the Texans the last couple of years?
Yeah. I was one of the things, that I will be extremely critical of Bobby Slowick on is the wide receivers. The cut splits were absolutely ridiculous. There was no reason. There was no method to the madness. I think it muddied the waters for the offensive line and the quarterback, and the running back in pass protection. There was never, never's a long time. Rarely did we see them cut splits are a real weapon for us. And he was just really stubborn with it. And he always talked about the wide receivers being interchangeable. So, yeah, look, I think that was a problem for Bobby Slowick. I think that was something that he'd probably learned from Shanahan in San Francisco. Even though they had one wide receiver in Brandon Ayuk and everybody else was kind of just blockers or kind of forgotten pieces. So I think for me it's about hoping that's one of the differences in Nick Caley and Bobby Slowick is I hope Nick Caserio and Nick Caley, their experience in New England when New England had Wes Welker and Julian Edelman and what's my man from the Woodlands? Danny Amendola and all these different little slot. Because the key is this. As a quarterback, if you have a receiver that is, let's call it 90% of the snaps, he is literally within 10 yards of you. He's the closest scrimmage. And he sees the game through a quarterback lens, and he looks in there in the box particularly, and he sees, hey, that's a funky formation. I know they're pressuring. All right, so I know it. The quarterback sees it, boom, it's taking candy from a baby. That whether he's breaking in or he's breaking out or whatever he's doing. That skill set is rare, and it is extremely important. And hopefully when you look at Nick Caserio and Nick Caley, they take a different approach to wide receivers in this offense, and you do have specialty guys like that, which Christian Kirk.
I was going to say, it looks like they have done that. It looks like they attacked that in the offseason and in the draft.
Yeah, it looks like that. It looks like that, and then Nick Caserio gets up there and tells us how he thinks Christian Kirk can play outside. And it's just are we just playing mind games here? Or do you really think that Christian Kirk's going to come out here and run the route tree from the boundary or from the wide side?
He did it in Arizona a little bit.
He can do it, but just because he can do it, that's the problem. That's the problem, right? Is we go, oh well, he can do it, so let's put him out there. No, don't put him out there. His role is unbelievably important. Being tight, splits, being on the same page with the quarterback. Seeing the game from inside, not outside, seeing the game from the inside, and being an answer when you get pressured. I don't care if a team doesn't do it all game long. If in the fourth quarter, all of a sudden they dial it up and you're in trouble. That slot guy that sees it needs to be in the damn slot, and he needs to be the answer for the quarterback. Right? It's absolutely critical. If that safety, think about back to the Kansas City game. That safety walked up in the A-gap. Your slot receiver breaking out or breaking in, he's an immediate answer right now for your quarterback. If the safety's in the A-gap, they can't play split safety. They can't play split coverage, right? There's a one-on-one situation, and it's probably the mismatch is probably going to be your slot receiver versus a nickel or the slot receiver versus a linebacker because they're blitzing the damn safety, right? So, I mean, that is what I hope that is another one of those small differences that makes a big difference. In the game. The small difference between Nick Caley and what we watched last year was, hey, we got a slot, and we're going to keep this guy in the slot. We're not always going to cut splits just to get it there. We're going to keep this guy in the slot, and he's going to be C.J. Stroud's right-hand man.
Yeah, I know for you, one of the things that made so much of the pressure worse was that it would appear a lot of times C.J. didn't seem to know where to go or have a place to go.
None of them did.
Yeah.
The O-line knew which way they wanted to go, and they went that way. But they didn't know if they weren't right most of the time. The quarterback didn't know which way the hell they were going. He didn't even know where to look for the person.
And he didn't have that person.
And he didn't have an outlet. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I hate listening to Bobby Slowick talk about all things to everybody receivers. I hate hearing comments. I love Greg Cosell, but I hate hearing comments about the delineation between outside and slot receivers has a thing of the past. I hate hearing stuff like that because it's so wrong. It's so wrong. I mean, it's like if you the reason,
especially in the
you go to, hey man, we're an all receivers do everything type of team, is because you can't find a slot because they're that rare and it's that difficult to see the game through the quarterback lens. If you just can't find it, then hey, you got to do the best you can. But to just go into it and from a recruiting perspective, you just recruit all around wide receiver. To me, that's silly.
So for you, are you at a thought of like, hey, Nico should never be in that spot? That in many cases Nico should remain outside.
You can line Nico up wherever.
Okay,
he is a do everything wide receiver. But now Nico's not going to be in the slot or in a cut. He shouldn't be in the slot or in a cut split 62% of the snaps.
Yeah.
Every now and then to get a mismatch, every now and then to get an outbreaking route that's money, sure, absolutely. But not. I mean, Christian Kirk is my guy. That wherever he's at. I had a guy named Mike Williams when I was in college.
I think Jalen Noel too.
Yeah, I had a guy named Mike Williams in college. He was smooth. We called him Silk because he was so smooth. I mean, he didn't have a ton of catches, but anytime I got in trouble, I knew he was looking at me. I knew I would see his eyeballs every time. Now Luke did what Luke did, right? My big-time receiver did what he did. We got all the mismatches. I fed him the ball, but I knew when I got in trouble, I could always depend on Silk being wherever I needed him to be.
Yeah.
You got to have that guy, man.
Yeah. And
to minimize it is plumb-ass silly.
Yeah. And that may have taken away from some of the pressure in the sacks a lot more.
Absolutely.
And I would imagine if they are going to do anything like we saw in New England, that's probably a lot more of that. All right, coming up, three teams, and the Rockets are one of them, are thought to be, from a report today, front runners to get Giannis. Front runners to get Giannis. We'll tell you what that potentially means and what the Rockets would have to give up, and which of these other teams would you be concerned, because they're both in the Western Conference, would you be concerned if Giannis went to instead of the Rockets? We'll do that next.
All right, do you own your own acreage? Do you have your own lot? If so, Our Vision Homes, they want to build on that land for you.
Boyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from Stars Sports Bar and Grill in Katy, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Good time out here. There we go. Good time out here. There we go. Arguing a little bit back and forth. Somebody just walked in and said, "Oh, we clapping out here." Okay, we clapping. I don't know what the hell we clapping for, but we clapping. No, come on out.
The Drive is live.
It is live, and as we are on stop 7 of our Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit. These two right here, double high five. They've been to all 7 stops, and they plan to go to all the rest of them if they can get off of work on time. But we're enjoying everybody who's come out. By the way, if you're just walking in the door, coming up, we are going to do this 2 more times. The next time is going to be in about 10 minutes. If you have just walked in, you can get a chance to win a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. All you got to do is sign your name, put it in a raffle box. We'll do that at the end of this hour. We'll also do it at 5 o'clock, or you can do like this gentleman is doing right here and be our grand prize winner. All you got to do is hit that QR code. Our guy Shay is holding that up. Say hello to Shay when you get there. You have a chance to win a $500 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors and free beer for a year. So you can win that right there. All you got to do is use our QR code and have a chance to win. And at the end of our crawfish circuit, you will hear who that winner is. So come on out, have a good time, and enjoy here at Stars Sports Bar and Grill. Crawfish, all you can eat, $30 all day long, $20 pitchers. You can't beat that. You can't pass that up. And if you have been listening to us, Clint can vouch for these. He has now had 4 pounds of crawfish. He said it's very, very good. I don't think he's done. I think he may get another 2 pounds in him.
I'm not done.
He is not done. Maybe more than 2 pounds. But you can't miss this. He said he said, I ain't trying to tell you how to run your business, but $30 all you can eat. I don't know if I'd pull that trigger. But my man is gracious enough to do that. So come on out and do your thing with it.
I can tell you this. If you're out there and you're listening right now, again, if you're driving, if you own your couch, and I don't advise you get fired, but if you can break free.
It's 4:47. It's got to be that time now.
I'm telling you, $30 all you can eat for these crawfish right here, that is too good of a deal to pass up. Maybe one of the best deals I've ever seen. Now, I'm a big eater, so I can eat him.
You can let him ride.
I mean, I'll be one of those guys where he's like, man, damn, I shouldn't have made that deal with this old boy. But
he's thinking about the Tylers of the world. Isn't he?
The crawfish are absolutely tremendous, and most importantly, which I'm not surprised, the beer is crackling cold.
It is. Tyler, how many can you put down right now?
How many pounds?
Yeah,
I'd start with at least 4 or 5.
Oh.
That's good. He's not a big eater.
He's not. Yeah, I wondered. I thought he'd go 3. I thought that's where he was
put some bugs away.
Shout out to our partners here. Bud Light girls are around here, and got a couple of goodies for you as well. So we appreciate them joining us as well. All right, Clint. This came out today. NBC Sports. Kurt Heelan, who is the lead NBA writer for NBCSports.com, he said the Houston Rockets are one of 3 teams, Clint. The Houston Rockets, the Oklahoma City Thunder, and the San Antonio Spurs that are interested and could be the front runners to making a move for Giannis. These are those 3 teams. I will give you the trade package that he is hearing and the players that the Rockets are willing to unload in this, and what the Bucks are looking for in particular with the Rockets. But, Clint, and everyone, you can join on this as well, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch as well. Which of those other 2 teams would concern you the most, Giannis going to? OKC, and by the way, in that OKC deal, they would be able to keep Chet Holmgren. They would be able to keep SGA. and they would add Giannis. Now, they would lose your guy Hartenstein. They would lose Jalen Williams, who somehow went 3 for 16 yesterday in the game, shot 18% yesterday. They would lose those guys, but they would gain him. And then they talked in some picks as well. They talked about the Spurs would lose, would keep Giannis, would keep Castle, who was the Rookie of the Year last year, would keep De'Aaron. A lot of young pieces that are good players. Johnson, Vassell, he's a good player, and the number 2 overall pick to bring in Giannis. So which one of those would concern you more? Both teams in the Western Conference, obviously the Spurs, you play a lot in your division. Who would concern you the most, OKC or the Spurs?
Yeah, the Spurs.
People are yelling the Spurs.
I mean, you put Wemby and Giannis on the squad, you're going to have a good luck getting inside the three-point line and getting any kind of consistency from it. You know what I mean? Those guys are
and Wemby can play outside.
I mean, they are long, man. That would be a real problem. So I'd say the Spurs, not to mention they're in the state of Texas, and I want those teams to be good, but I want us to whoop their ass every time we play them. So, I would go with the Spurs.
The Spurs, I don't know. OKC, boy, SGA, Giannis, and Chet. That's a scary crew right there. I mean, both of them are giving you ridiculous size on the inside and everything they put together. But that would be a scary thing if either one of those teams, you'd have to look at those teams differently if they got Giannis. By the way, the deal that is looked at here for Houston would be, he reports, Houston would be open to moving Alperen Şengün in a deal for Giannis. I know how much you like Şengün. My man right here is shaking his head all the way. I know how much you like Şengün. Would you be okay with it? Would you?
Not if, I mean,
not even to get Giannis.
That the other two teams would make. I mean, if that's the deal, then yeah. I mean, he's off the table for me.
Yeah.
I mean, Jalen Green, Jabari Smith, all the picks, whatever you got to do, there's a deal out there to be made that with Şengün remains a Rocket. Yeah, I'm not. Boy, that would be hard for me to get to move on from Şengün.
But my only thing is the fit, right? Because Giannis and Şengün together, I'm not saying it won't work, but there's we talked about it earlier, like. Neither one of those guys are great shooters, right? And now they can do things, and would they be clogging up the lane from each other? Where would one like that? That's my only thing in fit. And then what else would you be able to put around them? Because you got to have knockdown shooters to go around them to give them the space they need.
What I like about Şengün, I think, is the versatility. I mean, he's not going to knock down perimeter shots, but he is a guy that can move, a guy that can play away from the ball, a guy that can be dominant on the defensive end of the floor, especially if he's guarding smaller players. I think his versatility puts me in a spot where I think they would work really, really well together. And I think in that moment you can keep your identity. Now the issue is you still don't have the shooting. You know, you still got a problem with just perimeter shooting, and you're dependent on a bunch of guys to develop if that is the case. And you're giving away Jabari Smith and Jalen Green, two guys you think could potentially be the guys that develop into those perimeter guys. So that's a little bit wonky for me. I love Giannis. I play the game. I love his mentality.
I think he would fit what Udoka wants to do. All of that.
To me, it changes how you. It changes everything about the Rockets if you move Şengün and bring him in. I think it just changes everything about it.
Well, with that, also in this report to NBC Sports, as we saw, Houston would be open to trading Şengün, but the Bucks may be higher on a Jalen Green-based trade package.
Now you're talking.
Jalen Green, Jabari Smith would be a part of the deal. Also, the Rockets have a lot of future first-round picks that they got in the Phoenix deals and the Brooklyn deals. Hell, man, hey, if Milwaukee is like, you know what, we'd rather have the Jalen Green and Jabari Smith package, and I like Jabari. And the Jalen Green led thing, hell, you can have Cam. What else you need? like that one is.
Yeah.
That one wouldn't be. Even though I as I said, man, the fit between those two, like I got to make that move, right? Like if that's on the table.
That's the one I'm down with right there. And we are I mean, we are depending on the shooting developing with a couple of other guys anyway, or finding it somewhere else. And so I'm in to keep Şengün, deal Jalen Green, deal Jabari, and make it happen.
Yep. All right, coming up as we continue live here in Katy, it's a little 5 o'clock fire. Little 5 o'clock fire. There you go. There's the Brock Purdy fan. We'll talk about him in a bit because Brock Purdy got paid. How much is that? And also, we'll get you ready for what's becoming a big start for Lance McCullers tonight as the Astros are going to try to win Game 2 of this series with the Rangers. Remember, we're live here. All you can eat crawfish, $30. You're getting off work. Make your way out here to Katy to Stars Sports Bar and Grill. Do so now as we continue to roll through right here live on the Tribe. But before we do that, guys, Clayton Homes, they're having their sign and save sales event, and it's going on right now. You can save up to $5,000.
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I'm always good raw dog in the drive, listening.
I'm uncomfortable with that, Reg. I'm going to tell you that right now.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, Psycho T have the latest, and the latest is we are here live here on Stop 7 when it comes to our Sports Radio 610 Crawfish circuit, and it brings us here to Katie. Katie, clap it up, folks. We're having a good time out here. There we go. Clap it up as it's brought us here to Katie Star's Sports Bar and Grill. You need to make your way on out here. I'm telling you, we got one more $25 gift card that we can hook somebody up with in the 5 o'clock hour. You can also always register to win our grand prize, which many folks have, which includes a $500 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors and beer for a year, Budweiser, Bud Light as well. So you want to make sure you give yourself an opportunity to do that. And remember, when you come out here, the crawfish, $30, all you can eat, all night. $30, all you can eat. And as Clint is our crawfish connoisseur. He has smashed himself 4 pounds and has done it in between commercial breaks. And he can certainly vouch. These are well worth it. Well worth all-you-can-eat crawfish.
Absolutely, man. Look, very rarely you're going to find $30 all-you-can-eat in 2025 for boiled crawfish. If you are, I would typically beware. These are absolutely tremendous. Stars Sports Bar and Grill in Katy. I don't care where you're at. If you listen to this, it's more than likely worth your drive. Absolutely tremendous. The size is great. The flavor's great. They're cooked right. They don't overwhelm you with corn and potatoes and weigh down your pound, if you know what I mean. And the beer, whew, it's cold, y'all. It's cold, y'all.
It is.
Come on through. $20 buckets, $30, all you can eat bugs.
Yep.
Come on now.
Got to do it. Got to get out here. Make your way out here. Again, we're here till 6 o'clock, but clearly the party doesn't have to stop here. TVs everywhere. The Astros are going to be on. NBA playoffs, a Game 6 with the Knicks and the Celtics. You can watch here Stanley Cup playoffs as well. You can watch here. All you can do here, man, it's a fun spot. It looks like it's about to pick up as well. Pool in the back. You can do your thing here at Star Sports Bar and Grill here in Katy. Make your way on out here. All right, Clint, tonight's a big night for Lance McCullers. Lance McCullers needs, and not just him, Clint, the team needs a bounce-back start from Lance McCullers. They got to have it. His last start, obviously, we know it. He was only able to record 1 out and 36 pitches and gave up 7 runs somehow in that time frame. Just absolutely got lit up from the start, and he obviously came out and put the bullpen in a tough spot for the rest of the week. Luckily for him, guys like Hunter Brown, guys like Framber Valdez, Ronel Blanco came up with big-time starts. They've had 3 starts this week. Or since the debacle with Lance McCullers, they've had 3 starts. Are got been huge to pick things up for the staff, but they need him to get going, Clint, because he's important right now. We have spent 2 years calling him Luxury Lance. Right now, he is not Luxury Lance. Right now, they need Lance McCullers. They got that Colton Gordon fella who's throwing 91 that I think is iffy. Ryan Gusto is starting to kind of falter a little bit. We obviously know there's no timetable right now for Spencer Aggetti. Clint, they desperately need Lance McCullers to be able to give them quality innings good enough to keep himself in the rotation, and they don't have to make a decision there.
Yeah, it's a long-term play for me. I mean, at some point in time with Lance McCullers, he's got to turn the corner in this whole grace period of just, hey, man, you hadn't pitched in 900-plus days, and you've been injured, and Father Time obviously has taking a toll there over 1,000 days. So, I mean, look, it's at some point the dust is going to settle, and we're going to figure out is Lance McCullers a guy that can help us long term and could help us potentially keep this World Series window open and keep this ALCS run. I know we don't have it anymore, but you get the point. Are we going to be that caliber team? Lance, is he going to play a big part in that? Or not. And so I think at some point he's got to turn the corner. This isn't like an emergency situation for me with him, but the sooner he can turn that corner and we can get answers, the better off we're going to be. Yeah. And I'm a huge Lance McCullers fan. Look, I mean, I think it's a hell of a story. I would love for him to settle in and just be a guy that you can plug in and be part of some success that we have here in Houston. So I'm excited about it. And right now, look, to be honest with you, with the exception of Hunter Brown, Lance McCullers is appointment television for me.
Yeah,
Hunter's hard. I mean, right now Hunter Brown is just damn. If you're an Astros fan, boy, it's fun to watch him do his thing. But Lance, I'm fascinated with what the hell Lance is gonna do next. That's the second number 2 draw for me with the Astros right now.
And you need him. That's the big thing is, they need Lance. They need him to pick this thing up because, let's say. Because right now, to me, I'm with you. I think unless it just blows up in his face again and we're sitting here and Clint, he can't get out of the second inning or something, or he struggles anywhere near the way he did, outside of that, they're going to give him some time because, hell, you take Lance up out this thing. I mean, right now, Blanco's your third starter right now. Right,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what Lance does tonight. He's going to continue to get starts.
Yeah,
I mean, he's going to continue to get starts all year long, especially with Wisniewski looking like he's season's done with. He's going to get starts regardless of what. He has to be absolutely terrible for a long stretch of time for Gusto and Gordon and these guys to get starts over Lance McCullers.
So he's going to get them. And as you say, the money. Yeah, he's getting paid.
He's going to get them. He's going to be given plenty of time to work through this. I just, as an Astros fan, would like for it to be sooner rather than later, so I can cheer the cat on, man.
Yeah. So hopefully he gets it going. By the way, the lineup coming behind him tonight. Nathan Eovaldi. He's been pitching very, very well for the Rangers. He's been their best pitcher.
That's one of them. My mom threatened to go up to Boston and whoop his ass back in the day.
Yeah, he was giving problems in Boston.
She was
Texas
going to whoop that ass.
Yeah, but he's been their best pitcher so far, and that's saying something because Jacob deGrom, who we saw last night, has been good.
That wasn't
his first good performance last night. He's been good. But Nathan Eovaldi goes, and Pena stays in that leadoff spot. And Altuve is batting second and playing second tonight. Paredes is batting third and playing third. Walker Caratini is the catcher tonight with Diaz behind him. And he is the DH tonight. So Caratini and Diaz, I know you love that, switching Diaz out of that 5 spot.
Don't you move Walker, though.
He's got to stay. But
unbelievable.
We got to get that lefty in between them, man.
Yeah, you got to get that lefty in there, I guess. The one in the whole lineup, you got to get him in there ahead of Diaz, huh?
It's a switch hitter. That'd be funny. What if he does? He does. Yeah. That's weird. Anyway, Myers is in center field, batting 8th. DeZenzo, as Tyler loves to call him, these nuts.
These nuts.
There you go. DeZenzo, and then Cam Smith, who's been out of the lineup for the last couple of days. Cam Smith is batting 9th, and then in right field. So that is the lineup.
Well, hey, look, I'm going to be honest. Christian Walker's back in the dog. It's hard to. It's getting to where it's hard to watch.
I know it's. You do think he's coming out of it.
I thought he was coming out of it, man.
I thought in Kansas City he was coming out of it. Not the recent series, but they were playing in Kansas City.
Yeah.
I thought he was coming out of it, but no, man.
I mean, we need him, man. Especially with Yordan out, but we need Christian Walker to be at least be a power hitter that can bring a little bit of pop to the lineup. The other thing, did you know? I didn't know this. I don't know where I've been. Did you realize DeZenzo was 6'6"?
Is he 6'6"?
That's what they said. That's what they said last night.
I knew he was a tall drink. I didn't know he
slid into second. When he slid into second, and what's his name threw the damn ball into the dugout. they were making the point about how he did a great job going into second. They said, could you imagine 6'6" barreling down on you if you got to make a throw? I was like, are we sure he's 6'6"? That's what I'm positive.
I didn't have that.
I'm positive that's what Jeff Blum said. I had no idea he was that big. That's a big dude if he's 6'6".
Yeah, 6'6".
And he's well built too.
Yeah, nothing about him looks 6'6".
I didn't have it.
It says 6'5", 220.
Oh, Jeff threw an inch on there just to make his story sound better, didn't he?
But I'll be honest with you, Clint. I didn't see 6'5" either.
Embellish a bit.
I didn't see 6'5"
No, I didn't either. I didn't either. I thought just average 6'1", good average size. No, he's 6'5", 6'6". That's a large human now.
Am I right on this, Tyler? This game's on Apple TV?
That is correct, sir.
Yeah, Apple TV. So if you're hunting around, looking around, hell, the hell with that, just come here. Just come out here to Katy. They'll have it on Apple. Get your all you can eat crawfish and watch the Astros right here. So do that. But that'll be a big one tonight. Lance McCullers, we're really watching to see if he can bounce back.
I'm going to come over there and whoop that ass.
5 o'clock fire.
You're right. They may send Linda after Lance if Lance. That's who I
don't know, man. She's
with love.
She's not going to turn on them Stros, man.
No, she ain't going to turn
unless there's a real jack leg or something.
But I do think Linda would have been a nice person to maybe walk out there for the mound visit to Lance in the middle of that that debacle.
That would be.
But that'd be funny, Tyler, if they dressed up Linda in a uniform and let her walk out there and talk.
I'm not going to dress her up, but I'm going to get her tonight at some point. I know Lance is going to be at least flustered. He's too tightly wound to not be flustered at some point. I'm going to say, Ma, get ready. I want you. What's old buddy's name? Miller.
Yeah.
The coach walked in.
Yeah,
I said, I want you to be Miller and walk out there and settle Lance McCullers down and see what kind of pep talk she's got.
Espada just says, "Hey, Miller, stop, guys. Here, no, Linda, go get it. She's got her socks pulled up. She's got her pants pulled up, her socks pulled up." And she walks out.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
She jogs to the line, steps over the line, and walks the rest of the way. It just goes off on Lance. I think that would be fantastic.
Settle your ass down.
Yeah.
You're embarrassing me.
You. Take that damn look off your face.
You're embarrassing me in front of all these damn people.
Take that look off your face.
I hate to tell you.
The first thing we're going to do.
I don't give a damn if your elbow hurts.
First thing we're going to do, this hair is getting in your way. We're going to cut this hair down some.
Find you a few more excuses.
Yeah.
All right.
Get to thinking on something here.
I'm sorry, that got away from me. All right, the big news coming out of the NFL today, as Tyler broke that at the 4 o'clock hour, the 49ers and quarterback Brock Purdy finally finalized a 5-year, $265 million contract. Brock Purdy is now the 7th highest paid quarterback in football at $53 million per, behind Dak, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Jordan Love, Trevor Lawrence, and Tua. He is now paid. They've gotten that taken care of. And Clint, before we kind of dig into this, as somebody who has played major college football, played in the league, Clint, this dude is Mr. Irrelevant. Like, this is obviously, it's not Brady, but this is getting to the Brady territory of a player drafted where he was and then getting to this point to where he makes more than Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Like, to the Lamar Jackson, right? To get to a point where he has gotten here is just insane. I watched him at Iowa State. I didn't think we were going to see this here, and he's been to Super Bowl, NFC Championship games. Wow!
I don't think anybody saw it at Iowa State. I mean, at the end of the day, you put him in a league, and he's got a tremendous supporting cast. He's got a system that's not quarterback reliant, but all he's got to do is do what he does great, which is process at a high level, make the right decision consistently at a high rate. And your team's going to win. And when that's the case, you're going to get paid. Now, look, as you start breaking this down, Ron, it seems like a boatload of money, which it is, obviously. But I don't have a problem with Brock Purdy being in the Jared Goff, Tua, Trevor Lawrence range.
Yeah.
I ain't got one problem with that. I think that's right where he should live.
You look at that. He's not, I don't think, clearly not on Josh Allen or Burrow's level. So, yeah, I like that. And he's not as accomplished as Dak. Like, I know people looking at Dak. I mean, I don't think Dak should be above those other two, but Dak at least is a second-place finish in the MVP 2 years ago and has had great success in the league, at least in the regular season. So, no, I'm with that. It does – I think he deserves to be in that area, but it does make me look at, like, the 49ers of, okay, well, this is a big chunk here, and they're going to be able to massage the cap, certainly, but – this is going to stop them from Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner and Nick Bosa and Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk and Juszczyk and having George Kittle and having the McCaffrey, all of the guys that they're going to have to shrink that a bit. And can he that they were before? I look at this too, man. We talked about this a bit with Derek Carr, who retired. Boy, ain't it about situation and places you go? Because Brock Purdy could be I'm not even going to go to a bad franchise. Brock Purdy could be a Bronco, and this thing go completely different. Like, and to get to he went to the right spot to make him the 7th round pick, and it came together because who was the kid they drafted out of North Dakota State? They moved up to Trey Lance. That didn't work out at all, and he moved in and took full advantage of the coaching staff and the supporting cast he had. It is the spot you go is absolutely huge when it comes to this thing in quarterback.
No question about it, especially when you're a guy that doesn't have like a freak talent, whether it's arm talent, arm strength, or athletic ability. If you're just if you've survived and been elite, let's call just a great quarterback at the college level elite, and you've done it based off of strictly processing, and there's no like crazy skill set that's allowed you to do what you do, then you better have a supporting cast, or that processing is going to go by the wayside real quick. No question about it.
All right, before we roll through, Clint, the PGA Championship is going on right now.
Yep.
And of course, Scottie Scheffler is making a move. He is now at 5 under, and now 3 shots off the lead. Is through 15, so he can still add to this. Their struggles, and boy, do they need him, Tyler, because it seemed like damn near everybody else is fighting it.
Yeah.
Jordan Spieth looks like he's projected to miss the cut. Did Rory start it? Did he get it going at all?
I need to check. Last I saw him at +2. I'm not sure where he ended or where he's at right now.
Yeah. They need. Yeah. Okay. So he's gotten better. Rory's 4 under on the day, so he's at -1. So he's going to be there through the weekend. That's big because they're some of the best players here. Justin Thomas is going to miss the cut.
Yeah. Did you know that today's the 1-year anniversary of Scottie Scheffler's trip to the jailhouse?
No, is it?
Yeah,
that's right. There it is. Yeah, that was a fun story last year to roll through.
Yeah, it was.
Shout out to Max Homa, who had been struggling. He is back 5 under, 3 off the lead, and set up for a good weekend. Had been struggling. They said he was broken here as he was fighting it, but he's there potentially to be around for the weekend. But Scottie Scheffler is making a move, looking like the number 1 player in the world. Could win another major here coming for
they just flashed the top 10 up there, and Scheffler and Fitzpatrick are the only 2 I got, and Homa are the only 3 I got in the whole deal.
There you go. Well, not bad. At least you got Scotty, because it was looking when all 3 of them double bogeyed 16 yesterday. Did you see the position Rory got himself in? He was like horizontal the ball up. Yeah, that was a fight for him. All right, coming up, we've talked a lot about the concern about the offense, but let's move over to the other side of the ball. This Texans defense, how good can they be? We'll measure that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, I got to tell you about Dr. Mator, man. If breathing is an issue for you, like, right, if you got breathing problems day and or night, if you got allergy, sinus, and or sleep problems, snoring issues,
6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from Star Sports Bar and Grill in Katy, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here in Katy. Coming on out as we are on stop 7 of our Crawfish Circuit. Clap it up here. Clap it up. Let me hear it. There we go. Oh, Tyler, that's Shannon again. She's got it. She's ready.
Sounds like a damn
it sounds
party,
like
man.
It. There you go. There you go. Win that cash. There you go. Do your thing. Also, you got a chance coming up here at the end of this segment. Our final winner, our final chance, like this great veteran here, our final winner to win a $25 gift card. All you got to do is sign your name and put it in our raffle box, and we will announce our next winner coming up as soon as this segment ends. So that is your last opportunity to win today. So make sure you do that. Also, as Shay is hold up, your winner, $500 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors, as well as beer for a year, Budweiser, Bud Light, beer for a year. You can win our grand prize. So keep doing that. By the way, don't forget, if you didn't order you some crawfish, you might as well get that $30, that all you can drink. That all you can drink crawfish for $30. Do your thing. Come on out. That's all day, all night that you can have that right here at Stars Sports Bar and Grill here in Katy. All right, Clint. This defense, right, we expect to be really, really, really good.
Absolutely.
Really, really good. Now, I think as we talk about it, when you look at the really good defenses, when you look at like the Chargers, for example. The Chargers last year were the number 1 defense in football. But they didn't always play that way against the best teams. Like the best teams, teams would get them. We saw it, the Texans, finally, once they got it together late in the second quarter, they started giving them the business and going down and scoring on the Chargers. They really beat up on weaker teams, but then kind of struggled a bit against better teams. That, to me, is the mark. What are you going to do against the good teams? When the Texans play the Titans, they are going to throttle them. Offensively, at the very least, they are going to suffocate them and give them hell. Probably the same way with the Colts, depending on their quarterback play. Probably the same way with the Raiders that are on their side. But what are they going to do against the better opponents? And last year, we watched this defense where a lot of the parts are the same, Clint. They gave up 34 to Minnesota, who ended up being a really good offense. Buffalo led the league in points scored. They gave up 20 to them. If you remember, Josh Allen had maybe his worst game of his life, 9 for like 31 or something. Green Bay, they struggled a bit as well. They scored 24 on them. Detroit, they got 5 turnovers in that game. Detroit scored 26. Miami, with Tyreek Hill and Waddle, they only scored 12 points last year. And then Kansas City and Baltimore, those were the teams that kind of got to them. Kansas City gave up 27 to them. Baltimore had 30-plus, and probably both teams could have scored more if they didn't kind of call off the dogs at the end. And then they were better in the playoff game against the Chiefs where they only scored 23. So we watched them last year do pretty good against the better offenses they faced. This year they've got some. The Rams, the Bucks, the Ravens, the Bills, the Chiefs, the Chargers are all teams that expected to have pretty good offenses. Do you feel pretty good, Clint, about the Texans when they face these top-tier offenses?
I do. I feel as good as I can feel about a defense. I mean, we can sit around here and pick the defense apart and say, man, I wish we had a big interior defensive tackle that was a wrecker that just changed the game. But you just don't. That's the one thing that you can say that this defense doesn't have. They got everything else, man. What I think the biggest difference in the league, I think they can be better this year, and I think the way that they're better is, to your point, they're better when it matters the most. They're better against the best teams in the league, and I think the secondary for the Texans is really going to be the strong suit. I love the ads at linebacker. I love the ads at interior defensive line. But I really, really love the secondary. I mean, you've got the ability to go strong coverage, in other words, play man, or you got the ability to go strong coverage and play zone. You've got guys that have great instincts in both. You got guys that have great instincts in pressuring the quarterback. I mean, D'Amico Ryans has more weapons this year than he's ever had, at least in Houston, than he's ever had. And he's one of the best schemers, play callers, game planners in the world defensively. And now he's got more weapons. And if guys pan out, even remotely close to the way that the Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter played out, like if whatever they do with the Reed kid they drafted, I think he's going to end up being a linebacker. But nonetheless, whatever they do with him, he is a body type and a play style that we just don't have right now in the safety room. You look at the Jalen Smith, the kid that they drafted out of USC. I mean, he is a true cover corner that's played both inside and outside. If he just proves that he can be a good player at the NFL level, he changes the options in a big way. So, I think I really like the Texans and what they potentially could be. And I'm talking since they play this year, yes.
Yeah, they have one. We saw them last year play pretty well, especially at home. On the road, it was a little bit off. At home, remember that they had that stretch at home, like nobody could throw on them. Like we just watched people just have awful days. What was that? Their pass completion defense, their pass completion percentage on defense
versus
it was just insane at NRG.
There was a handful of games where it was insane with like Josh.
Yeah, Josh was like Allen. 9 for 31. Yeah. Tua was awful.
Yeah,
and so they really smother teams at home a lot, but they just have the deal, Clint, of they've got guys that can rush the passer without any help, and they've got a coordinator that can also dial up blitz packages. If he blitz packages, not blitz packages, but blitz packages in a way that he wants, and can get coverage, and with the coverage on the back end.
Think about it. Like to your point, where you're going with it, Ron. It's like you could come out in the first half, and you could be an all-out zone, and you could play zone coverage or pressure with Jalen Petrie. And let's say that the other team scores 17 points in the first half, and you're like, uh-oh, we got to adjust. You could slide Kamari Lassiter in and bring Smith outside at the corner position, and now you can throw all kind of different man coverages at him, right? I mean, it like that is such a weapon, man. Maybe you don't need it, but 2-3 times in a season. But the ability to completely twist. When you play man, you don't just play man. Now all of a sudden you're dialing up pressures, and Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter and all these guys are eating even more. You're creating free runs to the quarterback. So to your point, just the sheer options, man, that if these pieces work out, if these added pieces, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, again, the Jalen Smith kid, if these pieces were E.J. Speed and if Christian Harris can come, if all those pieces they're just healthy options for D'Amico, man, this is going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, it is. It is, and I see somebody texting in, and that's a really good point from this texter. If they can get a handle on the big plays, and the offense can burn some clock, this D has a chance to be elite. That was something that was really weird last year that we talked about a lot. They not only gave up some big plays, they probably got away with some big plays that they didn't give up. Now, some of that was the pressure they put on them that made some of the throws, more different. But there was more big plays out there for teams that you would think what they have, the personnel they have, that they wouldn't be giving up.
Well, the Texans were really good at what they do. I think they've got a chance to be better. But I tell you, Ron, you and I have talked about this for 6 years, 5 years, and however long we've been. Like, as a defense overall, you're going to give up something, right? Yeah. There's going to be some level of man to go get you. And when D'Amico Ryans is the coach here and he's calling defensive plays, it's going to be the big play.
Yeah.
He is going to put you in a position.
It's weird, though, because he doesn't have to blitz, right? Like, if he doesn't want to. Like, there's a confidence that you could put Daniil and you could let Will and
but he still believes in sticky coverage. How many times he said sticky coverage? It don't matter if they went out there and played 75% zone. It's a sticky zone. It's not just letting guys run free. Now, how many times? I bet for 10 games last year in the season, you and I talked about, boy, it's just a matter of time, man. There's a bunch of guys getting over the top and the quarterback's just missing. D'Amico's sitting in his office listening to us going, yeah, fool, that was my plan.
Man, that's the plan. I want to be ultra aggressive.
I'm going to be ultra aggressive. I'm going to pressure the hell out of him. I'm going to hit the quarterback in the mouth. I'm going to make him move his feet, and he's not going to be able to set his feet and make those throws. That's part of the plan. Like, I just think as long as D'Amico Ryans is the defensive coordinator here in Houston, what he's willing to risk is the big play, and he's not going to give you anything cheap underneath. Like, they're just not going – they're not the bend, don't break. They're not the chip away at the defense. They are not going to let you get comfortable. He is going to say, hey, if you want to hold the football as a quarterback and hope your offensive line can keep my dogs from hunting, and then your quarterback can make the most difficult throw in the game, which is the over-the-top throws, then, hey, if you think you can win like that, if you can beat me like that, then okay, come on, let's do it. Right? That part of it is going to happen. I'm more – excited to see how they fix what we watched last year against Kansas City. Like Azeez Al-Shaair is in no man's land,
covering stuck there. The linebackers and
yeah. That kind of stuff is what you got to avoid in critical situations, because it didn't just happen once; it happened multiple times
over and
late
over
in the game. So that's where I think D'Amico with this new group can with these additional pieces, I guess, can really be a problem.
Coming up, a much better week, and then Chris Santiago really helped out Tyler big time yesterday. He went 4 for 5 in those picks. And when I say 4 for 5, boy, he slid in just in time with Jokic getting 14 rebounds on 13.5 there on that bit. But he goes 4 for 5 in the green for the week, 65%. We'll see if Tyler can finish on a bang and T. Miller win you some money. And the big news of the day, how does that factor in with your quarterback, C.J. Stroud? We'll continue as we are live right here on The Drive.
All right.
1225. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He 777-1225 or biglou.com.
Live from Stars Sports Bar and Grill in Katy, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tyler Clint is returned for another couple of pounds right now as he just got crawfish back.
Wouldn't expect anything less.
I know it. I'm going to get me some when this thing is over. I got to hang out a little bit. Got to go pick up Moms from the airport. She coming into town here, so we have us a nice little week coming through here. But again, as we are live here, the party doesn't have to stop right now here out at Star Bar and Grill here in Katy. That's where we are, and I'm telling you, it doesn't need to stop, and it shouldn't stop for you guys. It is $30 all you can eat crawfish all night long. I mean, you're just crazy if you into crawfish and you don't come on out. Yes, we're done at 6, but that don't mean you got to leave. That you shouldn't still come on out. Astros are on. There's NBA playoffs here. There's plenty to watch right here to enjoy that all you can eat crawfish. $30, $20.
I still can't believe it.
I can't either. $20 buckets. About to say pitchers. So come on out and enjoy yourself.
You know, I mean, I don't want to be too harsh here, but like if $30 all you can eat crawfish doesn't turn you on, I don't know how close we can be.
Like you're turned up.
I mean that is see it on.
Shannon, stop being so damn nasty.
That's Tyler. That's see it on social media and get out of your car and go up there type stuff.
Oh yeah.
Did you hear?
That's text the wife and be like, hey, they got all you can eat up the street, man.
I don't know.
$30.
Listen, if you want to have a good night, you want to get me good and riled up, you want to accompany me to this all you can eat crawfish, $30. I'll give you everything I got later on.
The crawfish are going to set me up for you. They're going to tee me up for you. They're going to get me good and worked up and see what you can do with it when you get home.
There you go. But no, we've had a great time. Give yourselves a hand. It's been a fun time out here. Congratulations to all our winners, including Arthur, our latest winner. There you go. Clap it up. There you go. And you just got on camera, too.
Should have said hello.
There you go. Should have said hello. There you go. Shout out to our all of our staff, the staff here as well, all of the staff here at Stars Bar, Sports Bar and Grill have done a great job taking care of us. The crawfish is excellent. The staff is amazing here. Shout out to our promo staff. Shay, give him a hand. Shay is always doing the hard work, holding us down. Our guy Matt, our engineer, keeping us on the air and on YouTube and Twitch.
Big Matt, you need a DJ out there. Big Matt's one of the best in the city, baby.
That's right.
You might catch him at a Texans game or something. You might catch him at one of these hot nightclubs around Houston as well if any of y'all make the trip. But
might catch him at
need a DJ.
Hey,
I need 20%. I need 20%.
He said he needs 20%.
Y'all hit me in them DMs.
Shout out to Tyler holding us down back at the station as always, keeping us afloat and ready to go. All right, we'll get to T-Mill's best bets coming up in a bit. 65%. Let's stay in the green. End on a good note as well. Coming up behind us, Travis Johnson. He will be on, as well as Drew Doherty, as they break down the schedule. Texas All Access with Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, as well as Area 45, the best late-night sports talk show in Houston. Sean Bijani. And I'm thinking Chris Pardee, I believe, is going to be in.
You think correctly. I'm looking at him right now.
I see you. There's
Chris. Is Patrick Creighton alive? Is he still with us?
Well, man, you get a week.
He took the week off.
You get a little vacation.
Oh, he took the week off.
I'm
sorry, I didn't know. I thought, damn. Patrick just he's sick again or what?
And hot as a whistle, Chris Santiago, who went 4 for 5 last night. They'll hold it down behind us. All right, Clint, real quick before we get to T-Mills.
You got to ride that train now. You got to call Chris, get them bets.
Yeah, well, Tyler's got it. T-Mills.
Well, I'm just saying, when you find a hot one, man, you ride.
Whatever, dude. Whatever. Why don't you get into your segment there, bro?
I mean, damn, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend anybody.
Get into whatever the hell you want to talk about here, bro.
Hey, how about them Texans?
He wanted to throw a dirt in your eyes.
Tyler's like, hey, I got the bets handled, man. Y'all get into them sports.
Freaking a-hole.
Some damn grapefruits. He would just fire them at you. Hit you in the arm. No, Brock Purdy got that big deal, which took him at $53 million. How much you think this? Do you look at this as we know next year? C.J. Stroud is eligible to get a new contract and a new deal.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy just put him at 265. He's getting 181 guaranteed, and 265, 53 per, which puts him seventh. What do you think this does or means for CJ?
Well, I don't think it means anything for CJ Stroud. I think he's on a different planet when it comes to the expectations that you have for him as a quarterback. I mean, CJ Stroud is going to be expected to carry this franchise on the offensive side of the football. I think Brock Purdy is more of a conductor. He's more of a piece, right? He's not the identity. I think C.J. Stroud has to be the identity here in Houston ultimately. So I don't think it means a whole lot. I know for the sake of our conversations, and I'm a Brock Purdy fan. I like the style. I like everything about Brock Purdy. No disrespect, no minimizing here. But at the end of the day, if Brock Purdy is worth $53 million a year, then C.J. Stroud is worth market-setting money.
Yeah, I mean
he would have to fall off a cliff this year from a play perspective and not set the market.
Pissed off the Brock Purdy fan. If CJ has a,
she said, "Who's Mr. Irrelevant now?"
Yeah, but Brock ain't at 265. Trey Lance don't know what happened.
Y'all keep drafting in the top 10. He's gonna have a lot of support though.
Yeah, but no. Listen, CJ. If CJ has the year he had last year, which we all looked at. He's going to get more than Brock Purdy, Clint. And if he has, if he takes a step forward with this new staff, they're going to take care of him next year, and he is going to get paid closer to where Dak Prescott is than he is closer to where Brock Purdy and Jared Goff is.
I did want to, and maybe we talk about this next week in longer form, but I do wonder, C.J. Stroud, and I know there's a lot of people going to beat me up for this. C.J. Stroud strikes
Tyler first.
No, I'm just telling you. C.J. Stroud strikes me as a guy that'll take a team-friendly deal just to keep the talent around him.
No chance. Not the first one. No. Nope.
I'm just telling you.
I don't believe so. Not a chance. That mom over there? No. No.
I'm telling you.
Hell no.